As the sun dipped below the horizon, its lingering rays cast a golden hue across the expanse of the earth. The Konoha Ninja Academy, established by the second Hokage, was equally bathed in this radiant light, illuminating the character for ninja inscribed on its signboard with a shimmering brilliance. At this hour, as classes concluded, students from various grades clustered in groups, or were whisked away by their parents, animatedly recounting the day's amusing incidents or discussing the lessons learned. Yet amidst the lively throng, one solitary figure stood apart, exuding an aura of disconnection. The sunset's glow elongated Yujin Haben's shadow, mirroring the depths of his troubled spirit. Life had once unfolded smoothly, yet inexplicably, he now found himself ensnared in a perilous world, a reality that stifled any chance of joy. Indeed, Yujin Haben was not of this realm. His soul had been inexplicably transported from a tranquil existence on Earth into a world chronicled in the comics of his past life. Yujin was acutely aware that this world was far from the peace he once knew. To remain a powerless civilian here could spell disaster, as he might find himself victim to an errant jutsu, leading to ruin. The family he inhabited, merely a quintessential Konoha household, had not produced a single ninja in 3 generations. Foreseeing the impending dangers that would soon besiege Konoha village, Yujin disregarded the cautious counsel of his parents and resolutely enrolled in the recently established Ninja Academy. That it is crucial to recognize that this was not a time of tranquility in the 32nd year of Konoha. The ninja world was entrenched in the throes of the Second Great Ninja War, a period marked by unparalleled brutality. Graduates from the academy faced a grim fate, with little opportunity for growth, as they were thrust directly into the battlefield, confronting the harsh realities of combat. Regrettably, Yujin hailed from an ordinary family, devoid of the potent bloodlines and enigmatic jutsu that characterized the formidable clans. For a civilian ninja, the path to ascendancy was fraught with insurmountable challenges, especially when survival amidst the ongoing war seemed increasingly daunting. Yet, fate appeared determined to further complicate Yujin's already arduous journey, as he grappled with a profound issue regarding his physical constitution. Was the most vital attribute for a ninja? Is it decisiveness in battle, cunning strategy, or mastery of ninjutsu? While these qualities are indeed significant, they hinge upon a fundamental element, chakra. Only those who possess chakra may rightfully call themselves ninjas. Unfortunately for Yujin, his constitution seemed ill-suited for the life of a ninja, while most individuals could cultivate chakra through the fusion of physical and mental strength, accumulating it within their bodies. Yujin faced a vexing predicament. Each time he managed to extract a trace of chakra, the moment he ceased the effort, that essence would not settle as it did for others. Instead, it would vanish entirely from his being. The peculiar constitution of Yujin has left all the physicians of Konoha astounded, yet no one could provide a remedy. They merely assigned him a label, declaring that he could never truly become a ninja in this lifetime. This designation undoubtedly filled Yujin with profound resentment. Although he felt discontent with the abruptness of his transmigration, having been granted the opportunity to traverse into another world, he yearned to experience the enchanting arts of ninjutsu. In his frustration, Yujin privately endeavored to explore countless methods to overcome his extraordinary condition, yet all his attempts culminated in despair. As time passed, he found himself gradually succumbing to a sense of resignation, perhaps destined to live out his days as mere fodder in this life. Yujin pondered these thoughts as he strolled leisurely towards home. The setting sun cast its golden light upon the renowned Hokage rock, and Yujin silently gazed at the colossal figures, destined to face numerous tribulations in the future, his heart weighed down by sorrow. Hey, isn't that Yujin? What are you doing standing there? Youth is fleeting. We cannot afford to waste time here. Come on, let us run 500 laps around the village together. A youthful voice, imbued with exuberant enthusiasm, called out beside him. Upon hearing this voice, Yujin's body jolted in surprise. It was a voice he knew all too well. Turning around, he beheld a small boy clad in a comical green jumpsuit, sporting a watermelon-shaped haircut, grinning widely, his pearly teeth glinting in the sunlight. If Yujin hadn't read the original story, he would have found it hard to fathom how this gap-toothed young boy, currently in the throes of losing his baby teeth, would eventually become the man who kicked his way to a grand conclusion. Indeed, the boy was none other than the infamous source of myriad fanfictions across various forums, the illustrious Guy, Might Guy. Yet, at this moment, Might Guy was merely a toothless child, far removed from the charisma he would later exude. Perhaps due to their shared inability to cultivate chakra, Might Guy felt an innate camaraderie with Yuzhan, constantly encouraging him not to give up and to join him on the path of martial arts mastery. Regrettably, Yuzhan longed to convey to Might Guy that they were fundamentally different. He could not accumulate chakra, whereas Might Guy could, albeit unable to utilize it for ninjutsu. This was a chasm that could not be bridged. Ninjas possess chakra, which, even if not employed for ninjutsu, can enhance speed and strength. Therefore, for Yuzhan, who could not accumulate chakra, the path of martial arts was effectively blocked. As he gazed at Might Guy's radiant smile, a pang of bitterness welled up within him. Initially, Yuzhan had entertained aspirations of following in Guy's footsteps, but after several training sessions with him, the last pathway to becoming a formidable warrior had been irrevocably obstructed. Who could possibly comprehend such a disparity? Yuzhan managed to force a smile from Might Guy, saying, "Guy, I have something to attend to, you can go on." Might Guy, perceiving Yuzhan's despondency, clumsily attempted to console him. "It's all right, Yuzhan. I believe you will surely improve. Did those classmates bully you again? Don't worry, I'll teach them a lesson." Yuzhan shook his head. The children in the world of ninjas matured quickly, understanding the importance of strength from an early age. As one who could not cultivate chakra, Yuzhan naturally found himself at the bottom of the class, often bullied and ostracized, particularly by the arrogant members of the Uchiha clan, who seemed to hold their heads high above the rest. Indeed, the members of the Uchiha clan harbored little warmth towards Yuzhan, frequently oppressing him. "It's fine, Guy. It has nothing to do with them. I really must head home now. You should go and train." Yuzhan Yuhua spoke softly, genuinely apprehensive about Might Guy seeking vengeance against those afflicted with the red-eye disease. This was not the first occurrence of such an event, however. The current Might Guy had yet to evolve into the future emperor of Konoha and was still in his developmental phase, far from being a match for those who possessed the complete legacy of the red-eye disease. Noticing that Kai had not departed, Yuhua helplessly revealed a smile and, with a flourish of his thumb, exclaimed, "Kai, are you truly prepared to abandon your path of perseverance? Youth is not a time to be squandered. Hurry and cultivate your skills. Indeed, proximity to the virtuous fosters virtue, while closeness to the nefarious breeds vice." How embarrassing. Yuhua silently berated himself. Nonetheless, he had to admit that this tactic seemed remarkably effective on someone as eccentric as Might Guy. With a thunderous shout, Might Guy responded, "Yuhua, you speak the truth. Thank you for awakening me. I shall now ignite my youth." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake. The corners of Yuhua's mouth twitched slightly. However, the earlier gloom that had enveloped him lifted considerably due to this lively character's antics. Shaking his head, he continued on his way home. Yuhua's residence was not far. After traversing 2 streets, he arrived at a modest yet cozy detached villa. It was not extravagant, but it exuded warmth. The villa featured a small garden where Yuhua's mother tended to various flowers and plants, while his father worked as a civil servant in the Hidden Leaf village, engaged in tasks such as document transcription and organization. While his father's income paled in comparison to that of ninjas who undertook various missions for bounties, it was sufficient to support the family. Upon returning home, Yuhua found that his father had not yet returned from work. Only his mother emerged from the kitchen, gently saying, "Yuhua, you're back. Wash your hands. We can eat once your father comes home." In truth, Yuhua found it challenging to form a profound connection with his parents in this life. After all, his parents from his previous life still thrived on Earth, making it difficult for him to regard his current parents as his own. Nevertheless, he understood that in this world, the only individuals likely to sacrifice their lives for him were this gentlewoman before him and his father, who had yet to return. Yuhua felt a twinge of guilt. The consciousness of their true son had long since dissipated, and he had merely taken his place. He could not genuinely become their son, but he could at least ensure that he would protect them in times of calamity. Yet, as these thoughts crossed his mind, the inability to cultivate chakra resurfaced, prompting a sigh from his heart. Upon returning to his room, he still felt a sense of dissatisfaction and attempted once more to cultivate chakra. This was not his first attempt. Even knowing he could not retain the chakra he cultivated, Yuhua remained undeterred. However, this time, The process of refining chakra unfolded unexpectedly. As Yuhua once again extracted the chakra and felt it dissipate within him, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Martial Arts Master System charging complete. System activated. Ding. The system activation is complete. The system assistant is now active. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the system assistant. You are entitled to a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Are you saying that the chakra I have cultivated over the past 3 years has not vanished, but rather has been absorbed by you? Yujin inquired, addressing the voice resonating in his mind. Indeed, the activation of the system requires a substantial amount of energy. And it appears that the chakra you refer to in this realm is the most suitable energy for the system to absorb. The voice of the system assistant echoed in Yujin's mind. Yujin's face visibly darkened, reflecting the despair he had endured over the past 3 years and the disdain he had faced. At that moment, he realized the true culprit behind his tribulations and could not suppress his anger. You absorbed my chakra without my consent. Yujin roared furiously in his mind. The system assistant, seemingly aware of Yujin's wrath, calmly responded, "Please do not be upset, host." Upon activation, the system has returned all absorbed chakra and enhanced the protagonist's physical abilities. Kindly take a moment to assess. Yujin paused, disregarding the system assistant in his mind, and began to attune himself to his body. To his astonishment, he discerned a considerable amount of chakra in his once empty dantian, equivalent to that of a typical lower ninja. Furthermore, he noticed that not only had the chakra he painstakingly cultivated returned, but his body's meridians had also grown robust and resilient, far exceeding what one might expect at his age. This newfound strength in his meridians suggested that they would only become broader and sturdier as he continued to grow. The significance of meridians for a ninja is paramount, closely tied to the speed of chakra refinement and the volume of chakra output. Among the Hyuga Clan's martial arts, the most exquisite technique lies in their ability to perceive the flow of meridians through the Byakugan, applying specialized methods to obstruct chakra flow by targeting specific acupoints. However, if the meridians are sufficiently sturdy, such pressure points lose much of their efficacy, and a robust meridian system would also enhance chakra refinement speed. With this compensation from the system, Yujin's anger dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning excitement. The physical issues that had troubled him for 3 years were finally resolved, and he had inadvertently received a fortuitous boon, a golden opportunity that made him feel somewhat like a transmigrator. Contemplating this long-awaited advantage, Yujin inquired eagerly within his mind. What capabilities does this system possess? I recall there was a novice gift package, correct? Indeed, host. There is still a novice gift package available, from which you may randomly select a martial arts manual. The chosen manual will automatically adapt to the worldview of your existing reality, and you will learn its techniques effortlessly. Furthermore, you will have the opportunity to select a new manual each year, and the system will assign daily tasks that reward you with items or other benefits upon completion. The system assistant diligently explained in Yujin's mind. After absorbing the assistant's explanation, Yujin nodded and declared, "Then let us claim the novice gift package." No sooner had he spoken than he heard the familiar system notification resound in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the novice gift package. You may now draw a martial arts manual. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an A-level martial arts manual, the indestructible body technique. Immediately, a torrent of vast information surged into Yujin's mind, all pertaining to the indomitable body technique, though modified by the system to align with the worldview of Naruto. Furthermore, Yujin sensed subtle changes within his own body, realizing that the system had enabled him to master this profound skill instantaneously. The indomitable body technique, one of the 5 great skills of the original Shaolin, is renowned alongside the I Jing Jing and Shi Sui Jing. Upon its completion, one becomes impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to both water and fire, and is divided into 5 distinct realms. Presently, Yujin had been directly endowed by the system with the first realm of the indomitable body technique, the copper body realm, which allows one to withstand physical assaults of the lower ninja level, significantly enhancing physical resilience and endurance, while also providing slight resistance to D-rank ninjutsu. Upon absorbing the information regarding the indomitable body technique, he yearned for the 5th level, the imperishable golden body realm, which would enable him to withstand super S-rank ninjutsu effortlessly, treating even the most formidable body techniques from shadow-level ninjas as mere tickles. Yujin envisioned a future where he could allow Uchiha Itachi to scorch him with Amaterasu or let Might Guy unleash the 8th gate upon him. casually remarking about his hunger while enduring such assaults, filling him with immense delight. Although he currently resided only at the Copper Body realm, nothing hindered Yojin from dreaming of a glorious future. Regrettably, his daydreams were swiftly doused by the system assistant, which coldly reminded him the system merely granted the host the convenience of mastering the first level. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges, and the host must diligently train every day henceforth. Yojin pouted, yet inwardly resonated with the system's words, setting aside his lofty thoughts. The reclaimed chakra and the fortuitous boon from the heavens presented Yojin with an opportunity to grow stronger. He could not afford to be complacent but must seize the moment to soar to great heights. With this realization, Yojin wasted no time and began practicing the modified Indomitable Body technique, utilizing the regained chakra to nourish his body and enhance his physical prowess. He continued until his father returned, and only when his mother called him for dinner did he cease his training. The next day, on his way to school, Yojin walked alone, yet his mindset was a stark contrast to the previous day's gloom. He was now filled with boundless aspirations for his future. After a night of rigorous training in the Indomitable Body technique, he discovered it not only improved his physical condition but also had effects akin to internal martial arts, gradually increasing his chakra reserves without the need for refinement. This meant that his practice of the Indomitable Body technique would simultaneously strengthen his physique and expand his chakra, a dual benefit that thrilled Yojin immensely. "Good morning, Yojin. How was yesterday? Did you burn with youthful passion?" A familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, Yojin found not a face, but rather two heavily burdened legs dancing before him. Yojin looked at Might Guy, who was walking on his hands, and inquired with a bemused expression, "What are you doing?" Those with a simple heart are often more attuned to the emotions of others, and Might Guy sensed that Yujin's current state was somewhat different from yesterday's. This realization brought him joy, and he excitedly exclaimed, "I plan to run 200 laps around the Hidden Leaf Village on my hands before school starts. I only have 50 left. Would you care to join me in igniting our youthful spirits?" Yujin smiled and shook his head, to which Might Guy responded, "Very well, then I shall hurry along. See you in the classroom." With that, he vanished from Yujin's sight in an instant, leaving behind a swirl of dust. "Ah, a fool, a waste. Truly a match made in heaven." A rather arrogant voice echoed from the other side. Yujin glanced back at the glaring emblem of the fan. Uchiha Shino, a classmate of both Yujin and Might Guy, was merely a 5-year-old child, yet he carried an air of unyielding pride. He often ridiculed Might Guy and Yujin, the two who could not unleash ninjutsu with utmost disdain. Today, Yujin found himself in good spirits and had no intention of engaging in a dispute with such a precocious child. He planned to take a detour. However, Uchiha Shino seemed determined to provoke him further, strutting boldly in front of Yujin and disdainfully declaring, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Useless. Did you not hear me?" Yujin's expression turned icy. Even a clay figurine has its limits, and with the newfound power coursing through him, he felt an urge to teach this brat a lesson. Just as he was about to respond, a chilling voice interrupted. "Hey, you two, step aside. You're blocking my path." The tone was as calm as a still pond, yet the words were profoundly rude. Uchiha Shino's expression shifted to one of anger, and he turned to confront this audacious newcomer, but instinctively took 2 steps back, fear flickering in his eyes. Yujin also noticed the newcomer, whose silver hair glinted like a sharp blade, obscured by a mask that revealed only 2 emotionless, dead fish eyes. "Kakashi Hitaki," Uchiha Shino instinctively exclaimed. Although he considered himself a genius, he felt utterly insignificant in the presence of Kakashi. His father had once remarked that Kakashi, at the tender age of 5, possessed strength rivaling that of a Nin. Had it not been for his father, the renowned White Fang, restraining him, Kakashi would have graduated from the Ninja Academy long ago. Kid, consider yourself lucky," Uchiha Shino muttered, unwilling to offend Kakashi. The Uchiha clan was indeed proud, yet they understood the need to temper their arrogance in the presence of the illustrious Konoha White Fang. With that, Uchiha Shino cast a resentful glare at Yujin before slinking away. Yujin turned to the still impassive Kakashi and softly uttered, "Thank you." The future legendary Konoha technician, Kakashi, was not yet the lively character he would become. Instead, he displayed a hint of reserved charm, merely glancing at Yujin and giving a slight hum before continuing straight into the academy's entrance. Yujin ambled into the classroom, discovering that many students had already taken their seats. Uchiha Shino, sitting in the front row, shot him a fierce glare. Uninterested in this arrogant little brat, Yujin made his way to the back of the classroom and settled into a corner. Shortly after, Might Guy burst in, still miraculously performing a handstand, eliciting laughter from their classmates. Unfazed, Might Guy flipped himself upright, spotted Yushin, and made his way over. Just as he settled down, Might Guy leaned in close to Yushin and whispered anxiously, "Yushin, I've heard there's an exam today, a practical one. Do you think it's a test on ninjutsu? I haven't a clue about it. What should I do?" Yushin shrugged, ready to respond, when suddenly a disheveled middle-aged man entered the classroom. His unkempt hair was a mess, and the scent of alcohol lingered around him. If it weren't for the forehead protector emblazoned with the Leaf Village symbol atop his head, one might hardly recognize him as a ninja. This was their homeroom teacher, Naoya Ishimura, a nin who had been injured and reassigned from the front lines. In these tumultuous times of conflict, the situation was markedly different from the era of Naruto, when specialized educational ninjas were trained. Currently, every shinobi village is stretched thin, necessitating the dispatch of injured ninjas to serve as instructors at the ninja academy. Such teachers typically share a few common traits: a fiery temper, irresponsibility, and a lack of patience. As for teachers like Irika, who would sacrifice their lives for their students, such individuals seem to belong to a fantasy. Upon entering the classroom, Ishimura's presence silenced the previously raucous atmosphere. He nodded and, without preamble, declared, "Today's practical exam will be on taijutsu. Everyone, follow me to the training field." With that, he strode out of the classroom with purpose. Seated nearby, Might Guy cheered, as taijutsu was his forte, making the task seem effortless. "Haha, Yushin. We're not testing ninjutsu today. This is fantastic. My spirit is already ignited." "Yushin? What's wrong? Why are you lost in thought?" Might Guy asked, shaking Yushin from his reverie. "Huh? It's nothing. Let us go. We'll be late," Yushin replied, brushing off his friend's enthusiasm as he stood to leave. It was that he was daydreaming. Rather, after Ishimura's announcement, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. The system has issued a task. Defeat your opponent in the practical exam. Task reward: a random C-rank ninjutsu scroll. To his surprise, the system's task was grounded in reality. Yushin felt no profound desire for that C-rank ninjutsu scroll. Although the academy only taught the most basic body flicker technique, he was already capable of practicing more advanced techniques. With the system's assistance post-graduation, diligent training would surely elevate him to the level of a Kage. How could he possibly covet a mere C-rank ninjutsu? It must be said that having acquired the system and experienced the extraordinary effects of the adamantine body technique, Yushin's mindset had quietly shifted. In simpler terms, he had become somewhat inflated in his self-esteem. A gaggle of children, aged 5 to 6, chattered excitedly as they followed Ishimura out of the classroom and onto the training field. The field was expansive, devoid of modern fitness equipment. Save for a few humanoid wooden stumps placed at its center, tools for students to practice throwing shuriken and kunai. The students lined up, awaiting Ishimura's instructions as they gathered on the training ground. After confirming that everyone was present, Ishimura now nodded and declared, "All right, everyone is here. Allow me to explain the rules. I will select participants for one-on-one duels, and I will be the judge. The results will be included in your graduation scores. No ninja tools or techniques are permitted, only physical combat. Is that understood?" "Understood." The middle school students chorused, with Might Guy's voice notably the loudest. Drawing the attention of many, Ishimura now nodded, eschewing further verbosity, and addressed the roster. Ishiya Masamune, Arai Hisho, step forward. Hyuga Ichido and Kubo Takamori, please prepare. They were merely a group of children who had yet to qualify as Jinin. Honestly, these matchups lacked excitement. Typically, they would begin with the fundamental taijutsu of the Leaf Village, and once the initial formalities passed, the two children would become entangled in a chaotic struggle, akin to street ruffians. Ishimura now shook his head, jotting down notes on his list as if grading, and then announced, "That will suffice. Hyuga Ichido and Kubo Takamori, step forward. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, please prepare." Hanyu Yuuma was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the exuberant Might Guy who had just been called. Then at the aloof Hatake Kakashi, contemplating whether the tumultuous fate of these two was beginning at this very moment. The thought of witnessing a bond of friendship that would span decades filled Hanyu Yuuma with excitement. Turning his gaze back to the center of the playground, he observed Hyuga Ichido swiftly topple Kubo Takamori. Despite not having awakened his Byakugan, Ichido, raised in a prestigious family, was undeniably stronger than the commoner Kubo. Satisfied, Ishimura now marked a high score for Hyuga Ichido and then turned his anticipatory gaze towards Hatake Kakashi. After all, the name of the Leaf Village's White Fang resonated loudly. and as the renowned son of a hero, Kakashi was held in high regard. Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, step forward. Next group, Uchiha Shino, Hanyu Yuuma, please prepare. Hanyu Yuuma was jolted from his spectator state, glancing towards Uchiha Shino, their eyes locking. He discerned a hint of menace in Shino's gaze. This is truly troublesome. Hanyu Yuuma sighed inwardly. Of all people, he had to face Uchiha Shino, whom he had inadvertently offended earlier that morning. It seemed Shino was eager for a blatant act of retribution. Shaking his head, Hanyu Yuuma was not intimidated by Uchiha Shino, but rather found the situation bothersome. Of course, he could not deliberately concede. He recalled the mockery he endured from Shino when he struggled to accumulate chakra. Such memories lingered. Not to mention the task assigned by the system, a C-rank ninjutsu. Although it seemed somewhat trivial, it was an opportunity not to be missed. As he was lost in thought, a sudden thunderous noise from the playground captured the attention of Yujin Yuhang. He turned to see Might Guy, having removed a heavy weight that was entangled around his leg, forcefully slamming it to the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Such a young age, yet he bore such a considerable burden. Was he a monster? The students who usually mocked Might Guy now stood in stunned silence, while only Yujin Yuhang understood the extent of Guy's rigorous training, far surpassing what this group could possibly imagine. In the center of the arena, little Kakashi seemed equally awestruck by the grand display. Recalling the words of his father when he first reported to the Ninja Academy, "Do not underestimate that little fellow, he will surpass you one day." A faint smile crept across Kakashi's masked face as he thought to himself, "Father, you truly underestimate your son." Without waiting for Guy to make another move, Kakashi swiftly assumed an offensive stance, diving forward with a rapid punch aimed directly at Guy. Guy laughed heartily, evading the attack with a swift sidestep, exclaiming, "Indeed. This is youth. Come on, I've decided. You are my lifelong rival." He gave Kakashi a thumbs up, his dazzling white teeth glinting momentarily. If this were a comic, Yujin Yuhang imagined a large hash mark appearing on Kakashi's forehead. Although he found Guy's words somewhat perplexing, Yujin couldn't help but marvel at the speed of their movements. Both Kakashi's strikes and Guy's dodges appeared to him as blindingly swift. Realistically, he knew he couldn't keep up with their pace, yet he remained undaunted. For he now possessed an advantage, and who could say his future achievements wouldn't eclipse theirs? At that moment, Kakashi and Guy were already engaged in combat, each relying on speed to outpace the other. The surrounding classmates could only catch glimpses of their fleeting shadows, while Yujin, endowed with the enhanced physical prowess from the indestructible body technique, managed to barely keep up with their velocity. "Got you," Guy suddenly shouted, having successfully caught Kakashi's right foot during their exchange of blows, lifting him high into the air. The opportunity has arrived. Let the vigor of youth explode. Konoha's great whirlwind. Guy yelled like a madman on the playground. He leaped, soaring over Kakashi, who was momentarily suspended in midair without a point of support, and unleashed a fierce kick aimed squarely at Kakashi's abdomen. With a resounding crash, dust erupted once more. As the dust settled, it revealed Guy standing dumbfounded, while Kakashi had mysteriously positioned himself behind him, his fist pressed against the back of Guy's head. "Have I lost?" Guy appeared somewhat bewildered, astonished that his full-force strike had failed to land on Kakashi. "I lost. I used the shadow clone technique, violating the rules of the match." Kakashi spoke suddenly from behind, his tone revealing no hint of emotion. "Might Guy wins." Next group, Uchiha Shino, Yujin Yuhang, prepare. Naoya Ishimura spoke up at an opportune moment, noting that despite Kakashi's defeat, both he and Guy had achieved perfect scores on their report cards. Yuuma Hanyu silently stepped forward, while Shino Uchiha stood defiantly opposite him, gazing at him with unabashed arrogance. The surrounding classmates began to murmur, incredulous that a mere waste who could not even extract chakra would dare to confront the illustrious Uchiha of the village. The outcome of such a confrontation was, to all, painfully obvious. Shino Uchiha, evidently confident of his victory, delayed his attack, mockingly addressing Yuuma Hanyu. "Hey, waste, just concede. I don't wish to dirty my hands by defeating you." "Hey, what did you say?" Guy Mado, who had just exited the arena, shouted angrily upon hearing his friend insulted. Yuuma Hanyu, with a steady gaze, restrained the impulsive Guy and calmly addressed Ishimura. "Teacher, may we begin?" Ishimura, observing Yuma's demeanor, remarked, "You could concede. Perhaps not graduating would be a blessing for you." Though Ishimura was not the most responsible teacher, his intentions were not malicious. Sending a child devoid of any hope of becoming a ninja into battle was akin to sentencing him to death. Thus, his words were meant as a reminder rather than an insult. However, It appeared that Yuuma Hanyu did not grasp Ishimura's good intentions, as he continued to ask, "I am ready, teacher. May we begin?" Ishimura, captivated by the determination in Yuma's eyes, found himself momentarily taken aback and instinctively nodded. Meanwhile, the almost mindless Shino Uchiha continued to laugh, saying, "Even the teacher has told you to concede. Didn't you hear?" But before he could finish, he was sent flying backwards. A hush fell over the spectators as they beheld the scene. Where Uchiha had once stood, now stood Yuuma Hanyu, whom they had labeled a waste, while the once arrogant Uchiha had been propelled back several meters. Well done. This is the essence of youth, Yuuma. Guy Mato was the first to react, cheering for his friend. Ishimura, equally astonished, finally regained his composure and asked Yuuma, "Have you resolved your physical issues?" He had noticed that Yuma's remarkable punch had been accompanied by a subtle ripple of chakra. Yuuma nodded silently, returning to his team without waiting for Ishimura to declare the result, for he felt no pride in having knocked out a mere 5-year-old. Ishimura, observing the fallen Uchiha who had yet to rise, understood that Yuma's sudden blow had rendered him unconscious. He casually instructed 2 classmates to escort him to the Ninja Academy's infirmary and subsequently announced Yuuma Hanyu as the victor. As soon as the words of Shurtsu and Naoya faded, the system promptly announced the completion of the task within Yujin Yuhang's mind. However, Yuhang found himself unable to claim his reward and thus decided to forego it. The next group of students then took the stage for their duel, yet the most captivating pairs had already concluded their matches, leaving Yuhang disinterested and eager to return home to receive his task reward. This practical combat lesson persisted for nearly 3 hours before finally concluding. Yuhang managed to extricate himself from the incessant exuberance of Might Guy, who had been a constant presence in his ear, and began his slow journey home. Upon stepping out of the Ninja Academy's gates and heading towards a secluded street, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air behind him. Yuhang hastily leapt to the side, only to witness a glimmering shuriken embed itself where he had just stood. His expression instantly turned frosty. This was no mere prank, but a genuine attempt on his life. Coldly observing the figure emerging from the right side of the street, he recognized the fan emblem on the person's clothing, Uchiha Shino, the very individual he had just knocked unconscious with a single punch. Yuhang had long understood that members of the Uchiha clan were often characterized by their obsessive tendencies and unstable minds. He could even empathize with the arrogant and haughty demeanor of the young Uchiha Shino. However, the shuriken, clearly aimed at his vital points, indicated a lethal intent. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have met his demise at the hands of that very weapon. This was no mere childish rivalry. It was a blatant act of attempted murder. Though human life held little value in these chaotic times, they were, after all, classmates from the same village. And Shino's audacity to attack him so brazenly within the village was astounding. "Pathetic fool," Uchiha Shino scoffed, maintaining his disdainful tone. "I just heard you can now refine chakra, and I was skeptical, but now I see it's true. Was that shuriken you threw?" Yuhang replied coldly. "Humph. And what of it? It's merely retribution for your earlier ambush," Shino retorted with a dismissive snort. Yuhang's expression hardened, his voice icy as he inquired, "Do you not realize that had I not dodged, I could have died here? Just a worthless life. Even if you can refine chakra, you remain a mere waste. What does it matter if I kill you? Are you not afraid of the village's wrath?" Yuhang pressed on. "Ha ha ha, you truly amuse me. Do you think you are someone of importance? The third Hokage would not risk offending the Uchiha clan for the life of a mere waste like you." Yuhang fell silent. Though a chill coursed through him, he had to concede that Shino spoke the truth. In this tumultuous era, lies were as expendable as weeds, even within the relatively safer confines of Konoha village. The scions of prominent clans still enjoyed the protection of their families, whereas he had no such backing. In a world devoid of support, one must rely solely on oneself. Otherwise, as Uchiha Shino aptly stated, one might perish here. For the third Hokage would never antagonize the Uchiha clan over a mere civilian, a child not yet a ninja. Observing the arrogant Uchiha Shino before him, Yuuma Hanyu felt an insatiable thirst for power, reaching an inhuman level. "System, I wish to claim my task reward," he silently commanded within his mind. The system did not disappoint him, responding with a familiar mechanical echo. "Ding. Host has completed the task and received a reward, a C-rank ninjutsu scroll. Ding. Congratulations. Host has drawn C-rank ninjutsu water chaos wave." With the conclusion of the mechanical announcement, a surge of information flooded Yuuma Hanyu's mind, and in an instant, he mastered this technique. "Hey, you worthless fool, why are you standing there in a daze? If you beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing your insignificant life." At this moment, Having claimed his system reward, Yuuma cast a mocking glance at Uchiha Shino, whose right cheek was still slightly swollen, and remarked with a grin, "Oh, does your right cheek no longer ache?" This statement struck a nerve with Uchiha Shino, who shot a furious glare at Yuuma and retorted, "That was a sneak attack. You weren't even allowed to use weapons or ninjutsu. Do you truly believe yourself my equal? What a joke. I cannot say if I am your equal. But I do know someone received a rather forceful punch from me this morning." Yuuma continued to taunt. Being merely a child, Uchiha Shino's temper flared at the incessant mockery. In an instant, he produced 3 shuriken, snarling, "I hope you remain so arrogant in a moment." With that, he hurled the shuriken with deadly precision. One must admit that the Uchiha clan's shuriken throwing technique is indeed a source of pride. Although Uchiha Shino could not match the likes of Sasuke or Itachi, who could alter the trajectory of their shuriken mid-flight, the speed of these 3 shuriken was remarkable, forming an encirclement that effectively sealed off Yuuma escape route. Reluctant to reveal his indestructible body technique prematurely, Yuuma opted against taking the hit directly. Instead, he deftly drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, deflecting 1 shuriken and darting through the gap created. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shino revealed a cruel smile, one not befitting his age, as he had never intended to eliminate Yuuma with mere shuriken. He was merely buying time. The final hand seal was completed, and with a circular motion of his right hand, he forcefully blew towards Yuuma. A fireball, the size of a fist, erupted from his mouth, expanding rapidly to the size of a basin, hurtling towards Yuuma with alarming speed. It is undeniable that Uchiha's overwhelming arrogance within the village belies their true strength. Their reputation in Konoha is no mere empty boast. Setting aside their almost cheat-like Sharingan, their mastery of fire techniques alone is formidable and should not be underestimated. A nearly 5-year-old child was able to execute a C-rank fire release technique, although limited by his chakra reserves, resulting in a fireball only half the size of a standard one. This accomplishment was remarkable for a student yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. It is known that ordinary civilian ninjas, without a competent instructor, would require at least the rank of CH Nin to learn offensive ninjutsu. Otherwise, they would be restricted to the most fundamental techniques taught at the academy. Fire release? Excellent. It's the perfect opportunity to test my first ninjutsu. Upon seeing the incoming fireball, Yushin immediately reacted, his hands deftly forming seals. Just as the fireball was about to make contact, he completed the final seal. Water release, water chaos wave. Yushin expelled a torrent of water from the air, directly confronting the fireball. Upon their collision, the fireball was instantaneously vaporized into a mist that dispersed throughout the narrow alley. Uchiha Shino was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Yushin would possess ninjutsu skills. He had prepared himself to witness the charred remains of Yushin. However, Yushin offered no respite for Uchiha's astonishment as he hurled a kunai directly at him. While lacking in finesse, the sheer force of the throw propelled the kunai at remarkable speed. Caught off guard, Uchiha Shino barely managed to evade the kunai, only to discover that Yushin had already closed the distance between them. Memories of the punch that had knocked him out earlier that morning resurfaced, tightening his chest with anxiety as he scrambled to respond. Yet, Yushin had undergone rigorous training alongside Might Guy. And though he fell short of Kakashi and Might Guy in physical prowess, his skills were daunting enough to overwhelm the already flustered Uchiha Shino. Furthermore, bolstered by the physical enhancements of the indestructible body technique honed to the copper body realm, Uchiha Shino soon found himself on the brink of collapse. Under the relentless barrage of Yushin strikes, he felt as fragile as a leaf caught in a tempest, desperately struggling to maintain his footing. At that moment, the logic of Uchiha Shino teetered on the edge of collapse. A once exalted Uchiha prodigy was being cornered by a laggard, a so-called waste. In a moment of resolve, he braced himself against one of Yushin's heavy punches, his body bending like a shrimp, arching painfully. Yet, with the cost of his injuries, he retrieved a paper adorned with intricate symbols from his ninja tool pouch. With the meager chakra he had left, he performed a substitution technique, instantaneously escaping Yushin's range of attack. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain coursing through him, he exhausted his final trace of chakra to form a seal. With a resounding boom, the wooden post he had just used for the substitution erupted with a powerful surge of chakra, culminating in a spectacular explosion. That single piece of paper was an enhanced explosive tag, capable of rivaling the full release of a CH Nin's chakra in a C-rank ninjutsu. As he gazed at the rising smoke, the exhausted Uchiha Shino fixed his fierce gaze upon the site of the explosion, his heart brimming with the intoxicating thrill of vengeance. He had not intended to utilize the explosive tags. Firstly, such items were prohibitively expensive, and even though the Uchiha clan was affluent, he would never entrust such perilous devices to a mere child. Secondly, the magnitude of the explosion would undoubtedly draw attention. And while he harbored no fear of the third Hokage's wrath for slaying a civilian, he could not escape the inevitable scolding from his clan upon his return. This was all your fault. If you had simply complied and allowed me to kill you effortlessly, how much simpler it would have been. Yet, it matters not. Let the worthless perish, for in the end, it is you who meets your demise. Upon my return to my clan, I would merely face a reprimand, but you. Suddenly, the deranged Uchiha Shino's eyes widened in shock as he fixated on a figure slowly emerging from the dissipating smoke. Me? How can this be? That I am not dead at your hands. Yushin, bloodied and tattered, emerged from the haze, resembling a specter of despair. What do you want? Uchiha Shino stammered. What do I want? I intend to do precisely what you sought to do to me. Yushin roared, his mangled form evoking the image of a vengeful spirit rising from the depths of hell. In that moment, Yushin was consumed by the intent to kill. Had he not possessed the indestructible body granted by his divine technique, he would have perished. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Help, please. Under Yushin's murderous gaze, Uchiha Shino could no longer muster any thoughts of resistance, breaking down into desperate sobs. Yet, Yushin showed no mercy as he advanced toward Uchiha Shino, kunai raised high, poised to strike him down at any moment. Enough. A low, resonant voice echoed from above. And in an instant, a figure wearing a fox mask appeared between Yushin and Uchiha Shino. When did this happen? Yushin was taken aback, instinctively growing wary. The masked figure glanced at Yushin and said coolly, "This matter no longer concerns you. Return, and the third Hokage will grant you justice." An Umbu member? Yushin pondered, while the masked figure lifted Uchiha Shino as if intending to depart. Wait, Yushin exclaimed. The masked figure turned to regard Yushin, silent and inscrutable, as if waiting for him to continue. When did you arrive here? Yushin suddenly inquired. I have always been here, came the succinct response, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yushin nodded thoughtfully and added, if it were I on the verge of death, you would not have appeared, would you? The fox mask fell into silence, and the two exchanged glances for an extended period. The fox mask remained mute, and soon, with a fleeting vision, it vanished from sight. Konoha is not as splendid as I had imagined. Yushin pondered quietly within his heart. Are you suggesting he suddenly regained his chakra and merely sustained superficial injuries from the explosion of a detonating tag? At this moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a man in the prime of his life and holder of the title of ninja arts instructor, languidly reclined in his chair, a pipe resting between his lips as he spoke in a nonchalant tone. Indeed, I have sent that Uchiha boy back. The Uchiha clan threatened to kill him, but I suppressed their outcry in your name, third Hokage. A thick plume of smoke billowed from Hiruzen's mouth as he nodded. Very well, I am aware. You may leave now, but keep a close watch on the Uchiha clan's movements. Yes. The fox mask knelt briefly in a gesture of respect before vanishing without a trace. Hiruzen gazed at the spot where the fox mask had disappeared, remaining silent for some time, as if waiting for something. Indeed. It was not long before a grim voice echoed. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan has grown increasingly audacious, even resorting to violence against fellow villagers. Hiruzen frowned slightly and replied, it was merely a child's scuffle. Is that so? Must a child's frolic involve detonating tags? The somber voice dripped with sarcasm, showing no regard for Hiruzen's status as Hokage. However, Hiruzen did not retaliate in anger. Instead, he remained silent for a long while, eventually relaxing his furrowed brow and saying, it is a time to utilize resources. Though the Uchiha clan may be rebellious, they are a sharp blade. One must wield it with care. As for that common child, I shall provide him with some compensation. You two should temper your actions in the meantime, understood? Of course, I understand. Esteemed third Hokage. The somber voice emphasized esteemed Hokage, infusing it with a weighty implication before vanishing. Hiruzen exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, sighed deeply, and reclined further in his chair, rubbing his nose wearily. He felt helpless. He was acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's rebellious intentions. Otherwise, why would he have dispatched Umbu to monitor each member of the Uchiha clan? The fox mask was specifically tasked with watching over the underage descendants still attending the ninja academy. Had it not been for Yushin nearly killing Uchiha Shino, he would not have made an appearance. Such meticulous attention to a group of children was one thing, It was even more crucial concerning the adult Uchiha ninjas who had awakened their eyes. They resembled a cache of explosives, if utilized wisely. They could inflict tremendous damage upon the enemy, yet if they detonated in one's own hands, there would be nothing left but ashes. Hiruzen sighed once more, suddenly recalling Yushin, who had endured the explosion of the detonating tag with only minor injuries. What sort of compensation should be offered? Hiss, it hurts. Mom, please be gentle. Yuhuin gasped, allowing his mother to apply medicine to his arm. At that moment, Yuhuin's appearance was undeniably tragic. His flesh was gruesomely mangled. And had he been on Earth, he would have certainly faced a lifetime of disability. Fortunately, in this world, the existence of medical ninjutsu provided him with solace. After receiving treatment in the Konoha hospital, his wounds had healed significantly, though the remaining injuries would require gradual care. Don't move, just sit still. Yuhuin's usually gentle mother was now exceedingly assertive, firmly grasping his arm as she meticulously administered the medicine. How could you be so careless? You didn't even explain how you ended up like this. Do you know how worried your mother has been? Her tender reproaches echoed in Yuhuin's ears. He could only manage a sheepish smile, refraining from uttering more words. I ask for nothing from you, only that you grow up safe and sound. Why must you become a ninja? Isn't it better to lead a normal life, like your father and I? As she spoke, tears streamed down Yuhuin's mother's face. In a flurry, Yuhuin hurriedly wiped away her tears, inadvertently reopening his wounds, prompting another gasp of pain. Just when he was at a loss, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Yuhuin's mother hastily wiped her tears and opened the door, revealing a Seichnin clad in a ninja vest, who inquired, "Is this the home of Yuhuin?" Momentarily taken aback, Yuhuin's mother instinctively nodded. The ninja then thrust a scroll into her hands, explaining, "This is from Lord Third Hokage, meant for Yuhuin." With that, he departed without another word. Confused, Yuhuin's mother returned to him with the scroll, sharing that it was sent by the Third Hokage. A cold smile crept across Yuhuin's face. He found such attempts to mend hearts rather lacking in finesse. Yet, he accepted it, recognizing his inability to confront the towering presence of Konoha. Likewise, neither he nor his parents possessed the strength to detach themselves from Konoha's protective embrace. Ultimately, it all boiled down to power. If he possessed the strength akin to pain at this moment, would he still need to play the fool? The true Konoha village was far from the simplistic benevolence portrayed in his past life manga, at its core. It was merely a matter of whose fist wielded the greater might, with a swirling undercurrent of interests that, when exposed, revealed a filthy reality. Yuhuin despised this passive feeling, and his yearning for strength spurred him to reject his mother's attempts to continue tending to his wounds. He took the scroll and retreated to his room. Without a hint of caution, Yuhuin unfurled the scroll, doubting that someone of the Third Hokage's caliber would employ such underhanded tactics against him if they wished to eliminate him. A mere word would suffice. As the scroll slowly unfurled, Yuhuin was immediately taken aback by the 4 characters inscribed at the top. The A-level sealing technique, Diamond Lock. Yuhara was taken aback. If the scroll contained a B-level ninjutsu or even an A-level ninjutsu, he would not have been surprised. However, the presence of an A-level sealing technique within was astonishing. It is well known that the value of sealing techniques far surpasses that of ninjutsu of the same rank. Though in direct combat, the destructive power of ninjutsu is considerably greater than that of sealing techniques. The latter excels in its cunning and the potential for preemptive preparation. The essence of sealing techniques lies within the term sealing. Such techniques empower one to confine individuals or entities significantly stronger than oneself. If one is privy to intelligence or information about their adversary beforehand, they can strategically deploy sealing techniques to eliminate foes across dimensions. Among these techniques, Diamond Lock stands out as a paragon of sealing arts. While it pales in comparison to the illustrious corpse demon sealing and the 4 symbols sealing showcased in the manga, it remains formidable in its own right. When Diamond Lock is activated, the user extends multiple chakra chains from their back, which serve not only as potent weapons, but also as tools to create barriers and seal-tailed beasts. Uzumaki Karin once subdued the formidable Uchiha White Absolute using Diamond Lock's prowess, and Kushina similarly harnessed this technique to control the actions of the Ninetales. Such feats are a testament to its might. Yet, the fact that the Third Hokage entrusted this powerful sealing technique to Yuhara raises questions. What particular qualities did he possess that warranted such attention? Unbeknownst to Yuhara, upon receiving reports from the Fox Mask regarding his sudden surge of chakra and his survival against explosive tags, the Third Hokage speculated. A substantial chakra reserve and robust vitality are traits characteristic of the once-vanished Uzumaki clan. Following the clan's annihilation, many of its members scattered throughout the ninja world, adopting new identities. After receiving this intelligence from the Fox Mask, the third Hokage had already deemed Yahiko Yuuma a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, making the transfer of Diamond Lock, an ancestral secret technique, most fitting. Yahiko Yuuma pondered the third Hokage's rationale for bestowing such a formidable sealing technique upon him. Yet he could not shake the feeling of elation that blossomed within. The ability to suppress tailed beasts alone was more than sufficient, not to mention the myriad other peculiar functions it possessed. However, after thoroughly examining the scroll, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Sealing techniques require a process of accumulation, and he was utterly unfamiliar with the fundamentals of sealing arts. To be thrust into mastering the A-level diamond lock was akin to expecting a first grader, yet to complete their studies, to solve calculus problems, an unreasonable demand indeed. Lost in thought, a voice echoed in Yahiko Yuuma's mind. Ding! The protagonist has discovered the A-level sealing technique scroll, Diamond Lock. Would you like to learn it? Yahiko Yuuma was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy, hastily opting to learn. As anticipated, a flood of information surged into his consciousness. He never expected the system to possess such a feature. Could it be that, in the future, he could master any ninjutsu simply by reading it once? A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips as he contemplated this newfound potential. After thoroughly comprehending the entirety of the diamond sealing technique through the system, Yahiko Yuuma felt an overwhelming urge to employ it without delay. Unfortunately, this sealing art demanded a substantial amount of chakra, requiring at least a Ch-9 level chakra capacity to barely execute it once. Alas, time. Yahiko Yuuma sighed deeply, contemplating before abruptly flinging open his room door and calling out, "Mom, please request a leave of absence for me. I do not wish to attend school this month." Having uttered his desire, he retreated into his room, harboring no doubt that his mother would acquiesce. After all, she was the most fervent opponent of his aspiration to become a ninja. If she learned he wished to forego school, she would undoubtedly be elated. The reason for his reluctance to attend school stemmed from the painfully slow pace of learning, which felt like a mere waste of time to him at this stage. He believed it would be far more beneficial to dedicate his time to training at home. Moreover, the end-of-term examinations were merely a month away, and if memory served him correctly, Kakashi would graduate directly from the Ninja Academy, setting a record by becoming a genin at the tender age of 6. Yahiko Yuuma was brimming with confidence, although he currently fell short of Kakashi's prowess. He was certain that given a month, he could not only catch up but potentially surpass Kakashi, thereby ensuring his own successful graduation. As for whether he would engage in frontline battles, he had yet to decide, but he presumed that the Second Great Ninja War would not last much longer. By the time he graduated, it would likely be nearing its conclusion. And the years leading up to the Third Great Ninja War would present him with an opportunity to rise. Having clarified the path he intended to pursue, Yahiko Yuuma wasted no time in commencing his meditation to cultivate the indestructible body technique. Unbeknownst to him, as he began his training, the injuries on his body were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. 3 days passed, and Yahiko Yuuma's wounds had completely mended. In fact, he discerned that his physical condition seemed even more resilient than before his injuries. With a comprehensive grasp of the indestructible body technique, Yahiko Yuuma understood that this art could also be described as a form of self-mortification. He had 2 methods of practice. One was the gradual meditation to refine his body through chakra, while the other was perilously reckless, continuously inflicting harm upon himself. This self-destructive approach, akin to a super saiyan, allowed his physical attributes to surge post-recovery, simultaneously advancing his mastery of the indestructible body technique. Having diligently trained for 3 consecutive days, Yahiko Yuuma had reached the pinnacle of the first layer, the copper body realm, and was tantalizingly close to the second layer, the iron body realm. However, breaking through the final barrier proved challenging. Although his chakra continued to grow, the progress felt agonizingly slow. Eager for a more rapid enhancement of his strength, Yahiko Yuuma sought out more reckless methods and stumbled upon a particularly perilous technique. Was there something that could push him to the brink of death? Indeed, such a forbidden technique existed, the 8 Gates of Death. The 8 Gates technique, by unlocking the channels within the human body that bind chakra, grants immense power temporarily. However, it is deemed a forbidden technique because, alongside its formidable strength, it inflicts severe damage upon the user's body, potentially leading to death upon the opening of the 8th gate, within the village of Konoha. Few possess the knowledge of this forbidden art. There have been persistent rumors online that the developer of this technique was the second Hokage. Yet as a seasoned admirer of Hokage lore, Yujin understands that this is merely a fabrication. Fortunately, he is aware that there still exists an individual in Konoha capable of utilizing the Eight Gates technique. Might Guy's father might die. In the not-too-distant future, he will transform the 7 ninja swordsmen into a mere trio, as a lower ninja of Konoha. Moreover, Yujin knows that Might Dai, lacking proficiency in ninjutsu, has remained a lower ninja, rarely dispatched to the battlefield, and is likely still residing in the village. The means by which Yujin might learn the Eight Gates technique from Might Dai is a matter for him to ponder. As Yujin reflects on how to cunningly obtain the training methods for the Eight Gates from Might Dai, his mother unexpectedly instructs him to venture into the street to fetch a bottle of soy sauce. Yujin is at a loss for words. Although his current form is merely that of a 5-year-old, being treated like a mere child tasked with trivial errands does not sit well with him. Here is some leftover change, will you go? Yes. Without hesitation, Yujin takes the money and dashes out the door. Casting aside the flicker of self-respect he had just felt upon seeing the money. It is not that Yujin lacks determination, rather, he genuinely requires funds. The burden he previously carried has lightened considerably, and since his parents staunchly oppose his aspirations of becoming a ninja, they would not provide him with any resources. Thus, to acquire a heavier weight for training, he finds himself resorting to the undignified act of earning pocket money. Economic independence is crucial in any world. Just as Yujin is contemplating this, he suddenly exclaims, "Oh," for he has spotted a familiar figure on the street, clad in a tight green outfit with bushy, glossy black eyebrows and a comical watermelon hairstyle. It is unmistakably a Might Guy lookalike. With such a distinctive appearance, how could Yujin fail to deduce who this person is? It can only be Might Dai, the very individual he has been thinking about fervently over the past few days. Yujin Hanyu watched in astonishment as Might Guy entered a ninja tools shop, instinctively following him inside. Just as he reached the entrance, a thunderous crash resounded, causing the ground beneath him to tremble. I'm sorry. He heard Might Guy exclaim, awkwardly smiling as he observed the shopkeeper struggling to drop a hefty pile of weights onto the ground. How frustrating, the shopkeeper murmured, then impatiently gestured at the weights strewn about, saying, "Take them away, quickly." Might Guy seemed accustomed to the shopkeeper's demeanor, turning to lift the cumbersome load and preparing to leave. Yet, the shopkeeper muttered under his breath, "At your age, still shouting about youth every day. After a lifetime of training, you're still just a genin." Might Guy's figure trembled at this remark, but he continued on without looking back, silently departing with the heavy burden. Observing this scene, Yujin Hanyu smirked slightly, perhaps resonating with Might Guy's plight, internally cursing the shopkeeper's disdainful attitude. Before stepping into the shop himself, "I want 2 weights, just like the ones he took. Who is this brat? Get up, get up." The shopkeeper waved dismissively, perceiving Yujin as just a troublesome child. Yujin Hanyu produced the money his mother had given him for soy sauce, waved it slightly, and stated, "I told you. I'm here to buy something. I'm not causing trouble." The shopkeeper chuckled, looking at Yujin with amusement. "At your young age, what do you need weights for? Can you even carry them?" Yujin's impression of the shopkeeper was far from favorable, and he replied impatiently, "What does it matter if I can carry them? You're in business. I have money to buy. Is there a problem?" The shopkeeper replied with a grin, "Fine, I'll get you 2 weights. If you can walk with them, I won't charge you a dime. They'll be a gift." Yujin's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, "You mustn't go back on your word." The shopkeeper laughed again, turning to fetch 2 weights and handing them over to Yujin. The moment he grasped them, he felt their immense heaviness, his arms instantly dropping under the strain. These seemingly insignificant iron blocks were unexpectedly weighty, nearly matching his own body weight. Seeing this, the shopkeeper laughed heartily. "How is it going, kid? Struggling to move, huh? Youth is wasted on you." Before he could finish, Yujin Hanyu leisurely tucked the weights into his pant legs and swaggered out the door. "You're mistaken. While my physical strength can't support this weight, I possess chakra." Huh. With a light heart from acquiring the weights for free, Yujin Hanyu searched the streets for Might Guy's figure, noticing he hadn't gone far, and leisurely followed him. Thus, Yujin Hanyu trailed Might Guy to a forest outside of Konoha village, where he witnessed Might Guy affixing the daunting weights all over his body, commencing what could only be described as an insane training session. The rigorous training left even the mere spectator, Yujin, feeling an intense ache throughout his body, causing him to instinctively grit his teeth in sympathy for Might Guy. However, as he observed further, Yujin began to discern certain nuances compared to his own cultivation methods. Might Guy's approach was evidently far more efficient. A surge of excitement filled him, and he focused intently, eager to memorize every intricate detail of Might Guy's movements. Though Might Guy was merely a low-ranking ninja at this stage, Yuhu and Yujin recognized that, in terms of taijutsu, few could rival him. Perhaps only Kakashi's father. The White Fang of Konoha could match such prowess, but that was contingent upon the foundation of the Konoha blade technique. When it came to sheer physical endurance, there was no one who could surpass Might Guy. After thoroughly committing Might Guy's training methods to memory, Yuhu and Yujin stealthily retreated, refraining from impulsively approaching him to inquire about learning the Eight Gates technique. After all, even if Might Guy were somewhat oblivious, he would likely be reluctant to entrust such a crucial forbidden technique to a mere child he had just met. Yuhu and Yujin had already set his sights on Might Guy, intending to connect with him through Might Due before gradually pursuing his goal. Yujin Hanyu gazed intently as Might Guy entered a ninja tools shop and instinctively followed suit. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback by a resounding boom that reverberated through the ground beneath his feet. My apologies, my apologies. Observing the shopkeeper struggling to drop a hefty load onto the floor, Might Guy wore an apologetic smile. How utterly vexing, the shopkeeper muttered softly, pointing at the burdensome weights on the ground with irritation. Just take them away, quickly. Might Guy seemed accustomed to the shopkeeper's demeanor, turning around to lift the heavy load and prepare to depart. Yet, the shopkeeper's grumbling continued. At your age, still shouting about youth every day, after a lifetime of training. You remain merely a genin. As Might Guy's figure trembled slightly at this remark, he chose not to look back, silently departing with the considerable weight in his arms. Witnessing this exchange, Yujin Hanyu couldn't help but smirk, perhaps empathizing with Might Guy's plight, and inwardly cursed the shopkeeper's narrow-mindedness before stepping into the ninja tools shop. I would like 2 weights, the same kind he just took, he declared. Where did this little brat come from? Get lost. The shopkeeper, mistaking him for a mischievous child, waved his hands dismissively. Yujin Hanyu brandished the money his mother had given him for soy sauce, shaking it slightly as he insisted, I told you. I'm here to buy something. I'm not causing any trouble. The shopkeeper chuckled at the young boy, replying, at your tender age, what do you need weights for? Can you even carry them? Yujin Hanyu was not fond of the shopkeeper's attitude and retorted impatiently, what does it matter if I can carry them or not? You run a business. I have money to spend. Is that a problem? The shopkeeper laughed. All right, I'll get you 2 weights. If you can walk with them on, I won't charge you a dime. I'll just give them to you. Yujin Hanyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly replied, you better not backtrack on that. The shopkeeper chuckled again, turning to fetch the 2 weights and handing them to Yujin Hanyu. The moment he grasped them, he felt their immense weight pulling down his arms. As these seemingly insignificant iron blocks proved surprisingly heavy, nearly equal to his own body weight. The shopkeeper burst into laughter. So, young lad, struggling to walk now, are we? While the students your age are training. Before he could finish his sentence, he watched as Yujin Hanyu leisurely tucked the weights into his pant legs, striding confidently out the door. Are you bewildered? My physical strength may not be enough to support such a burden, but I possess chakra, haha. Giddy with delight at having acquired the weights for free, Yujin Hanyu scanned the streets for Might Guy's figure, noticing he had not wandered far, and leisurely followed him. Thus, Yujin Hanyu trailed Might Guy to a wooded area outside of Konoha village, where he witnessed Might Guy affixing those formidable weights to various parts of his body before embarking on a session of what could only be described as fervent training. This training made even the mere spectator Yuji Hanabusa feel an ache coursing through his entire body, involuntarily gritting his teeth in sympathy for Might Guy. Yet as he continued to observe, Yuji began discerning certain nuances compared to his own cultivation methods. Might Guy's regimen was evidently far more efficient. A surge of exhilaration flooded Yuji's heart, compelling him to scrutinize every movement with rapt attention, committing each meticulous detail to memory. Though Might Guy was currently but a lowly servant, Yuji understood with crystalline clarity that in the realm of pure physical prowess, few could rival him. Perhaps only the White Fang of Konoha, Kakashi's father, might stand as an exception, yet even that superiority was built upon the foundation of the Hataki sword techniques. In sheer bodily refinement, none surpassed Might Guy. After repeatedly confirming he had memorized every aspect of Might Guy's training, Yuji silently withdrew, refraining from impulsively approaching to request instruction in the Eight Gates technique. No matter how simple-minded Might Guy might be, he surely wouldn't impart such a critical forbidden jutsu to a child he had just met. Yuji had long since devised a strategy. He would place his hopes on Might Guy, using him as a bridge to approach Might Guy, then gradually weave his plans. 3 days later, Yuji practiced Might Guy's methods at home, and the results were astonishing. The previously stagnant golden bell shield technique, trapped at the copper body stage, now showed the faintest signs of loosening. Overjoyed, Yuji threw himself into training with even greater fervor. Crack! The thick wooden log before him snapped cleanly under the force of his whip-like kick, the fourth one he had shattered in these 3 days. Gazing at the incision, smooth as if sliced by a razor-sharp blade, Yuji swelled with satisfaction. Exhaling slowly, he prepared to replace the log when a sudden knock echoed at his door. Puzzled, his father was at work, his mother at the store. Yuji wondered who it could be. Opening the door, he found a young man wearing a forehead protector and a flak jacket, a chunin. In Konoha, while forehead protectors marked genin, flak jackets were the hallmark of chunin. The identity of this youth was unmistakable. Upon seeing Yuji, the chunin's face flickered with disdain. Without a word, he attempted to stride past him into the house. Yuji swiftly blocked his path, his tone cool. Is there something you need? Since when can shinobi barge into civilians' homes uninvited? The chunin sneered. So you're Yuji Hanabusa? It was then that Yuji noticed the small Uchiha emblem stitched onto the man's flak jacket. You're from the Uchiha clan. Who are you? Yuji demanded. Aside from Uchiha Shino, he knew no one from the clan, let alone this hostile chunin. Maintaining a guarded stance, Yuji barred the entrance. The chunin shoved him aside contemptuously and strode in, chest puffed with arrogance. Hey, Yuzuru Hanyu could not help but furrow his brow. From the push he had just received from the young man, it was evident that although he was of the chunin rank, his true strength did not seem to be on par with that level. Yuzuru contemplated the odds of victory should a confrontation arise between the two of them. My name is Uchiha Shimizu. Remember it well. The young man, who boldly proclaimed himself as Uchiha Shimizu, raised his chin, exuding an air of arrogance that irked Yuzuru immensely. What brings you here? Yuzuru observed that the individual had come alone, devoid of any intent to cause trouble, and he followed closely, eager to discern his next move. Have you truly forgotten? Uchiha Shimizu's tone was far from cordial as he surveyed his surroundings, muttering, there is nothing here at all. Noticing that Uchiha Shimizu seemed intent on proceeding further, Yuzuru hastily grasped his arm and inquired, what do you intend to do? Shimizu shrugged off his grip, a look of disdain crossing his face as he regarded Yuzuru with a mocking tone. You ought to be aware of what you did to my brother. Prepare to meet your demise. Brother? Is this individual seeking retribution for Uchiha Shio? Yuzuru reflected on the people he had encountered recently, realizing that Uchiha Shio was indeed the only member of the Uchiha clan he had dealt with. So, this person is Uchiha Shimizu's brother? Is he here for vengeance? A sense of amusement washed over Yuzuru. Your brother was the aggressor. I nearly lost my life at his hands. Don't cast the first stone, please. I have no desire to engage with you. After uttering these words, Uchiha Shimizu bellowed, swiftly forming a hand sign. With his fingers poised in opposition, he thrust them towards Yuzuru, unleashing a powerful gale that swept towards him. What tremendous force! Yuzuru exclaimed inwardly as he was propelled back several steps. Realizing that his previous assumptions had been misguided, this individual possessed considerable strength. While Yuzuru was still caught off guard, Uchiha Shimizu advanced once more, his speed nearly blurring his movements. Fortunately, Yuzuru had the protection of the indestructible Vajra, allowing him to keep pace, albeit with great effort. After several exchanges, Yuzuru felt the fabric of his clothing dampening against his back. Indeed, he was the elder brother, distinctly different from that mischievous Uchiha Shio. He could not afford to underestimate him. Meanwhile, as Yuzuru wrestled with his thoughts, Uchiha Shimizu, too, felt a twinge of astonishment. For the boy before him was merely 5 years old, and in terms of height, he had a significant advantage. At the outset, some of the elders in the family insisted that Uchiha Shimura bring along additional personnel, which he found utterly disdainful. He felt that his family underestimated him. After all, he was a chunin, while Yahiko Yuuma was merely a child barely at the level of a genin. In terms of strength, what could he possibly possess? Children raised in large families often fall prey to a certain arrogance, and both Uchiha Shirja and Uchiha Shimura were no exceptions. He thought to himself that his opponent lacked even the most fundamental chakra. However, during their actual confrontation, Uchiha Shimura was astonished to discover that his initial assumptions were entirely misguided. Yet, he certainly did not let this realization show on his face, maintaining an air of dominance. As Uchiha Shimura's attacks grew increasingly fierce, Yahiko Yuuma gradually felt his stamina wane. He was unaware of when his face had become drenched in sweat, the heavy perspiration nearly blinding him. Indeed, Yahiko Yuuma was still ill-equipped to contend with a chunin. Glancing over, he spotted a chair, and as Uchiha Shimura lunged towards him, Yahiko Yuuma swiftly hooked the chair with his foot, gripping its back with his right hand. Just as Uchiha Shimura was about to make contact, Yahiko Yuuma forcefully swung the chair down upon his head. The impact left Uchiha Shimura momentarily dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. before he could fully comprehend the situation. A sharp pain shot through his foot, and he realized he had collided with a wooden plank, its exposed nail piercing through. While battling Uchiha Shirja, Yahiko Yuuma had noticed that, despite appearing to be a treacherous individual, his opponent employed only straightforward techniques, engaging in a contest of raw strength. In truth, Yahiko Yuuma was not entirely forthright. He had intentionally noted the concealed weapon beneath the wooden plank and, while striking Uchiha Shimura, had deftly maneuvered him onto it. Though it might not prove significantly advantageous, the pain would at least buy him some precious time. Seizing the opportunity, Yahiko Yuuma swiftly formed a hand seal. Water release, water surge. A powerful torrent of water erupted from his hands, surging towards Uchiha Shimura. The latter's reaction was a fraction too slow. By the time he attempted to form his own seal, it was already too late. He was swept away by the force of the water, crashing against the pillar behind him, immobilized. As Yahiko Yuuma observed Uchiha Shimura's disheveled state, he felt no joy in his triumph. While it could be said that he had bested his opponent, he himself was in no better condition. His clothes were torn and tattered from the fight, leaving him equally in a pitiful state. Deep down, he understood that had it not been for his indomitable body, sustaining him through this prolonged struggle, he might have succumbed long ago. Uchiha Shirzuin, filled with indignation, found himself unable to rise again, realizing that his opponent's strength was indeed formidable. A gloomy expression mirrored that of Uchiha Shio as he bitterly accepted the disgrace of being defeated by a mere child. Meanwhile, Yuhang Yujin remained oblivious to these sentiments. For during their recent skirmish, he sensed an unusual fluctuation. Taking a deep breath, Yuhang Yujin attuned himself to the changes within his body and was astonished to discover that his indestructible body technique had transcended the bronze body realm. Now reaching the iron body realm, the advancement of his indestructible body technique filled Yuhang Yujin with elation. The iron body realm implied a significantly accelerated accumulation of chakra within him, alongside a transformation in his physical prowess, although it was merely an elevation of one tier. The distinctions between each level were profoundly significant. He felt an influx of newfound strength coursing through his body, while his wounds gradually began to heal on their own. Turning to glance at Uchiha Shirzuin's former position, he was surprised to find it utterly vacant. Uchiha Shirzuin had fled at some point unbeknownst to him. I wanted to express my gratitude, but alas, Yuhang Yujin sighed, a hint of regret in his tone, yet a smirk danced upon his lips. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through your realm through diligent effort. A hidden task has been unlocked, and a ninjutsu gift pack awaits. Would you like to claim it? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuhang Yujin replied, Isn't that obvious? Of course I will. The system promptly responded, Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully claimed your reward, receiving C-rank ninjutsu. Water release, water dragon. As the voice faded, Yuhang Yujin felt an influx of new information swell in his mind. The water dragon, while akin to his previous water chaos wave in nature, both involving the fusion of chakra with water to create various forms, differed in its requirements. The water chaos wave could absorb moisture from the air, while the water dragon necessitated a water source for its execution. How could it be the water dragon? He mused, disheartened by the limitations, fearing he might be unable to perform it when the moment arose. He lamented that the previous water chaos wave was far more convenient. However, this conclusion would later be challenged, though that was a tale for another time. At present, Yuhang Yujin remained unaware of the water dragon's true value and dismissed further thoughts on the matter. Glancing at the time, he realized his mother would soon return, leaving him to contemplate the disarray of the room. How am I to clean this up? He lamented, grasping his hair in despair. If only I could master the art of tidying up in under a minute. Yuhang Yuuma let out a sigh, realizing that he ultimately had to roll up his sleeves and begin tidying up. However, some things had been irreparably damaged, and when his mother returned, she would undoubtedly inquire about the situation. He wondered if, upon hearing about his conflict with Uchiha Shizura, she would respond with her usual refrain, If you had chosen to become a ninja, this would not have happened. Yet, unbeknownst to Yuuma, during the confrontation with Uchiha Shizura, a figure lurked in the shadows of the room, adorned with a white mask embellished with a fox design formed by red stripes. She observed everything that transpired with keen interest. Initially dispatched to monitor Uchiha Shizura's activities, due to the recent actions of the Uchiha clan attracting the attention of the third Hokage, she had also taken the opportunity to observe Yuhang Yuuma. To her surprise, the boy, often dismissed as worthless, had managed to defeat a Nin-level opponent. She had heard of Yuma's earlier victory over Uchiha Shizen during an exam at the Ninja Academy, attributing it merely to luck at the time, and had thought little of it. However, what she witnessed this time left her somewhat astonished. Perhaps it marked the beginning of a change in her perception of him. The masked figure glanced at the unconscious Uchiha Shizuru beside her, contemplated for a moment, and then silently departed with him. Hyuga Yuuma remained unaware of the masked figure's previous presence. He only anticipated the inevitable lecture from his mother upon her return. After exerting himself to restore some semblance of order to the scene, Yuuma prepared to ascend the stairs. As expected, he soon heard his mother, somewhat panicked, exclaiming, "Goodness! Has our home been robbed?" Upon seeing Yuuma amidst the chaos, his mother, taken aback, inquired, "Yuuma, what on earth happened here?" Her gaze fell upon the smudges on his face, remnants of his earlier efforts to clean up. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Yuuma scratched his head and, with an apologetic tone, recounted the events. His mother frowned as she listened, lamenting, "How can the children of the Uchiha clan be so lacking in courtesy? They constantly trouble Yuuma and leave our home in disarray. It's utterly disgraceful." Though she expressed her frustration, she felt powerless to rectify the situation. Their family was merely an ordinary one from Konoha, lacking the means to confront a prominent clan like the Uchihas. Nevertheless, her complaints were limited to mere words. Looking at Hyuga Yuuma, she suddenly sighed, seemingly wanting to say something but ultimately refrained, settling instead on, "You should rest for now. I will prepare dinner, and we will eat together when your father returns." With that, she turned and busied herself in the kitchen. Yuuma observed his mother's reticent expression. Her eyes were filled with unspoken emotions, and he knew well the thoughts that lingered within her heart. She understood her mother's concern for him, yet in this world, if one does not strive diligently, they will inevitably be trampled by others. The principle of survival of the fittest had been deeply ingrained in him from his previous existence, and the current Konoha was far from the harmonious and friendly realm depicted in the comics. Although leading a quiet life might afford him greater stability, like a gentle stream flowing steadily, at least ensuring his own survival, Hyuga Yuuma truly yearned for more than mere existence. He gazed at his mother's somewhat fragile silhouette. In nurturing him, she must have poured forth immense effort, although she was not his true mother in the conventional sense. During their time together, he still felt the warmth of family. His mother wished to protect him, and how could he not desire to contribute to her welfare? He aspired to grow stronger, to become Hokage, to possess the ability to safeguard his loved ones. Living without passion was akin to being dead. Since he had the opportunity to experience a life filled with the fervor of adventure, he was unwilling to squander it. As he contemplated this, watching the sun descend beyond the horizon, he gradually clenched his fists. If he did not strive to become stronger, he would only be subjected to humiliation. Each time trouble found him, he would be powerless, merely a victim. Was yielding truly an option? Retreating would only incite further disdain and contempt from others. Hyuga Yuuma was resolute in ensuring such a fate would never befall him. "Mother, worry not. I shall strive to grow stronger, and I will become the one who can protect you." During dinner, his mother shared this matter with his father. For a moment, his father fell into a deep silence. Hyuga Yuuma remained silent, listening intently to their conversation, his thoughts consumed with the determination to practice diligently after the meal. Today, he had managed to break through a personal bottleneck, elevating his indomitable body to a new level. This advancement would enhance his chakra reserves and other abilities. Thus, he was determined to train rigorously and reach the next threshold. However, Hyuga Yuuma's aspirations diverged entirely from those of his parents. Lost in his thoughts, he finished his meal and was about to inform them of his intent to rest when his father abruptly set down his chopsticks. "Hyuga, tomorrow I will accompany you to the Ninja Academy." His father's expression was unusually grave. "From tomorrow onward, you shall withdraw from school." What did he just say? Hyuga Yuuma was taken aback, rendered speechless. Unlike his mother, who seemed to harbor her concerns within and ponder her child's feelings, his father's care manifested in a firm, unyielding manner. Hyuga Yuuma stood up, trembling with excitement, his eyes reflecting disbelief as he looked at his parents. Sarutobi Hisashi sighed once more, suddenly recalling the resilient Yahiko Yuuma, who had endured the explosion of a detonating tag without suffering more than superficial injuries. What sort of compensation would be appropriate? "Ugh, that hurts, Mom, be gentle." Yahiko Yuuma gasped, allowing his mother to apply medicine to his arm. At that moment, Yahara's appearance was undeniably dire. His flesh was severely damaged, resembling a catastrophic disaster. Had this occurred on Earth, he would have undoubtedly faced permanent disability. Fortunately, in this realm, medical ninjutsu existed, and after treatment at the Konoha hospital, Yahara's wounds had healed significantly, though recovery would require time and patience. Stay still, sit properly. Yahara's usually gentle and kind mother was now remarkably assertive. firmly grasping his arm as she meticulously tended to his injuries. How could you be so careless? You never explained how this happened. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Her soft reproaches echoed in Yahara's ears. He could only respond with a sheepish smile, refraining from further words. All I wish for you is to grow up safely. Why must you choose the path of a ninja? ISNT living a normal life, like your father and I. Enough? As she spoke, tears streamed down Yahara's mother's cheeks. In a flurry of concern, Yahara clumsily attempted to wipe away her tears, inadvertently reopening his wound, eliciting another sharp intake of breath. Though I can comprehend my parents' sentiments to a certain extent and understand their motivations for their actions, it does not imply that I must acquiesce to their wishes and relinquish my studies. Having finally enrolled in the Ninja Academy, I have labored for years to transcend the limitations of my physical form, realizing at last that I can grow stronger. How could I possibly accept the prospect of losing the opportunity to pursue my path as a ninja? Yuzuki Yuuma has never been the type to blindly obey his parents. And irrespective of whether they are my biological parents or not, such matters will never deter me, having been unable to fulfill my aspirations in my previous life. It is imperative that I follow my heart in this one. Moreover, given the extraordinary capabilities bestowed upon me by the world, abandoning the path of a ninja would indeed be a lamentable loss, verging on the inconceivable. I recognize your concerns for my well-being. Yet I am determined to tackle these challenges through my own endeavors. Do you truly believe that if I abandon my studies, they will let me be? At times, I find my parents' reasoning to be overly simplistic. Do they genuinely think it is possible to evade the reality of our situation? What sort of family is the Uchiha clan? A powerful lineage that ultimately fell victim to the village's decree of annihilation. The reasoning behind such a fate is rather straightforward. The Uchiha posed a significant threat, displaying an arrogance that disregarded the village's leadership and its very existence. Thus, the tragic outcome of such a family is merely the consequence of their own actions too arrogant, too self-assured. In that moment, my parents exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them before my father let out a heavy sigh. But if you continue to remain in school, who can guarantee that you will not clash once more with the children of the Uchiha clan? They are a prominent family in the village, with generations of strong warriors. How could our ordinary family hope to contend with them? My parents have become acutely aware of the events transpiring in our household and in my life. Their decision stems solely from a desire to protect me, and I truly grasp their intentions. However, understanding does not equate to compliance. Mom, Dad, I appreciate your feelings and your concern for my safety, but I cannot withdraw from this school. At that moment, Yuzuki Yuma's demeanor was more serious and resolute than ever, leaving no room for doubt. While it is true that we cannot confront the Uchiha clan, if I were to abandon my studies, it would signify my defeat. Do you truly believe they would spare me? They would only intensify their pursuit. Mockery is but a trivial matter. They will launch even more formidable assaults against me. In that time, my safety will be further compromised. Yet, my father insists, the village will not permit such occurrences. We can dismiss the third Hokage and report to the Hokage. He will undoubtedly assist our family. Such events shall never transpire. After listening to his father's words, Yujin Hanyu couldn't help but ponder the naivety of human nature, a naivety so profound that it left him almost speechless. Had his parents truly believed that life in Konoha was as idyllic as they imagined? Did they genuinely think that by merely evading the Hokage, adult assistance would always be readily available? The Uchiha clan had been esteemed by Konoha for generations. Such a prominent family was not one to be overlooked nor trifled with. How could the third Hokage possibly offend the Uchiha clan for the sake of an ordinary child? Yujin Hanyu refrained from sharing the prior incident with his parents, particularly the confrontation with Uchiha Shio and the appearance of the masked fox. Nevertheless, this experience had enlightened him to the futility of evasion. One could not simply hide from their fate. True protection could only be achieved through strength. Otherwise, even in death, one would elicit little more than indifference from others, just another life extinguished in the shadows of the dark Konoha that existed today. Perhaps, when his own life was truly at stake, no one aside from his parents would care. His parents' beliefs seemed excessively naive. Father, mother, do you genuinely think that the third Hokage would concern himself with such matters? Yujin Hanyu let out a resigned, bitter laugh. Previously, when members of the Uchiha clan bullied me, the Hokage was fully aware of the situation. Yet, all he offered was a scroll as compensation. Have you ever considered what would have happened had I been the one to injure an Uchiha? The repercussions would have been far more severe. And the fault would not have been mine, as they were the aggressors. Given that I have already been targeted, do you really believe we can escape this fate? His parents, being ordinary individuals, were blissfully unaware of the complexities of such matters, fixated solely on the importance of safety. However, if he continued at the ninja academy, their paths would inevitably cross daily, increasing the likelihood of conflict. His father questioned whether withdrawing from school would prevent further bullying. Yet he understood that remaining would only escalate tensions. Prepared for confrontation, Yujin Hanyu acknowledged that conflict itself was not frightening. Rather, it was the powerlessness to retaliate in such moments that instilled fear. Thus, he resolved to excel at the ninja academy, graduate successfully, and emerge as the strongest. Only then could he retaliate when faced with aggression, rather than remaining a mere victim. His parents seemed taken aback by their child's words, exchanging astonished glances. His mother quickly grasped Yujin Hanyu's hand, exclaiming, "Child, do you not realize that if you continue down this path, we will be embroiled in a bitter feud with the Uchiha clan? They will not spare our family. Thus, I shall bear the weight of this family alone. Let me convey to them that even if we have made enemies, even if they will not relent, they remain powerless against us. In this world of ninjas, only the strong survive, while the weak are merely pawns at the mercy of others. Consequently, if this is the case, the only path forward is to grow stronger. There exists but one viable road, while all others lead to ruin. Therefore, with such clarity, the future appears bright, and I know precisely which path to tread. However, my mother gazes at me in sheer terror. What manner of clan is the Uchiha? They are a formidable lineage, each generation endowed with the Sharingan, possessing innate and formidable abilities. How could we, a humble family, ever hope to compare? You, my child, have always had a frail constitution. Merely attending ninja school was a struggle, and now you believe you can stand against the Uchiha? Do not indulge in such fanciful dreams. While my mother's words may seem harsh, they reflect a truth as seen through the eyes of parents. Yushin truly did not disclose to his parents that his physical condition had surreptitiously transformed. Moreover, discussing such matters with them seemed futile. It was better to silently acknowledge his own growth. His parents, oblivious to the nuances of his situation, would never recognize his capabilities. Despite his narrow victories against members of the Uchiha clan, speaking to them would only be a waste of time. Father, mother, no matter how you perceive this or how you attempt to persuade me, I will not withdraw from school. Yushin, weary of the discussion, resolved to focus solely on graduating from the ninja academy, relinquishing all else to fate. After graduation, he would have little time to spend at home, thus escaping the ignorance of his parents. Although they acted with his best interests in mind, their ignorance was glaring. His father, visibly irked, slammed his hand upon the table. How can you be so disobedient? Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the ninja school. I will withdraw you, no matter what. His mother clearly supported his father's stance. You should heed your father's words. Living as ordinary people is far more important than anything else. I cannot possibly withdraw. Yushin replied, disinterested in further debate. He turned and exited his home, disregarding his father's shouts behind him. The evening had fallen, and the streets were now deserted. Feeling agitated, Yushin strolled along the riverbank. Though he had scarcely eaten dinner, he felt an overwhelming sense of fullness, likely stemming from his frustration. Indeed, while his constitution had quietly evolved and he was accompanied by a system, having such parents was truly a source of exasperation. Is it not true that the heavens are not always just? Upon traversing into the world of ninjas, I granted myself few extraordinary abilities, at the very least. I bestowed upon myself a pair of oblivious parents. However, at that moment, Yuuma truly heard the fervent cries of youthful passion echoing in his ears. Go for it, Yuuma. Let us advance towards the twilight together. Might Guy had inexplicably appeared beside Yuuma, performing a handstand. Let us strive for our future. As long as we remain steadfast and do not abandon our aspirations, a brilliant path awaits us. Twilight? It seems the night has already descended. I cannot fathom his thoughts. Yet this fervent youthful spirit is rather admirable. Regardless of what transpires, it cannot extinguish this flame. Indeed, there are times when Might Guy's simplicity and carefree nature evoke a profound sense of envy. If only I could be like him, untroubled by any worries. How wonderful that would be. Yuzuru Hanyu refrained from responding to Might Guy, as his current mood was rather dismal, although Might Guy's presence could somewhat alleviate his spirits. Observing him only intensified Yuzuru's feelings of helplessness and irritation. It was indeed a sense of envy. How wonderful it would be if his parents were as valiant as Might Guy. Sensing Yuzuru's discontent, Might Guy executed a somersault and landed upright. You seem a bit off, he remarked, a rare moment of normalcy for him. Is something troubling you? If you have anything on your mind, you can share it with me. Aren't we good friends? Good friends ought to speak their hearts to one another. Were they truly good friends? When had that bond been established? Yuzuru was perplexed. Nevertheless, if befriending this man, who could potentially alter the course of the future, was an option, it seemed there was no harm in it. Having already entered the world of ninjas, and knowing he would inevitably forge friendships and alliances, why not cultivate relationships with those who were strong? After all, Naruto Uzumaki had yet to be born. So Yuzuru resolved to build rapport with the formidable individuals of this era. Ultimately, it could be considered a unique bond when the time for battle arrived. They could stand together on the battlefield, united in combat. Reflecting on it, this could indeed be a splendid prospect. Since he was here, he might as well embrace life in this world, and he had long desired to connect with the characters he once admired in manga. However, someone as straightforward as Might Guy might be the perfect friend for him. Might Guy's simplicity stood in stark contrast to the ulterior motives of others, making him a trustworthy confidant. Such a person could inspire Yuzuru to invest deeply in their friendship, knowing that Might Guy would reciprocate with the same dedication. My parents want me to drop out. Yuzuru understood well that some feelings should not remain bottled up but should be expressed. His earlier sorrow stemmed from the burden of keeping everything to himself, with no one to confide in or offer advice. This pent-up emotion only compounded his distress. Although Might Guy might not provide valuable counsel, simply having someone to listen was already a significant relief. After all, this way, he would not be forever trapped in his own thoughts. Upon hearing this, Might Guy furrowed his brow in confusion. Why would they want you to drop out? For someone like Might Guy, it was hard to comprehend why anyone would abandon the opportunity to attend ninja school. Gaining admission to a ninja academy was a remarkable achievement, and becoming a ninja was an even greater honor. With such an esteemed privilege, why would one choose to forsake it, no matter how one contemplates or struggles to comprehend? Might Guy's face was tightly furrowed. Yuzuru Hanyu shrugged helplessly, explaining that his parents believed that being an ordinary person would shield him from danger, that as an ordinary individual, he would no longer need to endure so much suffering. Being a commoner would allow one to escape all forms of harm, as those one cannot provoke can at least be avoided. Yet, why should one aspire to be ordinary? Might Guy questioned with skepticism, asserting that their youthful passion and fervor should compel them to strive and excel. Being an ordinary person seemed to promise a future devoid of ambition. Even Might Guy understood that one should not be content with the status quo or accept a lack of prospects. Why could his parents not grasp this? In comparison, surely his parents should possess a greater understanding of worldly wisdom. It was not merely because he had incurred the ire of the Uchiha clan. Yuzuru Hanyu let out a slight sigh, acknowledging that it was indeed due to provoking the wrong people, leading his family to conclude that since they could not confront them, retreating to the safety of home and abandoning his studies to become an ordinary person would render him untouchable by the Uchiha clan. However, this was merely his parents' perspective. Even if he could hide away, would the Uchiha clan truly forgive Yuzuru Hanyu? Such thoughts seemed overly simplistic, and it was entirely plausible that after withdrawing from the ninja academy, he could swiftly fall victim to the Uchiha clan's wrath. What kind of family was the Uchiha clan? So arrogant and proud. How could they possibly forgive the withdrawal of a mere child? The naivety of his parents was striking, and it was precisely this innocence that left Yuzuru Hanyu feeling helpless. The disparity between his parents' beliefs and his own was profoundly vast. Yet he found himself unable to persuade them, leading him to ponder alone how to resolve this predicament. Might Guy, with his thick brows knitted tightly, appeared unable to grasp the essence of Yuzuru Hanyu's words, perhaps because of the previous altercation with Uchiha Shio. Though Might Guy was primarily focused on training, he was somewhat aware of the situation, as it directly involved Yuzuru Hanyu. After all, it was the Uchiha clan who had been excessively bullying him. Why should he be the one to withdraw? As a child of an ordinary family, I find myself overshadowed by the esteemed Uchiha clan. If you were in my position, what would you choose? No, that is not right. Yuhang Yujin momentarily forgot that he was conversing with the Navi Might Guy. Nevertheless, it is evident that to the higher-ups of our Konoha village, the offspring of the Uchiha clan hold far greater significance than a mere child of an ordinary household like myself. Thus, at any time and in any place, they would undoubtedly protect members of the Uchiha family. As for me, should I perish, Konoha would merely offer my family some compensation. It would be of little consequence. However, should anything befall a member of the Uchiha clan, the repercussions for my family would be unimaginable. This is the grim reality of Konoha village. What can be done? My parents, oblivious to these intricacies, have concluded that my dropping out of school might shield me from the Uchiha's entanglements. Might Guy, still perplexed, queried, "Do you think that if you drop out, the Uchiha clan will cease to pursue you?" Of course not. My withdrawal from the ninja ranks would only render me more vulnerable to their tyranny. Do you truly believe they possess such magnanimity? Escaping from them is an impossible notion. Even Might Guy recognized that evasion is futile. Why can't my parents grasp this concept? If, despite my dropping out, the Uchiha clan would not spare me, then why must I leave school? Yet, it seemed Yuhang Yujin was overthinking it. Might Guy's intellect appeared rather limited. Yuhang Yujin understood that Might Guy was a fervent child, albeit lacking in cognitive acumen, so he chose to patiently explain. I never considered dropping out. It is my parents who insist upon it, believing that only in doing so can I evade these hardships. With a sigh, Yuhang Yujin continued, I told my parents that even if I were to leave school, they would not be merciful. Yet, they remain convinced that quitting is my only path to safety. This leaves me feeling quite vexed, unsure of how to proceed. I cannot persuade them, yet I do not wish to abandon my education. Persevering in this manner hardly seems a sustainable solution, especially given my parents' obstinate stance, which may lead them to unilaterally decide my educational fate. Yuhang Yujin felt a profound sense of frustration and disorientation. If only my parents were ninjas themselves, perhaps such predicaments would not arise. But alas, this journey has already proven to be quite arduous. The attributes I possess could be likened to having an advantage akin to a cheat code. However, the notion of having perfect parents, such as being born into the Uchiha clan, is nearly inconceivable. It feels akin to a game where one invests money to acquire extraordinarily powerful abilities. What do you intend to do? Might Guy naturally hopes that Yuzuru Hanyu will not drop out of school. Otherwise, I will have to speak to your parents. I will surely convey to them that in this passionate era of youth, one must strive diligently and advance with vigor. Yuzuru Hanyu glanced at Might Guy beside him, envisioning the expression on his parents' faces if Might Guy truly spoke to them. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from such an idea. I believe you can only persuade your father. Yuzuru Hanyu sighed once more, saying, You need not worry about me, even if my parents insist on my withdrawal from school. It matters not. As long as I am resolute in my desire to remain, that cannot hinder me. Besides, if I were to be unfortunate enough to be compelled to leave, does that mean I cannot become a ninja? No one has ever stipulated that only graduates of a ninja school may be regarded as ninjas, have they? It does seem that way, does it not? Might Guy reached out and scratched a watermelon rind, stating, If you do not graduate from ninja school, you will lack a headband. Without a headband, who will recognize you as a ninja? Whether or not anyone knows matters little, as long as I believe my abilities are sufficient and no one can defeat me. Does it truly matter whether or not I am a ninja? Although Yuzuru Hanyu had considered this, he still wished to avoid dropping out. After all, who genuinely desires to be an unknown ninja? Thus, he hoped to earn that headband. Yet, the outcome of this situation remains uncertain. He wished his parents would not be overly insistent and hoped to persist in his own resolve. What are your thoughts? Do you intend to let your parents withdraw you from school? Might Guy fervently wished to avoid such an occurrence. If you truly drop out of ninja school, there is so much you will miss, and without a headband, you cannot become a true ninja. It would be a tremendous pity. Am I not aware of this? Therefore, rest assured, as long as there is a possibility, I will never allow such a thing to transpire. Becoming a ninja is my greatest dream in life. Having come this far, how could I ever abandon that dream? Yuzuru Hanyu had chosen to embrace his circumstances. Since he had arrived, he must carve out his own path. To extinguish his dream and hinder his aspirations would be a grave loss. Thus, he would not relinquish it under any circumstances. Upon hearing Yuzuru Hanyu's words, Might Guy felt somewhat reassured. Regardless, it is good that you have this determination. I believe your parents will surely understand you, just as my father understands me. As long as you wholeheartedly wish to become a ninja, your parents will not stand in your way. Yuzuru Hanyu could only think to himself, Do you truly believe everyone has a father like Might Guy? It would be wonderful to utter the words, if only my father were like Might Guy. However, considering that both individuals have broached this subject, why not seize the opportunity? Could you escort me to meet your father? Yuzuru Hanyu reminisced about a previous occasion when he failed to seize an opportunity, a regret that lingered. Yet, through Might Guy's connections, it seemed that meeting Might Guy would not be an insurmountable task. What do you wish to see my father for? Might Guy inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yet, Yuzuru Hanyu could hardly reveal that his desire to meet Might Guy stemmed from a wish to learn the 8 gates of might. Instead, he fabricated a casual excuse. Did you not mention that your father is quite supportive of your ninja aspirations? I simply wish to witness what a parent looks like who encourages their child to pursue ninja training. After all, my own parents have never been particularly supportive of my aspirations, and I hope to persuade your father to talk to mine on my behalf. Might Guy, without a shadow of a doubt, chose to believe him. Ah, I see. Then let us go. We shall visit my home and seek out my father. If he learns that you wish to become a ninja, yet your parents oppose it, he will undoubtedly endeavor to persuade them. Yuzuru Hanyu was well aware that this father and son duo had always been passionate and eager to assist others. Thus, he surmised that by framing his request in this manner, they would surely offer their support. Once he had gained their favor, learning would no longer pose a challenge. At least this opportunity was one he could grasp. Let us proceed without delay. After all, my father intends to expel me tomorrow. Our time is indeed limited. And you must ensure your father lends me his assistance. Otherwise, my journey as a ninja may come to an abrupt halt. Yuzuru Hanyu was determined not to allow such an outcome, yet he understood that this was the only way to compel Might Guy into action. As anticipated, upon hearing these words, Might Guy's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly took Yuzuru Hanyu by the hand, urging him to run. What are we waiting for? Hurry. Let us dash to my home. This fellow was indeed brimming with enthusiasm. Although Yujin Yuhuin felt a sense of helplessness within, he nonetheless followed Might Guy as they ran. Previously, while lounging at home in the cool comfort of air conditioning, enjoying watermelon and perusing manga, he had regarded someone like Might Guy as a fool. Unable to comprehend how such passionate individuals could exist, they seemed to be mere figments of fantasy. However, upon entering the world of Naruto, he suddenly began to perceive this fervor, which was, in fact, quite intriguing. Having never lived in such an environment before, he believed that such people would never appear in his life. Yet, after encountering them, he discovered that they were, indeed, innocent, charming, and delightful. Might Guy possessed a remarkable ability to inspire others, and even if one considered him somewhat foolish or simplistic, akin to a single-celled organism in his actions, so what? It is precisely the naive and innocent souls who are the most teachable. Such individuals are genuinely endearing and will unconditionally choose to assist you. They may even opt to trust you without reservation, never doubting your sincerity, as they believe that in this world, no one lies. Reflecting their own nature as beings incapable of deceit, Yuhuin found himself appreciating such individuals immensely. If he could truly forge a friendship with Might Guy here, it would indeed be a rather splendid occurrence. At the very least, it would be far more gratifying than befriending others. In this era, aside from Might Guy and Kakashi, there were also Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, who were relatively familiar figures, having appeared in the manga. However, Asuma and Kurenai were already united as a couple, which left Yuhuin with the need to cultivate a solid relationship with Might Guy for the time being. After all, someone like Kakashi, a prodigy from a young age, was exceedingly aloof. Although he became somewhat more approachable with age, his childhood demeanor was notoriously cold. Engaging with such individuals is particularly challenging. Even if circumstances change and you might become close friends in the future, that remains uncertain. Who can predict what lies ahead? At least for now. The notion of such possibilities felt somewhat daunting and improbable. Thus, maintaining a good rapport with Might Guy sufficed, as he could offer substantial assistance. Yuhuin understood deeply that Might Guy might serve as a crucial conduit for him in this world, potentially granting him unique energy and strength. His path as a ninja could very well diverge due to this connection. Currently, his parents insisted he withdraw from school. Perhaps it was only Might Guy who could aid him in this regard. Although these matters were uncertain and not to be definitively concluded, only by meeting Might Guy could he truly ascertain the possibilities. Although the desire to foster a good relationship with Might Guy and learn the 8 gates of might is strong, the primary concern remains whether one can remain at the Ninja Academy. Securing a place at the academy is indeed a significant matter. If Might Guy could genuinely persuade one's parents, it would be a most fortunate circumstance. After all, if he could achieve this, there would be no need for one to exert effort in convincing their parents. However, this endeavor appears far from simple, and contemplating it evokes a sense of dread. As night fell, the two individuals made their way to Might Guy's residence. Yohara Yujin felt an eager anticipation, curious about the nature of Might Guy's home. During previous viewings of the anime, such details were never revealed, and considering that Might Guy's appearances were rather sparse, he was quite eager to witness the situation firsthand. Upon reaching the doorstep, Yohara found himself slightly out of breath. Despite the enhanced physical capabilities bestowed by the system, no one could match Might Guy's stamina. After such a run, anyone would likely find themselves panting. Yet, Might Guy appeared utterly unfazed, even playfully slapping Yohara's back and exclaiming, "Is that all? You're out of breath already? Your physical condition is lacking. From tomorrow onward, train with me." Initially, Yohara contemplated declining the offer, but after careful consideration, he felt that perhaps accepting it wouldn't be so bad. Training with Might Guy daily could indeed strengthen his physical abilities. Nevertheless, he seemed to lack sufficient time for such a commitment, so he merely smiled at Might Guy, indicating acknowledgement, and decided to address the matter later. Upon entering the house, Yuhara observed that Might Guy's home was a typical wooden structure found in the Hidden Leaf Village, akin to the residence of Naruto Uzumaki. Yuhara's curiosity piqued regarding whether Might Guy lived with his father, Might Dai, and pondered the absence of his mother. However, he deemed it best to keep such thoughts to himself to avoid any awkwardness. As they entered, Might Guy called out loudly, "Dad, I'm back from practice." The response was equally boisterous. "Oh, come quickly for dinner." Indeed, like father, like son, their similarities were unmistakable, not only in attire but also in their manner of speaking. Might Dai emerged from within, only then noticing that Might Guy had brought a friend along. "Is this your friend, Guy?" Might Dai expressed surprise upon seeing Yuhara. Perhaps because the father and son duo, being somewhat unusual, had seldom made friends. Selling a car might seem somewhat peculiar. After all, Might Guy has always been a solitary figure, rarely bringing friends home. In fact, this is likely the first time in his life that he has done so. Might Guy cheerfully nodded and said, "Yes, Dad. Let me introduce you. This is my best friend from ninja school, Yuhara." Yuhara was momentarily taken aback. Did Might Guy just say he was his best friend at ninja school? Although he was fully aware that Might Guy had few companions, it was surprising that he considered him such a close friend after such a short acquaintance. Indeed, those with pure hearts are often easy to teach. Nevertheless, this was not a bad thing. After all, being good friends is certainly advantageous. Might Guy is inherently strong, and befriending someone robust seems to offer only benefits. Why not embrace it? Might Guy's father scrutinized Yuhara for a moment before nodding in approval. Though this child's physique may not appear impressive, the potential he exhibits is indeed commendable. As he spoke, he approached and patted Yuhara's shoulder. The force was considerable, nearly causing Yuhara to stumble forward. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure, uncertain of Might Guy's father's intentions. If he could not withstand such force, all his training would be in vain. Might Guy observed this with astonishment. "You're impressive. If you can withstand my father's strength." It was evident that Might Guy's father had infused his touch with chakra. Although the reason behind this was unclear, Yuhara's ability to endure it was indeed surprising. Yuhara merely smiled, feigning ignorance, and grasped the back of his ear. "Oh, really? I didn't feel much force at all." In truth, the strength exerted by Might Guy's father was considerable, enhanced by a significant amount of chakra. Such a blow would typically overwhelm a child of Yuhara's age. Might Guy had trained for years, endowing him with a robust physique, allowing him to withstand his father's strength. However, for Yuhara to endure such strikes was indeed remarkable. "You, my child, possess great talent," Might Guy's father exclaimed, his face glowing with satisfaction. "It has been a long time since I encountered such a gifted child. Alas, I am but a servant and cannot teach you." It seemed that Might Guy harbored aspirations of becoming a jonin and a mentor. However, having the desire and the capability to fulfill it are two different matters entirely. Yuzuru, however, was utterly indifferent to such matters. After all, he was fully aware of Might Guy's formidable prowess. Whether others recognized it or not was inconsequential. He had perused the comics and watched the anime, thus possessing this knowledge and harboring no disdain whatsoever. When his uncle spoke, was he implying that he could teach him? Did he wish for me to impart my knowledge? Might Guy's face glimmered with anticipation. For so long, aside from my son, no one has believed in my abilities. Nor has anyone sought me to be their mentor. Uncle, if you could teach me, I would be immensely grateful and overwhelmingly delighted. Yuzuru observed Might Guy's despondent expression, realizing that this opportunity might indeed come effortlessly. Yet, Might Guy found it somewhat perplexing, with your inherent talent being so formidable. Why would you seek out a mere genin like me as your teacher? You are not like my son. Individuals like us face considerable rejection. Hence, I prefer to instruct my son personally, hoping he may become like me. However, you likely have a more splendid future ahead of you. You could seek a far more accomplished mentor. Why choose me? Yuzuru, of course, desired not only Might Guy's guidance, but also intended to seek out numerous instructors in the future. Nevertheless, he did not mind that his first mentor was Might Guy. "I envy Kai for having a father like you. If possible, I too wish for you to teach me as you do him. That would truly be wonderful. What do you think, uncle?" Yuzuru was well aware that Might Guy would likely acquiesce. Indeed, his intuition was correct. Might Guy appeared quite exhilarated. "If you are willing for me to teach you, I shall certainly not decline." At that moment, Might Guy interjected. "My father believes he has much to share with us, these still forming children, yet many deem him a mere genin, incapable of teaching us anything worthwhile." Such individuals truly lacked vision. Yuzuru Hanyu secretly hoped that no one else would seek instruction from Might Dai, for only then could he and Might Guy master the 8 gates. If too many learned from Might Dai, would not numerous individuals then acquire the 8 gates? That would certainly not bode well. If that were to happen, it could very well lead to a situation where anyone could achieve a grand finale. And that must not be allowed. Hence, the current state of affairs was indeed the most favorable. Uncle, I am willing to have you teach me. Yuzuru Hanyu gazed earnestly at Might Dai, his voice imbued with obedience. Might Dai promptly nodded. If you are willing, then starting tomorrow, come daily with Kai to learn from me. Thus, the matter was settled. In his joy, Yuzuru Hanyu recalled another matter and turned to Might Dai. By the way, uncle, there is something else I would like your assistance with. Upon hearing the word assistance, Might Guy remembered there were additional matters they had yet to discuss and looked anxiously at Might Dai. Dad, Yujin's parents wish for her to withdraw from school. Could you possibly assist in persuading them? Withdraw from the ninja academy? Why on earth? Might Guy appeared utterly perplexed, exclaiming, to become a ninja is such a splendid path. How could any parent deem it undesirable? How can one even contemplate dropping out? Yujin recounted the entire situation to Might Guy in detail. After hearing the account, Might Guy's expression shifted to one of indignation. The Uchiha clan is truly overstepping their bounds. Come, let me take you to reason with them. As he spoke, he surged forward, only to be promptly restrained by Yujin. Uncle, please remain calm. With such intellect, even if one possesses formidable abilities, there are reasons one cannot ascend from Jinin to Chunin or Jounin. Might Guy looked at his father with a mix of exasperation and concern. Father, we sought your help to persuade his parents to reconsider, not to confront them directly. Might Guy remained visibly irked. Regardless, the Uchiha clan is far too overbearing. Do they think being from a prominent family grants them the right to bully others? Is there no law or justice? Well, had there truly been justice, you wouldn't have remained a mere genin all your life, Might Guy's son remarked, his intellect clearly surpassing that of his father. Yujin began to grasp the underlying implications. Perhaps Might Guy's perpetual status as a genin was shrouded in undisclosed secrets. However, for the moment, these matters seemed trivial and could be set aside. So, what do you propose we do? Might Guy appeared bereft of ideas. With a sigh, Might Guy replied, Did I not suggest you persuade them? They've already communicated their stance. Why still inquire? Shall we proceed now? Let us go. Might Guy was resolute in his actions. The two children found themselves being swept along by him. Regardless of their physical capabilities, they were still but 5-year-olds, while Might Guy, being in peak training condition, pulled them along as if they were mere scraps of cloth. Might Guy's son seemed accustomed to his father's demeanor, whereas Yujin was taken aback, observing Might Guy dragging him by the collar. Was this portrayal of Might Guy, akin to what was depicted in anime and manga, now vividly manifesting? Indeed, Might Guy's speed was remarkable. The two children felt the rush of wind in their ears. And before long, they arrived at Yujin's doorstep. Yujin ran a hand through his hair, now tousled by the wind, and gazed at his home. He found it somewhat peculiar that, even at this late hour, his parents showed no signs of concern for his absence. Surely, they must not be worried, or could they? Even though the parents in the world of ninjas may not express their concern for their children as openly as in our reality, it is undeniable that, regardless of the realm, a parent's care for their offspring remains unwavering and unchanged. Is this your home? Might Guy inquired as he surveyed the house before him. The lights inside were still aglow. Surely, your mother and father had yet to retire for the night. They must still be awake, as I have not returned home yet. Yujin said, though he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, uncertain whether his parents had left the lights on in anticipation of his arrival. Might Guy glanced within and asked, What shall we do now? Should I call your father and knock on the door, or will you enter first? After much contemplation, Yujin stepped forward, stating, I will go in first. I fear that if my parents were to see such unfamiliar figures as you two, they might be taken aback and close the door. After all, his parents were merely ordinary individuals, not ninjas. And the peculiar attire of Might Guy and Might Dai was exceedingly bizarre. Though he had grown accustomed to such appearances through manga and anime, it was evident that few others would share the same acceptance. While some might not find it entirely strange, it could still evoke a sense of discomfort. Hence, he resolved to enter first, providing his parents with a moment to adjust and preventing them from being overly startled. Standing at the threshold, Yujin took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. He then slowly opened the door, revealing that his parents were in the living room, engaged in quiet discussion regarding his decision to drop out of school. Mom, Dad, I'm home, he called from the doorway. Hearing his voice, his mother hurried to the entrance, casting a glance at her son. Upon realizing that he was unharmed, she felt a slight wave of relief. However, her expression changed upon noticing the two oddly dressed individuals behind him, her brow furrowing in concern. Yujin? Who are these two? Yujin Yu turned back to introduce them. This is Might Dai, a genin from Konoha and my classmate's father, and this is my classmate, Might Guy. His mother's demeanor shifted at the mention of ninjas. Her expression darkening. What do they want? Dressed in such peculiar attire? Is there something going on? It seemed her initial apprehensions about these strangers were indeed well-founded. Yujin Yuhuin turned to look at Matei, seemingly hoping that at this moment, Matei would also say something to his mother. Matei appeared to sense the gaze and subsequently cleared his throat. Madam, my name is Matei. He gazed earnestly at Yuhuin's mother. I have heard that you do not wish for your child to continue attending the ninja academy? Indeed, but what is that to you? Yuhuin's mother, for reasons unknown, seemed particularly averse to Matei. However, individuals like Matei appeared utterly unfazed by any awkwardness. Madam, I believe that Yuhuin possesses exceptional physical qualities, making him particularly suited to be a ninja. It would be a great pity if you decided to withdraw him from school. Yuhuin's mother regarded Matei with a peculiar expression, stepping back a few paces. What my child does is none of your concern. Whether he stays or leaves is solely our family's affair, not yours. Yet, Matei seemed to disregard her words entirely. At this age, children are at their prime. If they do not seize this opportunity to ignite their youth, it may be too late. Therefore, please do not hinder your child from pursuing his studies or becoming a ninja, as this could be the best path for him. What is so great about this path? Yuhuin's mother retorted with a cold laugh, looking down upon Matei with disdain. You mentioned you are a genin of the Hidden Leaf Village, correct? Given your age, you have remained a genin all these years. What future lies ahead for you? Her sarcasm caught everyone off guard. Yet, perhaps for Matei, such ridicule struck a deep chord, causing a particular discomfort and pain within him. Indeed, after years of hard work, he had yet to advance to the rank of chunin, leading to the disdain of others, and even self-doubt at times. Despite being merely a genin all these years, this did not extinguish his youthful passion. Matei looked at Yuhuin's mother, his eyes filled with determination. I recognize that everyone believes I have not advanced to chunin after all these years, viewing me as unworthy of being a ninja, or lacking the ability to be a good one. But what of it? I still believe my child can become better, just as I strive to improve. Do not let my age fool you. I continue to train diligently every day. Even if I never rise to chunin, so what? In this world, nothing can deter my steps. Nothing can extinguish my youthful fervor. In that moment, Yuhuin could not help but regard Matei with newfound respect. Could it be that this person truly never succumbed to disappointment or despair? Had he always been so full of passion and drive? Indeed, if one could possess such resilience, it would be quite remarkable. Perhaps those who never yield to disappointment lead a more joyful existence, regardless of the circumstances. One will strive to alter the current state of affairs in their own way. Even if change proves elusive, they shall not succumb to despair. Yuma Yuzuki suddenly felt a pang of envy, wishing to embody such resilience, unfazed by setbacks, focusing solely on effort to effect change, even if such endeavors yield no results. The absence of grievance would persist. However, his mother held a contrasting perspective, casting a disdainful gaze upon Mato, her eyes brimming with derision. Are you out of your mind? Even if you hold such thoughts, it does not imply that my child shares them. Your opinions are irrelevant to him. Do not lead him astray. As she spoke, she pulled Yuma into the house, exclaiming, What are you two wearing? Do you resemble a normal person at all? These clothes are utterly revolting. Do you truly believe individuals like you can become strong? What a joke. I am genuinely concerned about my child associating with people like you. Yuma had never realized how acerbic his mother could be. The harshness of her words stung his heart, and he instinctively retorted, But they are really good people. Moreover, they are indeed strong. His mother, bewildered by his defense, countered, I know not whether they are good, but if they were truly formidable, why would they merely be underlings? Can you cease your associations with such individuals? What benefit could possibly arise from it? It will only render you more peculiar. You insolent child. I forbid you from playing with them any longer. Naturally, Yuma was unwilling to heed his mother's decree, for it seemed impossible to comply. Mother, you are being unreasonable. They are genuinely good friends, and they will only grow stronger. They will save the world. Having read countless manga and watched numerous anime, he was aware of the grand conclusions. One could defeat the seven, while the other was capable of almost kicking the finale into existence. How could such formidable beings be so disparaged by his mother? It was evident that someone as ordinary as her lacked discernment. Yet she spoke with such conviction as if her words were imbued with profound wisdom, leaving him utterly speechless. Why had he found himself in such a family? It would be one thing to traverse into an ordinary household, but to land in a home devoid of reason and vision was truly exasperating. His mother, unable to contain herself, scoffed, "Are you out of your mind, child? There remains a chance to save the world, but let's not jest." Although the flames of war rage on, individuals like them may never find themselves on the battlefield, for they are simply not qualified to do so. How then could they aspire to save the world? You should promptly return home and rest, perhaps reconsidering your educational pursuits tomorrow. The firmness of my mother's stance was more resolute than ever, leaving Yushinyu feeling helpless and deeply pained. What am I to do now? Yet, at that moment, Mangekyou steadfastly gazed at his mother and declared, "Aunt, you may look down upon us now, but we shall prove you wrong through our efforts. I will not cease my friendship with him. I will continue to play with him because I know he does not harbor any animosity towards me, and that is enough. Aunt, we must not be so short-sighted. Your perspective is far too narrow and limited." After asserting this, Mangekyou turned to his father and continued, "Though my father has always been merely a low-ranking ninja in Konoha, he is truly formidable. You just fail to recognize it. There are many hidden strengths, and my father is one of them. Even if you do not believe my words now, one day he will demonstrate his prowess to you. Indeed, one day, Mangekyou would confront the 7 ninja swordsmen alone, proving his exceptional abilities to all. Though the timing of such events remains uncertain, the knowledge that they will occur is sufficient." Thus, the father and son duo could boldly speak these truths, for their words were not mere jest or boast, but grounded in reality. Despite her complex expression, which conveyed her reluctance to believe in the duo, the mother insisted, "Regardless of what you say, just ensure my child is not led astray." As she spoke, she moved to close the door, prompting Yushinyu to suddenly dash outside. The mother stared in astonishment at her child, her hand halting mid-motion. "Yushinyu, what are you doing? Come back inside and rest." Her demeanor was a tapestry of conflicting emotions, undeniably tinged with anger. It is a universal truth that every disobedient child has a mother who grows angry, which is entirely natural. However, there are instances where parents are indeed mistaken, yet refuse to acknowledge their errors, convinced of their righteousness. "Mother, I'm sorry. But no matter what, I will not withdraw from school." Yushinyu looked earnestly at his mother, unwilling to engage in further discussion, sensing her obstinacy. No matter what he said, it seemed futile. The mother gazed at Yushinyu in bewilderment, asking, "What do you mean by that? Do you intend to confront me and your father in this manner? If my parents insist on my withdrawal from school, then I shall not return home. It would not be a monumental loss." Yushin Haning has indeed contemplated running away to compel his parents to reconsider. After all, such an approach might prove effective. And even if it does not, what difference does it make? I will never be a family-oriented person. The journey ahead is long and winding. Yet, this path is already strewn with thorns, and my parents will merely continue their mundane existence at home, ultimately becoming strangers to me. His mother gazed at Yushin Haning with a complex expression, hesitating for a long while before speaking. "If you truly have no intention of withdrawing from school, then you shall never return to this home. We do not have a son like you." Yushin Haning seemed taken aback by his mother's words, his eyes widening in shock, rendering him momentarily speechless. His mother, sensing his contemplation, softened her tone. "If you obediently accompany your father to withdraw from school tomorrow and choose to live a normal life, then hurry inside and get some sleep. It is already late. Don't you realize that resting early is beneficial for your health?" "No, mother," he replied. Although he understood her concern and recognized her desire for him to stay, he was resolute in his decision to pursue this path, unwilling to abandon it regardless of the circumstances. As Hyuga Yuuma turned to leave, it seemed as though he had embarked on an irreversible path. Yet, to label it as such might be a misnomer. How should one articulate this? From the very first day of his journey into the ninja world, he was cognizant of his family's ordinary nature. His parents treated him with the affection and care typical of any devoted mother and father. However, this was not the life he desired. In his previous world, he might have accepted it, but having finally arrived in the realm of ninjas, how could he squander the opportunity to grow stronger? Would he merely engage in childish games like his parents? He believed that having traversed into this new existence, he was destined to be the protagonist. Who would wish to witness a protagonist indulging in trivialities? If the manga and anime he cherished depicted such scenes, he would have torn them apart and smashed his computer long ago. Hyuga Yuuma was convinced that the system had bestowed upon him numerous advantages, not merely to accompany his parents in their make-believe, since his parents were unwilling to allow him to pursue the path of a ninja. He had no choice but to forge his own way. After all, in the tales he had read, apart from Naruto, most characters with parents did not truly share meaningful moments with them. Moreover, those characters were born to ninja families, while he hailed from a remarkably ordinary household, rendering any comparison futile. Yet, he was unperturbed by this disparity. If he could not measure up, then so be it. If his parents refused to support his aspirations of becoming a ninja, he felt no obligation to engage in further discussions. What was the point? He would simply depart from this home and pursue whatever he wished. Life would continue. He would not perish nor find himself incapable of surviving in this world. Was it merely a matter of lacking a meal? What was so daunting about that? As long as he became the strongest, who cared if he had to scavenge for food? Surely, that would be far more fulfilling than resigning himself to an unremarkable existence alongside his parents. This was his conviction. His mother, taken aback by Hyuga Yuuma's resolute choice, hastily summoned his father. Upon witnessing his son's decision to abandon home and refuse to withdraw from the ninja academy, his father was equally astonished. He stared at Yua's retreating figure for a moment before grabbing a wooden stick from the entrance and pursuing him. Hyuga Yuuma, stop right there. Hearing his father's voice, Yuhua paused, contemplating his actions. After all, these were his parents in this world. Ignoring them entirely felt inappropriate. Thus, he stood still, but unexpectedly, he felt a blow to his back in the next instant. Yet, his father was merely an ordinary man, wielding a common household stick. The impact was negligible, and the stick broke upon contact. Yuhua slowly turned to face his father, who was equally bewildered. How could it be that his son, merely 5 years old, appeared unscathed while the stick had shattered? Could it be that this child is indeed born to be a ninja, possessing such remarkable physical prowess? Yet, it was previously understood that this child was ill-suited for the life of a ninja, incapable of harnessing chakra. What could possibly explain this? All of this seems rather peculiar. Father, I know you are very angry, but I must pursue the path of a ninja, for it is my dream and the journey I am destined to undertake. To traverse into the world of ninjas feels akin to being reborn. Thus, I must carefully plan my future path. This new beginning must not lead me down a road of regret. How could I squander such a splendid opportunity? My parents have their own thoughts, and I have mine. I believe in the correctness of my convictions. Pursuing what I truly desire will bring me joy and fulfillment, leading to a more perfect existence. The father gazed at his son in astonishment, struggling to comprehend that this was indeed his own flesh and blood. You rascal, have you truly thought this through? I have thought it over thoroughly. I must become a ninja. I must grow stronger, for only by gaining strength can I protect myself and shield my parents from harm. This declaration was no jest. It was a heartfelt truth. Protecting my parents is paramount, yet it is only through strength that I can ensure my own safety. Reflecting on the past, had my abilities not been formidable enough, I might have already met a grim fate. The darkness of Konoha village looms large. Without the means to survive, I would have long been lost to the shadows. The very thought is terrifying, thus I must strive to grow stronger. Though my parents may not fully grasp my sentiments, my resolve is grounded in reason. I hope they will understand, yet my beliefs will remain steadfast, and I shall not stray from my chosen path or heed their wishes. After a prolonged silence, the father finally sighed. If you are resolute in your decision, then even if we cannot offer our support, we shall no longer oppose you. For the path of a child is one they must walk themselves. Even if parents lay out a plan, the child cannot walk it forever. Such a life would not bring happiness. So, why must it be so? Yuzin did not expect that at the critical juncture, his father would ultimately choose to acquiesce to his decision. He looked at his father with disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. The father seemed to understand the child's astonishment, as his previous firm rejection had led to this moment of unexpected agreement, leaving the child hesitant to fully embrace the reality of his father's support. With a hint of resignation, the father let out a soft sigh. The path ahead is one that you must traverse on your own. The outcomes, whether favorable or unfavorable, are solely yours to bear. Regardless of whether your future brims with success or is fraught with challenges, your parents can merely offer guidance. If this is the journey you have chosen for yourself, and you believe in your capacity to navigate it more adeptly, then strive to flourish. After all, evolving into a stronger individual can indeed enhance the quality of your existence. Your parents can only provide a reference for your choices. If you wish for them to take a step back from your life, they must acquiesce. This encapsulates the helplessness of parenthood. There are moments when they find themselves at a loss, for every parent desires the best for their child. However, the desire for improvement does not guarantee its attainment. When a child harbors their own convictions, parental interventions may only breed resentment. Yujin Yohana remained silent for a considerable time before finally lifting his gaze to meet his father's, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Thank you, Dad." At that moment, Yujin felt a wave of emotion, realizing that while one might perceive the child as the one compromising, in reality, as children grow older, it is often the parents who yield, not the children. Parents genuinely wish for their offspring to thrive. Yet this very desire sometimes renders them hesitant to impose too much control. They fear the possibility of their child harboring resentment, and they recognize that a child, with their own thoughts, may not heed parental advice regardless of how much is offered. Thus, they ultimately surrender, as it is impossible to disregard a child's feelings. The father chose not to say anything further and turned to return indoors. The mother, somewhat astonished, exchanged glances with him, prompting a brief conversation. After a sigh, she pursued him. "I heard your father say he agrees with your decision to attend ninja school and pursue this path." The mother seemed taken aback by her husband's unexpected stance, feeling a twinge of awkwardness as she avoided making eye contact with her son, instead fixating on her own feet. Though both parents would prefer that you not embark on this journey, the choice is ultimately yours. If you are determined to take this path, my only wish is that you do not come to regret it and that you refrain from bringing home any sorrowful burdens. Yujin smiled at his mother, then seriously inquired, "Will I still be able to come home?" If possible, he had no desire to run away from home. Such an act seemed futile. The comforts of home, food, shelter, clothing, and play, were too precious to forsake. Although he knew he could survive outside, the thought of it filled him with dread. The mother paused, momentarily taken aback, then felt a tinge of sadness, yet she pursed her lips and nodded. "You silly child. What are you saying? Of course, you can return home. Did you truly believe that your parents would prevent your return merely to dissuade you from becoming a ninja? Now that you have chosen this path, even if they refuse to welcome you back, you will persist in your ninja aspirations. Thus, our coercion seems rather futile." It is, in fact, utterly ineffective. If it were beneficial, there would be no need for further discussion. The more we engage in this matter, the more absurd it appears, leading to a sense of exasperation. Yuzuru Hanyu felt as though a heavy burden had finally been lifted from his heart. His parents had ultimately consented to his desire to become a ninja. It has been quite a journey, tirelessly attempting to persuade them, yet they maintained their rigid stance. Now, having resorted to the drastic measure of running away from home, he had compelled them to yield. It may seem somewhat despicable and excessive, but it was a necessary course of action. "So, what are you still doing here? Do you intend to leave home again? Or will you depart with this peculiar father-son duo? Hurry back. You must be famished. After dinner, make sure to rest early." The mother appeared somewhat awkward, and after uttering these words, she turned and left. Yuzuru Hanyu stood there, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, before shifting his gaze to the father and son. "Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude to you both today." Mangekyou felt rather pleased. "Why are you thanking us? This is all a result of your own efforts. Hurry back and get some rest. You have school early in the morning." Asuma Saratobi, however, looked bewildered, scratching the back of his ear and glancing at Kurenai Yuhi in confusion. "Did I say something wrong? I don't see the issue." Kurenai let out a resigned sigh, watching the two figures grow more distant. "We cannot dismiss them as fools. It is quite possible they will become even stronger in the future." If Kurenai and Asuma could glimpse the future, they would discover that the ultimate victor was indeed Might Guy. How can one articulate this? During the subsequent ninja war, Kurenai, being pregnant, was unable to participate. Alas, the fates had already claimed Sima, and it was only Might Guy who came perilously close to delivering the final blow. Thus, even if one is regarded as a fool in the present, they may very well earn others' respect in time. Such occurrences are far from coincidental. Appearances can be deceiving, and what seems apparent now may not hold true in the future. You may harbor certain perceptions at this moment. Yet when that future day arrives and you encounter that individual again, you will find yourself gazing at them with newfound respect, perhaps even envy or admiration. Asuma Saratobi did not look down upon them. He merely found their approach rather peculiar. Training is one thing, but must it truly be done in this manner? "And what of it?" replied his companion. "Both of them prioritize physical techniques. Training the body is essential, and thus, there is no other way forward for them. It's not like us. In the past, Yukiharu was relatively easier to comprehend. However, one might ponder, should you find yourself incapable of cultivating your chakra, what course of action would you choose?" Asuma Saratobi contemplated this for a considerable time before responding, "Were it my circumstance, I would likely abandon the path of a ninja altogether, for it is simply not suited for me. Is it true that taijutsu requires no chakra? Perhaps we utilize chakra less than other ninjas, yet it remains essential. If one cannot even cultivate and accumulate chakra, it signifies a fundamental unsuitability for the ninja vocation. Yukihara shared this sentiment, which led her to perceive a certain disparity in Yuhane recently. Indeed, why would someone ill-fitted for the ninja way persist with such unwavering determination? While it may evoke sympathy in others, it seems he himself is oblivious to the purpose of his relentless struggle. Yukihara mused that had she been in his position, she might have surrendered long ago. After all, there is nothing inherently wrong with being an ordinary person, thus, such perseverance appears unnecessary. If there were meaning in this tenacity, it could be justified, but if one cannot even cultivate and accumulate chakra, it renders the endeavor devoid of significance, making it seem entirely superfluous. Asuma, after a moment of silence, remarked, "The world of others and their thoughts are beyond our understanding. They must possess their own reasoning. Perhaps they have discovered a means to alter their circumstances. The inability to cultivate and accumulate chakra is merely a temporary setback. A breakthrough will inevitably present itself. We simply are not privy to it. Let us not concern ourselves with their affairs any longer. We ought to focus on our studies." Yukihara nodded in agreement, though a flicker of worry lingered within her. Ultimately, despite being mere classmates, there remains a level of concern for one another. Yujin Yuhuan suddenly recalled that he had indeed mentioned the day before that he would practice with Might Guy whenever he had the chance. Although this approach seemed somewhat lacking, it undeniably contributed to enhancing their physical stamina. Moreover, feeling in good spirits today, he did not decline the offer. All right. After acquiescing, the two began their morning run, performing handstands as they circled the school. Naturally, this scene caught the attention of their fellow classmates. As they passed by Kakashi Hitaki, they were met with a disdainful glance from him. Initially, it was thought that there was only one fool in the school, yet here was a second. Kakashi's eyes reflected nothing but contempt. However, they were completely indifferent to his opinion. At times, one truly realizes that joy is a personal treasure. Even if others cannot fathom the reasons behind their actions, it matters not. As long as one feels happiness, that is sufficient. The thoughts of others are their own affairs and can never dictate one's own thoughts. Thus, as long as one finds joy within, that is all that is needed. Yujin Yuhuan suddenly felt that spending time with Might Guy was an exceptionally joyful experience, as it required no scheming or overthinking. Everything was laid bare. What they had to say and do was transparent. This, in truth, is a rarity in today's society, where individuals often wear masks to uphold their hypocritical facades. To expose one's true self is indeed a formidable challenge. Perhaps it is only in the company of Might Guy that such authenticity can flourish, which is why he cherished this friendship. Before crossing into this world, he had often observed in manga and anime that individuals with such simple minds were not only easy to befriend, but also ideal companions. However, the caveat was that one must not harm such individuals, for to do so would make one a villain in this world. Those who exhibit genuine kindness to everyone deserve protection. To harm such a person reveals an astonishing cruelty. Along their journey, they encountered not only Kakashi but also Yuga Yuzuki and Asuma Sarutobi approaching them. Upon witnessing the duo practicing together, Yuga and Asuma were somewhat taken aback. When had they become such good friends? Compared to others, Yuga merely regarded them with a casual demeanor, devoid of mockery or derision. Asuma, however, casually placed his hands behind his head, reflecting, "Haven't we often seen them together? Isn't it only natural for them to become friends? After all, fools tend to enjoy the company of other fools." Yet, in his youth, Asuma had been more inclined to mock others. Yuga shot him a disapproving glance. "What do you mean by fools? While their actions may seem a bit peculiar, I genuinely believe in their strength. Every individual's capabilities vary significantly. For instance, you may excel in illusion techniques, while others might possess lesser chakra and thus be more adept in physical combat. Yet, I find those two types of ninjas rather foolish." Sarutobi Asuma, however, continued to speak for himself, asserting that such individuals, to be frank, embody the age-old stereotype of being brawny yet simple-minded. "Your words seem rather excessive." Might Guy nodded in agreement, adding, "Regardless, what matters is the ability to persevere on this path." Yuma Habane, nonetheless, believed that the father-son duo were indeed his lucky stars. Without their support, he doubted he would have achieved success today, even if it meant compelling his parents to concede through running away. Ultimately, it was they who bestowed upon him the courage to forge ahead, a sentiment that, despite its truth, few might choose to believe. "Please, return home and rest early." I am genuinely grateful for your assistance today. From tomorrow onward, let us embrace our youthful fervor and strive for greatness." After uttering these words, Yuuma felt a twinge of regret for expressing such sentiments. Yet, it was a necessary gesture, as he would frequently interact with them in the future. A few kind words seemed harmless. After all, one becomes akin to those with whom they associate. If he intended to nurture a friendship with them, such sentiments were entirely justifiable. The father and son exchanged a few more words with Yuuma before taking their leave. After an entire day of anticipation, upon returning to his room, the first thing Yuuma did was to settle onto his bed and meditate to replenish his chakra. Having been busy all day, especially after that confrontation with Uchiha Shizen, he had likely expended a considerable amount of chakra. It was essential for him to take the time to restore it. Yuuma was unaware of how late it had become until his mother called him to sleep, prompting him to lie down slowly, ready to rest. Yet, he felt the process was agonizingly slow. Lying in bed, he began to ponder how he might expedite the gathering of chakra. Although he diligently attempted to utilize his time effectively each night, the pace remained insufficient. He was still uncertain about what speed would facilitate a quicker accumulation of his chakra. It required thorough contemplation, as such matters could not simply be resolved by mere desire. He needed to devise a strategy to enhance the efficiency of his chakra gathering. Although this might involve prolonged deliberation, it was worth it if it meant achieving greater chakra accumulation. The duration of his contemplation was of little consequence. The following morning, he awoke exceptionally early, perhaps due to a buoyant mood. Because he had risen so early, Yuuma decided to head to school ahead of time. While at home, seemingly devoid of any pressing matters, I unexpectedly encountered Might Guy on my way to school. As was customary, he approached me in a handstand. "Why, Ma? You've risen quite early today." Given that this was Might Guy's first lap running upside down, I felt it was indeed rather premature to meet him at this stage, as we typically only crossed paths during his final lap. Waima merely smiled faintly, glancing at Might Guy beside him. "I'm feeling quite well today, so I woke up a bit earlier. Since there's nothing much to do at home, I thought I might head to school early and see if I could practice a bit. Everyone else is at the training grounds. What are you doing at school?" Might Guy queried, intrigued. He then added, "Did you not mention wanting to practice together?" Thus, the two of us commenced a series of handstand laps around the school, eventually making our way back, just in time for class. It was Waima's first experience of entering the classroom in a handstand, akin to Might Guy. How does one articulate this? Were it not for Might Guy's company, Waima would never have dared to undertake such an act. After all, it might appear rather undignified, eliciting strange looks from others as if he were a fool. Yet, in the companionship of Might Guy, the potential judgment of others held little significance. The presence of another who understood his actions sufficed. After all, one cannot expect universal comprehension in this world. Having even one person who grasps your intentions is ample. In truth, the number of individuals capable of understanding one's essence is scant. Having one or two is genuinely sufficient. However, upon entering the classroom in such a manner, the duo undeniably attracted bewildered gazes, met with expressions oscillating between disdain and incredulity. "Look at that. Our class now has not one, but two fools. The one who cannot even gather chakra is actually associating with Might Guy. It seems that like attracts like. They truly are two peas in a pod. A perfect match of fools. After all, if they were not together, who else would dare associate with them? Their companionship, albeit peculiar, prevents them from burdening others. What a relief. The adage birds of a feather flock together rings true. Despite his prior inability to gather chakra, marking him as a weaker individual, he was, in essence, still normal. Now, however, in Might Guy's company, he partakes in such absurdities, eliciting laughter from onlookers. Yet, let us refrain from mocking them. In the end, they remain unfazed by the opinions of others. Indeed, a fool will never regard the words of others with any seriousness, no matter how much we speak. They merely let it pass by as if it were the wind in their ears. Upon hearing these remarks, Kakashi Hitaki merely scoffed, finding the company around him dreadfully dull. Is it truly entertaining to disparage others so? Although Kakashi had no intention of joining in their idle gossip, he could not help but look down upon it. After all, in his youth, Kakashi had been particularly aloof, embodying the archetype of the cold-hearted hero, indifferent to such trivial matters. However, Asuma Sarutobi appeared utterly bored, resting his chin on the table. "See, I am not the only one saying this." Asuma glanced at Kurenai Yuhi and felt it was quite unjust for her to shoulder the blame for these matters. Kurenai, listening to the gossip, could only sigh in resignation. How could these people behave in such a manner? Regardless of the circumstances, the two of them should not be treated so, though she was at a loss for words. She truly felt that their behavior was excessively harsh. Some things should not be spoken so lightly. Should they continue to mock others, they might one day regret it. For the future is uncertain. Asuma, however, thought Kurenai was being overly concerned. But why do you care so much about their affairs? How are they related to you? Since childhood, Asuma and Kurenai had been childhood friends, their bond strong. Thus, Asuma had always been sensitive about the attention Kurenai paid to other boys. How could he not feel a twinge of jealousy? Yet, Kurenai remained oblivious to Asuma's jealousy, merely feeling pity for the two, who were shunned by everyone. Such a feeling must be quite disheartening. Of course, it had little to do with her personally. She simply felt a pang of sympathy. They had always been isolated. And although they had not formed a bond previously, it was disheartening to see them finally find friends only to be ridiculed. While Kurenai viewed the situation from a bystander's perspective, feeling a tinge of pity, Asuma grew increasingly displeased. So, you are feeling sorry for them? Do you harbor special feelings for them? I have never seen you care for anyone in such a way before. Asuma could not help but feel a flicker of annoyance. Despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, he was deeply invested in everything concerning Kurenai. While he might overlook other matters, he could not disregard the affairs of the girl he cherished. As the sun began to set, Hinata could not discern anything amiss with Asuma Sarutobi, lost in her own thoughts. She had never encountered such a situation before. This was not her first experience, yet she pondered why he spoke of these matters. Was he not, like the others, merely indulging in mockery? What was there to ridicule? In due time, those they scorned would undoubtedly grow stronger. When that moment arrived, their laughter would turn to regret, too late for remorse. Asuma, however, merely scoffed. Every individual present will grow in strength. It is not solely limited to those two. Everyone is striving to improve themselves. Is this world revolving only around them? The ambition to grow stronger resides in every heart. Why do you presume it is only they who will ascend? Why the anticipation of regret? What if I surpass them both? At this juncture, Hinata finally perceived that Asuma seemed somewhat displeased. With a hint of surprise, she turned to him. What are you saying? Why would you engage in combat with them? But to return to the point, are you feeling a bit unwell? Did I say something to upset you? You seem quite off today. Am I the one who is unwell? Is it not you who is different? You have never shown such concern for others before. This is the first time you have expressed such care. How could I possibly be happy? Though still quite young, nearly 5 years of age. The bond between them was profound, having played together since childhood. They had forged a promise that led them to be together and eventually have a child. Everything was destined from the very beginning, and their relationship was beyond reproach. Observing Asuma sulking, Hinata let out a sigh. This fellow, how peculiar he is. I have never seen him like this before. Why does he choose now to act this way? Just then, Naoya Ishimura strolled into the classroom with a carefree demeanor, casting a glance around before bellowing, "Everyone, quiet down. Do you not realize you're in a ninja school? Where are your manners? What are you all making such a fuss about? If this continues, each of you can go home. What is the point of studying? What is the purpose of being a ninja?" Naoya had always been like this. When in good spirits, he might exhibit some gentleness, but when discontent arose, he unleashed his frustration upon the students. After all, these children were merely 5 or 6 years old. And a stern word from an adult rendered them speechless. None dared to voice a rebuttal. Thus, there were moments of collective helplessness. Yet it was a situation they could not change. The instructor, revered as they are, commands with every utterance. Even if one harbors the desire to contest such authority, one must first ponder whether they possess the audacity to voice dissent. Thus, though discontent may simmer within, many choose to endure in silence, for alternatives appear scarce. Not long ago, whispers of a clandestine altercation among classmates reached everyone's ears. Although Ishimura Naoya typically remains indifferent to such matters, had it not been for Lord Hokage's vested interest, he likely would not have intervened. It suffices to say that the identities of the involved parties are well known among our classmates, so I shall refrain from naming names. Those two stepped forward. Ishimura Naoya's demeanor suggested displeasure, possibly stemming from reprimands received from higher authorities regarding this incident. Regardless of the cause of his apparent ire, his expression instilled a sense of trepidation. However, Yohara Haruma seemed unperturbed, regarding the prospect of punishment as a trifling matter. Thus, he was the first to step forward. While Uchiha Shio hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision. Ishimura Naoya, not one to cower before authority, had no intention of shielding the Uchiha clan members. He bellowed, "Is there not one more? Where is that individual? Do I need to call names? Stop hiding. Are you a man or not? Do not tell me you think your youth absolves you from accountability. Step forth without delay, lest I be forced to unearth you myself." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shio swallowed hard, contemplating for a moment before finally stepping forward in silence. Ishimura Naoya appeared to harbor a disdain for the Uchiha clan, not from a place of superiority, but rather from a deep-seated annoyance at their inflated self-importance despite their lack of merit. Such arrogance was truly irksome, eliciting feelings of disgust. What is the matter with you, child? If you have acted, you must own up to it. True manhood lies in accountability. You of the Uchiha clan should exemplify this principle. Is it possible you lack the courage to face the consequences of your actions? Naturally, Uchiha Shio felt disgruntled by this reprimand. Yet recognizing the instructor's authority, he lowered his gaze in silence, offering no rebuttal. Ishimura Naoya, fueled by his own vexation, raised his voice further. Both of you are scarcely of age, yet you engage in such trivial disputes. We are all classmates. Must it come to this? Looking upon the two of you, one must wonder, is such animosity truly necessary? What petty grievances can justify this? Our true adversaries are the ninjas of other villages, not each other. Are you intent on sowing discord among ourselves? At what age do children engage in internal strife? In the present day at the Ninja Academy, there is a palpable sense of unrest among you all. Will you find stability once you become ninjas? Yuuma Hanyu consistently hung his head, enduring the reprimands, dismissing them as mere noise to be ignored. After all, what was the significance? As for Shino Uchiha, though dissatisfaction brewed within him, being chastised in front of so many felt like a loss of dignity. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to muster a rebuttal. Though his reluctance was evident, the Hokage had previously spoken to me regarding this matter. I shall keep a closer watch over the two of you. Should such incidents recur, I will not easily forgive either of you. You must understand that your misdeeds, once reported, become my concern, and I will be left to clean up the mess. You two seem to think this is a trivial matter, as if you were merely playing house like children, oblivious to the seriousness of your actions. These issues may seem insignificant now, but in due time, you will come to realize their gravity. It is perplexing what to say to you. After a lengthy discourse, Shiraishi finally appeared somewhat calmed, then turned his gaze to everyone present. I must inform you all that from this moment forth, regardless of your lineage, be it from the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, or any other prominent families residing here, including the Sarutobi and Senju clans, you are to conduct yourselves with decorum. As he spoke, his eyes swept across the assembly, acknowledging each prominent clan represented. Each individual among you carries immense potential. One could even call you all geniuses. While we have a few ordinary individuals, I do not concern myself with your backgrounds. What I demand is that you refrain from causing trouble. Behave like responsible individuals and avoid engaging in frivolous antics. I am disinclined to intervene in your petty squabbles, provided they do not escalate to life-threatening confrontations. Should you find yourselves in a situation akin to the last, where one nearly lost their life, do not blame me for my lack of leniency. If you engage in violence without fatal consequences, I may overlook it, but should you endanger lives, the repercussions will be severe. Though this may have been said in a somewhat intimidating manner, there was a kernel of sincerity in his words. His frustration was palpable. These children truly exhibited a lack of maturity. It is common for young ones to resort to fighting as a means of conflict resolution, given their tender ages. However, one must not cross the line, for if your intention is to cause harm to the point of death, can you still consider yourself a person of conscience? Upon uttering those words, a wave of murmurs swept through the assembly, as each individual's expression betrayed a certain disquietude. Perhaps it was the gravity of the matter that prompted such a reaction. After all, when it comes to altercations, everyone is acutely aware of the implications. Who truly relishes the prospect of conflict? Yet, the prior skirmish felt tangential to their own experiences, leading many to ponder whether the teacher's remarks were somewhat overreaching, as if encompassing all within their scope. Nevertheless, this reaction is entirely understandable, for the necessity of establishing an example remains paramount. Today, my primary intention is to impart these observations to you. I believe I have articulated my thoughts sufficiently, and I do not wish to elaborate further. It suffices that you comprehend the situation at hand. Should similar incidents recur, exercise caution, for I shall not hesitate to take a firm stance. Thus, I advise you to remain vigilant in the future. Shurzuen now has never been one to exhibit leniency. His demeanor is formidable, and his words carry an unmistakable weight. A palpable tension filled the air as everyone exchanged wary glances, particularly among the girls, who appeared on the verge of tears. Yet, at that moment, Sarutobi Izuma could no longer contain himself. Whoever is at fault should own up. It has nothing to do with us. Why cast blame upon an entire group? It is akin to a single rat tainting the entire pot of porridge. Indeed, the teacher's intentions are for our collective benefit, urging us to refrain from such behavior. He continued, "Is it truly necessary to be so harsh in your words?" Yuhi Kurenai shot Asuma a glance. "Moreover, we are all classmates. There is no need for such meticulous scrutiny." "Who is nitpicking?" Asuma retorted. "I merely expressed my thoughts candidly." "What is your issue, Kurenai? Why are you so protective of them?" Asuma seemed slightly perturbed, though he typically adopted a nonchalant attitude towards most matters. His feelings for Kurenai, however, were an exception. Their bond, forged since birth, is profound and inscrutable to others. For Asuma, the significance of those around him pales in comparison to the importance of this particular girl. In truth, even Kurenai herself was perplexed by her emotional investment in these two young men, whose affairs ostensibly bore no relevance to her. Yet, inexplicably, she felt compelled to defend them, perhaps out of a sense of pity, or perhaps it was a flicker of compassion that resides within every woman's heart. "Do not speak aimlessly," she said. "I merely feel pity for them. It is clearly not their fault, yet many still choose to blame them, leaving an uncomfortable ache within my heart." As Zirihong spoke, she turned to gaze at Yuhu and Yushin. This man had undeniably begun to change, unwittingly capturing her attention. A feat he had never accomplished before. What was this inexplicable sensation? It left her in a state of perplexity, unable to articulate her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, the incident had caused Sarutobi Asuma to harbor a slight resentment towards Zirihong. Their argument, sparked by this matter, was entirely unnecessary. Yet it remained a source of irritation between them. For the first time, they departed from school without returning home together. As Zirihong walked the path alone, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Consequently, she became the target of teasing from a few unruly students in her class. As Sarutobi Asuma had returned home early in a fit of anger, he had ignored Zirihong and was oblivious to the unfolding situation. The group of ruffians seized the opportunity to encircle Zirihong, cornering her with taunts. "What is this? You're not with your gallant protector today? Quite the rarity. This presents us an opportunity. You are quite the attractive young lady, and your guardian has always been by your side. We've never had the chance to speak with you before. Has there been a quarrel between you two? Indeed, if you've had a falling out, why not join us instead? We are not lacking in good looks ourselves. Look at your gallant protector. He has hardly a sight to behold. Why stay with someone who has upset with you?" Zirihong glared at them, her heart racing with trepidation. After all, they were still children. Even though she possessed considerable strength, taking on 3 adversaries seemed an insurmountable challenge. "What do you want?" "I need to go home, so step aside." "Why the hostility, little lady? Why should we let you pass? We've finally got a chance to talk." "Indeed, you are stunning, and we've always admired you. It's a pity your protector has been there all along. This rare moment without him, how could we let it slip away? Come with us. Let us have some fun. We promise you one tea regret it, right, guys?" Yes. Come with us." As they continued their verbal advances, they also began to invade her personal space. Zirihong felt a surge of anger rising within her, just as she was about to retaliate. An unexpected force suddenly pushed the 3 assailants away. The trio stared in astonishment at the newcomer. Yuzuru Hanyu originally wished to abstain from meddling in others' affairs. However, he could no longer stand idly by. It was intolerable to witness these individuals, who typically exhibited such cowardice in class, now congregating to bully a girl. "Do you still consider yourselves men? Is it a display of prowess to harass a girl in this manner?" The group exchanged glances. Aware that the earlier surge of energy was indeed chakra, they were not fools and could easily discern it. Even if 3 of them banded together, they likely could not best a single opponent, prompting their hasty retreat. Kurenai Yuhi expressed her gratitude towards Yuzuru. "Thank you for today." In truth, given Kurenai's own capabilities, she might not have been able to overpower those 3, yet she certainly would not have allowed herself to be bullied. Nevertheless, witnessing such a chivalrous act unfold beside her was undeniably charming. To discover that this boy possessed such a compassionate heart was quite surprising, evoking a sense of admiration and unexpected delight within her. Ultimately, she felt a genuine happiness in her heart. Yushin Yuhuan regarded the situation as trivial, merely disapproving of those who prey on the weak and bully the defenseless. However, he inquired about your gallant protector, wondering why they were not by your side today to shield you from trouble. Yushin Yuhuan was well aware that Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai had been childhood sweethearts, their bond blossoming into a marriage as they grew older. Thus, he preferred not to interfere in their relationship, only stepping in when it became unbearable to witness. At this point, Yuhi Kurenai sighed, expressing her frustration. "We had a quarrel, and I cannot fathom why he suddenly became angry with me. He left me to return home alone today, and I feel helpless. Yujin Yuhuan reassured her that such disputes between them would inevitably resolve. He recalled that the couple was nearly inseparable. The likelihood of them remaining at odds for long was minimal. Their hearts were intertwined, perpetually concerned for one another, and it seemed implausible that a mere argument could cause them to drift apart. Yet, Yuhi Kurenai continued to lament. I sense that our thoughts diverge significantly. Perhaps we are not as compatible as we once believed. I failed to recognize this before, but now it feels quite serious. Intrigued yet perplexed, Yujin Yuhuan pondered her assertion. Nevertheless, he said, since your protector is absent today, allow me to escort you home. It would be unwise to encounter further trouble on your way. Thank you, she replied. Though deep down, she preferred not to return alone. Even though she possessed the ability to handle minor ruffians, she wished to avoid conflict. Yujin Yuhuan smiled gently. There is no need for thanks, it is merely a small kindness. We are classmates after all. Since I have offered my assistance, I shall see it through. As I have no pressing matters. You possess a keen understanding, she conceded, glancing down at her feet in dismay. It is perplexing that we would argue over something so trivial. Yujin Yuhuan maintained his belief that the enduring couple would reconcile swiftly. They were, after all, the first couple in the world of Naruto, having established a profound bond, even welcoming a child together. It was inconceivable that they would separate over trivial disagreements. However, Yuhi Kurenai seemed unconvinced. While I recognize that our love will not be shaken by such minor disputes, it is worth noting that he has never quarreled with me before. He is averse to conflict and typically avoids arguments at all costs. Yet this time, he initiated the disagreement, and I am left bewildered as to why. Yuzuru Hanyu, of course, cannot comprehend this either. Although he has perused the manga and anime countless times, he has never conducted an in-depth study of each character, particularly those like Konohamaru Sarutobi and Asuma Sarutobi, who could be considered secondary characters. Thus, due to this lack of profound understanding, he is naturally bewildered and unable to grasp how these two individuals could have transformed in such a manner, rendering him incapable of offering any counsel. Yuzuru Hanyu found himself at a loss for words, unsure of what to express beyond silence, and thus remained mute. However, it appeared that Sunset Red was becoming increasingly displeased. I am speaking to you. Did you not hear? Are you aware that your lack of response during our conversation is quite disrespectful? I apologize. I truly do not know what to say, which is why I opted for silence. Yuzuru Hanyu's thoughts had always been consumed by the desire for self-improvement, leaving him ignorant of matters of affection. He only knew that the two of them would undoubtedly become husband and wife, blessed with a charming child. But when it came to other matters, he felt utterly at a loss for expression or participation. After all, in relative terms, he considered himself an outsider. Although fortunate enough to engage with Sunset Red today, he felt it was merely a passing mention. After all, what right did he have to interfere in their relationship? Even saying one more word would seem like meddling. I understand it may be difficult for you to discuss certain matters, but Sunset Red's demeanor reflected a hint of frustration. I do not deceive you. Aside from my time with Asuma, I have no other friends. If Asuma were to disregard me, I would be utterly alone. I ponder whether, should the day come when I can no longer share my innermost thoughts with Asuma, I would have anyone else to confide in. Yuzuru Hanyu, upon hearing these words, was suddenly reminded of the scene of Sarutobi Asuma's demise. In that moment, he felt a wave of pity for Sunset Red, realizing that she had truly become one of the most tragic figures in the world of Hokage. She had transformed into an ordinary woman, no longer participating in battles or utilizing ninjutsu, yet she evoked such compassion. If you do not mind, please feel free to share anything with me in the future. I would be more than willing to listen. Though Yuzuru Hanyu had arrived with different intentions, he thought that making a couple of friends was not a misguided endeavor. Furthermore, the path ahead for Sunset Red would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. If they could foster a friendship, it would be beneficial for both. After all, Nara Shikamura had yet to be born, and thus, no one had yet appeared in this world to support Sunset Red. Seizing this opportunity, he considered it a worthy endeavor to care for this woman, albeit as a friend, devoid of romantic entanglements. In this world, having a bond is undeniably significant. Upon hearing this, Sunset Red's expression brightened with genuine joy. If that is truly the case, it would be wonderful. After all, Asuma has always been my only friend, and the prospect of making new friends brings me happiness. Even if Asuma seems disinclined to approve of my friendships with you all, naturally, he would not be fond of you befriending us. If any man were to find his beloved girl befriending other boys, it would be quite natural for him to feel discontent. would it not? This hardly requires questioning. Nevertheless, while some may comprehend this sentiment, others remain perplexed, as demonstrated by Zaire Hong's incredulous expression. Why do you say such a thing? What is the reason behind it? Although I am aware that she would likely feel displeased, I cannot fully grasp why her discontent arises. Is it due to a sense of disdain towards them? Faced with Zaire Hong's inquiry, Yushin felt a tinge of helplessness. It is quite simple. You two spend every day together. And Asuma's affection for you leads him to feel uncomfortable with your closeness to other boys. However, Zaire Hong, upon hearing this, was utterly taken aback. How could that be? We are merely good friends. He would never harbor feelings for me. He is indifferent to everything, especially concerning my affairs. Although we spend our days together, it is merely due to his personality, which prevents him from connecting with others. Conversely, he treats me relatively well, which is why we enjoy each other's company. It was astonishing to realize that Zaire Hong, in her youth, possessed such a limited understanding of affection. Yet, they were just children, merely 5 years old, and naturally, emotions were not within their comprehension. In contrast, Yushin, being more experienced and possessing a profound understanding of the world of ninjas, found it entirely reasonable to comprehend these dynamics. If you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative. In time, you will discern whether he truly likes you. Regardless, my words hold little weight. Reality will ultimately dictate the truth. This affection will gradually reveal itself, and when the time comes, it will be evident to all whether what I said was accurate. There is no need to rush into matters concerning emotions, after all. It is merely a question of feelings and not of great significance. Nevertheless, Zaire Hong continued to ponder, why do I sense that you possess an abundance of knowledge? What instills you with such confidence regarding this matter? You seem to exude assurance in all things. Do you possess some hidden insight? You appear to differ from others. Yushin froze upon hearing this. Could it be that this girl had stumbled upon something amiss, perhaps realizing that he did not truly belong to this world? Yet, that should not be the case. While he may seem exceptionally knowledgeable, he had not been overtly conspicuous in his demeanor. He believed he had concealed his true nature quite adeptly, and it was unlikely she would uncover it. Remain calm, he thought, and suppress any signs of tension. Perhaps her comment was merely casual. With this in mind, he endeavored to maintain a composed expression, attempting to appear unperturbed. What could possibly be amiss? I am just like everyone else. However, if you insist that I am different, it is true that I once found it challenging to gather chakra. At present, I find myself feigning ignorance. Yet the reality is such that there is no alternative. After all, when one scrutinizes the matter closely, it can only be this way. What I refer to is not merely this. The inability to gather chakra is a well-known fact, and I find no surprise in that. What truly perplexes me is your apparent understanding of myriad matters, as if you possess an innate comprehension of everything, despite the fact that these events have yet to transpire. I cannot articulate the reason behind this phenomenon. It eludes me entirely. In summation, I simply find this to be quite strange. Yui Kurenai voiced her inner confusion. A sentiment she has long regarded with curiosity, yet she was at a loss for how to express such feelings. Now that she has spoken her mind, there exists a sense of relief within her. After all, certain uncertainties ought to be articulated rather than confined to one's heart. Yushin Hanyu found himself at a loss for words, pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. After a moment's reflection, he ventured, perhaps you are mistaken. After all, everyone experiences sensations differently. It is not uncommon to misinterpret things. Yet, he was aware that a woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. And it seemed that he was indeed the one out of sorts. As Akatsuki Yuhi continued, her brow furrowed, not long ago. You were oblivious to the intricacies of chakra manipulation, yet now you appear to have mastered it. Remarkably, you even triumphed in a confrontation against a member of the Uchiha clan. Such a feat is truly astonishing, considering the circumstances under which one would typically falter. Indeed, he conceded, under normal circumstances, victory would be implausible, yet here we are. This anomaly may seem peculiar, yet the facts remain irrefutable. I have persistently strived to improve. Perhaps the heavens have taken note of my efforts. It would be a disservice to my diligence if I were not to grow stronger. Hanyu's casual remarks seemed inadequate for the perceptive girl before him, who appeared far too astute to be easily deceived by mere pleasantries. He hesitated, knowing that honesty would be far too awkward and likely dismissed, while conversely, fabricating a story might result in her believing him, albeit temporarily. Akatsuki regarded him with mild surprise, taking her time to respond. Your words hold some truth. I have observed your hard work in the past, so why have your results not been as pronounced until now? Have you employed some secret technique? Do share, for I feel as though I have reached a plateau, and regardless of my efforts, I cannot seem to progress. Yujin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Why was she not adhering to the expected script? How was he to respond? After a prolonged silence, he finally said, I truly cannot say. Perhaps it is because I have been training with Mangekyou lately. I believe this method proves beneficial. Unlike you, my primary focus is on physical techniques, and my chakra accumulation is rather slow compared to your abilities to wield ninjutsu and genjutsu. He thought that perhaps this explanation would dispel Akatsuki's doubts. After all, it would seem rather astonishing for a young girl to commit to such rigorous training. Yet, to his astonishment, she replied, engaging in physical training can certainly enhance one's strength. If this approach can bolster my abilities, I would find it quite agreeable. Starting tomorrow, I shall join you both in your training. Upon hearing these words, Yuzuru Hanyu was utterly perplexed, filled with questions. Could this girl truly be mistaken? She was a girl. After all, how could she utter such words or engage in such actions? Surely, this must be a jest. Such endeavors seemed more fitting for a boy. Perhaps you should consider practicing in a different manner. However, after hearing his remarks, the expression on Hinata's face fell, her eyes casting a displeased gaze upon Yuzuru Hanyu. Previously, she had believed he was unlike others, but now it seemed he was no different from those insufferable boys. What is wrong with being a girl? She retorted. I am indeed a girl, yet I can also be a ninja. Girls can become stronger too. As she spoke, she placed her hands defiantly on her hips. Look at Lady Tsunade. She is incredibly formidable. I will undoubtedly become a powerful female ninja like her, so please do not underestimate me, or any girl for that matter. Sometimes, girls can surpass boys in strength. Although few girls aspire to be ninjas, and even fewer succeed, we will not tolerate such disparagement or condescension. Yuzuru Hanyu felt an overwhelming urge to protest. Had this girl completely misinterpreted his intent? It seemed she had misconstrued his words. He did not intend to belittle them. He simply thought that a girl could train, but perhaps through different methods. Engaging in such activities seemed peculiar to him. That is not what I meant. You have misunderstood. Yet, Hinata rolled her eyes in response. Starting tomorrow, I will not only practice with you all, but I will also seek out Anko Mitarashi to join us. Anko Mitarashi? Yuzuru Hanyu felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Surely this girl was not serious. In this era, it was exceedingly rare for girls to become ninjas, unlike in Naruto's time. Nevertheless, there were still a few girls, with Hinata and Anko being the most renowned among them. Yuzuru Hanyu suddenly found himself with a headache. What was the matter with these girls? Did they find this endeavor amusing? Regardless, pondering over it seemed futile. Please do not misunderstand. I did not intend any offense. I merely believe that our training methods are more suited for boys. You girls should consider different approaches. I do not look down upon you. I simply find it unsuitable. The more he spoke, the more Hinata seemed to take offense, escalating the situation further. Yet, he felt the need to clarify. If he remained silent, this issue might indeed conclude unfavorably. However, Hinata appeared utterly unwilling to entertain any explanation. I am indifferent to such matters. I believe that we girls are just as capable of achieving what you boys can. What does it mean to say something is suited for boys? Why should it not be suitable for girls? Do not underestimate us. We are not weak nor incapable of enduring hardships. I assure you, if you can accomplish it, so can we. Starting tomorrow, I will join you, or rather, us. But will Sarutobi Asuma be upset about this? Yuzuru Hashino instinctively swallowed hard. Initially, he intended to remain uninvolved in matters of the heart, yet it appears that such issues cannot be easily avoided. It seems that emotions will inevitably intertwine as well, which is quite exasperating. Not only is it vexing, but it also feels quite challenging. Thus, Yuzuru Hashino accompanied Yuhi Kurenai home. However, it was somewhat awkward when he arrived at her doorstep, only to find Sarutobi Asuma waiting there, seemingly for quite some time. This situation was indeed uncomfortable, considering that the entire class was aware of Asuma's affections for Kurenai. Despite their quarrels, it was evident that they would not allow such disputes to carry over to the following day. It is often said that couples may bicker, but they do not harbor grudges overnight, and it seems this young couple is no different. Although Yuzuru Hashino did not take it to heart, Asuma's gaze burned with intensity, as if it were a flame. So, Kurenai, for the first time, you return home not with me, but with another gallant protector. Do you have feelings for him? His tone was laced with an unmistakable tension. In that moment, Yuzuru felt regret for his impulsive actions. He was fully aware that those two shared genuine affection. Yet he had chosen to insert himself into their affairs. Now, observing the situation unfold, he feared becoming a pawn in their conflict, as it was he who had taken the initiative to escort Kurenai home. It seemed he might be perceived as a rival for Asuma's affections. He pondered whether offering an explanation would sway Asuma's opinion, but ultimately, it appeared futile. Kurenai looked visibly upset and began shouting at Asuma. How ridiculous. Who are you to dictate my choices? I will be with whomever I choose, and anyone who wishes to be my protector may do so. What business is it of yours? Why do you speak to me with such an attitude? It was clear that Yuzuru could not evade responsibility for this predicament. What did she mean by saying he had such a tone and attitude? Kurenai, who among us has erred? Today I find myself in a somewhat discontented mood, which is why I refrained from accompanying you home. However, upon reflection, I realize I may have erred in my decision. Thus, I wish to come and express my apologies to you. Yet, you chose to have someone else escort you back, did you not? For you. My presence or absence seems to bear no significance, does it? Asuma Saratobi appeared genuinely agitated. Conversely, Kurenai Yuhi, though merely a young lady, was not accustomed to being yelled at by others, which left her feeling quite displeased and somewhat irked. What do you mean by that? Just because you did not accompany me home, does it imply that others are permitted to harm me on the way? If someone were to witness a damsel in distress and come to my aid, would that not be acceptable? Must I rely solely on you for companionship and safe passage home, while others are deemed unworthy? If you are upset and choose not to assist me, what then should I do if someone intends to harm me? Am I to simply accept being endangered? At this moment, Yuzuru Hanyu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Remaining here seemed inappropriate, as he was merely an outsider witnessing a quarrel between the couple. He felt powerless to intervene or offer counsel. Leaving would not sit well with him either, for a fraction of their discord stemmed from his presence. To depart thus would feel unjustifiable. Consequently, he found himself enveloped in a profound sense of awkwardness, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Yuzuru Yuuma had never imagined that the quarrels between the youthful Sunset Red and Asuma Saratobi could be so terrifying. In the realm of anime and manga, their relationship appeared to be one of unwavering harmony, devoid of conflict, leading him to believe that they would never engage in disputes throughout their lives. However, such a notion seems rather implausible, for conflicts are inevitable among individuals. Regardless of the depth of their affection, the absence of disagreements appears to be an impossibility. Thus, it is only natural that occasional arguments arise between them, as they are bound to encounter numerous discrepancies. The existence of these divergences inevitably leads to frequent disputes. Nevertheless, Yuzuru had never considered that the entanglement of their quarrels bore any relevance to him, which rendered the situation exceedingly awkward. Yuzuru Yuuma even harbored a fleeting desire to escape from this place, feeling immensely grateful at the thought, for he had no inclination to witness others quarrel before him, especially when it concerned him. What do you mean by that? To you, I am no different from anyone else. Is it because I failed to escort you home today that you sought solace in someone else? If I were to cease accompanying you home in the future, you would surely find countless others by your side. So, to you, I am not only akin to others, but also entirely dispensable. Asuma Saratobi showed no intention of yielding to Sunset Red. Yet, she merely responded with a cold laugh. What purpose do you serve? If your family cannot protect me, why not allow others to do so? Do you think I am destined to wait my entire life for you to safeguard me? If I were to rely on you, I would have long since met my demise. How can you say such things? All this time, I have silently protected you. And now, because I failed to do so on this one occasion, you cast me aside? Asuma Saratobi felt a profound chill in his heart. For Sunset Red's words seemed to invalidate all the sacrifices he had made for her. Despite having devoted so much to her, it appeared that in her eyes, none of it mattered. All his past efforts were rendered meaningless due to this singular failure. It became evident to him that, for women, emotions operate in such a manner. You may protect them for a lifetime without eliciting any acknowledgement, but the moment you falter, they perceive you as a villain, convinced that you no longer love them. Indeed, women can be utterly incomprehensible beings. Asuma Saratobi did not believe he had erred in any regard. Is it expected that one should possess no temper? He was neither a dog nor a servant. Why should he suppress all anger towards Sunset Red? A measure of indignation is only natural. After all, he is a man, and it is perfectly reasonable for a man to express his frustrations. In contemporary times, one might argue that the absence of any temper signifies an alarming degree of weakness and ineptitude. How, then, could one be considered a true man? Moreover, engaging in a quarrel with a young woman hardly embodies the essence of masculinity. Yet, what alternative is there? Should one simply endure humiliation? Must one accept all that is said without protest? Being bullied by men allows for retaliation, yet when subjected to the whims of women, one finds oneself unable to respond. Whether in physical or verbal terms, such a notion is indeed quite terrifying. Asuma Saratobi momentarily felt that Yujito Ni was being somewhat unreasonable. Given this, it would be prudent for her to calm down. He resolved to disregard her outburst. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Take a moment to collect yourself, he stated, preparing to walk away. To everyone's astonishment, Asuma truly intended to turn and leave, an act that shocked those present. Yuzuru Hanyu gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, momentarily questioning whether Asuma was, in fact, a steadfast man. The young woman was already in a foul mood. Was it so wrong for him to soothe her during their dispute? By choosing to depart, was he not exacerbating her anger rather than allowing her a moment of tranquility? Clearly, Asuma seemed oblivious to this reality, resolutely determined to exit the situation. Yuzuru, unsure of how to intervene, could only watch Asuma's retreating figure and the tears threatening to spill from Yujito's eyes, pondering how such a man could find someone to marry. Was their relationship always marked by such dynamics prior to his arrival? If so, what could Yujito possibly be thinking to repeatedly choose a partner of this nature? Surely, it couldn't be to such an extent. For a man of this caliber is not only incapable of comforting a woman but may also view such efforts as unnecessary. In the heat of an argument, the pivotal role of a man is to console the woman, for leaving her alone only serves to ignite further anger and frustration, rather than fostering calmness. Yet, perhaps it is best to regard this as their affair. What concern is it of mine? To meddle would only portray me as intrusive. It is wiser to observe silently, regardless of the outcome, as it bears no relevance to my own life. Do you see how he acts as my supposed protector? He dares to claim he has sacrificed so much for me, yet when I am upset, he not only chooses to argue, but also fails to comfort me before walking away. What kind of person behaves in this manner? Yujito was trembling with rage, her chest heaving tumultuously. Yuzuru genuinely empathized with her current emotional turmoil. Perhaps Asuma would return once he had calmed down, ready to offer her the comfort she deserved. Why must they engage in such quarrels? This is hardly a significant matter. If all else fails, perhaps you could soften your stance. It is possible that they possess a rather formidable temperament. Indeed, at times, a simple act of humility from a girl can prompt a boy to graciously accept an apology, leading to a reconciliation that restores their relationship to its former state. Regrettably, however, many girls are reluctant to concede. Some perceive submission as an exceedingly daunting endeavor. Unless deeply enamored, they would resolutely refuse to yield. I wonder if Xiron belongs to this category of girls. Observing her ever-changing expressions, one might conclude that submission seems an unlikely prospect. Why should I be the one to yield? Yet, Xiron's countenance undeniably conveyed her profound ire. It appeared as though she regarded submission as an utterly terrifying notion, something she would never entertain in her lifetime. After a moment's pause, she seemed to reflect upon her actions and admitted, "In my heart, you will always hold immense significance. How could you be comparable to anyone else? What can I possibly say in response to your words? This time, you failed to protect me, and I was nearly harmed. Do you understand? When you were by my side, no one dared to treat me in such a manner. Today, they acted with impunity because they saw you were absent. Do you have any idea how deeply I suffered in your absence?" As she spoke, Xiron's gaze fell, her eyes filled with melancholy. "You may think that your anger today is trivial and that your absence from my side poses no great concern. You might believe in my abilities to fend for myself. However, when one becomes accustomed to having protection, the sudden absence of that safeguard leaves one feeling utterly defenseless. While I may possess the skills to protect myself, my illusion techniques and ninjutsu abilities are commendable. Before I could even employ them, I was already harmed. For so long, I have been shielded by you, and now you declare that you will no longer offer that protection. How could you do this? Initially, it was you who vowed to remain by my side for a lifetime, pledging to protect me always. Can you truly so easily renege on that promise? Do you realize the extent of the anguish your actions have caused me? Perhaps you will never truly care. To you, this is merely an episode of anger and dissatisfaction, leading you to ignore me entirely. You may choose to disregard me, or you may decide to cease protecting me. Henceforth, you need not concern yourself with my safety any longer. Indeed, it is as you stated. Even a single day without your protection breeds such an attitude within me. I admit, I may be overreacting, yet the rationale is quite simple. Even if you neglect me for just one day, the likelihood of my suffering harm within that span is significant. Consequently, what I seek is someone who can safeguard me at all times, rather than someone who turns a blind eye in moments of anger. At times, you might perceive young women as particularly irrational, almost unfathomable. You, having done so much for her, may find it disheartening that today, Due to your obligations, you cannot fulfill her expectations, and she may react with displeasure. Such instances can leave you feeling profoundly cold and disheartened, particularly when she fails to grasp the extent of your goodwill. However, it is important to recognize that young women possess their own thoughts and emotions. They are inherently fragile and delicate beings. If you consistently shield this young woman with unwavering care, but eventually withdraw your protection, leaving her to traverse her path alone, the wound she endures may expand infinitely. Even the slightest injury can weigh heavily upon her, for she has been accustomed to an abundance of protection. Thus, if you choose to protect a young woman, never relent. For the moment you do, all perceived faults will be magnified and attributed solely to you. In her eyes, she bears no guilt. All blame rests upon you. This encapsulates her perspective. Yujin Hanyu had long anticipated this outcome, lamenting his own indiscretion in mentioning it at all. Alas, the endeavor to compel a young lady to relent is truly daunting. It seems only those who pursue the unyielding, ironclad men might yield. Although Asuma Saratobi presents himself as such a steadfast figure, Hinata Kurenai does not strike one as the type to capitulate easily. I simply feel that there is no necessity for the two of you to quarrel, especially to such an intense degree. Your relationship has always been harmonious, and it is truly unwarranted for it to devolve over such trivial matters. A mere apology, a simple concession, hardly seems a monumental task. After all, boys do cherish their pride. Yujin Hanyu can genuinely empathize with Asuma Saratobi's sentiments, as he was present during their altercation. When others are around, the likelihood of a young man softening is significantly diminished. Men, after all, are concerned with their honor. If their pride is bruised, they may feel as though their dignity has been stripped away. Therefore, maintaining that semblance of pride becomes paramount, even if, at times, such pride is as inconsequential as a shoe insole. However, in the presence of outsiders, a man's inclination to relinquish his pride is quite minimal. Conversely, when alone, a boy's propensity to yield is considerably greater. This parallels the dynamics at home versus in public. Some men may request their wives to grant them a semblance of respect when in the company of friends, promising to be more accommodating behind closed doors. Why does it suddenly seem that Asuma Saratobi and Hinata Kurenai share this sentiment? Although Asuma does exude a somewhat unyielding demeanor, the notion of such a relational dynamic is rather intriguing. What does pride signify in comparison to my worth? What is his intent? Look at how he treated me earlier. Had he merely soothed me, would I have reacted this way? I am aware that he came to my home today intending to placate me. Yet I did not expect your arrival, which incited his anger. I can comprehend his frustration, yet after he calms me, I would have offered my own apology. But what was that attitude he presented upon arrival? Why should I be the one to relent? With such a rigid demeanor, how can he expect me to speak to him gently? Am I to be so generous with my words as if they were without cost? It seems that the temper of the sunset is quite formidable. Perhaps you are unaware that the two of us have played together since childhood. Although it has not been an extensive period, we have spent nearly every moment together without ever parting. This is likely the first time we have been apart for such an extended duration, and it is indeed the first time we have quarreled to this extent. We have never engaged in arguments before. While I can comprehend the reasons behind our dispute, I cannot help but feel a sense of sorrow in my heart, questioning why he would treat me in such a manner. Suddenly, Yuzuru Yuuma feels superfluous. The relationship between these two seems to have little to do with him. Why should he concern himself with such trivial matters? It appears to be a fruitless endeavor. Interfering in matters that do not involve him is not only arduous but also thankless, ultimately leading to disdain. He often thinks that leaving at this moment would be the wisest course of action, yet it seems far from simple. Yuzuru Hanyu, lost in thought, let out a resigned sigh. What do you intend to do? He mused. You two are allowing such a trivial matter to escalate into anger. One has already left. If you do not soften your stance, will you both simply continue this silent standoff? He reflected on the chilling reality that one of the most dreadful experiences in life is engaging in a cold war. Should one choose to enter such a conflict with another, it is quite probable that communication will cease entirely, leading to a lifetime of estrangement. This phenomenon, often referred to as emotional coldness, poses a significant threat to relationships, particularly if the bond between two individuals is not genuinely unbreakable. While he was uncertain whether Hinata and Asuma would succumb to such dynamics, the likelihood seemed minimal given their historically strong connection. Nevertheless, who can truly ascertain such outcomes? What if their relationship were to falter due to this chilling silence? It would indeed be a lamentable fate, for their affection had always flourished, and there was no just cause for it to end over a mere trifle. Yuzuru wished fervently that they would not allow this to transpire. Although some matters remained beyond one's control, he felt a connection to their plight. In his past encounters with manga and anime, he had often found himself envious of couples like them, who initially shared such sweet moments together. Yet, the tragedy of Asuma's demise during a mission cast a long shadow over their story, leaving many hearts heavy with sorrow. Regardless, the sweetness of their early relationship could not be overlooked. They were, after all, one of the most beloved couples in Naruto. Asuma, the son of the esteemed Sarutobi clan and the third Hokage, was considered a man of stature, while Hinata, despite her humble beginnings, was undeniably one of the most beautiful kunoichi of her generation. Their union was indeed enviable. It seemed improbable that a woman of Hinata's grace would find a match worthy of her outside of Asuma. Yet, it was disheartening that a bond once thought indestructible had come to this. Lost in contemplation, Yuzuru began to ponder whether his involvement had somehow contributed to this turmoil. It should not have been the case. After all, he ought to remain detached. However, upon reflection, he realized that had he not returned the girl in question, perhaps this discord would not have arisen. Thus, he resolved that from this point forward, he would refrain from meddling in others' affairs, recognizing that such interference could yield grave repercussions. Henceforth, regardless of what transpired, it would be wiser to remain uninvolved. Hyuga Yuuma quietly reassured himself that he could strive to become a normal person, steering clear of unnecessary entanglements. It was undoubtedly wiser to maintain a respectful distance from such affairs, for the aftermath of meddling could be quite daunting. For instance, observing two individuals embroiled in a quarrel might lead to unjust blame directed at him, as a small fraction of the discord could indeed stem from his involvement. Yet, Akatsuki merely rolled her eyes in response. If he intended to persist in this standoffish manner, it mattered little to her. After all, she would never be the one to concede first. Why should she? She had committed no wrongdoing, and the root of this conflict lay squarely with him. This man was exceedingly petty. How could someone possess such a narrow perspective? Regardless, it irked her that he believed he could dictate the terms of their interactions. She would not indulge him. As a grown man, he should not be so sensitive. However, one must acknowledge that Akatsuki's principles were commendable. Many girls, enamored with a particular man, tend to spoil him, accommodating his every whim, whether it be financial or otherwise. Such behavior reveals a skewed moral compass, where affection does not equate to blind obedience. In comparison, the young lady before him maintained a relatively sound worldview, a trait worthy of admiration. After all, the essence of a woman is not solely defined by her beauty, wealth, capability, or strength, but rather by the integrity of her values. As long as her moral compass remains intact, her future endeavors will likely be free of excessive turmoil, a crucial aspect to consider. Nevertheless, such transformations are not attainable for everyone. For instance, while the girl before him appeared to possess strong values, she might eventually realize that, given the choice, she would have preferred to maintain a harmonious relationship with Asuma Sarutobi. The reason for this is likely rooted in the tragic fate that awaits him on the battlefield, leaving one to ponder why they had ever quarreled. If fate were to grant a second chance, she would vow never to argue with him again. Yet, such contemplations belong to the realm of the past, as the disputes have already transpired. Regret often arrives too late, and one can only hope for an early reconciliation between them, as their time together may be tragically limited. In the end, Asuma Sarutobi would meet his demise in battle, a harrowing reality that, while distant, looms ominously on the horizon. However, one still hopes that the two of them can cherish this fleeting period together, for it is indeed a rare and precious time. As the remaining days unfold, should they fail to treasure these moments, they may one day reflect and realize how truly beautiful the past was. If one understands that this man's life is finite, one would strive to cultivate a harmonious existence with him, harboring no desire for conflict. Of course, despite claiming to have traversed time, such matters must remain unspoken, for to voice them might alter the very fabric of this world. Even though one possesses the ability to instigate change, it is prudent to refrain from doing so. After all, some events are destined to occur. It would be most inappropriate if a mere word or two from oneself were to trigger a cascade of transformations. Thus, it is wise to avoid such actions as much as possible. Yuzuru Hanyu is not entirely oblivious to the sentiments surrounding the past affection, yet in his understanding, there remains an undeniable sense of helplessness. After all, such situations would elicit comprehension from anyone, but understanding aside, one still hopes that the two individuals can swiftly mend their relationship. Their bond has always been strong, and it is truly unnecessary for it to falter over any trivial matter. Perhaps they are merely children, still ensconced in their studies, and thus possess limited insight into the complexities of love. They might simplistically believe that their closeness is the sole reason for their feelings. However, this is merely a reflection of their own perceptions. Others, witnessing the vivid tales of manga and anime come to life, may suddenly find that emotions are indeed perplexing and that genuine feelings are hard-won. Thus, regardless of the circumstances or events that unfold, one can only wish that their situation does not devolve into its current state. The aspiration is for all relationships to retain their original essence, to not forget the initial intentions. It seems that Akatsuki Yuhong is on the verge of forgetting her own original intent. If she could only hold on to it, that would perhaps be the most admirable outcome. The so-called original intent does not solely hinge on how well the couple fared at the outset. Rather, it embodies the essence that, no matter the disputes they may encounter, their bond remains intact. This steadfastness is the most crucial aspect of their original intent. One can only hope that they reconcile and return to the harmonious state they once enjoyed, even if one argues that they cannot quarrel indefinitely. And though one might resist conceding, it is essential not to persist in a cold war, for such behavior inevitably impacts their relationship. Thus, during their next encounter, it suffices to utter a few words. After all, he is not the type to dwell on minor grievances. At present, Hanyu harbors no ulterior motives. He merely wishes for their disputes to cease, for that would be the most favorable resolution. Although he is uncertain whether they will heed his wishes, he often finds himself engulfed in sorrow. He laments that, despite his relentless efforts to grow stronger each day, he is burdened with numerous responsibilities while also feeling compelled to tend to others' emotional affairs. Such matters can be overwhelmingly exasperating. Yet, he feels an inexplicable obligation to remain involved, as even the slightest connection makes him question whether he bears some fault in their turmoil. Ultimately, it seems that neglecting the situation would lead to a sense of guilt. Meanwhile, Akatsuki Yuhong merely rolls her eyes, thinking, why should I take the initiative to speak to him? If, upon our next encounter, he does not take the initiative to speak to me, then so be it. From that point onward, we shall cease all communication. In truth, I bear no fault in this matter. The errors lie solely with him. It is evident that a single hand cannot produce sound, and the greater share of blame undoubtedly rests with him. Why must I always be the one to take the first step? Why should I be expected to make the initial concession or display of submission? Yuzuru Hanyu undoubtedly feels a tinge of helplessness. For if merely uttering a single phrase is considered capitulation, it leaves one at a loss for words. Nevertheless, it is prudent to dismiss the thoughts of others as their own, while one's own thoughts remain distinct. This divergence is a natural occurrence. It is unrealistic to expect uniformity in everyone's perspectives, for the desire to persuade often meets the challenge of uncertainty in approach. If the two of you were to persist in this manner, do you truly believe you would find contentment? Or do you intend to continue down this path indefinitely? Surely, this is not your desire. It is not about understanding Hinata, but rather an acute awareness of a girl's sentiments. A girl may present an exterior of indifference, appearing irate and seemingly impervious to attempts at placation. Yet, if one were to genuinely endeavor to console her, it would not be long before she is soothed. Thus, at times, girls can be remarkably easy to comfort. It suffices not to view them as particularly difficult beings. A girl simply seeks a measure of solace and sincerity. Conversely, some individuals hold a contrary view, believing that girls require no consolation and that their concerns are trivial. Such perspectives are truly vexatious. Regrettably, there exists a considerable number of such individuals in the world. While it remains uncertain whether Asuma Saratobi embodies this type, it is evident that such characters are prevalent in reality, often comprising the majority. Should Saratobi indeed belong to this category, the potential for reconciliation between them would be considerably diminished. Perhaps this very thought is the source of Yuzuru Hanyu's anxiety. Observing the increasingly peculiar expression on Hinata's face, he ultimately let out a sigh. This matter can be addressed another time. Today, he is reluctant to dwell on such thoughts. After all, engaging in solitary contemplation serves little purpose, as it appears that others do not regard this situation with the same gravity. Alone in his ruminations, he feels rather foolish. At times, girls are prone to overthinking. Despite their declarations of indifference, they are often the ones most consumed by their thoughts. One can glean from Hinata's words that she harbors distress, though she chooses not to articulate it. Alternatively, she may have already expressed her feelings in her own way, albeit in a roundabout manner, leaving some blunt individuals unable to comprehend. However, Yuzuru Hanyu is certainly capable of understanding, regardless of whether my past self was a stereotypical ironclad man, the kind that women particularly disdain, someone who is utterly oblivious yet believes himself to be flawless. My character has undergone significant transformation after enduring numerous experiences. One could assert that I am no longer that archetypal figure. In truth, this is a crucial point. Not embodying the ironclad man persona is indeed of great importance. At times, such individuals can be exceedingly repugnant, yet articulating the reasons for widespread disdain towards them can be challenging. Is it not precisely this that leads to their unpopularity? Men can often exhibit this behavior. One must remain patient, for perhaps she will come to her senses and return with an apology. But it merely requires a bit of waiting. Impatience will not facilitate easy resolutions to matters at hand. While Yuzuru Hanyu occasionally possesses a profound understanding of these women's sentiments, there are moments when he finds it utterly incomprehensible. Why is that? It could be due to the belief that if these women could grasp the male perspective, many issues might find resolution. The lack of understanding towards men's thoughts often leads to frustration with the ironclad men, resulting in a perception of them as bothersome. However, one must recognize that men, by nature, tend to be straightforward and somewhat unrefined. Thus, if a man were to reflect upon the situation, things might improve. No one can guarantee that a man's comprehension will be instantaneous. Such an expectation is unrealistic. Therefore, a little patience does no harm. Yet, some women resist this notion, ultimately leading to undesirable outcomes, for which no one can be entirely blamed. In this world, a clap cannot resonate with a single hand. Every action has its cause and effect. Both parties bear responsibility for their faults, and it is unreasonable to assume that all blame lies with the other. Even if such a scenario were to arise, one should not fall into the trap of self-righteousness, for such an attitude only invites dire consequences. Let us cease this discourse. All men seem alike, always defending their kind. Reflect on how he treated you, and consider whether it is worthwhile to speak on his behalf. Women often possess a remarkable ability to shift topics seamlessly, which can be both impressive and unsettling. Yet, whether one admires this skill or not, the past is behind us. And Yuzuru Hanyu finds himself unable to continue this conversation. However, regarding this matter, I do possess certain thoughts, although Asuma's attitude towards me was somewhat unpleasant. Does it truly matter? It is merely a reflection of his affection for Kurenai Yuhi. We are all classmates, and a slight lapse in demeanor is of little consequence. After all, we are boys, and typically, boys grow closer through playful banter. Hence, I do not take it to heart. Moreover, it is hardly a significant issue. If a young man remains overly concerned about trifles, it seems rather unreasonable, does it not? If you were a girl, it would be understandable to be sensitive to someone's attitude towards you. However, as a boy, why should one concern oneself with another's opinion? Such sentiments could easily become a source of ridicule. It is expected that a boy should not be overly preoccupied with the nuances of attitude. Under these circumstances, it indeed evokes a sense of mockery. Even if one chooses not to dwell on it, does it truly feel right? Look at how unreasonable she is. Her behavior is not just directed at me. She treats you similarly. Or perhaps she behaves this way towards everyone. At this point, Kurenai's tone suggests she has long wished to express her feelings about this situation but finds it difficult to articulate. Do you understand? We have known each other since childhood, frequently playing together for an extensive period. Having grown up side by side, we have always resolved our issues collaboratively, believing that neither of us is more important than the other. While it's true that having numerous friends is advantageous, I hold him as my most significant companion. Regardless of the number of friends I may have, I am uncertain if he shares this sentiment, yet I believe he does. Given the strong bond we have cultivated over the years, my feelings are not merely one-sided, and even in light of any challenges that may arise, I remain steadfast in my belief. Our relationship has consistently been solid. It would be unfathomable to deem another as more important over trivial matters. I am confident that neither of us would entertain such thoughts. Nonetheless, I must refrain from making absolute statements about the state of our relationship, as I cannot entirely ascertain its status. Some aspects are indeed more complex than they appear. There are moments when his personality baffles me. I find certain traits particularly irksome. This does not equate to a dislike for him. Indeed, I relish our time together. Yet, he possesses a rather inflexible demeanor, convinced of his correctness in all matters. However, one must acknowledge that no one is flawless. He, too, has his faults, which he often refuses to acknowledge. This stubbornness frustrates me immensely. Despite this annoyance, I recognize that in a good relationship, such grievances cannot be openly voiced without fear of jeopardizing our bond. Even if I were to express my discontent, I believe our friendship would endure, as it is essential to accept certain aspects of each other. Our relationship is too valuable to be compromised over minor disagreements. Yet, When I do engage with him, his temperament can be exceedingly exasperating, leaving me feeling helpless. Sometimes, these matters evoke a sense of melancholy, yet they are unavoidable. Today marks a significant moment in our long-standing acquaintance, as I find myself expressing frustration more vehemently than ever before, and he too shares this sentiment. I surmise that even if we avoid conflict today, future disagreements are inevitable, for there remain discrepancies between us. This incident merely served as a catalyst, and there is no need for excessive guilt. It is truly all right. Yuzuru Yuuma found himself momentarily engulfed in a sense of awkwardness. What, after all, is the essence of a trigger? He was not oblivious to the reality that the two individuals had no genuine reason to engage in such a quarrel. However, the accumulated tensions had been building up, suffocating them, and inevitably, an explosion was bound to occur one day. This, indeed, represented the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back in their relationship. Yet, despite this understanding, he felt profoundly misplaced, as he had unwittingly become the catalyst of their discord. It was undeniably an uncomfortable position to occupy. Even if the sunset-hued figure claimed not to blame Yuzuru Yuuma, what of others' perceptions? If others shared that sentiment, then there would be no further discourse, but if they did not, it would render matters all the more awkward. People might say, what significance does he hold? Is he merely a third party in their relationship? What could possibly escalate their argument? All because of him. They would question his lack of awareness and criticize his apparent indifference. When such words are spoken, one finds it nearly impossible to refute them, for they resonate with undeniable truth. Thus, there are moments when one ought to avoid becoming the proverbial trigger, for once one does, the consequences can be dire. What options remain? He had no desire for this outcome. Who truly wishes for such an entanglement? In this world, reality does not bend to one's whims, and one cannot alter the facts. If it were possible, he would have refrained from accompanying her home today. After all, though the two had quarreled, the situation was not so grave. It was his presence that had intensified the matter. Even if she professed not to blame him, and even as Suma shared that view, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. Ultimately, he had become that catalyst, a role he had never intended to assume. Now, caught in this predicament, he bore the brunt of the blame. Despite reassurances that he was not at fault, he knew the truth lay with him. Therefore, he felt compelled to utter an apology. He would also extend his apologies to Asuma, wishing for the two of them to reconcile, regardless of whether the cause was him or any other circumstance. Quarreling over trivial matters was entirely unnecessary. Why engage in such folly? The most vital aspect was to cherish each day in harmony. In truth, this principle is universally understood. Yet comprehension does not always translate into action. There are instances when one grasps the truth, yet circumstances conspire to render action impossible. The reason is simple. While the truth is apparent to all, how many possess the fortitude to act upon it? As the setting sun cast its crimson hue, a sigh escaped. There is no need for you to apologize. Regardless of the circumstances, I extend my gratitude to you today. As for what lies ahead, you need not burden yourself any further. Whatever transpires is merely the natural course of events, and thus, you need not concern yourself with this matter any longer. Let us entrust everything to the two of us. In any case, it does not pertain to you. This is a matter solely between us, so please, do not involve yourself any further. Yuzuru Yuuma initially wished to articulate further thoughts. However, after a prolonged contemplation, he recognized that Akatsuki had already expressed her perspective to a considerable extent, indicating that their matters were inherently between the two of them. To indulge in excessive discourse would be rather inappropriate. Moreover, regardless of what is said, the current circumstances remain unaltered. The reality has manifested itself, and any utterance or action seems devoid of significance. Thus, apart from the acceptance of this situation, what other recourse exists? Consequently, I shall refrain from prolonging our conversation. I must return home early, and you should also rest well. Should any matters arise, please feel free to share them with me later, and I shall endeavor to assist you in resolving them. Although Yuzuru Yuuma harbored no desire to intrude into the romantic affairs of others, he nonetheless aspired to forge additional friendships, for there is no fault in cultivating bonds with others. Admittedly, such friendships may present certain challenges, yet what does it matter? As long as friendship can be established, the manner of its formation holds little consequence. Naturally, befriending someone who is in a relationship can be quite awkward. However, what alternative exists? Ideally, one would cultivate amicable relations with both partners, which would be the most favorable outcome. Yet, this is a daunting endeavor, after all. Fostering a close friendship with a boy is relatively straightforward, provided he is not a stoic individual like Asuma Saratobi. However, what of the camaraderie between boys? Yet, these considerations are trivial. The crux lies in the fact that to befriend a girl, one must maintain a good rapport with her boyfriend. If one fails to establish a favorable relationship with her partner, how could the boyfriend possibly regard one as anything but having ulterior motives? After all, boys often exhibit a profound protectiveness over their girlfriends, particularly concerning their interactions with other males. Some boys can be rather possessive. Even a simple exchange with another male can incite jealousy, a sentiment that is, albeit unwarranted, nonetheless prevalent. It is not merely a matter of whether one deems such feelings necessary or not. Many situations unfold beyond one's comprehension, and they simply occur. What can one do in such instances? Yuzuru Yuuma presently feels a profound sense of bewilderment regarding the couple's dynamic. Should he prioritize cultivating a relationship with Asuma before contemplating how to engage with Akatsuki? It seems that, relatively speaking, girls may be more amenable to interaction. Once he comprehends the dynamics with the boys, the situation with the girls may become less consequential. If a boy remains perplexed, then the matter is far from simple. Thus, the paramount task at present is to foster a good relationship with the boy. However, it appears daunting, for in his heart, she has already formed a rather unfavorable impression. Consequently, the path ahead may prove challenging. Nevertheless, this situation must be approached step by step, as there is little recourse available. Such matters are not as straightforward as mere brawls. Therefore, aside from accepting the reality, one must embrace the situation. After all, who can accurately predict the intricacies of friendship? I understand. You should return home early. Yet, Shihong's mood appeared rather somber. Indeed, for any girl, having just quarreled with her boyfriend, it would be abnormal to feel cheerful. Yuja nodded and offered her final counsel. Regardless of the circumstances, do not dwell excessively on them. Let things unfold naturally. For a favorable outcome will eventually materialize. Overthinking serves little purpose. After hearing this, Shihong simply smiled faintly. I cannot discern what is good or bad. What I do know is that I have brought this upon myself. Nevertheless, it is not insurmountable. Everything will gradually improve, just as you said. This time, I shall choose to believe. It is merely a choice to believe once. What significance does it hold? Life presents numerous choices, and while one may make many mistakes, if just one decision is correct, perhaps it renders the journey worthwhile. Yujin did not respond, but nodded earnestly, gazing at the girl before him. He was acutely aware of how each outcome would unfold, be it good, bad, or otherwise. Each individual's fate flickered through his mind, and he wondered if his presence might alter anything. If possible, he wished for all of them to escape such conclusions, for perhaps others' endings were satisfactory. Yet the fate of this couple was disheartening. He hoped to change that, at least ensuring the man's survival, for in that case, they could still have a happy family. Indeed, possessing a joyful family is of utmost significance. You may find it hard to comprehend what constitutes true happiness. But when you have never experienced a genuinely happy family, you suddenly realize how vital it is. Initially, one might not perceive its importance. But as time progresses and possessions wane, desires diminish, revealing the true value of what once seemed trivial. Perhaps in the beginning, when the sunset was still a vibrant red, I wondered how such a man could exist, engaging in arguments with him without a second thought. Had I known that Asuma Sarutobi would depart from this world so early, I would have cherished every moment with him profoundly. Human nature is indeed perplexing. We often fail to appreciate what we have when it is within our grasp, only to realize the significance of cherishing once everything is lost. Yet, it is understandable that these individuals could not foresee the outcome, and thus they remain oblivious to the eventualities that unfolded. Their choices, too, are quite normal. There is nothing incomprehensible about them, though it leaves one with a sense of melancholy. Ultimately, it is merely a feeling of regret, a sentiment that lingers without any further elaboration. After Yuzuru Hanyu departed, I found myself contemplating countless thoughts on my way home, reflecting deeply. It was precisely because my mind was adrift in such profound musings that I failed to anticipate the explosive arrival of my own realizations. Yet, somehow, I managed to evade it. Yuzuki Yuuma gazed in astonishment at the explosion behind him, then turned to face the source of it, Asuma Sarutobi. His initial reaction was one of disbelief, yet his subsequent thoughts led him to a reluctant understanding. It is not uncommon for men to engage in conflict for the sake of a woman. What are you doing? Although he internally empathized with Asuma, he outwardly felt a sense of unease. How could this be permissible? Utilizing such perilous explosive tags at their tender age, mere adolescence, is utterly reckless. Even if one is the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Surely, this is excessive. Is something the matter? Is the Hokage's son untouchable, free to act without consequence? Yuma contemplated the grim reality. Should he fall in this skirmish, Asuma would likely face no repercussions. After all, he is the Hokage's son. Although he may not exhibit the same arrogance as Boruto Uzumaki, the son of Naruto, he still enjoys a privileged status in this era. Regardless, he remains a scion of nobility, and when compared to an ordinary individual like Yuma, it is evident whom Konoha would ultimately favor. This truth is painfully obvious, and thus, Yuma felt a sense of helplessness. This village can be quite formidable. Should he sustain injuries, they would be for naught. The thought alone fills him with exasperation. What am I doing? In contrast, Asuma Saratobi seemed disinclined to elaborate, stating, "You need not concern yourself with my intentions, for you already comprehend the reasons behind my actions." With a mere flick of his wrist, he launched two kunai, subsequently retrieving a favored weapon from his pouch. It became clear that Asuma had been training with this weapon since his school days, explaining its constant presence. Yuzuki Yuma stepped back, narrowly evading the kunai. Could we not resolve this through conversation? Why must it always resort to violence? At times, he truly struggled to understand why these individuals could not engage in civil discourse. The necessity of combat seemed utterly unwarranted. It expended chakra and energy, which felt futile, while friendly sparring might enhance one's abilities. It was evident that these individuals were not interested in mere practice. Their intent seemed lethal. Asuma merely scoffed, "For the woman I admire. It would be no surprise to end your life today. Is there anything left to discuss? I believe you're mistaken. I share no connection with Kurenai Yuhi. Today, as she stated, I am simply escorting her home. You two are the couple, so do not drag me into this. It is not out of cowardice that I feel compelled to elucidate certain matters. Rather, I believe it is essential to clarify, lest misunderstandings tarnish the bond between two individuals. A bond that has blossomed since childhood and culminated in familial ties. If my insignificant presence were to disrupt their relationship, it would be utterly unwarranted. Not only is it unnecessary, but it also leaves me with a sense of discomfort, for this is an exceptionally sincere relationship. One that should not be allowed to dissipate into nothingness due to trivial matters. However, to Asuma Saratobi, these words may merely appear as excuses, unbefitting of a man. With a firm grip on his weapon, he questions how one could utter such things and still consider himself a man. A true man must own his actions and accept the ensuing responsibilities and consequences. To evade accountability now is simply unacceptable. Do you truly believe I would take your words at face value? What kind of girl is Kurenai Yuhi? Am I not intimately acquainted with her? After spending so much time together, sharing daily moments, I doubt anyone knows her better than I do. Each of your statements rings hollow. Akin to the barking of a dog, there is no need for you to deflect responsibility here, as it only serves to portray you as weak and more deserving of disdain. Yet, Asuma seems to possess a rather volatile temperament regarding this issue. No matter how one might attempt to explain, he appears resolute in his disbelief. Perhaps this is quite natural. In matters concerning Kurenai, it is unlikely he could remain composed. Every individual has someone they deeply care for, and it is precisely this affection that elevates the significance of all related events, which is not inherently flawed. It is essential to recognize that not every situation is approached in the same manner, and thus, some degree of understanding is warranted. I do not lack strength. Even if you refuse to believe my words, I must convey the truth and the facts. I do not wish for any misunderstandings to arise between you two because of me. I could engage in a fight with you, but I deem such an action unnecessary. We are classmates, after all. I am aware of your feelings for Kurenai, yet ultimately, my relationship with her is merely that of classmates. The truth remains that I merely escorted her home after witnessing her being bullied. It is as simple as that, devoid of any further complications, regardless of your belief. I must share this with you. Wamahane certainly harbors no fear of dueling Asuma, for he has previously faced even members of the Uchiha clan and emerged victorious. Why then would he fear an ordinary child? Although it is said that the later version of Asuma Saratobi is remarkably powerful, the abilities of the early character in Naruto still warrant further examination. In truth, there is no sense of anxiety, even if this individual possesses formidable capabilities. What does it matter? In comparison to my own strengths, I am confident that I will not be outmatched by anyone before me. Thus, it is not fear that I harbor, but rather a desire to ensure that my classmates do not harbor any misunderstandings. I have expressed everything that needed to be said, hoping that the two can reconcile and clarify this misunderstanding. It is a simple wish, devoid of any grave implications. However, despite the apparent simplicity of such matters, they sometimes prove to be far more complex than they seem, leaving us with little recourse. Yet, it appears that Asuma Sarutobi is reluctant to accept this reality. Wearing an expression of disbelief, Yuzuru Yuuma truly feels a profound sense of innocence. However, regardless of his sentiments, the man before him appears resolute in his disbelief. While he can somewhat empathize with this feeling, understanding does not alleviate the sense of helplessness he experiences. His actions, undertaken with the intention of benefiting others, have culminated in a situation that is both arduous and thankless. He resolves that henceforth, he shall refrain from engaging in such meddlesome endeavors. Interfering in others' affairs ultimately leads to one's own detriment. Previously, his intentions were born out of goodwill, yet now, confronted with the reality of the situation, he grapples with the notion that perhaps it is better for his own conscience to endure discomfort than to involve himself in trivial matters. For once entangled, he may find himself regretting his choices. After all, some matters defy clear articulation, and the outcomes remain unpredictable, rendering certain situations perplexing. Do you genuinely believe that I would accept your words? Even if you speak the truth, what of it? I cannot abide other men drawing so near to Hinaka. That girl may well be the only one destined for me in this lifetime. As for anyone else, they are simply off limits. Thus, do not presume that by sharing your so-called truths, I would easily pardon your transgressions. What gives you the right to approach my girl? Even if your intentions toward Hinaka are innocent, I assure you, I shall not tolerate it. I cannot tolerate even the slightest grain of sand in my eye. Earlier, I refrained from displaying aggression before her, wishing to shield her from the brutality of this world. Yet here I stand, waiting for you. Do you truly think I would so easily forgive you? That is simply inconceivable. At this juncture, Asuma Sarutobi resolves not to remain passive any longer and charges forward. Yuzuru Yuuma, in his heart, cannot help but feel a sense of futility. What is this all about? Having traversed this path for only a few days, he is merely 5 years old yet finds himself embroiled in incessant conflict. He struggles to comprehend what wrong he has committed to elicit such animosity. Perhaps it is true that the strong attract envy. The notion of heavenly jealousy of talent may indeed hold some merit. Each of these individuals seems to disdain him, perhaps believing that his abilities surpass their own. In truth, such thoughts are entirely unnecessary. His prior meddling has led to this predicament. Had he foreseen such dire consequences, he would undoubtedly abstain from interfering in the future. The repercussions are indeed daunting, and he reflects on the futility of his past intrusions. Henceforth, he resolves to refrain from such actions. However, that is merely a matter for the future. The current situation demands attention and cannot be ignored. One cannot help but wonder if it is truly possible to alter this state of affairs. It appears more complicated than it seems. Thus, furrowing one's brow in contemplation, the question arises, what course of action should be taken? Thoughts of helplessness abound. If one were to inadvertently harm Asuma Sarutobi, it would be an unfortunate circumstance, especially since this man does not engage in combat with malice. Yet, if one refrains from retaliating, can they genuinely shield themselves from harm? To solely defend without offense is not a sign of disrespect, but rather a personal method of self-protection, as there is no necessity to engage in this conflict with the man. Unlike before, Asuma Sarutobi is now overtaken by impulsiveness. If one cannot pacify him with reason, the best option is to prevent any duel from occurring. Ultimately, this is a situation that must be accepted. When Asuma Sarutobi charged forward, he did not anticipate that the man before him would not evade his attack. Being children, their minor skirmishes often bear little significance, yet wielding weapons can be rather terrifying. Consequently, the implements they wield are crafted from wood. Nevertheless, can such wooden weapons inflict no injury? Regardless of their material, they remain weapons, and as children, their delicate skin is prone to harm, a fact that is indisputable and indeed frightening. Yet Yuuma does not seem to treat the matter with any seriousness. He merely stands there, refusing to dodge, evoking a sense of dread in observers, including Asuma Sarutobi himself. To speak candidly, within the classroom, the students are familiar with one another. They are aware of each other's personalities and abilities. Most are relatively cognizant of one another's strengths, if not entirely clear on the details. Thus, they instinctively employ their understanding of each other's tendencies when attacking. However, this is merely the trivial mischief of a girl, entirely unnecessary. Asuma Sarutobi, driven by his inner frustration, does not ponder deeply. He merely seeks to vent his anger. It is precisely this sense of annoyance that compels his actions, despite the lack of necessity. Yuuma, fully aware of the impending attack, surrounds himself with chakra in that fleeting moment. Even if one possesses an indomitable physique, it is unreasonable to constantly endure harm. After all, pain is inevitable. Though the body may remain unscathed, The sensation of pain is undeniably unbearable. Even a wooden weapon, upon striking, can inflict considerable discomfort. Thus, it is prudent to avoid confrontation whenever possible. When Sarutobi Asuma launched his attack, he was unexpectedly repelled, leaving him astonished as he gazed at the individual before him. As a member of the esteemed Sarutobi clan, he garnered significant attention within the class, boasting abilities that could be considered above average. While he may not be the strongest, he certainly was not the weakest, comfortably situated in the upper echelons of skill. No one dared to bully him, nor utter a word against him. Particularly since he and Yuhi Kurenai had previously been inseparable, akin to conjoined twins. The pair was perpetually together. Could one truly hope to defeat one if they struggled against both? Overcoming even a single opponent required substantial effort, making the prospect of contending with two utterly daunting. Thus, the rest of the class chose to avert their gaze and steer clear of the duo, apprehensive of the potential repercussions. There was a time when they were just as they are now, always appearing as a pair. Yet, there existed a few particularly unruly individuals who looked down upon them. Perhaps due to Kurenai's beauty in her youth, which drew her closer to Asuma rather than others. Some infatuated with Kurenai sought to disrupt their bond. Although they were merely children, they were already acutely aware of such dynamics, leading certain troublemakers in class to attempt to separate the two. Inevitably, the consequences were dire. After all, how could one easily sever the bond of those who were so closely entwined? Despite employing various tactics, these individuals failed to pull them apart and ultimately resolved to confront them directly. If separation proved impossible, a fight was deemed necessary. Should Asuma falter in this encounter, Kurenai would fall into their grasp. However, a frightful turn of events ensued. How could Kurenai permit Asuma to face such adversaries alone? Utilizing Genjutsu, she ensnared the three for an entire day. Moreover, while they remained under the illusion's thrall, Asuma inflicted injuries upon them. This hardly constituted a sneak attack, given that it was their own meddling that incited the confrontation, particularly as they were men. Consequently, no one dared provoke the duo thereafter. Their cooperation was unparalleled, and their bond was of paramount importance. No one would dare jest with their relationship, for such an act would be nothing short of terrifying. If one truly trifles with the feelings of those two individuals, it can only be said that such a person possesses an audacity that borders on recklessness. This matter is not merely trivial. The potential for genuine consequences is ever present. Consequently, everyone gradually distanced themselves from the pair, for who would dare provoke such a situation? It was simply wiser to avoid entanglement. Eventually, they began to perceive the two as a couple, as they frequently appeared together, and no one paid much heed to it. Though there were moments of disdain, one could choose not to observe, out of sight, out of mind, as the saying goes. Yet, unexpectedly, one finds themselves ensnared in the tumult of their romantic entanglement. Yuzuru Hoshino suddenly realized how daunting it can be to meddle in others' affairs. If possible, he vowed to refrain from such interference in the future, for these matters are not as straightforward as they might seem. The prospect of becoming further embroiled in such complexities is indeed terrifying, thus he resolved to avoid meddling at all costs. Recognizing that such matters are not to be taken lightly, Yuzuru deeply regretted his previous intrusion, yet the situation had escalated beyond his control, leaving little room for alteration. At present, the foremost concern is to devise a strategy to confront Sarutobi Asuma. Other issues momentarily pale in significance. After all, it would be utterly futile to engage in a violent confrontation over this, especially given that they are not only classmates but also the son of the Hokage, an essential point to consider. Yujin Yuhuan was acutely aware that the individual before him was the son of the Hokage, undoubtedly receiving treatment that was worlds apart from his own. In comparison, should this person belong to the Uchiha clan, one could only speculate whose side the Hokage's son would take in the event of a conflict. The current state of Konoha village indeed reflected such complexities. Nevertheless, Yujin's steadfast defense without offense ultimately provoked Asuma Sarutobi. Sarutobi, confident in his abilities, perceived the adversary's passive stance as a profound disrespect. Anyone subjected to such disregard would naturally feel a sense of frustration, as it implied a denial of their own capabilities. What do you mean by this? I formally challenge you to a duel, yet you choose only to defend? Yujin found himself pondering the rationale behind such behavior. Surely, instead of engaging in a duel, these individuals could devote their time to honing their skills. Was it truly necessary to escalate matters over a girl? Moreover, this situation was not of his own making. The mysterious atmosphere surrounding it was utterly perplexing. The spectacle of it all, if known to others, would reflect poorly on them. These youths seemed to engage in brawls daily, a normal occurrence among boys, yet Yujin himself harbored no fondness for such conflicts. He believed that there was no need for violence between them. If they insisted on attacking, he could only respond with defense, as he saw no justification for accepting their challenge or initiating an attack. Yujin considered his conduct entirely justified, while it was the one before him who appeared irrational, insisting on a duel and creating unnecessary drama. It was difficult to comprehend the motivations driving such behavior, even if it stemmed from an intense affection for a girl. Did they not realize that such actions demonstrated a lack of respect towards their opponent? Did Asuma truly believe that Yujin's attacks were beneath his notice, that he could effortlessly withstand all challenges? Asuma's anger was palpable. After all, experiencing disrespect was hardly pleasant, and it was impossible not to feel angered. Yet it seemed there was no way to alter the prevailing circumstances. I do not mean to offend you. I recognize your strength. However, I firmly believe that there is no necessity for us to engage in battle. Have you not absorbed anything I have said? I truly believe there is no necessity. Yuzuru Hanyu not only feels it is unnecessary but also considers it somewhat a waste of time. However, the boy before him seems utterly oblivious. Regardless of how he expresses himself, the boy wears an expression akin to one who has just tasted something foul, appearing quite irate, as if he is intent on engaging in a confrontation. Nowadays, young men are remarkably obstinate, persistently resisting reason. No matter what one says, they remain unmoved, clinging to their own beliefs and desires. They are resolute in their actions, never hesitating to engage in battle without mercy, declaring a duel while refusing to allow their opponent the first strike. Perhaps this is merely the nature of those in the world of ninjas, as they all aspire to become formidable warriors in the future. From your perspective, it indeed seems unnecessary. After all, individuals like you are accustomed to dealing with those whose intellect is questionable. How could you possibly comprehend the profound bond shared between myself and Kurenai Yuhi? The depth of our affection for one another is immeasurable. Asuma Sarutobi's every word is laced with a hint of sarcasm. Yuzuru Hanyu, however, does not take it too much to heart. After all, the boy is merely venting his frustrations, and such remarks are somewhat understandable. Although they may sound harsh, they hardly warrant excessive concern. Yet, Asuma's assertion is somewhat misguided. I consider myself relatively well acquainted with the matter. It is not merely a matter of experience. I have witnessed these emotions unfold before my very eyes. To claim complete ignorance would be an egregious bias. Such a statement cannot be entertained. After all, as the saying goes, one may not have eaten pork, but they have certainly seen pigs run. Even without direct experience, I have observed these feelings pass before me, which grants me a certain understanding. Thus, one cannot assert that they possess no understanding at all. That would be excessively harsh and biased. Nevertheless, whether one understands or not is inconsequential. It is precisely because of my understanding that I can empathize with the turmoil that one feels in such moments. And in that understanding, I cannot help but sigh. I never intended to involve myself in the relationship between the two of you. To be candid, if you disapprove, I shall refrain from meddling in such matters in the future. While I can acknowledge my fault this time, I harbor no ulterior motives. After all, I believe Shiri has already informed you. Had it not been for your inability to accompany her home, she would not have faced harassment from those ruffians. If I had not witnessed the incident, I would not have intervened. One cannot simply stand by and watch another suffer without offering assistance. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, it would be a different matter, but I trust that you, too, would not remain indifferent had you been in my position. Thus, I endeavored to assist her fully, having already chased away those troublemakers. And knowing it was her first time returning home alone, I thought it prudent to escort her. To my surprise, I encountered you. This was merely an act of camaraderie among classmates, devoid of any other implications. I sincerely hope you do not misconstrue my intentions. Yuhangyu's heartfelt words are genuine. Yet it remains uncertain whether Sarutobi Asuma will believe them. Should he choose to accept them, that would be fortunate, potentially bringing this matter to a close. However, if he remains skeptical, it is likely that he will not let it rest easily. Moreover, even if he does believe, he may not readily forgive. After all, certain matters are not easily clarified or articulated. Your lengthy discourse seems primarily a defense of your own position. Even if your assertions hold some truth, what of it? Ultimately, it is because of you that we find ourselves in conflict. From the very beginning, our quarrel stemmed from your involvement. You claim to be innocent, asserting that you have never participated in our relationship. But do you understand? In all the time I have known Shiri, she has never cared for any boy as she does for you, always showing an interest in you first. How could I not feel jealousy? My displeasure is entirely natural. It is evident that there is nothing trivial about this. You were once an inconspicuous boy, yet suddenly transformed. Well, if you have changed, no one can fault you for it. Your newfound strength and capabilities bring joy to all, as we are all classmates, sharing the same environment. But why, I ask? Have you captured Shiri's attention? This young girl has never shown such interest in anyone before, save for me. You are now the second. And how could I possibly remain indifferent? My heart aches at this reality. Yet you perceive my feelings as mere flights of fancy, dismissing them as irrationality. If that is the case, then so be it. However, I never anticipated that my frustration would arise from such a trivial matter. I merely wish to apologize to her. I have come to terms with it. Your escorting her home is indeed commendable. You are quite appealing. Your presence at this moment is audacious indeed. Indeed. What Asuma Saratobi articulated holds some merit. When one genuinely harbors feelings for a girl, every facet of her life becomes a source of concern. Consequently, all occurrences pertaining to her transform into matters of significance for you. Yuujin has come to realize that this unpleasant situation has been thrust upon him. And no matter how he attempts to cleanse himself of it, clarity remains elusive. Even if others believe him, if he does not express this pent-up frustration, resolution will remain out of reach. However, it begs the question of how one can effectively vent such feelings. The only recourse seems to be engaging in a confrontation with oneself. Should he lose, perhaps it would be over. Yet if he prevails, retaliation may follow. Thus, the dilemma of whether to fight persists. Fighting guarantees one will not lose, yet winning does not necessarily yield satisfaction. If victory remains unattainable, how can one ensure control? This predicament is indeed burdensome. Remaining passive leads to accusations of arrogance and a lack of acknowledgement of others' capabilities. The situation underscores the inherent difficulties of existence. No matter the approach, one is bound to err. To speak more is to risk more. To act more is to falter more. It is a veritable truth. Very well. I concede my mistake. Now, what do you wish to do? Engaging in a brawl with you is beyond my willingness, as I deem it unnecessary. Henceforth, I shall refrain from any communication with Akane, granting you some peace of mind. I trust. Her affections shall no longer concern me. I must not involve myself further, lest I bear the blame for everything. It is entirely unnecessary to allow such matters to cause me distress. Thus, it seems that in this world, every endeavor is fraught with missteps. Do you believe this situation can simply be dismissed? You shall certainly not speak to her again. Why should you? She is my girl, and you are forever unworthy of even a single word with her. From this moment on, maintain your distance from her, should I catch sight of you. I shall strike without hesitation. Yet, for reasons unknown, Asuma Saratobi appeared to be somewhat swayed. This time, I will reluctantly believe you. Let this matter rest. But should I witness another incident, I shall not let you off so easily. I will see to it that you pay dearly. However, it would not be an exaggeration to say that women in this world can indeed be a troublesome breed. Akane, unwavering, had no intention of allowing Yuujin to depart. Where do you think you are going? I have not finished speaking. Akane, exuding an intimidating aura, prompted a resigned sigh from Yuujin. What more do you wish to say? Yet, her irritation at his demeanor was palpable. Akane had always prided herself on her independence, having grown up as a strong woman, and thus held a dismissive view towards these young men. Some girls, believing their abilities allow them to dominate all boys, develop a sense of disdain towards them. In the presence of such girls, boys may feel as though they are regarded with contempt. What kind of attitude is this towards me? I am a girl, you know? Your demeanor towards me is rather excessive, don't you think? Are you truly a man? When I speak to you, you should be looking at me, standing here, and listening until I finish. That would be the bare minimum of respect, wouldn't it? In the past, you could not have known that Mitashi Akane was such a girl. This seems rather unreasonable, doesn't it? However, considering that Mitashi Akane was merely a supporting character in the manga and anime, her appearances were limited, making it quite normal not to know her well. Yet now, it appears that I ought to take the time to understand Mitashi Akane better. Yu is at a loss for how to respond to her, feeling that this girl might be overthinking things. What is wrong with these girls? With just a few casual words, they claim to feel disrespected. If there truly was a lack of respect, perhaps they would not even bother to engage with these individuals. Nevertheless, it seems that girls are often like this, meticulously calculating every word. It has become a matter of habit, and thankfully, there are not many girls in the classroom, so I need not become accustomed to such behavior. Yet despite this, I cannot help but feel an inexplicable sense of frustration. I wonder how to respond. If it is my fault, then so be it. If my lack of respect towards you is the issue, Then please, do share your thoughts. I am here, yet you remain silent. Is it I who disrespects you? Or you who disrespects me? Yu Hongyu feels that continuing this way is a waste of time, yet finds himself unable to escape it, resigning to this time-wasting situation. Each girl here claims disrespect with every word spoken, and if he were to leave now, he would likely become an enemy to them all. What do you intend to do next? The matter concerning Asuma and Akane seems to stem from you, does it not? Matashi Akane appears quite concerned about the relationship between Asuma and Akane. Perhaps their feelings are not solely their own. As friends, many care deeply about their relationship, which is entirely normal. I acknowledge that this situation arose because of me, and I am truly sorry. Yet, what can I do now? Having come this far, what more can I do besides apologize? Yuzuru Yuuma, in any case, felt a sense of relief. This matter could be considered settled, which was a positive outcome. After all, he had expressed so much, yet was misunderstood as not being a boy, which was quite a burden in itself. He merely wished to avoid conflict. Yet others labeled him as lacking in masculinity. It truly is challenging to navigate life. Must one be at fault for choosing not to fight? Moreover, since they were all classmates, he felt there was no necessity for such a confrontation. It seemed that every action he took had become increasingly complicated, a sentiment that resonated deeply within him. Yuzuru Yuuma stood there, watching as Asuma Saratobi sheathed his weapon and walked away. A modicum of relief washed over him. Regardless, the situation had reached a resolution, which was certainly preferable to a physical altercation. The potential for injury, whether to oneself or others, rendered such conflict utterly unnecessary. Who would have thought you to be so cowardly? A melodious voice pierced through the air. Turning, he found himself face to face with Akane Matarai from his class. I am not cowardly. I merely articulate the truth as I see it, he replied. We are all classmates. Is it truly necessary to resort to violence over this matter? Yuzuru Yuuma felt no inclination to elaborate further. What others perceived might simply be their interpretation of reality. However, he was acutely aware of the truth within his own heart. Why should he feel compelled to explain himself to every individual he encountered? If he were to clarify every detail, he would find himself with no time for anything else, merely justifying his existence. Ultimately, how others viewed him was of little consequence, as long as he remained true to himself. Furthermore, if a fight were to occur, he was confident he would not necessarily be defeated. In contrast, Akane Matarai merely rolled her eyes. Even if what you say is true, must you then disregard Hinata Kureha entirely? Regardless of the circumstances, she considered you a friend. To ignore her based on a few words from Asuma is quite disheartening. If Kureha were to find out, she would undoubtedly be upset with you. What more could Yuzuru Yuuma say? After all, she had a boyfriend. Was it wrong to maintain some distance? He simply could not comprehend what Akane was trying to convey. What am I to do? But then again, how does this concern you? With a dismissive pout, Akane replied, Of course, it has nothing to do with me. I merely happened to pass by and witness the two of you. I thought that if a fight truly broke out, I might intervene, considering we are all classmates. If anything unfortunate were to transpire, it would be unnecessary. Yet, I never expected you two to avoid a confrontation altogether. However, I must convey to you that I share a deep friendship with Akane, and I shall certainly remember this matter and relay it to her upon my return. You ought to reflect upon your actions. To dismiss someone as a friend over such trivialities reveals your inability to foster genuine connections. Navigating this world proves to be arduous, as I find myself repeatedly misjudged and subjected to unfounded remarks. Nonetheless, it seems unnecessary to dwell on the grievances with Akane, for she is but a young girl, and who truly comprehends the intricacies of her world. Therefore, I shall treat this as if I have heard nothing, choosing to disregard her altogether, lest I continue to err by speaking too much. Yet, upon hearing these words, Akane merely rolled her eyes in disdain. Do you presume that a simple apology suffices to mend all? If it were that straightforward, such misunderstandings would not arise. As she approached Yudo, she questioned, Who invited you to meddle? While that group of ruffians is indeed despicable, you took no action. Yet, my own abilities could have resolved the matter. They were of no consequence to you. Did you seek to play the so-called hero and elicit my gratitude? Do you realize that such behavior can easily jeopardize our relationship? Asuma may overlook your faults this time, but heed my warning. This is your final chance. Should you approach me again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. In her youth, Akane was undeniably audacious, leaving one utterly speechless. Yudo, observing her fiery demeanor, found himself pondering what he could possibly do in this situation. Previously, through manga and anime, he had perceived Akane as a fiercely spirited girl, but he had not given it much thought until now, when her true nature became apparent. Upon closer acquaintance, he discerned that her fiery spirit was merely a fragment of her character, and her somewhat unreasonable disposition raised the question, are all girls like this? It seems not. I have reiterated countless times that this was not intentional. While my meddling was indeed a misstep, you cannot attribute every misfortune solely to me. Yudo merely wished to avoid trivial disputes, yet he never anticipated being misinterpreted by this group, leaving him in a most disheartened state. Now, observing Akane before him, his spirits plummeted to an all-time low. However, Akane remained unconcerned with his feelings, fixated on her own perceptions. Regardless of your explanations, you must engrave my words in your heart and adhere to my directives henceforth. Should you fail to do so, I shall not spare you next time. Remember well what I, Akane, have imparted to you today. Ah, but aren't all girls like this? In this age, it is truly perplexing how unreasonable and obstinate some individuals can be. One might assume that women are inherently delicate. Yet it appears that this notion does not hold true in contemporary times. Yu Zheng, feeling disinclined to engage further with Mitarashi Anko, recognized that she was indeed a girl. Thus, it seemed only reasonable to afford her some leeway. I have taken note of your concerns, he assured her. You need not worry any longer. Rest easy. I shall refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern me. Having learned from this experience, should I intervene again, it would be quite unbecoming of me. However, I do not possess such a lack of propriety, so you need not fret or repeat yourself. Initially, Yu Zheng believed that Mitarashi Anko was merely difficult to engage with. Yet their first encounter nearly devolved into enmity, leaving him with a sense of helplessness and uncertainty. After hearing his words, Anko let out a cold snort, acknowledging his sentiment. You would do well to speak the truth and remember it. Otherwise, should I catch you again, I will not be so forgiving. All right, I understand. Now, do you trust me? Yu Zheng pondered what had taken Anko so long to articulate. Moreover, as night fell, he wondered if she was not anxious to return home. After all, he had endured quite a day and felt utterly exhausted. Surely, his parents awaited his return for dinner. Anko scoffed, what a spineless fellow. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Yu Zheng to exhale a resigned sigh as he observed her retreating figure. If he were a man, would he have so easily granted forgiveness? Nevertheless, he concluded that Anko was, after all, just a girl, and her words and actions were somewhat excusable, not deserving of excessive concern. As Yu Zheng journeyed home, he reflected upon the day's events. It suddenly dawned on him that his path ahead might not be as mundane as he had once thought. Rather than solely focusing on ninjutsu and training, it seemed that emotions and interpersonal relationships would play a significant role in his future. Initially, he had not contemplated such matters due to the disdain he faced from others, yet it was now evident that certain circumstances were inescapable and beyond his control. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he was taken aback to find his mother waiting with a stick in hand, seemingly having awaited his return for quite some time. A wave of confusion washed over him. Had he inadvertently angered her? Was this weapon intended for chastisement? As soon as she spotted him, his mother rushed out, gripping his ear and pulling him back into the house. You wretched boy. Let me tell you, do not cause trouble. Every day, you seem intent on creating chaos. Today, I asked you to go to school, yet you managed to conjure up so many issues. Are you deliberately trying to give your father and me more to worry about? The mother appeared somewhat irked, yet the son found himself perplexed as to what he had done to provoke such anger. Yushin, though not feeling much pain, still inquired with confusion, what exactly happened? Mother, what is wrong with me? Why are you reacting this way? How dare you ask why I am reacting this way? If it weren't for our neighbor, Ming, witnessing you fighting on the street with the young master of the Yuan family, I would have remained oblivious. The mother's tone was filled with indignation. The son of the Hokage, and you dare to provoke him? What audacity you possess. So, this was the cause of the uproar. Yushin was astonished that anything he did outside was known to his parents. He felt a surge of frustration, however. He recognized that their concern stemmed from a place of care. It was not inherently wrong for them to be worried about him. But why should it matter that he had clashed with the son of the Hokage? What was so significant about Asuma Saratobi, the third Hokage's son? Mother, is it really such a big deal? Yushin felt a wave of confusion wash over him, wanting to roll his eyes, yet out of respect for his mother, he refrained, merely letting out a sigh. It was just a simple fight. Must you react this way? Can you please let me go? What is this all about? Yu truly could not comprehend why his mother was so enraged, uttering such words. While he acknowledged that he had indeed engaged in actions that caused his parents concern, had not the matter ultimately reached a satisfactory resolution? Since it had already become a thing of the past, was it necessary for his parents to continue exhibiting such behavior? Mother, does this even warrant such a reaction? The issue has been resolved. What purpose does it serve for you to dwell on it? The parental instinct for worry is undoubtedly commendable, yet to fret over matters that hardly merit such concern is, indeed, a source of vexation. Nonetheless, his mother was nearly overcome with fury, gasping for breath as if she might faint. Do you realize whom you have provoked this time? Last time it was a child from the Uchiha clan. Indeed, you triumphed in that confrontation, yet did you not subsequently suffer their retribution? Now, having incited the son of the Hokage, do you not fear that soon the Hokage will expel our family from Konohagakure? It became evident that his mother's anxiety stemmed from the prospect of retaliation. The Uchiha clan was known for their pride, naturally displeased when their children were wronged. However, the Yuanfei family did not share such sentiments. Yu gazed earnestly at his mother and explained, the supreme leader of the Yuanfei family, the Hokage, is undoubtedly devoted to the well-being of the entire village and prioritizes the greater good. Moreover, his son was not actually wronged. We never engaged in combat. Although there was a misunderstanding that nearly escalated to a fight that has since been resolved and the misapprehension clarified. I am confident that a person as reasonable as the Hokage would not lay blame in this situation, so there is no need for you to worry so. However, his mother appeared to be completely bewildered, incapable of absorbing his reasoning. Your words may sound comforting. Indeed, the Hokage is a rational individual. But that is his own son we are discussing. Who could remain unconcerned about their own child? In different circumstances, he may act justly, but if his son were wronged, who could easily maintain impartiality? I know I could not. After all, it is only natural to side with one's own child. Yu found himself at a loss for words. How could his mother's perspective possibly align with that of the third Hokage? The very reason he held the esteemed position of Hokage was not solely due to his formidable abilities, but perhaps more so because of his exceptional management skills and his capacity for fair judgment. Mother, I comprehend your concerns. You fear that should Lord Hokage become aware of this incident, he may trouble me. However, rest assured. I assure you that Lord Hokage would not trouble me over such trivial matters, so you need not worry any further. Moreover, since I have chosen to embark on this path, and you have consented to my decision, I kindly ask that you refrain from meddling in my affairs. I possess my own journey to navigate, and I am fully aware of the best ways to proceed. I also understand what it takes to improve myself. You need not fret. I shall not bring shame upon you, nor will I allow anyone to bully me. At times, using Johanna truly feels overwhelmed by the trivial worries of the day. It is perplexing that, despite the lack of necessity for such distress, my parents share in my worries, which only exacerbates my agitation. There is truly no reason for this anxiety. Why must it persist? At last, my mother released her grip on me. Yet her expression was one of exasperation. With a stick cast aside, she placed her hands on her hips. What is the meaning of this? Our neighbor, Amin, informed me that he witnessed you fighting with the son of Lord Hokage. The boy was quite furious, shouting at you incessantly. What transpired? Upon hearing Amin's account, my mother became increasingly anxious. After all, that is the son of Lord Hokage, a figure far removed from the ordinary, even more so than those from the Uchiha clan, which adds to her worry. Observing her frantic demeanor, I sighed deeply. Mother, you need not be concerned over such a trivial matter. Why do you react this way? At times, I find it difficult to grasp my parents' perspectives. While their concern for my well-being is certainly commendable, it is unnecessary to fret over every little issue. If they were to follow me around worrying about everything, life would indeed be filled with excessive anxiety. It was merely a minor squabble among classmates. Not a significant matter worthy of such alarm. It was just a little scuffle, not a real fight. I implored. Yet, my mother remained visibly troubled. If it were any other classmates, I would dismiss it, but this is the son of Lord Hokage. Not long ago, you provoked the Uchiha clan. And now you find yourself at odds with the Hokage's son. What do you intend to achieve? Are you disregarding your own safety? Why do you insist on provoking the children of such powerful families? We are but ordinary folk. Given your background, how could you possibly contend with them? You previously mentioned that we should avoid confrontation. Can you not show a little restraint? Now that this has occurred, how can your father and I allow you to continue attending school? I gazed earnestly into my mother's eyes. Mother, do you truly believe I would cause you such worry? Regardless of the previous matters concerning the Uchiha clan or the current situation, have I truly caused you any harm? These are my own affairs, and I shall resolve them myself. Thus, you need not worry about me so. They are all matters I can handle independently, and I wish to keep my parents uninformed, not wanting to burden them with unnecessary concern. After all, they are merely ordinary individuals. Even if they were to learn of my troubles, what could they truly do? It ultimately falls upon me to address these issues. The solutions my parents might envision hardly qualify as genuine solutions, so, in essence, these matters remain solely mine to manage. Yet, my mother appears somewhat vexed. How could I possibly refrain from worrying about you? We are your parents, your father and mother. You are our son. Born after 10 months of anticipation, and regardless of your circumstances, I will always be concerned for you. I understand that we are just ordinary people, not ninjas, which leads you to believe we cannot assist you. You wish to tackle everything alone. However, you are our son, and no matter where you go or who you become, you will always be our child. How could we not be worried about you? How could we not be involved in your life? How could you be so unfeeling and selfish, as if you no longer regard us as your parents? Yet, as my mother gazed at her son, words eluded her for a while, and she ultimately let out a deep sigh. Gradually, she knelt down and looked earnestly at Yahiko Yuuma. My child, perhaps you believe that my concerns are unwarranted, that you can handle many things on your own, and thus my care may seem like meddling. I understand that you aspire to be a ninja, yet I am merely an ordinary woman. In comparison, I feel powerless, while you possess the ability to accomplish what I cannot. The concern your father and I have for you may seem insignificant to you, and I am fully aware of this. But do you realize? It is precisely because you are our child that we care so deeply for you. We constantly ponder how we might provide you with greater support and ensure your safe upbringing. Our desire for you not to become a ninja stems from our hope for your safety. Yet, you have chosen to attend ninja school, a decision that cannot be undone. Now that you are there, you must embrace the path of a ninja. You refuse to withdraw from school, and every day, your father and I live in fear, anxious for your well-being. What are we to do, after all? You are truly significant to us. We, two individuals, have lived our lives with utmost caution, never having committed any wrongdoing. Yet we have brought forth a child like you, one who revels in bravado and consistently stirs up trouble. We find ourselves at a loss, unable to comprehend why we, as your parents, lack the means to guide you, and we are equally uncertain about how to ensure your safe and sound growth. Our worries are profound, and at times, we are utterly bewildered as to how to proceed. However, you seem oblivious to the turmoil within our hearts. What are we to do with you? How can you be so inconsiderate? From the moment you entered this world, your father and I have been consumed with concern for your well-being. We harbor no expectations for you to become an extraordinary individual. We merely wish for you to grow up safely, unscathed by life's adversities. Yet, we have been powerless to prevent you from embarking on this path, the very one you yearn to traverse. No one can deter you, but that does not imply you may traverse this road heedlessly. What if, along this journey, you encounter insurmountable harm, and you find yourself incapable of averting such distress? What then? Your father and I are but ordinary people, unable to alter the circumstances or persuade you otherwise. Each day, we are plagued by anxiety. You insist that we refrain from worrying. Yet how can I not fret for the child I bore? My heart is in tatters with concern. I had hoped for a reprieve, believing that after a few days of calm, things would improve. I envisioned a time when you would graduate from the Ninja Academy, at which point the village would assign you a mentor, someone to look after you. Yet, in just a few fleeting years, you have consistently found yourself embroiled in chaos. And not with mere commoners, but with royals and influential families. What are we, your parents, to do when the consequences of your actions come knocking at our door? We are utterly powerless. Do you even grasp the weight of these matters? You are merely a child, and you remain blissfully unaware of the depths of our concern. Yahiko Yuuma found himself at a loss for words in response to his mother. What she expressed was indeed the essence of maternal concern, devoid of any fault. It was merely that at times, her views seemed overly antiquated and excessively conservative. Yet, this inclination is quite natural, as a mother's aspirations for her child are typically grounded in the desire for their safety and well-being. What mother would wish for her offspring to engage in perilous pursuits? After all, children are akin to flesh of her flesh, and mothers inherently yearn for their children to grow up safe and sound. Other considerations may not even cross a mother's mind, which is entirely understandable. However, it is precisely this mindset that evokes a sense of helplessness at times. While one can comprehend a mother's perspective, it does not imply that one can simply adhere to her wishes, even if, on this occasion, she resorts to a strategy of feigned suffering. It seems she might miscalculate this time. Mother, it's not that I don't understand you, but I hope you will refrain from such tactics in the future. After all, I cannot possibly thrive under your protection. Moreover, you are unable to shield me adequately. Perhaps it is I who must become your protector. Only by growing stronger can I ensure your safety. Your so-called protection of me is merely a notion. I hope you can grasp my sentiments. I understand your words, but let us strive for mutual understanding. A step back could lead to a broader perspective. I implore you to grant me some space. Yuzuru Yuuma genuinely felt at an impasse. Since arriving here, he had developed a clear understanding of how to navigate various situations. Yet he remained perplexed when it came to his parents. But what could be done? They were, after all, his biological parents. Thus, he often found himself in a position to persuade, yet unable to effectuate change. Nonetheless, this did not imply that persuasion was the sole recourse, if necessary. He would adopt a resolute stance. Of course, if matters could be resolved through discourse, it would be splendid. Yet if not, then resolutions must be sought with unwavering resolve. Devoid of any ambiguity. His mother gazed at him in astonishment, an instant of clarity dawning upon her. Regardless of her words or pleas, they would bear little weight. When an individual is resolute in pursuing a particular path, no amount of persuasion can alter their course. Such efforts are rendered futile. And it seems a waste of time and energy. Still, she was reluctant to accept her child's stubbornness. She wished for him to follow her vision. Undeniably, she was loath to concede defeat, yet she could only watch her child with an expression of discontent, uncertain of how to articulate her feelings. Just then, the father slowly emerged from the house. "Dear, please go inside," he said. The father's voice was stern, while the mother, glancing at him, seemed to wish to voice her thoughts. Yet, upon witnessing his serious countenance and earnest gaze, she ultimately sighed and silently retreated into the house. Thus, only the father and son remained at the threshold, their eyes exchanging unspoken communication that perhaps held more significance than mere words. Your mother is a woman, and it is quite natural for her to be a bit indecisive at times. However, both parents truly wish for your well-being. I hope you can understand that, the father remarked. In contrast, while the father's words were few, they were delivered with a certain gravity that struck home. Yuzuru Hanyu, of course, grasped the essence of their concerns but still felt compelled to express his own thoughts. "Father, I do not lack understanding of your and mother's intentions. I know how you both feel. However, I regret to say that I cannot tread the path you envision for me. The road you believe to be devoid of peril is not entirely free from thorns. It merely appears safer in your eyes. Have you considered the dangers that may lie ahead should I traverse that path? Not only would you be unable to protect us, but I, too, would be powerless to safeguard myself or you. In that eventuality, we would be left to the mercy of others in the Hidden Leaf Village. But what sort of place is that? Who would shield insignificant commoners like us? We must strive to become stronger ourselves. Only then can we ensure our own protection. You and mother are ordinary citizens, and at your age, it is unlikely that you can effect any change. Yet, I am different. I am just beginning to grow. At the age where I can train to become a ninja, I firmly believe that by becoming stronger, I can safeguard our family. Only then will no one dare to bully us, and no one will utter even a single word against us. Is it not evident why we are subjected to such treatment? It is simply because we are an ordinary household, seen as easy prey. Take that day when the Uchiha clan came seeking me. It was through my resolve that I triumphed over that individual. Consequently, they would no longer underestimate us. But what if I had been defeated that day? Perhaps it would have meant my demise. Have you pondered the futility of our hiding? What purpose does it serve? If someone truly desires our demise, evasion would be futile for a lifetime. They are the strong, while we are the weak. It is only when we fortify ourselves, transforming into formidable individuals, that they would dare not approach us. They would realize that doing so would lead to their own downfall. We must not be mere victims, nor allow ourselves to be intimidated. Strength is our only safeguard against oppression and slaughter. Mother and father, do not believe that treading the tranquil path will lead us to betterment. It is by following the path I currently tread that we can truly improve. When I express these thoughts to mother, she struggles to comprehend, yet I trust you, father, will understand. As a young man, I cannot simply allow my life to drift aimlessly. I must gain strength, strive to become a powerhouse within our ninja village. In that time, not only will no one dare to bully us, but all will look up to us, acknowledging my strength. When that day comes, I shall be perceived as the singular champion in the eyes of all. Perhaps you find my aspirations laughable, father, but I assure you, I shall achieve what I have proclaimed. This is no jest. It is an endeavor I am entirely capable of, albeit a matter of time. Just wait and see. The father gazed at his child, ultimately letting out a sigh. Perhaps this child is destined for a different path, and no amount of resistance would alter that course. With a resigned breath, the father turned and returned indoors. Although Yujin understood his father's discontent, he could not change the situation and could only sigh in response. He then turned to sit upon the stone pillar in his yard. For reasons unknown, despite the awareness that his actions bore no relation to his parents, his spirits remained low. After all, he was still a child, and for a child, the most vital aspect is having someone to support their aspirations. Although this was his second rebirth, he was clear about the path he needed to take and understood that he did not require others' opinions to dictate his journey. Yet, he still yearned for support. Walking a path without anyone's encouragement felt exhausting. Even in the face of fearlessness and unwavering resolve to press on, fatigue lingered, leaving him feeling powerless. Sitting on the stone pillar for an extended period, Yujin lost track of time until dusk fell. It was then that he noticed a familiar figure approaching from across the road, bearing an air of weariness and age. As the sun set, the details became harder to discern. Yuzuki Yuuma instinctively narrowed his eyes, but to his surprise, that individual turned to gaze in his direction, accompanied by a soft smile. Although he could not discern the details of her expression, the warmth radiating from it was undeniable. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Lady Tsunade, the sole female disciple of the third Hokage. At present, Tsunade had not yet departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, remaining there to fulfill her duties. Due to her exceptional and formidable abilities, she often undertook only S-rank and A-rank missions. However, it appeared that no such tasks had arisen recently, leaving her to meander through the village. To his astonishment, he had crossed paths with her. He had long been aware of her remarkable physique. Yet it was indeed a rare sight to behold in person. What was even more unexpected was that Tsunade approached him with a smile. "Little brother, what are you up to?" In her youthful prime, Tsunade was breathtakingly beautiful. Although Yuuma was merely 5 years old, this age was merely superficial, internally. He felt significantly older than Tsunade. Consequently, he stood there, entranced by her presence. Noticing his bewilderment, Tsunade leaned down slightly. "You seem to be in a rather gloomy mood. Is something troubling you? Would you care to share?" It was astonishing to discover that the young Tsunade possessed such gentleness. Perhaps the portrayals in anime and manga did not capture the entirety of her character. Did it mean that, in this era, her younger brother and boyfriend had not yet met their fate? Yuzuki felt a sense of confusion, his thoughts somewhat muddled. He could not fully comprehend why such a powerful figure could exude such tenderness, but her gentle demeanor was undeniably endearing. After all, who could resist such a delicate woman? Especially one as remarkably beautiful as a skilled kunoichi? Yujin Hanyu was utterly unaware that the moment he laid his eyes upon the beautiful woman before him, he became completely entranced. Admittedly, it was somewhat embarrassing. Regardless of her striking beauty, he ought not to have reacted in such a manner. At that moment, Tsunade observed the young boy's dazed expression and couldn't help but find it amusing, ultimately bursting into laughter. "What troubles you, little brother? Why do you gaze at me so intently? Is there something amiss on my face?" Tsunade inquired, delicately touching her own cheeks with her slender fingers. "It appears there is nothing there, so why do you continue to stare? Do you find me quite lovely?" From her youth, Tsunade had always possessed confidence in her beauty and abilities. While this may not have been apparent in her earlier years, it was evident now that her reputation was well-deserved. Yujin found himself inexplicably nodding vigorously at her words, as if compelled by an unseen force. This reaction did not go unnoticed by Tsunade, who found it even more amusing, her laughter becoming even more joyous. "Look at you now. You are simply adorable. However, I sense that your spirits are not particularly high. What occupies your thoughts while seated here?" Yujin opened his mouth to respond but hesitated, uncertain if he should confide in this remarkable woman he had just met. He was aware of Tsunade's formidable prowess, having heard tales of her extraordinary skills. Yet, she had inexplicably departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, perhaps due to disillusionment. Or perhaps because the legendary Sannin had all left. Regardless, it was indeed a rarity to encounter such a young and kind-hearted ally like Tsunade in the village. Yujin understood that Tsunade would never harm him. After all, she was destined to become the 5th Hokage, a genuinely kind-hearted individual. However, that was a future yet to unfold. And he was still unfamiliar with the current Tsunade's nature. Nevertheless, he believed that at her core, a good person would always remain good, while a bad person would remain so, indicating that this young woman before him was innately benevolent. "My parents do not wish for me to become a ninja." Yujin gazed earnestly at Tsunade before sighing deeply and lowering his head. "They believe that being a ninja is a perilous path and that if I were to abandon that ambition, I could grow up safely as an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression softened with understanding, and she nodded empathetically before sitting beside him. "So, it is this matter that has brought you sorrow, causing you to sit here lost in thought?" Although Yujin Hanyu felt somewhat reluctant, he ultimately nodded. "Indeed, my mood was quite poor, and I was at a loss as to what to do. While it seemed that my parents had been persuaded by my words, their expressions betrayed a sense of helplessness. as if they had merely agreed out of resignation rather than genuine conviction. My parents had attempted to dissuade me numerous times, yet their efforts proved futile. They claimed I was obstinate. In the end, I chose to continue my studies at the Ninja Academy. Initially, my father even wished for me to withdraw from the academy, but I resolutely refused. Yujin Hanyu understood that, to outsiders, my demeanor appeared merely rebellious. It embodied a blatant disregard for parental guidance, a stance that often left observers speechless. Yet, was this not a natural reaction? In such a world of ninjas, should all children simply heed their parents' wishes? Tsunade nodded in agreement. In truth, your parents' concerns are not unfounded. After all, if they were ordinary people, they might struggle to comprehend why their child aspires to become a ninja. Frankly, this path is fraught with peril. It is a treacherous journey from which one cannot turn back. Once embarked upon, one encounters numerous unforeseen events, each with the potential to threaten one's very existence. Thus, it is only natural for them to wish to shield their child from such dangers. Every parent desires the safety and well-being of their offspring. Even if one were to lead a life devoid of grandeur, what of it? At least, they could live out their days in peace, which is of paramount importance to parents. They seek not fame or fortune, but rather the simple assurance that their child will grow up safe and sound. Though I do not have children myself, I can empathize with these sentiments. My grandfather once shared similar thoughts with me. For some reason, Tsunade suddenly opened up, speaking candidly to the young boy before her. You may not know who my grandfather is, but he is an extraordinary figure, revered by all in the Hidden Leaf Village. Yujin Hanyu truly wished to interject at that moment, for how could he possibly be unaware of Tsunade's grandfather? He was none other than the first Hokage. However, he decided against voicing this, fearing it would raise questions about the knowledge of a mere 5-year-old. Such an implication might cast doubt on his understanding, as though he were all-knowing, which was far from the truth. Thus, some things are best left unsaid. Knowing is one thing, but expressing that knowledge is quite another. Sometimes, feigning ignorance is the wisest course of action. My grandfather is an extraordinary figure. He is the first Hokage of our Hidden Leaf Village. You must be aware of the significance of the Hokage title. For instance, the current third Hokage, who happens to be my mentor, embodies this role. I am not here to boast about my prowess, but rather to convey that, owing to my grandfather's legacy as the first Hokage and my teacher's guidance as the third, my path has been relatively smooth. My lineage, being of the Hyuga Clan, bestows upon me a noble heritage. With the inheritance from my grandfather and the teachings from the third Hokage, I have managed to circumvent many hardships and obstacles. However, your circumstances differ greatly. You are merely an ordinary child, currently receiving a standard education at the Ninja Academy. Upon graduation, you will likely be assigned a commonplace instructor, rendering your journey rather arduous. I fear that the path you tread may not lead to a favorable outcome. This is not to dissuade you from pursuing it. After all, as a ninja myself, I do not perceive any inherent negativity in this vocation. It is indeed an honor for me to aid those in need and to fight for my country and village. In my youth, I, Tsunade, was fervent and passionate, much like the young girl before me, as portrayed in the anime and manga. There is a profound love for our village and its people within me, which is perhaps more palpable than in my later years. Thus, I genuinely hope you can emerge as an exceptional ninja. Yet, I am uncertain if you possess the capability to achieve this. What I share with you now is merely an expression of my innermost thoughts. I do not wish to impose any counsel upon you. Nor can I persuade your parents on your behalf. I simply hope that you choose a path that will not leave you with regrets. Ultimately, whether you choose to become a ninja or not, the absence of a capable mentor could diminish your chances of success in the future. This is not a reflection of my disdain for you, but rather a candid observation. After expressing these sentiments, Tsunade sighed and turned to Yuuma. Your current distress stems from your indecision. Have you truly contemplated this path and resolved to pursue it resolutely? Yuuma had already lived a lackluster existence once. If this journey were to replicate that experience, what would be the point? Naturally, he inclined towards becoming a ninja, especially given the formidable system he possessed. Yet, such aspirations were not something he could share with Tsunade. Instead, he could only voice his thoughts to the gentle woman before him. Certainly, having chosen this path, I shall not harbor any regrets. I am aware that my parents do not wish for me to tread this road, yet that does not imply they would desire me to abandon it. There are certain journeys I must undertake on my own, beyond their influence. Thus, having selected this path, I am resolute in my determination to pursue it. Regardless of the apprehensions my parents might feel or their belief that I am making a grave mistake. However, how could they truly comprehend my desires? Upon hearing these words, Tsunade regarded the young man before her with admiration. Indeed, how many individuals exist who live solely for their families or parents, nearly forgetting their own aspirations and desires? Your actions are not misguided. Remember your original intentions and never lose sight of them, for this is of utmost significance. If one were to forget their initial purpose, it would be a grave misfortune, as life's true treasures are few, yet that original intent remains paramount. Yujinyu, for reasons unknown, gently pressed his hand against his heart at this moment. This original intent, perhaps, is simply what one truly yearns for. Nonetheless, this essence shall never be forgotten. I shall steadfastly uphold my core beliefs, continuously and unwaveringly. Do not worry, dear sister. I will remain true to my heart and will not forget what I initially desired. However, returning to the matter at hand, sister, what brings you such leisure today? Yujinyu questioned, unaware of how he had managed to utter such a phrase. Although he understood who Tsunade was, she remained oblivious to his knowledge of her identity. Thus, should he inadvertently inquire inappropriately, it might elicit some confusion. Indeed. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? How do you know I am busy every day? Did you not just mention that your grandfather is the first Hokage and your teacher the third Hokage? From this, it follows that you must be an extraordinary individual. Typically, such remarkable figures are quite occupied. How could one find the time to counsel a mere child? Yujinyu maintained his composure as he fabricated a rationale. Yet to his surprise, Tsunade accepted it without suspicion. After all, before Tsunade stood merely a child, with little cause for doubt. Your assertion holds truth. I am indeed a formidable individual. This is not mere self-praise. You should know that my grandfather is the first Hokage, and my teacher is the third Hokage. If, with such resources, I were not to become a strong person, it would be a gross misuse of opportunities, a disservice to the heavens, my father, my grandfather, and my teacher. Konoha Tsunade, unexpectedly in a light-hearted mood today, spoke with an air of joy that was quite delightful. Though I am still young, I have already become one of the most esteemed figures in our Hidden Leaf Village. Many missions require a rank of A or above for me to undertake, as tasks of lower ranks have become trivial for me, rendering them mere exercises in futility and waste of resources. Do you understand? This is why I find myself with such leisure now, as there are no pressing missions demanding my attention. Moreover, having recently completed a perilous task that nearly cost me my life, I am utterly exhausted and intend to rest within the village for a while before resuming my duties. As I watched Tsunade speak, I suddenly realized that despite her being at least a decade older than I, it mattered not. The burgeoning connection between us seemed entirely unaffected by our ages. Much like the past relationship between Tsunade and Naruto Uzumaki, where Tsunade, despite appearing youthful, was in her 50s. And Naruto was merely a child of 12 or 13. They forged an incredible bond. Perhaps this is a similar opportunity for me and Tsunade. Ultimately, fate has been exceedingly kind to me, allowing my relationship with Tsunade to flourish, something I could scarcely have imagined. After all, she possesses both beauty and strength, a paragon of perfection. In my earlier days of watching Naruto, my favorite female characters were Tsunade and Hinata Hyuga. However, it seems that Hinata has yet to be born. So encountering Tsunade here feels like a fulfillment of my dreams, an adventure I longed for. Why do I consistently engage in such perilous missions? It is clear that undertaking these dangerous tasks poses a significant risk to life, yet I dive into them without hesitation. Even though tasks below rank A have lost their challenge for you, they remain much safer endeavors. I understand the rules of the ninja world. Yet I cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy when I think of a girl potentially harmed or lost during a mission. It evokes a sense of tenderness. Though I know Tsunade is likely to survive until the end, and despite her diminished appearances in later events, it is still poignant to express such sentiments now. What do you truly understand? I am a medical ninja, a rare and valuable resource. My formidable abilities render simple tasks beneath me, leaving those of lesser skill to ponder their roles. Should they merely linger in the village? That would indeed be a waste of resources. Moreover, the absence of capable individuals to undertake high-stakes missions is alarming, as true strength is a scarcity. Hence, it often falls upon us to tackle assignments that exceed our capacities. While the peril of losing one's life looms large, the alternative for others would likely lead to certain demise. In our hands, there remains a glimmer of hope for survival. This is the harsh reality of the ninja world. Even if one perceives it as cold-hearted or questions the rationale behind risking life for uncertain outcomes, it is rooted in the grim truth that some may return, while others would surely perish. Thus, the choice is often made for us. The life of a ninja is devoid of safety, which perhaps explains why my parents have always opposed my pursuit of this path. It is undeniably fraught with challenges. Even if the tasks presented to the less skilled are not exceedingly difficult, safety is never guaranteed. One might be tempted to believe that in this era. D-rank missions resemble the trivial tasks of the past, such as assisting others or farming. Such notions are utterly naive. In this time, D-rank missions could very well entail the assassination of foreign diplomats. While the situation may not be extreme, the reality is grim in times of conflict. The concept of safety is elusive. It is not that Yuuma is overly idealistic. Rather, it is his parents' perspective that is overly optimistic. Their concerns are not unfounded, but rather a reflection of the inevitable. Yet, what of it? In this age, the dream of living a peaceful, solitary life is a fantasy. Even in the pursuit of safety, one's family can be obliterated by the ravages of war, rendering one powerless in the face of calamity. It is far more prudent to strive for change, as it is conceivable that a single individual's efforts could halt the tide of conflict. Of course, such thoughts may border on arrogance. However, should one truly rise to greatness, these aspirations could transform from mere musings into reality. Thus, it is essential to recognize that some statements are not merely spoken in vain. Despite the evident perils, one still resolutely chooses the path of a ninja, which is truly astonishing. Yuuma feels a profound admiration for Tsunade. She is a remarkable woman. While one might not have much to say about men, it is indeed commendable for a woman to possess such determination. In truth, it is more a matter of respect and admiration. Yet, Tsunade merely smiled. Is this not the essence of being a ninja? From the very first day one embarks on this journey, it becomes clear that life will always be precarious henceforth. But what of it? I find myself in a relatively fortunate position. As a medical ninja, I have the ability to heal myself and others, which underscores my significance among ninjas. Therefore, I must prioritize my own survival above all else to safeguard others. Moreover, being born into such a lineage, how could I not pursue the path of a ninja? Wouldn't it be a greater disgrace to my grandfather if I chose otherwise? Tsunade's destiny was sealed the moment she was born. If given a choice, which girl would willingly embrace the battlefield? Who does not yearn for a life filled with joy, tranquility, and the simplicity of marriage and motherhood? Such aspirations should suffice for any girl. Yet, from the moment of my birth, my fate was predetermined. My grandfather is the first Hokage, and I am a figure of great expectation. Everyone is aware that the granddaughter of the first Hokage cannot be mediocre. Even if she is a girl, to be unremarkable would bring shame upon my grandfather. Moreover, the third Hokage has high hopes for me, having taken me under his wing as his pupil. If I were to choose a life of ease, it would bring disgrace not only to myself but to the entirety of Konohagakure. Tsunade has long understood the nature of her path and the course of her destiny. Thus, even if she harbors reluctance, she finds herself powerless to resist. Some paths are not born from desire or choice. They are mandates one must fulfill, regardless of personal feelings. The truth remains undeniable, and one cannot refuse the journey ahead. After all these years, do you not tire, dear sister? This existence does not align with your innermost desires, does it? It seems to be a consequence of external pressures, your grandfather, and the third Hokage's influence. Have you ever considered your own aspirations? Have you reflected on what you truly wish to pursue? Even if you tread the path that others have envisioned for you, one that spares your grandfather and your teacher from embarrassment, what of your own desires? As you once advised me to pursue the path I wish to walk and the endeavors I wish to undertake, are you not, in fact, straying from your own desired path? If that is the case, would not your life be rendered futile? The reality of Yuzuru Hanyu is truly difficult to fathom. A person who just moments ago was persuading himself on how to proceed is in fact burdened by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Perhaps this is the essence of existence. Because one is unable to act as desired, there arises a greater yearning for those around to excel and achieve the dreams they hold dear. Observing others accomplish their goals brings a certain solace to one's heart. It seems that throughout the years, no one has ever shared such sentiments with Tsunade Senju, leaving her momentarily stunned and bewildered. To be frank, such thoughts had never crossed her mind, nor had anyone brought them to light, as they seemed inconsequential. There was no need for contemplation. Each day was dedicated to tasks deemed necessary by either herself or others. This sufficed, and for the time being, her own thoughts could be cast aside. Were they truly of such significance? She had never particularly contemplated the importance of her own ideas. She merely understood that fulfilling her obligations was paramount, obligations dictated by others. Yet, how crucial are the expectations imposed by others? For whom does one truly live in this world? Is it for one's grandfather, one's teacher, or perhaps for someone else entirely? The answer remains elusive, and conversely, one might ponder whether living for others is not an exhausting endeavor. Indeed, it is quite tiring, yet it has always been this way, with little thought given to what it means to live for oneself. Yuzuru Hanyu vividly recalls that many years later, during Tsunade's middle age, she departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, embarking on a journey across the lands, with gambling as her primary pursuit. Nevertheless, she lived freely and joyfully, engaging in activities that brought her happiness, though she truly wished to pursue. In reflection, it seems this woman did not spend her entire life solely for the benefit of others. Eventually, disillusioned by the Hidden Leaf Village or for reasons unknown, she chose her own path and pursued her own endeavors, which is hardly an error. As for the present, altering this course appears impossible, given the extensive time already invested in it. How could one simply abandon a path they have traveled for so long? It would be nearly unthinkable for Tsunade to relinquish her current trajectory. Yet, if she were to begin seeking her own path and pursuing her own desires at the age of 50, would that not be somewhat belated? In her youth, she had dedicated her heart and soul to the village, only to later discover her profound disappointment with the very institution she had devoted herself to. Following this realization, she wandered from country to country, only to return shortly thereafter to continue her role as the fifth Hokage. In comparison, one might consider the lives of Jiraiya and Orochimaru alongside Tsunade's. To claim that their endeavors were not entirely for the sake of the village would be a slight understatement. However, Tsunade holds a different perspective. She perceives no significant issue with her life choices, believing that her own stance is rather unnecessary. Although what you say is undeniably true, there are moments when I too feel weary, burdened by tasks I must undertake despite my reluctance, such as my duty, even if I do not wish to engage. These obligations remain my responsibility. At times, it brings a profound sadness, yet what can be done? This is the path I am destined to tread. I have aspirations of my own, yet I am barred from pursuing them due to constraints beyond my control. Unlike you, who embodies freedom and can follow your desires, I am ensnared by my origins. Were our circumstances to be reversed, perhaps our lives would unfold more favorably. However, at this juncture, Tsunade lets out a sigh, shaking her head. Some things are predetermined from the moment of our birth, unchangeable, leaving us with only the option to accept them. Has my sister never contemplated rebellion? Even if her origins differ, must she concede to them? Does she truly believe her life should perpetuate in this manner? Is she not aware that the essence of living is to become the embodiment of one's own desires? Is conforming to the expectations of others truly her heart's longing? Surely it cannot be. Deep down, she knows what she truly wishes to pursue, yet she has never acted upon it. She dismisses the gravity of her situation. But is it really so trivial? Sister, ask yourself, your deepest desire is merely to live a life of comfort, yet you have never experienced the tranquility you yearn for. Is it not true that this brings you sorrow? When you can vividly imagine Tsunade's sentiments, yet for reasons unknown, he feels a sense of helplessness. Uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, caught in an awkward silence. At this moment, Tsunade shakes her head again, acknowledging that some paths are predestined from birth. If such is the case, why resist fate? In truth, my experience on this journey is not as dire as you envision. I do not find this path particularly lamentable. In contrast, I perceive it as reasonably acceptable. It is merely that at times, I feel a tinge of exhaustion, sensing that my moments of respite are alarmingly few. Yet, this is my destiny. My abilities dictate that these responsibilities fall upon me. What right do I have to complain? Therefore, there is no need for you to articulate such sentiments, for I do not perceive any wrongdoing in my actions. While they may be exhausting, my life does not revolve monotonously like a relentless wheel. Nowadays, I embark on a mission roughly every 10 days or half a month. Of course, each mission tends to extend for quite some time, yet upon my return, I am afforded ample opportunity to rest. Thus, despite brushing perilously close to death each time, I firmly believe that I shall not depart from this world prematurely. I have yet to fully experience life. Each encounter fortifies my resolve, and I am confident that fate will not be unduly harsh upon me. Therefore, you need not be overly concerned. Rather, it is you who must ponder the path you wish to tread. Be aware that the road ahead is fraught with peril and is far from simple. Tsunade is correct. We currently reside in an era of conflict. The age that follows, marked by Naruto Uzumaki, is distinctly different, characterized by minor skirmishes rather than the extensive warfare of today. In this tumultuous time, animosities abound between villages, each striving for dominance, even over the most trivial territories or inconsequential matters. These relentless struggles have persisted without respite, leaving many feeling a sense of helplessness. Who truly desires to engage in conflict daily? Yet, without such engagement, what alternative exists? The status quo remains unaltered, leaving acceptance as the sole recourse. Thus, my only means of escape is to pursue this path. However, should a great battle arise and you remain inactive, unwilling to contribute, relying on others for protection, can you genuinely feel content with that? Surely not. After all, having traversed this journey, how could one possibly choose to walk such a path? Rest assured, dear sister, I have long since contemplated the course I shall take. Having made my decision, I harbor no regrets. The outcomes, whether favorable or unfavorable, I shall bear alone. As for you, Yuhong truly feels a profound empathy for Tsunade in her current state, but finds himself at a loss for words to express his emotions. Some feelings of sympathy must remain unspoken, especially since this marks their first encounter, at least from Tsunade's perspective. Although he has cherished her character in anime and manga, articulating such sentiments would likely bewilder her, as it seems strange for someone unfamiliar to suddenly profess such affection, as though they were longtime acquaintances. Such declarations would undoubtedly appear peculiar and incomprehensible. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, such revelations must remain unvoiced, lest they provoke confusion and a sense of helplessness. Thank you, dear child, for your understanding. Today, as I confided in you, my spirits have been uplifted. I have long harbored these sentiments within, uncertain of whom to confide in. For even if I were to share, few would comprehend my plight. Even those who might understand would likely question my motives, deeming my feelings as unwarranted. I have traversed this path for so long, and when I finally declare my weariness, I am met with bewilderment. Thus, I felt compelled to share my thoughts with you. A seemingly naive child, yet you have surprised me with your empathy and concern. I am confident that you possess great potential, and I see promise in you, even amidst your uncertain future. Today, I sought merely an outlet for my emotions, having previously shared only fragments of my thoughts with Jiraiya, who himself chose to remain oblivious. If others cannot grasp my words, then perhaps they are better left unspoken. To articulate them feels futile, yet silence brings its own discomfort. When no one comprehends your struggles, one can only seek solace in a confidant, even if that confidant is a mere tree hollow. Yet, when Shudong offered no response, it rendered my efforts meaningless. However, I am grateful to have found someone to confide in, even if that someone is merely a 5-year-old child. It brings me joy to hear you call me sister. Thank you for this trust. I assure you, I shall not betray it. I will strive to meet your expectations. Yet, I have yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy and am uncertain who my future mentors will be. This uncertainty weighs on me, as these choices are beyond my control. As you have aptly noted, possessing a noble lineage or an exceptional teacher can significantly influence one's journey, but these are not decisions I can make. It pains me to acknowledge this. Nevertheless, I shall persevere, for I understand that these initial stages are vital, even if they are beyond our influence. If change is unattainable, acceptance becomes the only path forward. Yuhing Yojin, on the other hand, seems less troubled by such matters. For them, the identity of the teacher holds little significance, as long as their own abilities are sufficient. Ultimately, it boils down to one's innate talent. The teacher serves merely as a guiding light. A better environment is undoubtedly beneficial. Having a mentor like Kakashi Hatake, who can impart knowledge, is indeed of great significance. However, if such guidance is absent, one cannot soar to great heights. Thus, the desire to alter this reality becomes paramount, albeit seemingly insurmountable. Acceptance of the unchangeable is the only recourse available. Upon hearing these sentiments, Tsunade Senju suddenly recalled something and gazed intently at the young boy before her. If you wish, I can teach you. Would you like to become my apprentice? Yuzuru Hanyu was taken aback by her words, utterly astonished that he might have the fortune of such an opportunity. The idea of Tsunade becoming his master felt surreal, almost like a jest. It seemed unfathomable that fortune would smile upon him in such a manner. He had merely engaged in casual conversation, and now this woman was offering to guide him. His heart raced, and the emotions he felt were difficult to articulate. Sister, you jest, do you not? I am but an ordinary child, neither from the Uchiha clan nor the Hyuga clan. My background is rather humble. If you were to take me on as your student, would you not find me lacking in talent and mediocrity in every aspect? Through various television dramas and the Naruto anime and manga, one could discern that when individuals sought mentors, they typically chose exceptional candidates, like Naruto Uzumaki, who hails from the prestigious Uzumaki lineage and is the son of the 4th Hokage. Similarly, Orochimaru sought Sasuke Uchiha, the last remaining scion of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno, being comparatively ordinary, was favored by Tsunade, who, unlike others, had lower expectations. Moreover, Sakura possessed immense strength and, by sheer luck, found herself in the same team as Naruto and Sasuke, under Kakashi's mentorship. Thus, every occurrence has its cause and effect. One must acknowledge this reality, even if reluctant. Some truths are undeniable, regardless of one's willingness to accept them. Although it may seem disheartening, the circumstances cannot be altered. Therefore, hearing Tsunade's words was genuinely astonishing. Tsunade, with a hint of exasperation, observed the young boy's ponderings. How could someone so young harbor such profound thoughts? He seemed wise beyond his years, contemplating matters that would typically occupy the minds of adults. It was as if he felt the weight of unacknowledged truths, which one must inevitably confront. Why overthink everything? I find myself inclined to regard you as my confidant today, a receptacle for my myriad thoughts. My spirits are elevated, and I perceive in you a remarkable essence. It occurs to me that it would be quite delightful if you were to become my apprentice. Do you not agree that this presents a splendid opportunity? Should you choose not to embrace this role, it would indeed be a regrettable loss. Contemplate carefully whether you wish to accept this invitation. This truly is a rare and precious opportunity, and failing to seize it would be most unfortunate. Thus, I find myself contemplating the importance of grasping this chance wholeheartedly. Indeed, it is essential to do so. The feelings I harbor are difficult to articulate. Is it possible to dismiss such aspirations? Those who claim indifference are, in truth, naive. Yet, despite the fervor within, I am at a loss for words. Are you genuinely not jesting with me? You are not merely teasing, are you? I am but a child, easily swayed by words. And should you decline to be my mentor, it would deeply sadden me. After all, you are so exquisite, remarkably capable, and hail from a commendable background. If you were to guide me, no one would dare to bully me again. In my past school experiences, I was often looked down upon, regarded as ordinary and troublesome, leading others to keep their distance and avoid friendship. However, should it become known that you are my mentor, the perception of others would surely change, and they would treat me with newfound respect. Indeed, I must admit that my current sentiments may seem somewhat whimsical, yet what does it matter? As long as I can have Tsunade Senju as my teacher, someone to impart the art of ninjutsu and shelter me like a protective tree, nothing else holds significance. Though it may appear as mere folly, I am merely a 5-year-old child, and thus my words may be deemed understandable. Yet, upon hearing my sentiments, Tsunade suddenly adopts an endearing stance, as if championing my cause. How can this be? You are simply of humble origins, and it is perfectly natural for a child to be spirited. Why, then, do others shun you? Why do they choose to bully you? From this moment forward, as my apprentice, no one shall dare to mistreat you. Go ahead and inquire who would dare to bully Tsunade Senju's disciple. No one would utter a word against my own. I assure you, my formidable reputation instills fear throughout the village of Konoha. Thus, if you choose to become my apprentice, rest assured that no one shall dare to speak ill of you. So, have you made up your mind about becoming my disciple? I assure you that I am not deceiving you. I understand that if you were to believe I had misled you, it would undoubtedly cause you great sorrow. Therefore, such an occurrence is unlikely, and there is no need for concern. I am committed to being your mentor, provided you find me suitable as your teacher. After all, I am a woman, and you are a young man. Is it not somewhat inconceivable for you to have a female instructor? I am uncertain. At least, in the manga and anime I have encountered, such scenarios are absent, which renders it rather peculiar. Why should a child feel any shame? Do remain still, though young. Your physique is quite robust. In the attic, Tsunade, with unwavering determination, wielded her teaching stick while seated comfortably. I say, would you mind turning around? It makes it quite challenging for me to teach you ninjutsu in this position. Yuhua Yuinjin pondered, having heard of Tsunade's character. If he wished to learn ninjutsu from her, he must accept his subordinate status. Bare-chested and clad in shorts, he stood before Tsunade, his gaze drawn to her alluring form, causing an unexpected blush to rise upon his cheeks. TSK, does the child harbor other thoughts? Tsunade remarked, deepening the protagonist's embarrassment. She rolled her wrist, executing a swift motion before taking her seat, the teaching stick playfully twirling in her grasp. To comprehend my ninjutsu, the first lesson is to understand the various structures of the body. The stick spun twice in her hand, and in a fleeting moment, it struck Yuhua Yuinjin's abdomen with immense speed, leaving him no time to employ his defense. With a resounding crash, his body was forcefully propelled into the wall, sending dust swirling through the attic. Ouch! A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Such physical force was unbearable for a child. Oh dear. It has been a while since I engaged in combat, and I perhaps exerted too much force. Did I hurt you? Though her words suggested nonchalance. Concern for the boy lingered in her heart. As the dust settled, the protagonist tumbled down from the wall, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts. Does this woman intend to finish me off today? Is it because I injured Uchiha? Truly, we are of the same ilk. Let me see. Let me see." Tsunade lamented, "How foolish of me. I failed to control my strength and have caused you injury." The previous light-hearted tone vanished, revealing her genuine regret. Nonetheless, allow me to demonstrate my ninjutsu. With delicate fingers aglow in a verdant light, she gently swept over his wounds. The sounds of bruises and bones mending resonating in the air. Strangely, the protagonist felt no pain, as though under the influence of anesthesia. Sensing his bewilderment, Tsunade inquired, "How does it feel? Not painful at all, is it? Like being under the effects of a sedative?" Realizing he had been seen through, he could only nod in agreement. "This is the unique aspect of my ninjutsu, complete healing, which I take great pride in. A true healer, if I may say so." Originally, her intention was to enlighten him on the enemy's weak points and fatal vulnerabilities, but her hand had inadvertently struck with excessive force. With a feigned maneuver of the teaching stick, the protagonist sprang to his feet, maintaining a safe distance from Tsunade. "Ho ho ho. You are quite vigilant now." "Indeed. Remaining vigilant during battle is of utmost importance." "Well, that will suffice for today. Let us tidy up the room. Shortly, I shall engage in some physical activity within these confines." As for this individual, the protagonist finds himself utterly exasperated. Shaking his head, he grasps a broom and begins to clean. Ah, how exhausting. It is already noon. How swiftly time passes. He pats his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. Yujin, a familiar, vibrant voice resonates from behind. "Good afternoon, Might Guy. Shall we dine together?" "Certainly." Youth is about an unending surge of passion and good food. After a few days of physical transformation, Yujin could distinctly sense an uplifting change in his spirit. Youth should be brimming with fervor. "Let us walk on our hands to the ramen shop. The latecomers shall treat us." The two of them frolic through the bustling streets under the sweltering summer sun. Not merely walking, but rather making their way to the ramen shop. "How do we settle this?" "This meal is on me. Your ramen is ready, sir. I shall indulge." Slurping sounds fill the air. "I am so full. I cannot eat anymore." Before them, the bowls of ramen tower like mountains. It is no wonder that in the original work, Naruto was so captivated by ramen. It is truly delectable, the noodles neither too hard nor too soft. And the broth is authentically rich, entirely different from the instant noodles back on Earth. I must uncover the ingredients of this broth. It is simply exquisite. "Yujin, I heard you were studying ninjutsu with Tsunade. How is it going? Are you filled with enthusiasm?" Do not mention it. She nearly had me beaten to a pulp today. Thankfully, her ninjutsu is remarkable, if not terrifying. Back in the day, when medics were scarce on the battlefield, she managed to achieve 0 casualties all on her own. Of course, this is all hearsay from my father. There may be some embellishment, but it cannot be denied that her medical ninjutsu is second to none. "Boss, time to settle the bill." "All right, you two rascals, come again next time." "Walking back on our hands?" Youthful fervor? Yujin remarked. "Indeed, Yujin." Might Guy responded, his pearly white teeth gleaming. In the distance, atop a building, a figure clad in flowing garments and a fox mask displayed an inscrutable expression. "Oh, in just a few days, has the martial artist within you reached such heights? As the surface guide, you are too indulgent, yet punishment awaits." Suddenly, Yujin sprang to his feet, turning to gaze at the distant building. He found the woman in flowing garments had vanished without a trace. Yujin scratched his head, pondering. I distinctly sensed someone's presence. "Yujin, I wonder if selecting you is the right choice." "Yujin, you have returned? Come wash your hands and eat. Mother has prepared your favorite rice balls and included your beloved tenryfu. I wasn't sure if you liked sweets, so I also made a box of desserts." Looking at the rice balls he cherished, Yujin swallowed hard, but he had just eaten too much. "I suppose I must force myself to eat. I wish to dine in my room. Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Let mother take a look." "No, let us eat at the dining table." Indeed, when faced with delectable cuisine, resistance proves futile. "How were your classes today? Did you learn anything worthwhile?" Uchiha Washin pondered internally. How should he respond? To admit being half-beaten to death would only worry his mother. Claiming to have spent the afternoon cleaning rooms might paint Sister Tsunade in an unkind light. "I studied the fundamentals of healing techniques today, along with their sensations and effects. It was quite enlightening, a solid introduction to the basics. Good to hear. His mother nodded with a smile, clearing the dishes. And father? Your father mentioned urgent business these past few days. He won't be returning for about a week. Did he specify what it was? He left in quite a hurry, barely had time to explain. But enough of that. Eat your rice balls before they grow cold. The next day, at the Academy Shin. Wait for me. That voice, undoubtedly Yuhi Kurina's. After that incident, it was wiser to avoid conversation. Drawing attention with this body was unwise. Uchiha Shin lowered his head and quickened his pace. Kurenai seemed to understand, hesitating briefly before catching up. Wait, why? Uchiha Shin. Despite what happened, I hope our friendship endures. In this world, an ally is always preferable to an enemy, don't you agree? Very well, if you insist. From now on, let us get along, Yuhi Kurenai. And you as well, Uchiha Shin. The annual selection trials outwardly a competition. Beneath the surface, participants sharpen their skills, eager to distinguish themselves. Uchiha Shin, have you decided which event to enter? Youth must not be wasted in idleness. Mike Guy's mushroom cut gleamed, his grin as blinding as ever. Still considering. Something challenging, perhaps an opportunity to test my limits. In truth, this is a chance to gauge the potential of my golden finger. Excelling here could unlock forbidden techniques. The pursuit race seems popular. Shall we enter? I'd like to see if I can surpass my speed under weighted conditions. The elimination jutsu tournament also intrigues me. Let us do both. Marking their kanai with chakra. They pinned their registration to the board. Humph. The pursuit race? You dare compete? A cold voice cut through. Spare yourselves the humiliation. Most entrants are prodigies beyond genin level. Withdraw now, and you might leave intact. Kakashi strode past, flinging a kanai without a glance. Consider this a warning. Guy bristled. Deaths in the pursuit race are hardly rare. Even Kakashi barely survives. That only makes it more worth attempting. What is so grand about geniuses? Taijutsu reigns supreme. Damn it, I'm late. Assistant, I need a speed-enhancing golden finger, now. Understood, master. Ding. The Phantom Mirage technique has been downloaded completely, achieving a proficiency of 100. Time is eternal. Excellent. Tianyu Yojin stood up, chakra coalescing in his legs, instantly reaching the rendezvous point with Tsunade. You're late, kid. As punishment, you must mold 2 pieces of tofu, but remember, they must not break. Why do I have to mold tofu for learning ninjutsu? It's so soft, like a water-filled membrane. It's incredibly challenging. Mastering healing techniques requires a delicate balance of pressure. At times, you may be dealing with bones, at others, limbs. You might even be handling the brain or internal organs of an injured person. A slight error could lead to severe consequences for the patient. Furthermore, the battlefield is ever-changing. And mental fortitude is equally essential. No matter what occurs, maintaining composure should be your instinct. I hope this selection process allows you to hone your skills. Just don't perish in there, kid. Are there any formidable competitors this year? There are always formidable ones. Although it's termed a selection process, it is essentially a demonstration of strength by various ninja villages. Rather than calling them formidable, they are more akin to monsters. Have you heard of the impure world reincarnation? Why am I even telling you this? Focus on participating well. Once you finish, be cautious. After molding those 2 pieces of tofu, do you see the water beside me? There are many bubbles in it. If you don't touch them, they won't burst. However, I want you to extract them without causing any damage. What kind of monsters will emerge among this year's competitors? I'm quite curious. This is Konoha Village. Are you clear on the mission? Is there truly a need for such extensive manpower and resources for a mere injured individual? Is this order of his? Are you defying it? As a subordinate, you should not speak out of turn. Just do your job. As for other matters, you need not concern yourself. Knowing too much can lead to dire consequences. Now, hurry along. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? What is Tsunade-sama thinking? This task in the water is utterly unachievable. This punishment feels excessively harsh. Several attempts to extract the bubbles using chakra resulted in their shattering upon nearing the water's surface. This was proving to be too difficult. How is it, kid? Have you succeeded? No, it's too difficult. There is no way to complete it. Oh, so you've given up? How pitiable. At that moment, Tsunade's fingers flicked, and vibrant green chakra flowed through them. This chakra was remarkably dense. Its mere presence was soothing to behold. Her delicate fingers glided into the water. And curiously, the bubbles did not burst. With a gentle sweep, she lifted a bubble into her palm, enveloped in chakra, shimmering with green light under the sun. Do you see? This is how you should conduct yourself. How much of this have you remembered, kid? Yusheng Yojin seemed momentarily dazed. gazing vacantly at the bubbles. Caught off guard by the question, he appeared rather amusing in his bewilderment. With the upcoming selection meeting, it would be prudent to refrain from attending classes for a couple of days and instead focus on preparations. Moreover, the village would soon welcome unfamiliar faces. It would be wise not to stir up trouble. Furthermore, regarding this morning's ninjutsu, I wonder how you acquired such skills. It would be best to refrain from using them for the next few days. Yushin paused, astonished at the sensitivity of his chakra perception, having concealed it quite discreetly. Oh, what a mischievous little rascal. On the way back to school, he indeed encountered many unfamiliar faces. It seemed that the Hidden Leaf Village would be bustling in the coming days. Minato, our scouts have recently gathered some intelligence indicating unrest within the Shadow Division. Haven't they been in hiding for quite some time? Why the sudden surge in their activities within the village? This situation must be investigated promptly. Any delays are unacceptable. Report back to me with the latest developments. It appears that the prophecy cannot be evaded. In a certain forest at the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, a notification had been issued to all personnel. Exercise caution, as the old fox of the Hokage has become aware. We must not jeopardize the mission, or we will bear the brunt of any repercussions. We are merely expendable materials for experimentation. Is everyone in position? Yes, the arrangements have been made, and others will remain oblivious. However, what is it? The selected individuals this time possess rather unpredictable personalities. That is their concern. On a high tower within the Hidden Leaf Village, a figure clad in a long robe descended gracefully to the summit, revealing a masked visage adorned with a fox's smile. Humph. It seems rather presumptuous to challenge someone of my stature. Meanwhile, Yushin was diligently practicing the indestructible Vajra technique at home, feeling his chakra pathways stabilizing and his body becoming increasingly agile. It seemed he was on the verge of breaking through to a new level. Is this the residence of Yushin? Indeed, I am his mother. May I ask who you are? I am a classmate, seeking to discuss the selection competition. Oh, a classmate. Please, come in, make yourself at home. Yushin, your classmate has arrived. Shinkue. Which Shinkue? I do not recognize this individual. Could it be? I am Yushin, a consultant sent by the school to elucidate the rules and timeline of the selection competition. Is this Yushin's home? Yes. May I inquire who you are? I am Shinkue, dispatched by the school to inform Yushin about the competition details and procedures. The mother glanced upstairs, puzzled by the earlier visitor. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated as the room lay in ruins, engulfed in dust, amidst which two indistinct figures engaged in a fierce exchange. The sounds of punches and impacts echoing through the air. Yushin barely evaded a punch aimed at him, realizing too late the peril he faced. Humph. Did you not expect that my punches are area attacks? Merely relying on a fleeting dodge is hardly sufficient. One must not underestimate others. In an instant, chakra enveloped his left side, leaving him unscathed. With a swift hand seal, he retreated, utilizing the substitution technique to vanish into the street. If you seek trouble, then come forth, but do not lay waste to my home. Humph, this is intriguing, thought Shinkue. He had taken a punch from me yet emerged unscathed. Rather, he had the energy to form hand seals and escape. Fascinating indeed. He leapt forward, landing directly before Yushin. How is it that this mere genin possesses such remarkable physique? What have you learned? Or perhaps I should inquire from whom you have acquired such skills. Shinkue remarked. This fellow is surprisingly astute. It seems I must concoct a ruse to evade his inquiries. Yushin, wishing to divert attention, shouted. You've destroyed my room, and yet dare to question me? Just watch, I shall knock you down. Saying this, he leaped forward, slipping behind his adversary. Water release, water dragon tornado. With hands forming seals in rapid succession, a thunderous roar of the dragon resonated through the street, accompanied by a tremendous wave. Indeed, the dragon's roar was formidable. Suddenly, a whisper echoed in his ear. However, it seems you have no intention of answering my question. When did he slip behind me? This is bad. The water dragon. Can the waters of a mere ditch contend with the vast ocean? A languid voice reverberated through the street as the fierce water dragon was unexpectedly drawn into an unknown array. Upon closer inspection, it was not an array, but rather a copper mirror, its surface ablaze with crimson chakra. In no time, the water dragon vanished, leaving only a tranquil street in its wake. Before him stood a woman clad in red, a shining copper mirror hanging at her waist, quite a sight to behold. You have gone too far, the woman exclaimed, pointing at the two individuals before her. Yushin, perplexed, wondered if she was addressing him. Not you. I am referring to him, the candidate of Muing. Tianjing Muyao, the woman stated. Children should not run about recklessly. With the grand competition approaching, according to the rules, participants may only meet 3 days prior to the written and interview assessments. If something occurs now, the guardians of Konoha will not be as lenient as I am. Oh dear, big sister, you are so chatty. I'm having such fun. Do not be such a killjoy. Tianjing Mu Liao pouted playfully. Enough prattle. Come here. The woman had no intention of engaging in further conversation. I'm off. Farewell. Yuxing Yozhen, I truly look forward to seeing you in the arena. Tianjing Mu Liao called out. What do you think of that little brat? The woman in red inquired. Tianjing Mu Liao replied. It's hard to say. Upon observation, his chakra source is quite robust. I cannot discern what ninjutsu he has learned. He withstood my punch unscathed. To think my fist can pierce a bull. Less chatter. Get to the point. The woman responded, somewhat impatiently. Well, you didn't even seem to catch his breath. He still had the strength to form seals and launched a water dragon attack against me. Thankfully, sister, you managed to send me behind him. You truly are the fastest kunoichi of Mukamura. Here's a little heart for you. Tianjing Mu Liao added with a playful tone. Hey, do not exaggerate. Had it not been for my presence today, you would likely have been bedridden for half a month, the girl remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm. Despite her tender age, her sharp tongue and quick wit suggested that if she were to mature, she might find herself in troublesome situations. Fear not, for I have an older sister to protect me, murmured Mu Liao, holding a lollipop that he had seemingly acquired without notice. Yushin Yuhuan raised his head to survey his dwelling, then glanced at the puddle before him, disheartened as he sat on the ground. What on earth is this? Even a simple greeting doesn't warrant such a commotion. They've even dismantled my home. How vexing. Suddenly, the sound of wind rustled in his ears. And beside him appeared a bag of money, a set of keys, and a note. I sincerely apologize for the damage to your house. I will compensate you with a new one. Use this money to repair your home. Is the child unharmed? Is he hurt? His mother anxiously inquired, touching his face, chin, and shoulder. Phew. Thankfully, I'm unscathed. His mother turned to look at their house, but Yuhuan shook the keys in his hand, grinning. Hey, we have a new house. Upon arriving at the new residence, Yuhuan was astonished by the opulence that lay before him. Is the Wood village so affluent? In the original story, it was merely a small village, he mused. Never mind, I shall relish today. Child, where did you acquire this house? Come out, this isn't ours. His mother's face was etched with worry as she cautiously glanced around. Observing her apprehensive demeanor, Yuhuan felt a pang of nostalgia. Recalling how his mother on Earth, too, was always so careful, avoiding trouble. Mom, come in. It's fine. This is the compensation from the brat who wrecked our house. Yuhuan called out. That's unacceptable. This belongs to someone else. Come out. His mother insisted. Mom, please come in. We'll stay here for a few days until our house is repaired. Then we can return, Yuhuan urged hurriedly. All right then, his mother relented, stepping inside. 3 days later. At the venue for the preliminary competition. Yuhuan, over here. Make called out, flashing his brilliant white teeth and booming voice. Here I come. Yuhuan exclaimed. There are so many people. This must be the largest turnout yet. Not necessarily. The largest will always be the next session, Zirihong remarked. Good morning, Zirihong. Yuhuan greeted. Good morning, Zirihong replied, with Make grinning widely. Where's Sarutobi Asuma? Their classmates jested. He has already gone inside. Whenever Sarutobi Asuma was mentioned, Zirihong always wore a joyful smile. Let us head into, Yuhuan. We cannot afford to delay our youth. Make urged. The two of them joined the throng entering the hall. At the front of the hall stood a raised platform where Hokage Minato sat alongside the leaders of various departments, including the leader of the Umbu, the enigmatic Anya. Clad in sleek black attire, her face obscured by a mask, perhaps one of the many mysteries of the Hidden Leaf Village. Beside her stood Otomio, maintaining her characteristic indifferent expression, merely turning her head away upon spotting Yuhuan. Next to her were Mito Gates-in and Nara Shikamaru. Followed by the head of the medical division, an entity who was difficult to describe. Was it a human or a beast? There exists a diminutive, plump creature adorned with pale green fur, possessing a slightly protruding belly, fluffy in texture, with long ears that dangle downwards. Its eyes, half closed, resemble those of a drowsy feline, lending it an undeniably adorable appearance. Yet, beneath this charming exterior lies an astonishing combat prowess, complemented by exceptional healing abilities that have ensured its longevity. Beside this creature stands Tsunade, her expression devoid of the usual playful demeanor, replaced instead by a grave seriousness that renders her almost unrecognizable. Upon encountering Yuxing Yuzhen, she surreptitiously raised a middle finger from beneath her sleeve, suggesting that she remained unable to adopt a fully serious disposition. Yushin mused that such an attitude would likely evolve by the end of their encounter, finding an affinity for this facet of Tsunade's character. Further back stands Minato, whose formidable reputation is well known from the original narrative. Yet, in person, he exudes an approachable demeanor, his golden hair framing a strikingly handsome face, his eyes sparkling with mirth. As he rises to address the assembly, he proclaims, "Esteemed participants, we are about to commence a week-long selection process. The victors shall be awarded the title of a genin, exempting them from the genin examination, along with the fulfillment of a single request within my ethical boundaries." Following this, Ishimura Naoya steps forward to elucidate the rules of the competition. Young ones, this selection will consist of 3 segments, the specifics of which shall be conveyed by the representatives in due course. Today serves merely as an introduction among you all. Teams will comprise 3 members, assigned at random by the system. However, at this moment, Ishimura's gaze sharpened, and he articulated an unexpected revelation. Only one individual will emerge victorious. It is not the triumph of the team that matters. It appears that the intentions of the chief examiner lean towards fostering internal conflict. The bonds formed among teammates may be abruptly challenged, leaving them unprepared for such unexpected discord. Moreover, they are still children. Is it not premature for such cunning and deceit? Yushin, intrigued, pondered what sort of extraordinary individual would ultimately claim victory. Now, take this opportunity to observe and engage with one another, for you may soon find yourselves as allies or adversaries. Be prepared for the unforeseen, Ishimura concluded, departing alongside the leaders of the various departments. On the stage, Otomio lingered behind the leader, Anya, casting a glance at Yushin, who in turn met her gaze. Yet, Otomio merely offered a fleeting look before following Anya away. What an odd woman, Yushin contemplated. "Ah, we meet again, peculiar little one. You've received a punch from me, and how vexing that is." Tianjingmu Liao bounded towards Yushin, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "If we are to be grouped together, it would indeed be entertaining. I shall show no mercy. Of course, I will cooperate fully, but as for internal strife, that is contingent upon your own fortune." After giving Yushin a pat on the shoulder, she left with a beaming smile. What an odd individual, Yushin mused, pondering her words as if she were already the champion. Yet, the true extent of her abilities remained a mystery. Although the ninja arts of Kimura had never been mentioned in the original narrative, the woman accompanying him was not to be underestimated. "Yushin, why are you still dawdling? Do not squander this precious day. The school has specifically provided an opportunity for newcomers. Youth must begin with conversation," Mangekyou remarked. "Kai Wang has always been so passionate. It is truly enviable. He would undoubtedly attract many admirers on Earth, but alas, it is a pity about his eyebrows and eyes," Yushin thought to himself. With so many people gathered, it seems unlikely that everyone could meet within 2 days. The time allocated by the teacher may not be without ulterior motives, Kakashi interjected. "I say, genius, do you walk without making a sound?" Mangekyou commented. "Humph, from my observations, this examination is not a simple one. I have heard that candidates from the Kimura clan have arrived. Logically, the heirs of various generations would not concern themselves with the selection test, but in my opinion, this year's examination is bound to stir up a storm," Kakashi continued. "Ah, have you heard? There seems to be an issue with the number of participants this year. No matter how the groups are divided, there is always one extra. According to the rules, groups compete against each other and participants face off. Yet there will inevitably be one group and one individual who will be exempt, meaning they can bypass the first round and directly enter the subsequent matches. Though it may seem unfair, I would love to draw that lucky lot, wouldn't you?" "Don't be ridiculous. With your luck, you might as well dream," Mangekyou responded. "Please, don't be such a downer. Let me think for a moment, would you?" The spectators buzzed with excitement regarding the exemption for this round, each hoping to draw that fortunate ticket. "Humph, a bunch of fools. Such exemptions are merely a dream come true for the weak," Kakashi remarked, twirling the shuriken in his hand. "This type of competition cannot possibly have such an oversight. It must be that a participant has encountered an issue, prompting the tournament committee to resort to such a desperate measure. That is a valid point. However, most past participants have exhibited superior physical abilities and exceptional ninjutsu among their peers, so personal mishaps should not be a concern," Kurenai stated. "What if a CH Nin or J Nin is secretly undermining the event?" Kakashi's words caused Kurenai to unconsciously gasp. "Are you suggesting that this selection process has been designed to harm or even claim the life of a participant? However, murdering a contestant in the selection tournament is a grave offense. If discovered, one would be subjected to interrogation by the investigation department. The mere mention of the investigation department sent chills down their spines. Now, please take your seats, all participants, Nara Shikaku announced with authority. Sit? Where exactly? On the ground? Our teacher certainly issues commands without consideration. Indeed, teacher, this is typically a testing ground. There is no way to sit on the ground. At that moment, the uneven terrain beneath them began to writhe as if it possessed a life of its own. If one listened closely, they could almost hear the wails of the damned. A sound that pierced the marrow and induced nausea. Suddenly, the cacophony ceased, and rows of seats emerged from the ground. In contrast to ordinary chairs, these seats were entirely crimson, as if enveloped in flesh. To the touch, they were warm, and at the center of each chair lay a human ribcage. Yujin Yuhuan was taken aback, his mouth agape as he stumbled back 2 steps, pondering the grotesque and forbidden entities that had infiltrated Konoha village. Could it be that Minato was aware of this? Or was it possible that he had tacitly permitted such a situation? Yuhuan intended to turn back and seek out Maki, Kakashi, and Yugao, yet the once bustling hall was now devoid of life. Hastily, he swept the area with his chakra, finding no trace of any living beings. How strange. Had they all vanished? Suddenly, the previously motionless chairs sprang to life. The jarring sound of bones clashing echoed in his ears, as if the very essence of the chairs had been cleaved apart. What once appeared to be mere furniture was now revealed as grotesque, skinless monstrosities, their flesh and organs grotesquely exposed. What on earth was happening? Yuhuan found himself utterly bewildered. Where did these creatures originate? And who was orchestrating this horror? The abominable beings raised their arms stiffly, accompanied by a disturbing cacophony. This noise, it seemed, held a sinister power, evoking a wave of nausea that churned in his stomach, transforming countless thoughts into a singular intent for slaughter, intertwined with a deep-seated hatred. Such a complex emotional turmoil rendered it nearly impossible for him to concentrate. This must be the effect of that sound. He could no longer control his body. Desperately, he forced chakra to circulate throughout himself, invoking the diamond body technique to alleviate some of the adverse effects, yet the overwhelming sensation of repulsion persisted. There was no time to ponder further. His body was ill-equipped for battle. He needed to escape. Yuhuan gathered chakra in his legs and employed the phantom steps technique, swiftly navigating the surroundings only to find himself back where he started. How could this be? There was no exit. He leapt into the air, bewildered by the unexpected lightness of his body. How could this be possible? Yuhuan struggled to comprehend the scene before him. It was no longer a hall but an indistinguishable realm, the space contorted beyond recognition. Below, the monsters remained confined within their respective zones, each floating in a surreal purplish haze. Yuhuan hovered midair, contemplating the bizarre circumstances. Meanwhile, Maki called out, "Everyone, where are you?" On the playground. But only his own echo answered him. How peculiar. Just moments ago, they had all been in the hall. How had he suddenly ended up here? Regardless, the breathtaking sunset, appearing at dawn, was a rarity not to be squandered. He resolved not to waste his youthful vigor. Handstand. Let's take a lap. Madogai instinctively flipped his body. With a resounding thud, dust erupted around him. What was happening? His body felt inexplicably heavy. He couldn't lift himself at all. At that moment, Madogai had lost his usual exuberance, his tone dripping with fatigue and lethargy. This splendid sunset, a time he should seize for vigorous activity, seemed wasted on slumber. It appeared that Madogai had lost his youthful fervor. No, this magnificent sunset. He should be running. With a determined effort, he attempted to spring up, yet failed to rise again. "Ah, come on," echoed Madogai's cries across the playground. It appears that there is no alternative. It seems that opening a door is inevitable. Open, open. In an instant, Might Guy's eyes turned white, his gaze fierce, and his veins bulged as he exerted every ounce of strength to rise from the ground. With a primal roar, he sprinted forward with increasing speed, the dust and gravel trailing behind, unable to keep pace with his momentum. The very fabric of space seemed on the verge of tearing apart. With a resounding crash akin to shattering glass, Might Guy abruptly opened his eyes, discovering himself lying on the floor of the hall, surrounded by slumbering competitors. Among them, the only one standing was Kakashi. "Oh, you're awake?" Kakashi inquired. "It's no wonder. This hypnotic technique likely only ensnared your lot." At that moment, Might Guy gazed at Kakashi with a bewildered expression. "You have fallen victim to a hypnotic spell. Ordinarily, such an extensive hypnotic endeavor would consume a considerable amount of chakra, and achieving such an effect without at least a week of preparation is quite challenging. It seems someone has been plotting for quite some time. Truly, There is always a commotion during significant events. Meanwhile, atop the tower in the Hidden Leaf Village, one could sense the success of their plan. I can report to the boss now. Was it really necessary to mobilize such resources just to monitor a petty thief? Preparing a month in advance just to set up the activation array, the various departments of the Hidden Leaf Village truly are incompetent, managing to complete the task so effortlessly. Clad in a black cloak adorned with a prominent symbol of the shadow, he seemed to revel in the satisfaction of completing his mission, momentarily forgetting to remain vigilant of his surroundings. Every action of his was being observed by the Umbu stationed atop the treetops. How naive. The Umbu member thought to himself as he retrieved a pitch-black butterfly from his pocket, whispering a few words to it before releasing it. The butterfly swiftly took flight towards the Hidden Leaf Village. I wonder how capable this year's children are. Otomiyo toyed with a shuriken in her hand. Upon seeing the communication butterfly land beside her, she sighed. Time to get to work. She noted the presence of personnel from the Shadow Division, their coordinates indicating the tower, seemingly connected to the participating children. She promptly initiated an investigation as the butterfly vanished, transforming into a cloud of black powder that dispersed into the air. This black butterfly is indeed beautiful, Otomiyo remarked. It seems this group of children may be in trouble. After notifying various departments, she made her way to the selection hall, only to find it shrouded in a thick layer of black chakra. This chakra felt strangely foreign, sending a chill down her spine. After surveying the hall's perimeter without discovering anything, she concluded, I must trace the chakra to find its source. Otomiyo pondered. I wonder how Yuji has fared. At that moment, Yuji had spent an hour deep in contemplation, formulating several possibilities. 1. He had traversed into another realm. Based on past experiences, this seemed highly probable. Having fallen victim to a state of hypnosis, I find myself ensnared in a predicament. In the world of Naruto, the act of hypnotism can be executed with an ease that far surpasses that of Earth, and should I indeed be under its influence, it is likely that I am not alone in this plight. Yet, the pressing question remains, how does one escape? I hear the sound of wooden clogs rhythmically striking the ground. Curious, I ponder the possibility of others being present. My astonishment grows as a hollow yet authoritative voice emanates from the shadows. Are you incapable of assessing the situation, young one? Who are you? How did you enter? I demand, my tone laced with defiance. That is not the inquiry you should be making. Instead, you ought to ask me how to exit. The voice, still void of warmth, carries a hint of mockery. I shall offer you a hint. Your assistant appears to possess some knowledge. By assistant, I trust you understand my meaning. The voice concludes, before its presence vanishes into the abyss. My eyes widen in disbelief as I gaze into the darkness, grappling with the notion that this entity might be aware of my secret. Could my journey through dimensions be intertwined with that voice? Regardless, my priority is to find a way out. Assistant, who is that person? I inquire. Searching, please hold. Apologies, no information found. I am not surprised. Investigate how I might exit, I command. Querying, please hold. Current location, lobby. Status, hypnotized. Method to break free requires 10 minutes to ascertain. Damn it. Such a delay, I exclaim impatiently. Meanwhile, in the forest beyond Konohagakure, a masked figure observes, pondering, this young man has honed his diamond body technique to such an extent. Yet it is regrettable that it only serves to defend against physical assaults. Against mental attacks like hypnosis, such a skill proves futile. The mask obscures the figure's identity, revealing only a fox-like grin. Given the present circumstances, progress appears satisfactory. Yet it is troubling that the Umbu seem to have obtained intelligence that emboldens them to conduct clandestine experiments on my people. This is a blatant provocation, and it seems I am due for a bit of exercise. Otomiyo, tracking chakra, arrives at the edge of the forest surrounding Konohagakure. How peculiar. This is supposed to be the source. Who goes there? A shuriken hurtles toward Otomiyo, prompting her to swiftly retreat, only to discover that the shuriken is attached to an explosive tag. Oh no. She forms hand seals, narrowly evading the enemy's ambush. Who are you? Show yourself. She cries out. What a cowardly display. She retorts angrily. As a member of the Umbu, to engage in such craven behavior is utterly disgraceful. Emerging from the shadows is a woman clad in black, adorned with an emblem of a large shadow. You are from the Umbu? I thought your branch had become silent for decades. Surely, your reappearance does not herald some grand conspiracy? Otomiyo challenges. Silent and concealed? The unseen, perhaps merely a rarity in the eyes of humanity, is not as fearsome as you claim. Speaking of which, the dark and shadowy realms are indeed of a common lineage. That kanai just served as a mere greeting. Why bother discussing it further, now that the pleasantries have been exchanged? Let us gracefully apprehend you and present you to your leader. With that, a flurry of kunai was launched toward Otomiyo. In a grand hall, 800 miles away. The master declared, the exit has been located, albeit with certain difficulties. The mechanical voice of the assistant echoed in Yuhua Yujin's mind. Startled, Yuhua Yujin responded. What is it? Speak quickly. This is not your place to ponder. Merely inform me of the method. Very well, master. The exit lies within the abdomen of one of the many monsters below. The only means of entry is to allow it to swallow you whole. A shiver ran down Yuhua Yujin's spine upon hearing this. Why such grotesque means? What manner of hypnosis employs such deceptions? Which creature is it? The one with a glowing abdomen, the assistant replied. Yuhua Yujin adjusted his collar, swallowing hard. Very well, let us proceed. With eyes closed, he plunged downward. Witnessing the monster's mouth widen instantaneously, the rapidity of the act distorted its features, and the crimson flesh began to rupture, exuding a foul stench. Yuhua Yujin opened his eyes to find himself face to face with Mangekyou's thick eyebrows and piercing gaze. The proximity startled him, prompting an instinctive shove away. Yuhua Yujin, you're awake. You cannot fathom how worried I was. Did you encounter something terrifying? You were shouting in disarray. It was utterly alarming. Mangekyou exclaimed. As Yuhua Yujin sat up, memories of that moment flooded back, the slick sensation of entering the monster's maw accompanied by its putrid odor, inducing a wave of nausea within him. Ugh, do not mention it again. It was revolting, an indelible nightmare. He surveyed the surroundings. Have they not yet awakened? Indeed. I am the first to regain consciousness. Kakashi, perhaps a genius, as he seems to have evaded the hypnosis entirely. The exterior of this hall is enveloped in an unknown chakra, rendering communication with the outside impossible. We can only await rescue, Mangekyou noted. Kakashi ventured to assess the situation, and it was anticipated that he would return shortly. After surveying the area, it appears our sole recourse is to await assistance. And these inept individuals, it remains uncertain when they will awaken, Kakashi remarked. Oh, this group is rather impressive, particularly Kakashi, who seems quite formidable. I am curious to see him in action on the field. As for Mangekyou, he appears to have no detectable chakra yet woke from hypnosis with remarkable speed. He should not be underestimated. Moreover, before his awakening, an exceptionally pure chakra inexplicably surged from him. Clearly, he is not a simple individual. And then there is that young rascal, Yuhua Yujin, who, despite his seemingly lackluster appearance, also awakened early. While I am unsure of the method he employed, he undoubtedly harbors some secret worth observing. Once more, I ask you, who is the dead fat one? Dora inquired, enunciating each word with deliberate emphasis. The minion before him appeared somewhat dazed, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he clung to his last vestiges of defiance. It's you, the dead fat one. He stammered, his words faltering. Go to hell, you bastard. Dora summoned every ounce of strength, his fist slicing through the air with a crackling sound, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the minion. Yet, with a sudden leap, the minion vanished in a puff of smoke, utilizing a substitution technique. The minion shielded his face with his arms, and after a moment, realizing he was unharmed, he exclaimed, Are you done shouting? If you're finished, then scram. Do you dare provoke me? Do you wish to die? The figure standing before him spoke. Long time no see. I see you are well. It was the second in command of the Shadow Division, Gukong. Why haven't I seen your leader? Tsunade interjected from the side. If I am not mistaken, you must be Tsunade. I remember when I first met you. You were just a little girl. It's surprising to see how much you've grown. Indeed, a woman changes significantly over the years. Gukong's flippant tone was unsettling. Our leader's ambitions are grand. He has no time to concern himself with trivial matters. This is merely a minor episode in his magnificent journey. One that does not warrant his attention, Gukong remarked. What schemes does your division harbor? Dora pressed. Look at how you phrase it. Scheme sounds far too sour. I have already stated that it is a grand ambition. Since I have not divulged anything to you over the years, do you truly believe I would reveal anything now? Then let us fight until you relent, Dora shouted. His bulky figure moved with surprising agility, raising doubts about whether he was merely a facade or truly robust. At that moment, Dora's fists were no longer enveloped in the soothing green chakra of healing. Instead, they were imbued with a menacing crimson hue. Soaring forward, he struck at Gukong. With a thunderous impact, dust billowed, and when the smoke cleared, a deep crater remained, where Dora's fist had struck Gukong's abdomen, leaving him sprawled in disarray at the bottom. Oh dear, I have long heard tales of Dora's incredible strength in the Hidden Leaf Village. Witnessing it firsthand today indeed confirms the legend. However, on the strategic front, you are still lacking. Time's running out. Farewell. With a whoosh, Gukong transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Alas, I have fallen into their trap. They are merely stalling for time. Dora cried. Are they leaving without a fight? Several members of the Shadow Division stood in their way. Clear a path for me, Dora commanded. He nimbly darted through the ranks of foes, his fists radiating a kaleidoscope of red and green light as enemies fell before him. Still attempting a sneak attack, Dora pivoted, effortlessly catching an enemy's shuriken with his bare hands, pressing his palms together to suppress the explosive tag's blast. This little skill of yours is no more than a tickle to my skin. At that moment, Dora's ferocity only intensified, growing stronger with each confrontation. Earth style. Crumbling earth palm. Instantly, the ground erupted into a whirlwind of dust as a gargantuan hand, towering hundreds of feet, descended upon the adversaries. With a resounding crash, chaos ensued. The entire forest lay in ruin, with overturned trees and tattered roots buried deep in the soil alongside the enemy. Humph! A mere swarm of ants, Dora contemptuously declared as she retracted her fist. Hasten to the main hall. Leading Tsunade, Dora dashed through the jungle and spotted a familiar figure, Kakashi. Here, Tsunade called out. Dora! Tsunade! This is my shadow clone. The situation is dire. Kakashi spoke anxiously. I'm so exhausted. I've been lying down for ages. Suddenly, everyone collapsed. As if we were all in sync. I didn't expect to recline for several hours. My arms are quite numb now. I wonder if the people of Konoha have any means to remedy this mess? It seems Mu Liao will need to rest a while longer. And he appears to have fallen asleep. Oh dear. Quite impressive. I see you've managed to break free from my hypnosis. It seems it was effective. A figure clad in black emerged from the darkness, adorned with an embroidered character symbolizing shadow. Humph. Such a rudimentary hypnosis is hardly enough to ensnare me. Kakashi scoffed. Oh. It appears this generation is indeed filled with talent. However, young man, you underestimate our Shadow Division. This hypnosis is merely a filter. What lies beyond is beyond your imagination. My hypnosis, while somewhat basic, ensures that those ensnared remain unconscious for 4 hours. TSK, 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 they may never awaken. Don't shed tears when that time comes. Enough of your prattle, Kakashi retorted, launching a shuriken at the cloaked figure. The figure deftly countered with a dart, resulting in a collision. How disrespectful. What business does a girl have wielding such sharp and perilous weapons? With a bang, a smoke bomb detonated. Is this all you can do? Kakashi nimbly maneuvered through the smoke, attacking the figure, who remained unfazed, effortlessly parrying the assault with one hand. Suddenly, Kakashi's chakra transformed into a brilliant white, accompanied by the resounding cry of phoenixes, reminiscent of thousands of birds singing in unison, dazzling amidst the smoke as it surged toward the cloaked figure. Unaccustomed to such a spectacle, the figure hastily formed hand seals, but it was too late. Humph. As a girl, underestimating the situation is quite unacceptable. In a flash, the cloaked figure vanished with a resounding pop. TCH. A shadow clone technique? I can't believe it has endured after all this time. It seems that even the Shadow Division relies on shadow clones to infiltrate. Shadow clone technique. A sudden thought struck Kakashi, and he swiftly formed hand seals to create clones outside the wall. This should suffice, he said. I must find Minato quickly, or the opportunity will slip away. At this moment, various departments of Konoha received urgent messages from Otomio, hastening toward the main hall. However, they encountered members of the Shadow Division en route. I never expected the Shadow Division, which had been hiding like a turtle, to re-emerge, remarked Rado, the head of the medical department. A fat fool. Why all the needless chatter? One of the Shadow Division members disdainfully retorted. As soon as these words were uttered, the villagers of Konoha held their breath, slowly turning their gazes toward Rado and then to the individual from the Shadow Department who was about to meet with misfortune. With a sigh, someone remarked, You have struck at Rado's Achilles heel. May he rest in peace. Tsunade chuckled cheerfully. In an instant, Rado appeared before the man, dust swirling around him. The once adorable, chubby visage had vanished, replaced by a countenance of fury, grotesqueness, and terror. His fangs glistened, his eyes gleamed with a wildness, ears erect, and whiskers bristling. His features contorted in rage. Say it once more. Who is the dead fatso? Rado enunciated, each word deliberate. His voice no longer sweet but resonating with the ferocity of a beast unleashed. Perhaps this was the reason for his long survival. Drawing upon his formidable fighting prowess and intimidating presence, the individual from the Shadow Department stood frozen, trembling in fear, stammering out his final words. It's you. What of it? The entire hall was enveloped in a vast expanse of chakra, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary folk. I came here in a shadow clone to seek assistance. But I see you have already arrived, thus, my mission is complete. With that, Kakashi's clone dissipated. Kakashi observed, astonished at the rapid growth in the child's abilities. It would typically take at least half an hour to traverse from the Tang dynasty to this location, yet at such a young age. He could maintain a clone for so long. This child bears a striking resemblance to his father. He is quite determined, Dora remarked. Speaking of his father, Tsunade paused, choosing not to elaborate further. His father had always been a contentious topic, raising questions of whether he valued camaraderie over the completion of missions. This undoubtedly had a significant impact on Kakashi, a child. Best to refrain from mentioning Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, Dora stated earnestly. Indeed, Tsunade replied. She held great respect for her mentor, Dora, having learned most of her medical ninjutsu from him. Her studies under Hiruzen Sarutobi had primarily focused on tactics and academic theory. With only a modicum of practical training, while the majority of her medical knowledge stemmed from her teacher, Dora. We are approaching the hall. Be wary of ambushes. Tsunade cautioned Dora. It seems a hypnosis technique has been employed nearby, one of considerable magnitude. Typically, such a level of hypnosis requires a week or more of preparation. Clearly, the old foxes of the Shadow Department have been active in Konoha for quite some time without our awareness. How unfortunate it is. No wonder their movements are cloaked in secrecy, Dora murmured to himself. It is said that the techniques learned by the Shadow Department largely originated from the Umbu of Konoha. Strangely, the leader of the Shadow Department underwent a sudden change in temperament, focusing solely on assassination rather than infiltration, which starkly contrasted with the Umbu's operational principles. Fortunately, the leader of the Shadow Department severed ties with Konoha, establishing an independent faction known as the Shadow Department. At that moment, Tsunade could scarcely fathom that such secrets existed within Konoha, remaining entirely oblivious to them. This matter, in truth, is not so grave. It hasn't frightened you, has it, Tsunade? Dora inquired. No, not at all. It was just a bit unexpected, Tsunade replied. Let's not waste time and think about how to get in. That little rascal Kakashi just mentioned that we need to use the shadow clone technique to enter and exit, so let's give it a try, Dora said. Closing her eyes and crossing her hands, Dora executed the technique with a pop, sending her clone into the grand hall. Just as it was about to touch down, she noticed a person beneath her and quickly adjusted her landing. However, the abruptness of the descent combined with her larger feet caused her to stumble and fall to the side. Ouch, that hurt. The few people inside turned to see a fluffy, light green creature sprawled in the corner of the hall. The creature rolled over and stood up, creating a rather comical scene due to Dora's adorably ordinary appearance. Haha, what a cute little chubby one, Mangekyou chuckled. Fortunately, Dora was too preoccupied with getting back on her feet to hear guys teasing about her weight and figure. Otherwise, it would have been quite a sight. Have you all laughed enough? Dora said, carefully making her way over. The space was tight, and she nearly stumbled again, flailing her arms to regain her balance. Her round belly wobbled as her eyes remained squeezed shut, evoking laughter from everyone present. If you keep laughing, there won't be anyone left to join you. You'll be waiting here to meet your end, Dora exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. All right, we won't laugh anymore. Senior Dora, our apologies. The three hurriedly responded. Dora lowered her gaze to the sleeping children, noticing their furrowed brows and persistent shaking of their heads, indicating their distress. It seemed the situation was dire. The depth of their hypnosis was too profound, and awakening them would require time. By the way, what did you all see in your dreams? Dora inquired, turning back to them. Such trivial tricks. They won't ensnare me. Kakashi replied nonchalantly. In my dream, I saw the setting sun and the running track at the playground. But my body felt unbearably heavy, rendering me unable to run. I had to force myself to sprint in my dream to escape, Mangekyou recounted. And you, little rascal? Dora asked. I dreamt of a horde of skinless monsters. Their exposed tissues and bones were horrifying, and their cries rendered me immobile. I managed to find an exit through the abdomen of one of the creatures and barely escaped, Yuuma Haynes said, his expression pained as he recalled the distressing memory. It appears that each of you encountered your deepest fears or most terrifying creatures while under hypnosis. This technique is typically employed by the interrogation unit in Konoha to extract confessions and clues, merely utilizing hypnosis to dismantle psychological defenses. Yet, it is astonishing that the Shadow Division has twisted this art for such nefarious purposes. How despicable, Dora lamented. However, they seem to have forgotten that using hypnosis against me is like a child playing with fire. I am the very inventor of this technique. Dora leapt gracefully onto the stage, swiftly forming hand seals as verdant chakra flowed from her fingertips, gradually cascading from the platform to the ground, encircling the slumbering contestants. She meticulously traced a perfect circle, and soon, delicate lines began to emerge along its perimeter, as though she were sketching an intricate design. These lines converged towards the center from all directions, and before long, an enigmatic healing array was completed. Hypnosis. Release. Dora proclaimed, and in an instant, the healing array radiated a brilliant green light, blinding to the eye. Ah, what is happening? Did I fall asleep? Where am I? The contestants were utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend their current predicament. Oh dear. They're all awake now. I suppose it's time for me to rise as well. That sleep was so satisfying, though that blinding green light jolted me awake, thought Tianjing Muliang. However, the pressing question remained, how would the leaders of the Hidden Leaf Village respond? Please, everyone, remain calm. You have all just succumbed to hypnosis. We have already identified who cast the spell. For now, please stay in the hall and await further instructions. This is the safest area at present. Dora announced loudly from the stage. Safe? You claim it's safe, yet hypnosis was cast right here. How can you guarantee that the next attack won't reach us? The contestants clearly harbored deep resentment towards this intrusion and were anxious about future assaults. Please, do not panic. You cannot leave at this moment. The best course of action is to await assistance from other departments within the Hidden Leaf Village. My sole responsibility is to resolve the hypnosis issue. Dora stated with calm authority. If you have any grievances, I possess other methods to ensure your satisfaction, she added, baring her fangs and glaring fiercely at the young contestants. Witnessing this sudden transformation from adorable to terrifying left the contestants visibly shaken, their faces paling in fear. Even Kakashi found himself taken aback, stepping back in surprise. Just moments ago, she was so charming. This abrupt change is quite difficult to accept, he mused. Indeed, when reason failed, force became the only recourse. The contestants below exchanged nervous glances, unsure of how to respond. Wah, the big guy is so frightening. She was just so cute. And now she is baring her teeth at us. Waking up to such a startling scene is utterly unfair. Tianjing Muliang thought to himself. Stay quiet, and behave yourselves here. I do not wish to hear any disturbances outside after I disperse my clones. Dora commanded sternly. Outside the hall, Tsunade remarked, I say, Minter, that was rather harsh. Don't you think? An adult might struggle to process such a transformation, let alone a group of children. Isn't this a bit over the top? Her tone revealed a hint of sympathy for the contestants. These little rascals only know how to cause a ruckus. Without a firm hand. They truly wouldn't know how to behave, she mused, contemplating the necessity of a more stringent approach. Dora, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Do you still feel pity for them? Enough with the useless chatter. Why haven't Minato and the others arrived yet? Meanwhile, the group of Minato was indeed delayed. Ah. It seems that I have inadvertently held you two up. I must admit, it is rather taxing, said Koing, who stood alone before Minato and his entourage, fanning herself. Where are you headed? If you wish to proceed to the main hall, I cannot permit it. The second in command of the Shadow Division, Otomio, retorted, before boasting. Perhaps you should assess the situation. You are but a solitary figure attempting to obstruct our entire group? Little girl, must you speak so aggressively? Koing smiled. Am I not aware that I cannot possibly match your prowess, being the leader of the Shadow Division and the fourth Hokage? My sole intent is merely to buy some time. With a swift hand gesture, Koing shouted, Earthen Prison Technique. Suddenly, walls of earth rose around Minato's group, ensnaring them securely. Is this the extent of your abilities as the second in command of the Shadow Division? Merely confining us? Otomio remarked. You cannot possibly believe that such a rudimentary ninjutsu could restrain me. Minato responded. We have already dispelled your hypnosis. It would be prudent for you to surrender. Oh dear, what makes you think we from the Leaf Village are so arrogant? Koing replied. Did I ever claim I would confine you? I am merely stalling for time. As for that amateurish hypnosis, while we did expend some effort on it, it was merely a delaying tactic. I believe the individuals over there have already noticed our arrival. Hebehe. Fanning herself confidently, Koing continued, Moreover, this earth has been modified with the unique chakra of the Shadow Division. Even you, Minato, would require at least 2 hours to break free from this prison. The timing is quite impeccable. Enough of this chit-chat. I must see how things are progressing over there. How infuriating. I never expected to stumble upon such a predicament in the Leaf Village, Minato muttered. I wonder if Dora and Tsunade can handle this troublesome foe? Outside the main hall, the chakra enveloping it felt markedly different than before. It seemed to thicken and grow in intensity. posing potential danger to the children within if it continued to escalate. Dora crouched down, sensing the chakra with her hands, while Tsunade anxiously awaited. As the chakra gradually concentrated towards the center, the entire space was slowly compressed. If this continues, the lives of the children are in grave peril, Tsunade declared. Indeed. We must swiftly devise a means to halt this unknown chakra's contraction, Dora pondered, squinting her eyes. But how? With a round belly, squinting eyes, and quivering whiskers. Koing emerged from the shadows on the ground, leisurely saying, "Your habits remain unchanged, Dora." Or should I call you, gluttonous Dora? Dora abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Guing. The combination of earth transformation and shadow techniques, your shadow division has indeed excelled in these insidious ninjutsu over the years. The title of Devourer has nearly faded from my memory, yet your sudden reappearance evokes a sense of discomfort. As the former leader of the shadow division, you have now been relegated to the role of second in command. It seems you have bottled up quite a bit of frustration over the years, haven't you? Not at all, Guing replied. The head of the shadow division has become rather tedious. I, for one, despise the constraints of rigid structures, finding them utterly monotonous. It is far better to pass the leadership to another and roam freely, treating it as a sort of vacation. However, upon seeing you, my ire rises involuntarily. Centuries ago, Dora and Guing were inseparable friends in Konoha village, always seen together, one clad in green, the other in black, engaging in playful antics. As time progressed and they reached the graduation phase of the Ninja Academy, fate played a cruel joke, pitting the two against each other as rivals. Though they had faced off before, their usual playful skirmishes were now overshadowed by the solemnity of the graduation exam, where both understood the necessity of seriousness. What a coincidence. Dora, I look forward to your guidance, Guing stated. Indeed, I welcome your guidance, Guing, Dora replied, baring his fangs, veins protruding from his forehead. Saliva dripping as he growled, "Oh, this, so serious. You could have warned me. Anyone would be startled by such a transformation." Guing struggled to comprehend Dora's sudden shift in demeanor. Dora concentrated red chakra in his hands, charging towards Guing with agility. Not one to back down. Guing gripped a kunai and surged forward. As their paths crossed, Guing deftly sidestepped, causing Dora to miss. He countered with a punch. But Guing evaded once more. Hey. No need to be so serious. Let us discuss our strategies. A draw would suffice. There's no need for it to escalate like this, Guing exclaimed, beginning to panic. It appears you are intent on a genuine contest, Dora bellowed. Show me your true form. Let us have a proper match. Spare me the trivialities. You should have said so earlier. Come on. Guing leaped backward, landing steadily on the ground. Clearly, both sides had shifted into a serious mindset. Dora unleashed a straight punch, the air crackling with tension. Anticipating Guing's sidestep, he struck blindly with closed eyes. Guing, sensing the moment, executed a substitution technique, slipping behind Dora. Water shield, water wave cutter. Guing expelled a powerful jet of high-pressure water, slicing through the air like a blade aimed at Dora. Unprepared for Guing's swiftness, Dora endured the impact of the water shield, which propelled him hundreds of meters away, crashing violently into a wall. Thud. Dora became embedded in the wall, immobile. Water shield. Water bullet. Guing formed hand seals, preparing for the next strike. Doraemon saw the water bullet about to hit him and swiftly used the body replacement technique to escape, instantly appearing behind Kajiboshi. A surge of fiery red chakra came crashing down toward Kajiboshi's head. Realizing the imminent danger, Kajiboshi shouted, "Earth release, Earth-style wall." A massive earthen barrier rose behind him, shielding him from the attack. You can block from behind, but can you stop me from the front? Doraemon roared, his eyes widening as he attempted to dart in front of Kajiboshi. However, Kajiboshi was not about to let him succeed. Shadow imitation technique, he declared. And from the depths of his shadow, dozens of tendrils shot out, instantly restraining Doraemon, rendering him immobile. You rely on your unique constitution to learn any jutsu you please, yet you always resort to these underhanded techniques. Doraemon spat, both furious and helpless. I can see your chakra is nearly depleted, and it's almost afternoon. The shadows in your area will soon shift. How long do you think you can keep this up? After all these years together, your venomous tongue hasn't dulled one bit, Kajiboshi retorted. You just said it yourself. It's nearly afternoon, and my constitution is special. So why don't I just illuminate the entire area with light release? Then I'll have my shadow back. What? Light release? Doraemon gasped. How do you even know about that legendary jutsu? No one has been able to wield it since the founding era, except for one of the original elders. But its power was too immense. The other two forcibly sealed it away. Even with your unique physique, light release is unstable and unpredictable. The consequences could be catastrophic. And if you unleash it in broad daylight, do you really think the elders of Konoha want to investigate you? Your shadow techniques are already the secret arts of the Nara clan. The higher-ups are already suspicious. I advise you to release me now before things escalate beyond control. Hearing Doraemon's words, Kajiboshi finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Fine. But I'm warning you, don't suddenly change forms. It's terrifying. And time us up. The winner is Kajiboshi. A booming voice echoed through the hall. Wait, that can't be right. Kajiboshi thought in confusion. There is still an hour left in the match. Even if it ended early, the winner should only be declared if one side surrenders. Kajiboshi, run. Doraemon screamed desperately. Kajiboshi turned and saw the third Hokage leading a group of shinobi charging toward him at an alarming speed, far too fast to react. As he spun to flee, a squad of ninja blocked his path. Lord Third, what is all this about? Haha. Kajiboshi forced a nervous laugh. Is there some urgent matter? Kajiboshi, the third Hokage intoned gravely. I never realized until now just how special your constitution truly is. I've long heard rumors that you could master most jutsu, but that technique just now was that the Nara clan as forbidden art, the shadow sewing technique? A bloodline-bound secret passed down through generations. You, with no ties to the Nara, can wield such power? I cannot allow such an anomaly to exist in this world. Men, restrain him. The individuals around swiftly advanced to seize Ying, who deftly evaded their grasp using the substitution technique. With such trivial skills. Do they think they can capture me? They underestimate me. Ying, he declared, surveying his surroundings in search of an escape route. Earth Shield, the soil descends. The third Hokage commanded. This is bad. I just used the substitution technique. Ying exclaimed. Realizing that the cunning old fox had deceived him about his substitution technique. How infuriating. An anomalous space manifested above Ying, from which a copious amount of clay cascaded down, ensnaring him to the ground, rendering him immobile. With his hands incapacitated from forming seals, he found himself in a dire predicament, covered in clay that rapidly dried and calcified, becoming exceedingly hard. If you had complied early on, you wouldn't have to endure so much suffering. I even resorted to this exhausting ninjutsu, the third Hokage remarked, as he formed hand seals. The once brown chakra transformed into an eerie green. Rest assured, the process may be somewhat painful, but it is for your own good. Third Hokage, what do you intend to do to Ying? DL inquired anxiously. At that moment, the third Hokage was merely exploiting his talent, assuring that there would be no life-threatening danger, as he was only going to shatter the inferior talent pathways within him. The third Hokage stated nonchalantly, shatter the pathways. DL gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. The talent pathways differ from normal ones, primarily residing beneath the cerebral cortex, where pain receptors are numerous and highly sensitive. To perform such a procedure without anesthesia is utterly inhumane, DL protested. The green chakra violently penetrated the dried clay, conducting a brutal venous shattering. The time is nearly upon us, the third Hokage declared, retracting the chakra medical team. Prepared to transport Ying for thorough examination and care, prohibiting any visitors during this period. DL hurriedly rushed over to free Ying from the clay. As Ying emerged from the earth, his eyes were bloodshot, gasping for breath. Ying, are you all right? Does it still hurt? DL asked anxiously. They have taken away my talent. Compared to losing my gift, what is this little pain? Ying replied coldly. Please, hand him over to us, Mr. DL. The medical team implored. They carefully placed Ying onto the medical stretcher. How long will it take for him to recover? DL questioned, filled with concern. At least 6 months, at most. It depends on his psychological resilience. After all, losing one's talent inflicts significant harm, especially when subjected to such reckless deprivation without anesthesia, the medical staff said sympathetically. Ying, rest assured. I will find a way to heal you. Dora contemplated. Ever since that day, he had devoted himself entirely to the study of healing arts while practicing physical techniques. Through relentless research, his proficiency in healing began to manifest, and he even invented a chakra that induces paralysis, allowing patients to undergo surgery with chakra-based anesthesia, thereby reducing the need for anesthetic drugs and enhancing treatment efficiency. However, Dora was not content with this. He persistently sought a method to restore the unique talent of the solitary shadow. Despite receiving multiple warnings from the third Hokage, he was compelled to delve into underground research. During his studies, he inadvertently discovered a secret technique that allowed him to transfer his consciousness to another body. As long as the new body was sufficiently perfect, the transferer could possess formidable power without risking their life. Yet, while he could create bodily tissues, the creation of a brain remained an insurmountable challenge. Current technology provided no means for such a feat, as the brain required an exorbitant number of neurons, making the idea of artificially creating neurons seem utterly fantastical. It appeared that Dora's research had reached a bottleneck, and reluctantly, he had to seal his findings underground. Aware of the potential dangers and taboos surrounding his work, he set up numerous traps and codes to prevent outside discovery and to facilitate his research. Yet, it seemed Dora had overlooked one crucial aspect. If artificial creation was unfeasible, why not use a living person? By finding a suitable candidate with a talent akin to the solitary shadow, he could conduct his experiments. It seemed that Dora was still too compassionate. After 6 months of treatment and rehabilitation, the solitary shadow was finally discharged. Dora waited at the entrance of the medical department for him. Solitary shadow. Over here. Dora waved his arms excitedly, exuding a charming innocence. How are you feeling? Are there any obstacles with your ninjutsu? He inquired with concern. Yes, the recovery is going well. I plan to attend training in the Umbu tomorrow. The solitary shadow replied coolly. The Umbu. Is this your goal now that you've become a jonin? Dora felt a pang of reluctance. I will focus more on learning stealth and reconnaissance techniques. I can no longer use multiple ninjutsu simultaneously as I did before, the solitary shadow retorted with a cold smirk. And I must thank the third Hokage, that old fox, for pushing me to join the Umbu. Otherwise, I would still be uncertain about my path. At that moment, Dora felt as if he no longer recognized this person before him. The once familiar gaze was now laced with malice, the tone frigid and filled with hatred. As if he had transformed entirely. Well, I wish you good luck, he murmured, pondering the reasons he had refrained from sharing his current research with the solitary shadow. He was unsure how the shadow, consumed by hatred, would react upon learning of it. And even if he did comprehend, his current abilities would likely render him incapable of achieving success, which would only lead to further disappointment. As he watched the solitary shadow depart, Dora could not fathom that this would be their final conversation as friends. A year later. How many times must I say it? Our primary duty is to gather intelligence, not to assassinate. Do you not understand our principles? Dark Crow shouted at the solitary shadow, pointing a finger in reprimand. At this moment, the Dark Crow did not have a black veil, her hands delicate as tender shoots, her skin as smooth as frozen fat. Radiant as the blossoms of spring, and luminous as the autumn moon. Indeed, she was a beautiful woman. I had already extracted the information. Keeping him was superfluous. And he held no value anymore, said Guing. Is that so? Should I thank you then? The Dark Crow retorted angrily. Next time this happens, you need not linger in the dark department any longer. Yes, Chief. After bowing, he closed the door and exited. It seems this dark department is a timid place, incapable of achieving great things. How foolish of me to wish to join it. Young man, to accomplish great things, one must not be soft-hearted. Came the distant voice of Kongyu. Who are you? Lurking about. Guing called out warily. Who I am matters little. What is significant is that I am well aware of your objective, to reclaim your talent. Have you ever considered that no one has ever acquired a new talent? What new talent? It was mine to begin with. Which old fox from the third generation stole my talent? Guing exclaimed indignantly. Adding that such a gift was exceedingly dangerous, it was utterly ridiculous. Excellent. This is the hatred I desire. I shall impart all that I have learned to you. Through my lifetime of knowledge, you may achieve your goals, but it will not restore your talent. How much you can accomplish depends on your own fortune. After the voice faded, numerous tentacles formed from chakra surged toward Guing, penetrating his body. Very well, there is no rejection of my chakra. I have indeed chosen the right person. May you teach that arrogant old fox of the third generation a lesson. Stop. A familiar voice echoed from a distance. Stop. You shameless old thief. The familiar voice came from behind. It was the third generation. Haha. Too late. His body is already infused with my chakra. The elderly voice boomed. Alas, this lad may have lost his talent, yet his physical constitution remains intact. He can accept anyone's chakra, the third generation shouted. But he has placed his trust in the wrong person. You are merely a vessel to him. In an instant, countless streams of chakra relentlessly surged into Gu Ying's body. The once vibrant street fell into silence, dimming into darkness, leaving only Gu Ying gasping for breath on the ground. The third generation eyed the barely conscious figure before him with caution, remaining utterly still. Finally, I am back. Gu Ying's voice was particularly hoarse. His eyes reddened, hands forming seals, poised to strike. The person before him was no longer Gu Ying. "Old fox, when you seal me back then, you should have shown no mercy," Gu Ying declared. "Humph. Spare me the chatter," the third generation bellowed. "At worst, I shall seal you again." "Huh, old fox. You may not get another chance," Gu Ying exclaimed, as crimson light surged forth, igniting the surrounding air with a blue glow. In an instant, he lunged forward. With a decisive strike, the third Hokage staggered back 2 steps, but the confrontation was far from over. "You shall not escape," Gu Ying bellowed. "Humph." The third Hokage replied nonchalantly, swiftly maneuvering behind his opponent. "Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet," he declared, forming hand seals and letting out a piercing cry towards the heavens. "Light release. Light shield pillar," Gu Ying shouted, and in an instant, a towering barrier of over 3 meters materialized behind him, radiating brilliant light. Though delicate as a cicada's wing, this luminous shield effortlessly thwarted the ferocious earth dragon, proving to be as sturdy as a fortress. "It appears I must disappoint you. As a practitioner of light release, I am quite adept at combat. Even you shouldn't underestimate me. Are you regretting not sealing me away with all your might, dear grandfather?" Unexpectedly, the venerable third Hokage had a grandson who wielded the power of light release. It seemed that the third Hokage, aware of the inherent dangers, had preemptively sealed his grandson's abilities through ninjutsu to prevent him from straying down a perilous path. Was it not possible to educate him properly instead? What could a mere child comprehend? Their world revolved around food, play, and simplicity. It appeared the old man had been one to avoid trouble in his youth as well, opting for a straightforward solution by sealing away his grandson's powers, thus eliminating unnecessary complications. This decision provided him with more time for guidance while also bestowing upon him a reputation as a responsible elder. Could it be that even the third Hokage struggled to fully grasp the might of light release? For centuries, humanity has been paralyzed by fear, with its roots deeply embedded in the unknown. It seemed that the third Hokage approached this power with great caution, shedding light on why he chose to strip Gu Ying of his potential. In fearing the missteps of youth, he had grown weary of the responsibility to guide, preferring instead to eradicate the issue entirely. However, this approach seemed to have the opposite effect, only strengthening Gu Ying's resolve to reclaim his innate talents. "Humph, shameless old thief. You are quite advanced in years yet dare to call me grandfather. It is utterly ludicrous," the third Hokage mocked. "It has been many years since we last met, and surely we must exchange pleasantries before you prepare to meet your predecessors, or should I say, descend into the abyss?" Gu Ying retorted haughtily. "Descend into the abyss? It appears you have lacked proper discipline over the years," the third Hokage responded. "Alas, I have had to fend for myself and grow through my own struggles," Gu Ying declared, forming hand seals once more. Light release. Spirit spear. Brilliant light erupted beneath his feet, manifesting as multiple luminous spears, sparkling in the air. The spears shot forth towards the third Hokage with ferocity. Reacting swiftly, the third Hokage formed seals, invoking earth release. Earth flow wall. A towering wall of earth rose instantaneously, blocking dozens of the light spears. The sounds of impact echoed, thud after thud, as several light spears collided with the earthen shield, sending sand soaring and reverberating through the air. "This is not the end," Gu Ying proclaimed fiercely. "Light release. Light blaze." In an instant, Gu Ying's entire being radiated with resplendent light, resembling a divine being descending from the heavens. His speed, defense, attack power, and chakra surged to new heights. With a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed a wave of light directed straight at the third Hokage. The third Hokage's arm fell to the ground with a thud, yet at that moment, he resembled a statue, his body coated in yellowish earth, his expression twisted and then collapsed into a pile of mud. "Oh, I had forgotten that you, the Earth Shadow, are adept at these substitution tricks." Indeed, even with earth release, the substitution technique prevented him from forming seals at this moment. "Humph. It seems my age has caused me to underestimate you." The third sighed. Earth release, earth spear. Instantly, the third's body became harder than diamond, capable of withstanding any physical assault, and even if shattered, it could rapidly restore itself. "Now, let us see how you will prevent me from forming seals." "Ah, my dear grandfather, you are indeed cunning." The lone figure laughed arrogantly. "However, it seems I neglected to mention, light. It is but a particle." "Oh no." The third realized the gravity of the situation. He formed seals and exclaimed loudly, "Earth release. Quicksand." With that, he struck the ground with his fist. The ground beneath the lone figure instantly transformed into soft mud. "You think such a trivial trick can ensnare me?" The lone figure leaped forward, hastily attempting to form seals. Do you believe you have time? Earth release. Descending soil. In an instant, a colossal alternate space appeared above the lone figure's head, from which thick mud began to flow. Stay put, my dear grandson. Before the third could even chuckle, he noticed that the mud failed to ensnare the lone figure. Instead, it slid off his body. What a pity, you simply cannot heed my words. I have already stated, light. It is but a particle. Now, I am enveloped in the protection of light. How could your ludicrous clay possibly bind me? Perhaps age has dulled your senses. Ha ha ha. The lone figure laughed triumphantly. Young man, your laughter is rather reckless. The third remarked. If it does not cling to you, how could my mud possibly adhere to the light particles? With that, the mud seemed to transform into a nimble serpent, twisting and turning to ensnare the lone figure. How infuriating. Do not think that a mere trick will subdue me. My light release possesses far greater abilities. Light release, particle substitution. Upon completion, the lone figure's body radiated an overwhelming brilliance, the light intensifying to an astonishing degree. Blinding to behold. From that radiance, it appeared as though a figure of light emerged, and from that figure, another emerged. Once the brilliance faded, the lone figure remained aglow. Pointing at the third and shouting, "This was merely a gentle greeting to you. The old man will soon face the consequences." Light release. Realm of light. Instantly, a circle expanded from the lone figure's feet, radiating light and exuding an imposing aura. I see nothing of significance, merely a show of bravado. It is but a young one displaying fireworks. The third, with eyes closed, spoke with disdain. To your ordinary eyes, my light barrier is invisible. Within this barrier, my endurance, attack power, and speed will experience remarkable enhancement. Coupled with my light release, you will not touch me in the slightest. Furthermore, it is still night. In just a few hours, it will be morning. Once the sun emerges, my combat prowess occasionally ascends to another level. At that moment, I shall ensure that both you and the Hidden Leaf Village accompany me to the grave. Roared Kei. How impetuous. Ah, no, how reckless. To speak of barriers in my presence? How laughably presumptuous. The third Hokage declared, forming hand seals with his hands. Earth release, iron prison. I have already ensnared your light barrier within this iron prison. There is no escape for you. Earth release, earth mound dumpling. A massive stone materialized beneath the third Hokage's feet. With effortless ease, he lifted it and hurled it high into the sky. Humph. Do you truly believe that we shall not perish if it falls? I advise you to cease your actions. At that moment, Kei's voice trembled slightly. Humph. Are you afraid now? I, an elder past my 50s, am unafraid. Why should you panic? The third Hokage replied languidly. It seems you are courting death. Kei shouted. As the enormous boulder descended upon them, Kei neared the brink of despair. Bang. Crack. The surroundings instantly darkened. It was not merely dark, but rather, had it not been for Kei's light release, it would have been utter blackness. The third Hokage had previously established a barrier with earth release, iron prison. Following that, he constructed a lid with earth release, earth mound dumpling, thus completely sealing the iron prison. Humph. Do you believe that trapping me here means I am without options? Have you lost your wits? Let me reiterate, light is composed of particles. Any minute gap would allow for my escape. Kei proclaimed. Oh? You maintain such composure while I unleashed my ninjutsu. Can you sense whether there exists even the slightest gap in this iron cage? I have dedicated decades to devising a method to ensnare you. I anticipated your emergence once more and thus created this flawless iron prison. I foresaw your arrogance stemming from your mastery of light release, and I have cleverly exploited your weakness, forcing you to witness your own entrapment. This old fool has indeed calculated this step. He anticipated my overconfidence and has resorted to cunning tactics. Do you think I have been idle for centuries? Kei pondered, joining his hands to form seals. How peculiar. Why does this old man continue to smile? Has he been rendered foolish by the brink of death? Very well. Allow me to fulfill your expectations. Prepare to perish. Light release. Blazing sunlight. Kei swiftly formed seals with his hands, clearly intent on delivering the third Hokage to his demise. Yet, what awaited him was entirely unforeseen. A dazzling radiance surged from his hands, intermingled with pure flames. While the third Hokage merely stood there leisurely, his expression one of amusement, observing as the searing light and flames converged upon him. Ha ha. Die, old fox. Kei laughed triumphantly. But at that critical moment, the once unstoppable flames erupted in an explosion of earth release. Earth returns. Before the third Hokage, a 3-meter-high earthen wall rapidly rose to shield against the explosion. How could this be? Old fox, what have you done? Kei shouted. I have not sought your counsel." The third Hokage bellowed at Dora, "Hurry and heal me." Upon hearing this, Dora regained his composure and swiftly approached, placing his hands on the third Hokage's back, channeling green chakra through his palms. The sound of bones mending echoed in the air. Indeed, there was no pain, as if a numbing effect accompanied the healing. It appears that the rumors of your abandonment of physical techniques to pursue healing arts were true. Your skills are commendable, suggesting you have invested considerable time and effort. The third Hokage praised. However, Dora did not express joy at the compliment. Instead, he remained silent, continuing his ministrations. Noticing Dora's reticence, the third Hokage continued. "I understand your desire to discover a method to restore the talent of the solitary shadow. Yet, throughout history, no one has ever regained lost abilities. Even if you persist in your research, you will find no clues. Should you dare to delve into forbidden techniques, I shall not spare you. If you were to practice such techniques, you would violate the laws of Konoha." Dora interjected, "Rest assured, I shall not touch forbidden techniques. Historically, those who have pursued them have met grim fates. However, the solitary shadow is my dear friend. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I shall strive, even if it means flirting with danger. Presently, the only conceivable method, based on medical science, is to create an identical being possessing the solitary shadow's talents and transfer his consciousness into this new body. Yet, this approach is idealistic, as the meticulous crafting of the body cannot afford the slightest error. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. While organizing tissues and skin may be manageable, the brain poses an insurmountable challenge. Given our current scientific capabilities, creating an artificial brain is exceedingly difficult due to the vast number of neurons required, which cannot be synthesized with any existing instruments. The third Hokage continued, "Have you ever considered the reanimation jutsu?" Dora's eyes widened in astonishment. He pondered that although the third Hokage was the leader of the village, he was also a master of earth techniques. And while he had heard of the reanimation jutsu, he had never witnessed it firsthand. Hearing it mentioned by the Hokage sent shivers down his spine. The reanimation jutsu involves molding earth into the shape of a person and summoning that individual, complete with their former consciousness, chakra, and essence. However, this jutsu is meant for the deceased. It has no effect on the living. Could it be that he intends to eliminate the solitary shadow? Fear not. I shall not kill him. He is still just a child. However, the entity within him must perish. My realm of the underworld has only temporarily confined him, but I cannot hold him forever. I am still uncertain how to engage him again. You and the personnel from other departments must swiftly retreat to a safe distance. Dawn is approaching, and when it does, not only you but Konoha itself may be at risk of destruction. Hurry, there is no time left. My body has nearly recovered. We must evacuate at once." At this moment, Dora was utterly perplexed, lost amidst a haze of confusion. What was this about the Hidden Leaf Village, the interior of the solitary shadow, and the notion of burial? It all seemed so disjointed. He needed clarity. Moreover, what did it mean that something had entered the solitary shadow? Was it something from a deceased individual? How could that be? "You cunning old fox! What have you done? Why did my radiant flames fail to reach you?" The solitary shadow bellowed. "Humph! My iron prison is laden with dust. Have you ever heard of a dust explosion? Once it reaches a certain temperature, it can indeed explode," the third Hokage explained with a sense of pride. "And your light release technique compresses light particles, utilizing the repulsion between them to elevate both temperature and energy. If you continue to employ this technique, I fear you might obliterate yourself. Moreover, the oxygen here will dwindle. Within 20 minutes, this place will be a vacuum. At that point, the explosive force will magnify several times, and you shall be reduced to mere fragments. As for me, you need not worry. My consumption of oxygen has been minimal during this time. I advise you to surrender swiftly, or you shall face dire consequences." "Humph, old fox. Do you think I fear this explosion? A vacuum in less than 20 minutes, is it? Thank you for the reminder, old fox. It has been 18 minutes since you sealed this area with your earth technique, and soon the 20-minute mark will arrive. Even if I am to be shattered to pieces, I shall take you down with me." The solitary shadow was teetering on the brink of madness. The notion of a vacuum explosion mattered not. Revenge had become his singular focus. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage realized that this individual, though near his last breaths, was still determined to struggle. Yet, the solitary shadow was innocent, merely a child. No, he must ensure the solitary shadow's safety. "Humph, I wonder how long you can endure," the third Hokage shouted. It was becoming increasingly difficult to breathe, thought the solitary shadow. Just the right moment. Light release. Light convergence explosion. In an instant, immense energy surged within the solitary shadow. his body ballooning exponentially, causing the entire space to become cramped. Is this boy throwing his life away? The third Hokage mused. Earth release. Earth substitute technique. He executed a substitution, escaping from the confines of his constructed iron prison. Standing outside, he watched as the prison gradually illuminated, culminating in a brilliant radiance. The entire iron prison expanded in an instant. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the third Hokage was shaken, as was the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village, swaying as if it were on the brink of collapse. Once the radiance subsided, the iron cage appeared utterly unscathed, leaving even the third Hokage in disbelief. Crack, crack, crack. The walls of the iron cage began to fracture, and in the blink of an eye, what was once a formidable prison transformed into mere dust, dissipating into the air. Through the swirling smoke, the solitary shadow lay at the center, his body marred with blood. I cannot allow you to escape any longer. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. The third generation let out a thunderous roar, and instantly the ground beneath the solitary figure transformed into a quagmire. As the solitary figure appeared on the brink of being engulfed, a distant voice echoed, Dora, what are you doing? You've already stripped him of his talent. What more do you want? Are you intent on condemning him to death? Dora scolded furiously. Accompanying Dora were others from various departments, all bewildered to witness the third generation employing his ultimate technique, Earth Escape, in the Hades Swamp against a bloodied, defenseless child. They were taken aback, having rushed in response to a tremendous noise, only to find themselves confronted with such an extraordinary scene, leaving them at a loss for what to do. Dora, I have my reasons. There is no time to explain. Didn't you specialize in healing techniques? Hurry and treat me. As he spoke, the third generation spat out a mouthful of blood. Dora, flustered and frozen in place, was uncertain of his next move. What is going on? Dora inquired. Do you mean there is something within the solitary figure? Indeed, but there is no time to elaborate. If you do not evacuate immediately, it will be too late. The third generation bellowed. The various departments and accompanying personnel, left in the dark, were further perplexed. Just moments before, Dora had been healing him, and the two had exchanged idle chatter. How had it escalated to this? At that moment, the solitary figure in the Hades Swamp suddenly opened his eyes. The once blood-red gaze had returned to its normal hue. Ah, this technique is truly exhausting. Self-detonation is indeed quite uncomfortable. I mustn't resort to that again. It left my eyes all red. Yet there was no other choice. I had to utilize the vacuum to break free from that old fool's iron prison. The solitary figure before them was no longer the familiar one known to Dora. Solitary figure, you're awake, Dora exclaimed, waving his arms. What in the world is this creature? Has the Hidden Leaf Village opened a zoo? Dora sensed from the solitary figure's tone that this was not the individual he once knew. Who are you? You are not the solitary figure at all, Dora demanded. Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that you remember, your Hidden Leaf Village is about to be buried alongside you. The solitary figure replied. Humph. Such arrogance. I shall see what strength you possess, and you will vacate my friend's body at once, Dora retorted. His originally green chakra now turned to a deep crimson. The red chakra, however, bore no intimidation. The light of the stars cannot compete with the brilliance of the sun, he proclaimed, gathering chakra in his hands. Unlike the usual brown chakra, his was a dazzling white, radiant as sunlight, particularly striking against the quiet night. What is this chakra? Why is it different from the ordinary? The onlookers gasped in terror. This chakra? You have never encountered anything like it. For anyone who has, I have eradicated with this very sphere in my hand, the solitary figure declared. A group of individuals had never witnessed such a spectacle. Upon beholding the enigmatic figure before them, each inhaled sharply in astonishment. This, indeed, is the art of light escape. The figure, filled with self-importance, proclaimed. You lot have only heard of it. You have never seen it, have you? Ha. The more he spoke, the more his arrogance swelled. You impudent brat. How audacious of you. Do you wish for your own demise? The third Hokage's tone had transformed, shedding its previous timidity, now imbued with unwavering confidence. With hands clasped together, he seemed poised to weave another sign. I am perplexed. A single physical technique could spell doom. Do you think I would fall for the same trick again? You underestimate me gravely, the figure declared triumphantly. Upon hearing the figure refer to the third Hokage as grandfather, the crowd gasped in shock. Grandfather? When did the third Hokage suddenly acquire a grandson? Even his son was unknown to us, let alone a grandson. Humph. Such nonsense. Having you as a grandson is the gravest mistake of my life, the third Hokage retorted. Oh dear grandfather, you are so heartless. How can you simply deny me as your grandson? The figure's face, illuminated by the light in his hand, turned pale, and his smile grew increasingly sinister. After all, you have confined me in this iron cage and trapped me in this abyss. What a cruel heart you possess. Do not blame me for wanting to eliminate you. Look. The dawn approaches. Soon, you shall be powerless to stop me. Suddenly, the chakra in the figure's hand surged brilliantly. Light escape, blazing radiance. A searing beam of light shot towards the third Hokage, tearing through the air with a sizzling sound. As it hurtled towards him, the third Hokage scoffed, "You underestimate me." Earth release. Earth flow wall. A 3-meter-high earthen wall rose before the third Hokage. Humph. It is you who underestimates me. Despite the wall's formidable thickness, it was as insubstantial as a gossamer thread against the radiant assault. With a piercing sound, the beam pierced through the wall and directly into the third Hokage's chest. The speed of the attack was so great that he had no time to utilize the earth substitution technique. Fortunately, the healing technique from Dora remained unbroken, swiftly mending the third Hokage's wound. How terrifying is this healing skill? The wound, freshly inflicted, healed almost instantly. Dora had only been studying healing techniques for a year. If he were to train longer, who knows how formidable he could become. Hey, this healing technique is astonishingly rapid. What kind of creature have you raised, old man? The figure taunted from midair. Enough with your chatter, just die. With that, he dashed forward, delivering a punch that the figure effortlessly evaded, countering with a light escape technique that sent the third Hokage staggering. Oh dear grandfather, at your age, you shouldn't rely on physical techniques. Why not focus on weaving your signs? The figure mocked. Look, the dawn approaches. If you do not confine me soon, you shall find yourselves in grave trouble. Earth release. 10,000-mile earth flow wall. Instantly, the earth rumbled, akin to a dragon roaring forth from the ground. Towering stone walls surrounded the village of Konohagakure. Resounding with mighty thuds, dozens of walls encircled the hidden leaf village, casting a shadow so dense that it obscured everything within. Old fool, resorting to the same trick again? Do you expect me to serve as your light source once more? You yourself admitted it. Such tactics won't ensnare me a second time. I am your closest kin. Would I fall for the same ruse again? Humph. My mountainous earth barrier. Can you possibly escape its swift might? The third Hokage proclaimed with pride. Honestly, do you never tire of your old methods? No matter how fast you are, can you surpass the speed of light? I advise you to remain still and let me finish you off properly. It would save me considerable effort. Humph, slippery brat. Such wasted words. This mountainous earth barrier has been reinforced with special chakra. Even if you possess the ancient light release, you shall not escape. I have put considerable thought into sealing you once more, the third Hokage declared. Earth release. Heaven's cover. A massive lid descended from the sky, poised to engulf the hidden leaf village. Do you think I will allow you to repeat your tricks? With a swift movement, he attempted to break free from this iron cage. Where do you think you're going? Earth release. Super heavy rock technique. In an instant, the solitary figure was enveloped in stone, his eyes filled with disbelief. You dare, he exclaimed, furious. Do not presume that your heavy technique will compel my surrender. Your technique can only bind me for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That will be more than sufficient. Just wait. Soon you will find yourself sealed once again. The third Hokage laughed heartily. Sealed? How long do you think you can keep me imprisoned? 10 years? 20? 100? 500? Ultimately, you are powerless. I shall inevitably escape and return to obliterate everything you hold dear. Although the eyes of the solitary figure were hidden from view, one could easily imagine them brimming with hatred. At that moment, the hidden leaf village lay shrouded in utter darkness. For the third Hokage had sealed the solitary figure with the earth release and super heavy rock technique, leaving no trace of light. Suddenly, from the serene and concealed shadows, beams of light erupted like daggers, tearing through the darkness. The rays multiplied and intensified. With a thunderous sound, the rock shattered, and the solitary figure was enveloped in light. He ascended slowly, resembling a deity, yet his expression remained obscured. However, the chaotic light emanating from him revealed his profound anger and despair. Are you urging me to shatter this mountainous earth barrier once more? Let me tell you, this time I shall show no mercy. At that moment, the solitary figure was not a savior but a harbinger of utter destruction and calamity. He bore similarities to a god, yet he brought neither salvation nor hope. Not everyone has the time or the capacity to construct their own Ark of Noah, and the arrival of a savior does not cleanse the perceived sins of mankind. Foolish humanity does not universally believe in a deity. Are you compelling me to destroy this mountainous earth barrier again? Mark my words, this time I shall hold nothing back. At this moment, The solitary figure is not a divine being, nor does he bring any semblance of hope or salvation. Instead, he heralds utter destruction and calamity. This bears a resemblance to the concept of God. Once again, what he offers is not redemption. Not everyone possesses the time or capability to construct an arc akin to Noah's. The advent of Jesus signifies a cleansing of what he perceives as sin. Yet foolish humanity does not universally believe in God, nor does everyone exhibit such fervent piety. So, what exactly is the notion of God? People often resort to God as an explanation for various phenomena, attributing it all to divine arrangement or fate. Accept this as destiny. Such eloquent phrases can be uttered by anyone, yet they merely serve as a convenient excuse, a mere exercise of the lips that appears deceptively effortless. While these statements may seem to possess some wisdom, we must return to the question, what is God, really? A notion? A concession? A flaw in reasoning? It seems that any inexplicable matter, once linked to God, the heavens, or the unseen forces, suddenly finds an answer. This pattern can be applied to everything, revealing that the crux of any path lies in philosophy. Regrettably, philosophy appears to be dead, devoid of rationality, yet some still perceive it as possessing a modicum of sense, which is undeniably frustrating. Besides fostering an aversion to religion, it offers little assistance, serving merely to deceive the devout. Daily, they proclaim the cleansing of sins and the salvation of souls, yet I believe that true renewal in faith must begin with the messenger. If you cannot persuade me with your words, merely invoking notions of the apocalypse or the eventual return of Jesus will only render you a charlatan in the eyes of a skeptic, to one who inherently lacks belief. Your actions seem absurd. Yet, you persist in emphasizing the dire consequences of disbelief, threatening retribution, which I perceive as an outright intimidation. I advise you to close your eyes. Light escape, the domain of light. In an instant, a vast circle of brilliant white light emanates from beneath the solitary figure, illuminating the village of Konoha as brightly as day. Those unaware of the situation mistakenly believe a deity has descended to annihilate them. A familiar trick. With your back against the wall, it seems you have lost your footing entirely. The third Hokage swiftly forms a series of hand seals. Earth escape. With a powerful exclamation, he raises his fist and strikes the ground, transforming the surrounding area into a landscape of sand and stone. The yellow earth, accompanied by the sands, surges forth like a boundless ocean towards the solitary figure. Light escape. Lightwing barrier. A barrier as delicate as a Zen moment swiftly unfurls before the solitary figure, halting the ferocious tide of yellow earth akin to a tsunami. Humph. Does the old man wish to continue this game? It should be my turn now. I declare. Have you not had enough, cunning fox? It is now my moment. The solitary figure shouts, light escape, cascading streams of light. Instantly, a vast dimensional space materializes above the third Hokage. Countless spectra and immense beams of light cascade from this otherworldly realm. The radiance is blinding, as luminous as day and as smooth as silk. However, the temperature of the light seems excessively high, scorching the air with a hissing sound. The majestic waterfall cascades down, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The third Hokage, with hands clasped together, declares, Earth release. Earth clone. You shall not harm me with my own techniques. With that, he vanished. Ah, have you burrowed underground again? You old-timers love to employ such underhanded tactics. Is it not possible for you to engage me in a fair fight? Is this how you claim victory? Do you not find it rather deceitful? Shouted Gukyu. Humph. Only children concern themselves with right and wrong. Adults focus solely on outcomes and benefits. At that moment, the third Hokage emerged from the earth, exclaiming, Earth release. Earth corridor. Instantly, a whirlwind of yellow soil was swept up, obscuring the reality around them. Humph. Futile. Even if your light release is formidable, against the gel-like structure of my earth corridor, you can only exert a fraction of your true power. Prepare to meet your demise. The third Hokage proclaimed, then instantaneously appeared behind Gukyu, hands clasped, preparing to weave hand signs for earth release, rock fist technique. His fist was entirely enveloped in a solid, diamond-like earth, swiftly striking at Gukyu. Yet, Gukyu evaded, teleporting behind the third Hokage. In this realm of light, you cannot defeat me. My speed, endurance, and strength are beyond your imagination. Even with only a fraction of my power, I am more than capable of overcoming you. And what if we join forces? A group of individuals from other departments, armed with kunai, gathered, their chakra brimming with potential. A swarm of ants dares to challenge me? Do you not know your own limitations? Have you grown weary of life? Gukyu declared with a voice infused with righteous fury. Underestimating others is a grave mistake. Suddenly, Anya appeared from mid-air, kunai in hand, darting towards Gukyu with astonishing speed, seemingly poised to strike his throat. With a swift motion of his hands, Gukyu retorted, "Too slow, woman." As his hand swept through the air, a powerful surge of light chakra accompanied the movement. Anya, sensing the shift, narrowly evaded the attack. However, the chakra in her grasp radiated with searing energy. "Ah, my face!" Anya cried out, her visage marred by Gukyu's light-released chakra, half of her face scorched, transforming her once ethereal beauty into a sight reminiscent of a charred branch. Dola, witnessing the scene, rushed to catch Anya, as the injured chakra rapidly coalesced, enveloping her entire face. The encroaching erosion of light release on Anya's features accelerated alarmingly. Dola amplified the green glow of her chakra, urging, "Faster! We must not be too late." Gradually, Anya's face began to restore, returning to her original enchanting form. However, despite Dola's efforts, the portion ravaged by Gukyu's assault remained irreparable. A fist-sized scar marred her once flawless cheek. "Have you restored my face?" Anya inquired. "It is nearly healed. But your right cheek was too severely damaged. At my current skill level, I am unable to fully mend it." Just as Anya was about to respond, she shook her head in resignation. "No worries. It is of no consequence. At worst, I shall don a veil in the future. It matters not, if necessary. I shall wear a mask and never remove it," the emotionless Anya stated. At this moment, Dora glanced at the solitary figure on the ground, her eyes vacant and devoid of life, and could not help but shiver at such words. "Rest assured, in a few years, as my healing skills improve, I will surely mend your visage," Dora proclaimed. "No need. Let this scar serve as a mark. Let it remind everyone of the calamity that befell us this day, ensuring they remember today and do not grow complacent," Yenya replied. "Are you willing to pay for this with your own face?" Dora inquired. "Indeed," Yenya affirmed. "Very well," Dora conceded. "Have you finished your pleasantries?" The solitary figure interjected. "I've had enough of pleasantries. I am about to obliterate this village." The shameless thief. "You shall not." The third Hokage formed hand seals, earth release. The earth falls. Upon uttering the incantation, a massive rift opened above the solitary figure, and a torrent of thick, viscous clay cascaded from the sky. Unlike the previous attempt that failed to ensnare the solitary figure, this clay shimmered with a radiant glow. Within it lay the essence of light, the chakra of illumination. There was no time for the solitary figure to react. Earth release. The earth descends. A colossal copper-green maw with gaping jaws roared as it descended from the heavens, pinning the solitary figure firmly. "Curse it!" The solitary figure struggled against the clay and rock, but alas, the clay swiftly bound him, and the essence of light held him fast, rendering him immobile, save for his head. Light release. Light burst. The radiance emanating from the solitary figure intensified exponentially. "Do you wish to resort to self-detonation again?" The third Hokage formed hand seals. "Do you think I would allow you to succeed?" Summoning technique. Rashomon. Instantly, a towering gate loomed before the solitary figure, each door adorned with sharp fangs and fierce, glaring eyes that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. They roared and screamed, encircling the solitary figure. "Is this the ultimate defense, Rashomon?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Ever since the first Hokage employed it centuries ago, it had rarely been summoned. Yet now, it re-emerged to seal this solitary figure, a mark of his fortune. As he spoke, the solitary figure grew ever more radiant, the surrounding heat surging, and in a mere instant, a tremendous sound erupted, accompanied by a blinding white light that illuminated the skies above the hidden leaf village. In an instant, thick smoke billowed forth, and Dora shielded the grounded Yenya with her body, while the third Hokage erected an earthen shield in front of him. As the dust settled, what lay before them were 5 pristine Rashomon gates, still howling and standing guard over the hidden leaf village. At that moment, the third Hokage soared above the Rashomon gates. Peering down, he beheld that the area encircled by the gates had formed a bottomless abyss, yet at this moment, the chasm emitted no light whatsoever. However, the third Hokage remained uneasy. This self-destructive technique inflicted significant harm upon its user, and if misused, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. He pondered the well-being of Going, hoping that no innocent child would suffer. The third Hokage called to Dora, "Come with me. Let us see what lies below. I require your healing abilities." At that moment, Dora had already soared into the moonlit sky, exclaiming, "I am even more concerned for Going's safety." "Dora, do not rush. We are yet unaware of the situation." Despite being the grandson of the third Hokage, the young boy bore tremendous pressure, which compelled the Hokage to keep this secret hidden. when his grandson was still very young. The third Hokage had discreetly settled him in a concealed location, known to very few, where the inhabitants had never encountered, nor even heard of, ninjutsu. During his leisure, the third Hokage would visit his grandson, bringing toys and snacks. Each time the boy saw his grandfather, he would joyfully rush over, climbing onto the Hokage's back, wrapping his arms around his neck and refusing to let go. "Grandfather, you have finally arrived. What delightful treasures have you brought me this time? Come, let us take a look." As he spoke, he spread his hands, revealing an array of snacks and toys. "Wow, grandfather, you are amazing." Seeing his grandson's joy filled the third Hokage's heart with happiness. Suddenly, he noticed a dazzling white light emanating from the toy in the boy's hand. The child hastily discarded the toy, but it was not the toy that radiated the light. It was the brilliant chakra emitting from his palm. The third Hokage was rendered speechless. Light release. How could this be? In that moment, his grandson seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, proudly showcasing the luminous glow in his hand. "Grandfather, look, I have light in my hand. What is this?" he gleefully inquired. The third Hokage's gaze, once warm and affectionate, now turned dim and void of light. "How could this happen? I had taken measures to prevent such a scenario. Why is this occurring?" he lamented. "Must I seal my own grandson?" In a state of panic and confusion, the third Hokage found himself at a loss for what to do. "Grandfather, why are you silent? What troubles you?" the boy asked, sensing something amiss. At that moment, the chakra in the third Hokage's hand shifted to an eerie green, as if he intended to eradicate the nascent form of light release before it fully manifested. Yet, gazing at his grandson, he trembled as he caressed the child's delicate face, who remained blissfully unaware, happily sucking on his lollipop. "I am keen to see how the third Hokage will respond to this predicament. Such a spectacle is not one to be missed." From afar, atop the treetops, stood a slender woman clad in black, her face obscured by a mask adorned with a fox's smile. Grandfather, why are you crying?" The boy gently wiped away the tears from his grandfather's face. The third Hokage's chakra had waned as he held his grandson before him, weeping profusely. "Ah, how poignant. Alas, one cannot predict how long this performance will last." The individual, idly toying with a kunai, remarked leisurely. "Come, my grandson, let us retreat indoors. The rain is about to descend." The third Hokage once again donned his familiar, benevolent gaze and tone. It seemed he had chosen to show mercy to his grandson. Indeed, he had grown weaker. The third Hokage of Year would not have been so indecisive. The tone behind the mask remained frivolous. "However, your reluctance may compel me to take matters into my own hands when the time comes. Do not hold me accountable for any shortcomings or lack of compassion then." The third Hokage pushed open the door, casting a lingering glance at his grandson's slumbering form, his eyes brimming with reluctance, his heart a tumult of emotions. It was clear he could not bring himself to act, yet with the light release, what if? The third Hokage dared not dwell further on the thought. He closed the door and departed. At that moment, Dora swiftly descended, the passage of time indeterminate, until he finally glimpsed a sliver of light. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened toward his destination. There lay the solitary figure on the ground, emanating a faint glow. Unlike the previous radiance that had exuded an air of divine power, this light was feeble, reminiscent of a dying flame, as if it could be extinguished with a mere touch. Dora immediately channeled chakra into his hands, the verdant light illuminating the cavern, guiding it to heal the figure. "Stop! Are you trying to kill us?" The third Hokage's stern rebuke echoed as he arrived. "By treating him now, do you intend to let him rise and annihilate us? Even if your heart is in the right place, you must assess the situation." Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Dora realized the gravity of the situation. He had found the solitary figure in a sorry state, wounds marring his body. He was on the brink of death, and Dora had momentarily forgotten that the solitary figure was no longer the same. "What do you propose we do?" Dora inquired. "It appears the only course of action is to seal the being within him permanently. Let us hope he never awakens within the solitary figure," the third Hokage responded. Dora nodded in agreement. "Is there anything I can do? You have studied healing techniques for some time. I wonder if you are adept in hypnosis as well?" The third Hokage queried. Hypnosis, by its very definition, involves inducing a trance to command the subconscious into inquiry or action. It can also lead one into a dream state, allowing for erasure within the dream. However, this form of hypnosis is entirely dependent on the chakra levels. Those with greater chakra can dominate those with lesser, Dora explained. Despite the solitary figure being unconscious and gravely weakened, Dora felt uncertain about his ability to employ hypnosis on him in his current state. "I shall give it a try." he finally resolved. The chakra in Dora's hands gradually shifted from black to green, mingling with hints of red. Slowly, the chakra flowed into the unconscious solitary figure's mind. Is this the memory of that person? Dora pondered inwardly, eyes shut tight. At that moment, the third Hokage produced a scroll, invoking a summoning technique. Is this the third Hokage? Where am I now? Dora questioned. At this moment, Doraemon was reliving the memories of the third generation through the body of his grandson. The third generation, filled with affection, gently caressed the sleeping child before turning to close the door behind him and taking a seat by the entrance. What could be the nature of his relationship with the third generation? Doraemon's mind was increasingly clouded with questions. The scene before him hinted at a grandfather-grandson bond. Yet the air was laden with melancholy. Did the third generation, even in his grandson's youth, foresee the boy's ability to wield light release? Was he reluctant to seal it away due to their blood connection? This was a stark contrast to the present. Suddenly, the door opened to reveal a masked woman. Her features obscured by a mask adorned with a fox's smile, someone he had never encountered before. Could she be a mysterious figure? Leave my mind. A furious voice echoed in his ears. Is your consciousness beginning to surface? But with your current abilities, what do you believe you can accomplish? Before long, you shall be sealed. With that, Doraemon withdrew his consciousness from the individual. Seizing the moment, he intensified the hypnosis, knowing that soon the sealing would commence. The extent of the hypnosis would determine how long it would be before the individual, Kogen, would awaken within his own body. However, one thing was certain, even upon awakening, he would be unable to utilize light release. Doraemon augmented the flow of chakra, while the third generation intensified the sealing technique. Gradually, the light emanating from Kogen's body began to fade. Very well, let us take him away, the third generation declared before soaring into the air. Meanwhile, Doraemon merely teleported Kogen to an unknown location, seemingly to keep him far from here. After all, the fear of public opinion is formidable. Presently, outside the main hall, Kogen stood alone before the likes of Mizukage, Akira, Doraemon, Tsunade, and the fourth Hokage, still wearing a cheerful smile. Do numbers intimidate the solitary? Kogen fanned himself with a handheld fan, his demeanor calm and composed. Was this the extent of Konoha's tactics? Had they resorted to this strategy over a decade ago? At that moment, Doraemon felt a jolt of realization. How could this be? How could he still possess memories from that time? For he had clearly erased that segment during the hypnosis. Could it be that the entity within him had awakened? This was puzzling. The sealing technique of the third generation should not have lasted such a short duration. Logically, it should endure for at least 400 years. Was it possible that Kogen had actively released it? Kogen, still smiling in silence, gracefully waved his fan, observing the crowd before him. Shall you confront me one by one? Or will you come at me all at once? He snapped the fan shut. However, compared to engaging in combat, a more pressing matter loomed. If you do not find a way to address the shrinking chakra, I cannot guarantee the survival of the children within. By the way, I advise against attempting to attack the outer layer of chakra, for it seems to absorb such efforts. While mere absorption may not be alarming, the real concern lies in the fact that the more fervently you attack, the faster it contracts. He recalled the time, centuries ago, when he awakened in an unknown place. Had he not been rescued, he would likely have perished long before. Moreover, this is partly the reason why I do not assume the role of the leader of the shadows. Where did you awaken? Dora inquired. In a nameless place, devoid of life, where neither birds sing nor chickens lay eggs. It is exceedingly lonely, replied Guiying. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing, Dora responded. It seems the place of transmission is rather acceptable, causing him no harm. However, regarding the matter of the seal, how should I inquire to gain clarity? After all, I am uncertain whether he has indeed regained his memories. For him, his recollections were frozen at the moment he joined the Dark Faction and before the encounter with the third-generation spirit following a quarrel with Anya. Yet, if the entity within him awakens, the restoration of memories poses a complex dilemma, Dora contemplated. I say, you must be Anya. Why conceal your beauty? Guiying spoke with a tone laced with mockery. Your beauty is renowned throughout Konoha, and in broad daylight, you choose to wear this black veil. Isn't it hot? At that moment, Anya gazed at Guiying with simmering anger. However, it appeared he had lost the memories from that time. Could it be the doing of Dora? Did his hypnosis possess such an ability? All those years ago, he had already perfected his hypnosis to such an extraordinary extent. Anya remained silent, merely turning his head away. Guiying, I advise you to refrain from speaking recklessly. Oda Miko attempted to interject, but Anya raised a hand to silence her. Oh dear. What is there that cannot be spoken of? Why the shyness? Guing retorted. It seems you truly do not remember, which is perhaps for the best. Such memories are better left unrecallable, Anya replied coldly. At this moment, Anya's gaze was frigid and fierce. Although his expression was obscured, the palpable anger radiating from him was unmistakable. It appears he does not remember. That is fortunate. If his memories have not awakened, it signifies that the entity within him has not roused either. No one wishes to relive the events of centuries past. However, if his memories remain dormant, what is his purpose here? Dora squinted thoughtfully. What has transpired outside? Why is there no commotion? Yuxing asked. Moreover, the chakra range is diminishing. This is unsustainable. I shall venture out to investigate, Guing declared, joining his hands, and with a resounding wave, he materialized through the wall. Eh? What are they doing? There are so many people here. The fourth Hokage is present, as is Dora, Tsunade, and Anya, alongside Otomiko. But who is that man from the Shadow faction? That fan at his waist is quite unsightly. I can only see his back, not his face. As long as the children there are strangled to death by my chakra, my talent shall return. I have researched this chakra for a long time. This selection competition features numerous candidates with exceptional physique, mentality, and strength. Moreover, as their chakra merges with my unparalleled chakra once again absorbed, my talent shall be restored. Ha 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 ha, Guing exclaimed, throwing his head back in triumphant laughter. Alas, this fellow seems intent on ensnaring us. It appears that his hypnosis is merely an attempt to bewilder us, yet he underestimates our resilience. Indeed, I shall prove to be stronger than all of you. He speaks of talent as if it holds any significance in the world of Naruto. Does it not revolve around bloodlines? However, upon further reflection, it seems this individual harbors a grudge against Konoha, as evidenced by the emblem reminiscent of the third Hokages. But why does this grand symbol bear a colossal cross? Wouldn't a simple middle finger convey the sentiment more effectively, directly expressing the theme? Dora, upon hearing the words of the lone shadow, found it incredulous. Although I had altered his memories, even the most meticulous plans can falter. And I neglected to erase the recollection of his lost talent. Clearly, that memory has inflicted deep wounds upon him. What could this talent be? That he longs to reclaim it so fervently? The Sharingan, or perhaps the Byakugan. In the realm of Naruto, these two powers are indeed formidable. If it were the Sharingan, he must be blind now unless it was the Byakugan, which typically cannot be taken without consequence. Yet, the one who seized his talent must be exceptionally cruel. A person's abilities are of paramount importance. When the third Hokage forcibly extracted my talent, he should have foreseen this day, and today, I shall transform the new generation of Hokage into the ultimate sacrifices for the return of my abilities. Haha. The lone shadow laughed heartily. The third Hokage? What dreadful talent warranted such personal intervention? From my knowledge, the literature describes methods of talent removal, physical and chemical. Yet, he claimed to have been vivisected by the third Hokage? It must be a chemical removal, perhaps by forcibly introducing chakra into the lower cerebral cortex, effectively obliterating the essence of his talent. Is this not akin to the frontal lobotomy procedures of the last century? Such inhumanity. At that moment, a shuriken hurtled swiftly towards the lone shadow. He evaded momentarily. But just as it seemed to strike, he intercepted it, preventing it from splitting into two. Those two then divided into four. It appeared someone had employed a technique of multiplication. The shuriken behind him suddenly transformed into Minato. It seems Minato had disguised himself as a shuriken to ambush the lone shadow. The lone shadow was too late to utilize a substitution technique and was struck unconscious by Minato's palm. What a spectacle! It seems the famous Minato learned this technique from his father, but the one who was struck appears rather weak, having prattled on only to be swiftly defeated. The event transpired with such alacrity that the onlookers were still entranced by the battles of centuries past when the fourth Hokage swiftly subdued the lone shadow, leaving them in a daze. Dora, regaining her composure, rushed toward the hall, sensing the chakra. What is this fellow up to? His enigmatic demeanor is rather endearing, with his chubby frame and squinted eyes, almost inviting a playful touch. Surely, his belly is soft and plush, covered in fluff. Mused. Have you had your fill, little one? The time limit for the shadow clone is nearing its end, thought Dora. I've been discovered, Yahiko Yuuma realized. Well then, I shall take my leave. He chuckled and vanished in a flurry. Why did you take so long? What is the situation outside? Kakashi inquired. The chakra in this layer seems to be diminishing, completely isolating us from the outside. If it were to shrink to zero. Currently, the fourth Hokage, the leader of the Umbu, Dark Crow, the head of the medical department, Dora, Tsunade, and the execution department's Mizukage, Minato, are all outside the hall. Yohana Yuma lowered his voice and leaned closer to Kakashi's ear. The purpose of this chakra is to strangle us, intended to restore a person's innate abilities. The identity of this individual is presently difficult to ascertain. Before I could learn more, the fourth Hokage rendered me unconscious. However, you need not worry. Dora is currently analyzing the chakra's composition outside and will likely devise a solution. Furthermore, the fourth Hokage's swift movements are quite remarkable. It appears he has a profound understanding of the synergy between mechanisms and ninjutsu, which distinctly sets him apart from other ninjas who solely rely on ninjutsu. It seems that the fourth's prowess should not be underestimated. Outside the hall, Dora observed the continuously shrinking chakra, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The title of glutton harkens back to a time when, in the desolate wilderness, he had to consume whatever he could find due to scarcity. If he spotted a bird, he would eat it. If he came across wood, he would swallow it. In his dire hunger, he would devour anything without a second thought. That was the true origin of the glutton. Centuries ago, in the wilderness of the Hidden Leaf Village, a roar shattered the rare tranquility, causing birds and beasts to scatter in fright. However, chasing them was a gigantic, pale green creature, its eyes hollow, saliva dripping. As it rampaged through the forest in pursuit of its prey, mindlessly seizing surrounding trees and gulping them down without hesitation. Turning its head, it spotted more prey and staggered after them, roaring and howling, sending the animals fleeing in terror. Dust billowed in the forest as trees collapsed, creating enormous voids, revealing the creature's overwhelming hunger. It had grown colossal due to its insatiable appetite, seemingly driven mad by starvation, consuming everything in sight. This chaos disrupted the tranquility of the Hidden Leaf Village entirely. The fourth Hokage descended from the sky, landing steadily. It was clear that this situation could not be ignored. The third Hokage's expression grew grave as he formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth prison. He seemed intent on trapping this beast within the confines of the Earth prison. Yet, the creature effortlessly dismantled the walls of the Earth prison and devoured them, chewing with a crunching sound. The taste leaves much to be desired. The creature grumbled, glaring with dissatisfaction. The third Hokage found himself utterly perplexed by the creature before him. How could this monster consume ninjutsu? The situation had taken a troubling turn, for if it continued to devour jutsu with such fervor, subduing it would become an insurmountable challenge. His only recourse would be to seal its mouth. Earth-style. Heavenly clay descend. A colossal, otherworldly dimension materialized above the creature, shimmering with an eerie violet luminescence. Gradually, the clay descended from this mystical realm, slithering like a serpentine being, ensnaring the monstrous entity. The creature, in an astonishing display, began to playfully engage with the viscous clay, its furry paws curiously probing the substance. To the astonishment of the third Hokage, the green beast began to consume the clay with an insatiable appetite, as if it were entirely unfazed by the binding attempts. The clay, seemingly helpless against the creature's voracity, was delicately lifted and devoured with a satisfying awum. The creature, reveling in the flavor, settled onto the ground, wide-mouthed, eagerly receiving the falling clay as if indulging in a comforting porridge, swallowing with rhythmic ease. The third Hokage was rendered speechless. His initial intention had been to use the unique properties of the clay to seal the creature's mouth. Yet it had unwittingly transformed into a source of nourishment for the beast. Curiosity gnawed at him. Where did this creature originate? Its form and size hinted at a history long past, perhaps a manifestation of hunger driving it to this state. If only he could satiate its appetite and restore its former stature, it might prove beneficial. However, the thought of expending such an immense quantity of chakra, while personally overseeing the endeavor, felt laborious and time-consuming. As the third Hokage observed the creature, reminiscent of a famished infant, voraciously consuming the gooey clay, the otherworldly space began to contract. It was evident that he could not sustain this for much longer. Raising his gaze, he was startled to find that dusk had descended. He had been feeding the creature with his chakra for an extended period, and the diminishing reserves were becoming increasingly apparent. The creature, using its hands, shuffled forward and patted its bulging belly, emitting a contented rumble before closing its eyes in blissful slumber. The third Hokage sighed, realizing that if this continued, he might soon reach his limit. Yet, he could not help but find the creature somewhat endearing. Gradually, it began to revert to a more normal form, transforming into a delightful, half-meter-high ball of fluff. As it slept, its nose quivered, remnants of clay clinging to its nostrils, and its long ears drooped adorably. Seated cross-legged on the ground, the third Hokage clasped his hands tightly, channeling a steady stream of chakra from within, akin to a freshly flowing hot spring. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling rejuvenated. The sky was now adorned with twinkling stars, accompanied by the serenade of cicadas. The little creature stirred, its eyes fluttering open, gazing around the disheveled forest, littered with clay, visibly bewildered. The third Hokage broke the silence. This is all you're doing. From where do you hail? I do not know. The little creature replied innocently. Have you been hungry for a long time? The third Hokage inquired. I am uncertain, but I am immensely hungry. Gradually, I find myself losing control, replied the little monster. Come back to Konoha village with me. There is an abundance of food there, sufficient for your appetite. The third Hokage suggested. Is there ramen? The monster inquired. Indeed, there is, came the cheerful response. Thus, the monster accompanied the third Hokage back to the village. Yet the tale of gluttony began to circulate. Dora reflected on the past, her heart a tumult of emotions. What troubles you? Is there a viable solution? The fourth Hokage inquired. There is, but I fear it may frighten you, Dora replied. Please step back, she instructed. The crowd retreated, granting Dora ample space. She bit down on her own hands, blood pouring forth, and invoked a summoning technique. Before their eyes, Dora's stature began to swell, transforming from a mere human height to a form towering over the hall, resembling a small mountain. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The fourth Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Tsunade appeared bewildered by her master's unexpected prowess. In her colossal state, Dora felt a sense of disorientation. Her hand slowly extended towards the pulsating mass of chakra, and with a sudden force, she drew it forth. The chakra coalesced into a swirling orb in her grasp, emanating an ominous darkness. Dora hesitated, contemplating whether to consume it or refrain. Would ingesting it inflict irreversible harm upon her? Moreover, how could she ascertain that this was not part of a nefarious scheme? If she abstained from eating it, would the chakra pose a risk of explosion or serve another sinister purpose? The onlookers gazed up at Dora, pondering her intentions as she held the chakra orb. Dora, what is the matter? The fourth Hokage called out. I cannot ascertain the composition of this chakra, nor its potential consequences. Initially, I intended to digest it within my body. But upon reflection, I cannot confirm that this is not part of a hidden agenda. If I choose not to consume it, I cannot guarantee that it will not lead to unforeseen repercussions, Dora explained. I understand your concerns. Given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to observe this chakra further. We should analyze it thoroughly before entrusting it to your medical department for mechanical disposal, the fourth Hokage advised. Dora considered this approach. Examining the chakra's composition first could avert any potential explosions or harm to the villagers of Konoha. To recklessly consume the chakra without understanding its nature could incite chaos. Her unique constitution allowed her to digest any chakra, but could she truly digest everything? Perhaps she had yet to encounter a chakra she could not assimilate. Faced with the enigmatic orb before her, she wondered if she should take the risk. Ultimately, she resolved that caution was the wiser path. As Dora gradually reverted to his normal state before the onlookers, the chakra in his hand floated in the air. While the third Hokage was completely encased within a massive glass jar, its surface adorned with intricate seals, diligently safeguarding both the chakra and the container. Wary of any unforeseen calamity, the third Hokage's foresight was indeed commendable. In the hall, the fourth Hokage opened the door, revealing himself to the multitude of children. Please remain calm, dear students. There is no need for alarm. The current crisis has been resolved. Relevant personnel will provide explanations regarding certain circumstances. For now, I urge each of you to follow the medical staff for necessary examinations. It is possible that the recent incident may have left some uncertain effects on your bodies. Rest assured, the healers of the Hidden Leaf Village are of the highest caliber. I also ask that you do not be frightened, as night has fallen. Please rest after your checkups in preparation for tomorrow's competition. After delivering his message, the fourth Hokage departed. Dora, gazing at the solitary figure before him, was engulfed by memories of the past, feeling a pang of unease. Even after several centuries, despite possessing the capability to forcibly restore the solitary figure's talents through intricate means, given the current circumstances surrounding him, it did not seem prudent to proceed with such restoration. It was wiser to observe further. Master, what shall we do with this individual? Tsunade inquired, lifting him from the ground. First, take him to my residence, tend to his injuries, and confine him securely for careful observation, Dora replied. Shouldn't we consult the fourth Hokage? Tsunade countered. Do not worry about that. I will speak to the fourth Hokage myself. You are only responsible for escorting him to my place and following my instructions, Dora stated before seeking out the fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. I wish to discuss the matter of the solitary figure, Dora began. Before he could finish, the fourth Hokage interjected. There is no need. I have already heard of your situation. Your proficiency in medical techniques has much to do with him. Handle the matter as you see fit, but ensure it remains within reason and does not become excessive. At that moment, Dora was taken aback by the fourth Hokage's response, feeling somewhat at a loss. The rationale he had just conceived lingered at the edge of his tongue, but was swallowed back. Returning to his residence, Dora observed the solitary figure resting on the bed. Noting that his wounds had begun to heal, Tsunade, his most esteemed apprentice, was well aware of his abilities, once again scanning the solitary figure's injuries with chakra. It seemed even the most trusted of apprentices could evoke concern. The solitary figure held significant importance for him. Curious about the condition of the third Hokage's seal, he decided to investigate further. With that thought, he employed a hypnosis technique, his chakra transforming into a crimson hue as he instantaneously entered the consciousness of the solitary figure. Guided by memory, he searched for the path to the seal, with fragments of recollections whirling past him, some joyful, others sorrowful, yet the most resounding was the moment of his talents being stripped away. Indeed, I have found it, Dora exclaimed. Before Dora stood a colossal prison. An intricate barrier composed of countless wooden sticks, reaching skyward in an unfathomable ascent. Was this the fabled site of the seal? At the very center of this arrangement was a single piece of parchment, emblazoned with a grand character signifying seal. Indeed, this was the sanctum of confinement, Dora mused. He circled the seal cautiously, refraining from making contact, apprehensive that any disturbance might compromise its efficacy. The ramifications of disrupting such a seal could be dire. The resurgence of the elusive shadow could incite chaos beyond measure. It was prudent to depart from this place without delay. As he prepared to exit, a thought crossed his mind. Should he employ hypnosis to further seal away the memories of the solitary figure? After all, he was already here. Yet, upon reflection, he pondered the implications of erasing the figure's painful recollections. Would he not then become a puppet master of another's fate? If his actions inadvertently led to adverse outcomes, would he bear the burden of responsibility? Even as a friend, the notion of manipulating another's life felt egregiously presumptuous. How could he ascertain that this was truly what the figure desired? To act under the guise of benevolence while disregarding the individual's own will was a perilous path. A single falsehood often necessitated a myriad of subsequent deceptions. Dora had witnessed too many instances where a single misstep led to a cascade of errors. Withdrawing his consciousness from the figure, he contemplated how to explain everything upon the latter's awakening. Should he divulge the truth? Such a risk was untenable, after all. Sealing the figure's memories was sanctioned by the third Hokage, who surely had his reasons. It was wiser to remain silent. Yet, the figure's heart brimmed with vengeance. And inaction was not an option. Some measures were imperative. However, the solitary figure was akin to a ticking time bomb, unpredictable in its potential for chaos. It would be prudent to keep him within the safety of Konoha, under careful observation. The fourth Hokage had also warned against jeopardizing the safety of the village's inhabitants. Should the figure be transported to an unknown locale as had been done centuries ago, he would inevitably return to Konoha seeking retribution. The most sensible course of action was to let him remain in slumber, preventing disturbances while allowing for the monitoring of the seal within him, safeguarding it from destruction or tampering. Thus, Dora resolved to delve into the study of sleep-related ninjutsu. He performed the necessary techniques, deepening the figure's state of sleep. This would suffice for a week, during which he could also investigate the formulation of a lasting somnolent elixir that would not harm the nervous system, while ensuring the figure's subconscious remained impervious to external influences. He would also explore the arcane barrier techniques. For your sake, am I truly compelled to pursue yet another ninjutsu? He mused, yet felt it was worth the effort. With determination, he seized the tome on pharmacology and the intricacies of defensive ninjutsu, embarking on his studies. Meanwhile, one among the participants remarked, with such turmoil, "Do they still possess the heart to compete?" Yuxing observed. They were blissfully unaware that they had merely experienced a nightmare. Upon awakening, they were subjected to examinations, oblivious to the grim fate awaiting them as potential sacrifices in the quest for restored talents. Their ignorance rendered them free of worry, unaware of the true peril that loomed. They will merely regard this as a mere oversight by the Hidden Leaf Village, and will even complain about it behind their backs, which will only serve to invigorate them further, rather than having a negative impact, Kakashi remarked. I must take my leave. I need to prepare for tomorrow's competition. The details of the events have already been sent to each dormitory. After the physical examination, do take a moment to review them. Understood, responded Yuhang. This lad was initially nothing more than a straggler, unable to even gather chakra, a complete waste. Yet just now, his shadow clone technique astonishingly matched my duration. To what extent has his chakra advanced? In just a few months, his progress is truly remarkable. What heights might he reach given more time? However, he has never revealed his true capabilities before. This instance of using the shadow clone was likely a lapse in judgment, inadvertently exposing his skill level. What could be his motive for concealing his true abilities? What manner of person are you, Yuhang? Kakashi pondered. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yuhang noticed an envelope on the table. This must pertain to the competition. He mused aloud. Opening the envelope to reveal the event details, tomorrow's competition consists of only one event, spanning 3 days, with different contests each day. The rules for each day's events will be elaborated upon in this same envelope, which will be delivered to each participant's dormitory at 4 o'clock in the afternoon following the day's competition. Participants are advised to read carefully and familiarize themselves with the rules, as there will be designated personnel to explain the rules before each event begins. Participants unfamiliar with the regulations need not worry. Now, the announcement of tomorrow's competition. Due to unforeseen circumstances, tomorrow's event will be a preliminary round and will not count toward the overall score. The main event is hereby officially announced. The first day's competition will be a 5,000-meter freestyle chase run, without teams. The first to cross the finish line will be crowned the champion. The initial 2 kilometers will be a standard run, with no ninja techniques permitted, only physical skills. The final 3 kilometers will be a free run, allowing any ninja techniques. Note, the following techniques are prohibited. 1. Techniques that increase the user's speed. 2. Techniques that slow a teammate's speed. 3. Techniques that pose a threat to life, if a teammate's life is endangered by a technique deemed threatening. We look forward to witnessing your capabilities. After reading this, Yuhang lay on his bed, contemplating how he might secure victory. Why overthink it? After all, it is merely a preliminary round, not contributing to the overall score. It is far more crucial for me to practice my diamond body technique. With that thought, he began to meditate, placing his palms together to gather chakra between his fingers, ultimately channeling it throughout his body. Suddenly, a radiant golden light enveloped him, only to vanish in an instant. Could it be that he was about to enter the next stage? Strange. I distinctly felt my chakra surging just now. How could it have dissipated so suddenly? Am I facing a bottleneck? Yuhang contemplated. Assistant, come forth. I wish to discuss something with you. Master, what is it? The assistant inquired. Why did my chakra suddenly vanish just now? I clearly felt on the verge of a breakthrough, yet it abruptly halted. This golden finger does not truly belong to the Naruto world. Rather, it has been adapted through significant modifications to fit into this realm. The variables are too numerous to predict the underlying reasons, the assistant lamented. Damn it. Yushin cursed. When will this bottleneck finally be broken? Just as he was feeling frustrated, he sensed that his body had indeed become significantly stronger than before, and the speed at which chakra gathered had notably increased as well. Regrettably, he was too focused on the lack of a breakthrough to notice these subtle improvements. The next day, Yushin rose early. Good morning, Master. The system reported automatically. What tasks need to be undertaken today? Yushin contemplated accepting a golden finger related to speed enhancement, but then recalled that he had previously taken on the phantom steps, which were meant for appointments. Once, to avoid being late for Tsunade's class, he had acquired the phantom steps golden finger, which allowed for swift movement with ease. Had it not been for Tsunade's insistence on not using this ninjutsu prematurely in public, he would have exploited it to gain an unfair advantage in the upcoming sports event. With that thought, he stepped outside. Upon arriving at the competition venue, he was greeted by the sight of a meticulously prepared setting. What should have been an open space was instead replaced by a dense forest. The once spacious area now felt overwhelmingly cramped, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Just as he was about to leap forward to survey the terrain, he was yanked back. Turning around, he was surprised to find it was Kakashi. Why are you pulling me? It's quite annoying, Yushin exclaimed. Let go of me. If I weren't holding on to you, you would have been in grave danger. Kakashi retorted. You should remain here. Did you not notice the barriers set up around us? If you recklessly enter, you could trigger an alarm. The Umbu won't care who you are. Entering the venue before the designated time during the selection rounds could lead to immediate execution. Kakashi warned. Had I not caught you in time, you would have already met your end. Indeed, the Umbu's defenses were thorough. I had overlooked that detail, Yushin admitted, panting slightly. Thank you. As the time for entry approached, more and more people gathered at the entrance. Yujin, you arrived quite early. Have you been showcasing your youthful vigor? I haven't seen you putting in the effort these past few days. Youth is meant for hard work. Mato Gai exclaimed. As expected, Mato Gai radiated an infectious energy. Could it be that even those who specialize in taijutsu possess such unwavering focus? How enviable it is. Regardless of the circumstances, some individuals accept them and confront the outcomes. Such an endeavor, easy to articulate yet arduous to execute, necessitates the presence of certain individuals. They remain unfazed by the emotional turmoil of gain and loss, perpetually exuding optimism. They shoulder willingly the burdens they have chosen, facing the myriad dilemmas brought forth by their entrapment, such as trepidation for the future and regret for the past. To pause amidst fear and remorse, and to stand resilient within it, is truly admirable. Yet, one wonders, do such individuals truly possess no worries? When confronted with troubles, how do they find solace? Perhaps they immerse themselves in the cathartic release of sweat? Such individuals are indeed remarkable, capable of resolving issues without succumbing to trivialities. Never overly preoccupied with the inconsequential, for that would ultimately lead to discontent. I simply adore listening to you. Yu Sheng Yojin exclaimed, exchanging a high five with Mei Tikai. The youth is indeed brimming with vitality. A familiar voice resonated behind Yu Sheng Yojin, and upon turning, he beheld a well-known figure, Tsunade. What brings you here, big sister? Yu Sheng Yojin inquired. Oh, I am here, Tsunade replied, to assist with the care of you participants, as I have followed the medical department. Every year, you all prove to be quite unruly, inexplicably sustaining injuries. The competition rules clearly state that no techniques threatening the lives of other participants are permitted. Yet, you seem to disregard this admonition. Nevertheless, your utilization of chakra is commendable. You always manage to inflict only superficial wounds, avoiding any critical damage. While the injuries may appear distressing, their treatment is swift, albeit seemingly brutal. With that, Tsunade adjusted her furrowed brow and added, I hope you refrain from such conduct. Please. Compete honorably. Yu Sheng Yojin was left with the image of Tsunade's departing figure. Ah, this fellow again. It appears you are faring well. We must duel again someday. Tianjing Muliang remarked. I wonder if you can withstand a punch from me. He continued. Yu Sheng Yojin recognized this individual before him, the heir to the Wood Shadow. He was taken aback by the youth's age. Being a child himself, it seemed this one possessed extraordinary talent. Could it be a matter of lineage? Yet, the introductions and capabilities of the Wood Village remain shrouded in mystery. Even the ninjutsu eludes my observation. It is merely physical prowess on display. Beside him, the combatant woman seems to possess extraordinary abilities that remain unmanifested. The only instance I have witnessed her action was with a small mirror that appeared out of thin air, accompanied by enigmatic hand seals that hardly resemble ninjutsu. Furthermore, her speed is astonishing. The sudden emergence of money and notes from her bag serves as testament to her swiftness, which should not be underestimated. Such a village has never before exhibited such phenomena, and these are the salient details I ought to inquire about. It appears I have matters to discuss today. Participants, this competition serves merely as a preliminary round, and the results will not contribute to the overall standings. Before the contest commences, I ask that all competitors draw lots. This event is structured in a round-robin format, with 4 individuals per group. Each group will yield a single victor, who shall progress to the finals, where the top 3 will earn scores of 50, 40, and 30 points respectively. From the 4th place onward, the following restrictions apply. 1. The use of ninjutsu that enhances the user's speed is prohibited. 2. The use of ninjutsu that impedes a teammate's speed is forbidden. 3. Any ninjutsu that poses a threat to life is not permitted, should a teammate's life be endangered. It will be deemed a lethal threat. Let us anticipate your prowess. One by one, the competitors approach the grand stage, eager to draw lots. What number did you get? I am number 3. And you? I am number 6. We are in the same group? Indeed. What a coincidence. I shall not hold back. Let us see what unfolds. Yushinyu, number 4, finds himself grouped with that boy. This pleases him greatly. It seems necessary to engage in a contest with that lad. However, as this is merely a preliminary round, he must not reveal too much of his strength. His trump card must be reserved for the final showdown. Tianjing Mu Liao did not anticipate being placed in the same group as Tianjing Mu Liao. This is fortuitous, as it provides an opportunity to observe the abilities of the Mu clan. It is said that would release techniques require the simultaneous use of water and earth techniques. Could he be employing would release directly? Although he hails from the Mu clan, it is difficult to ascertain if he indeed wields the wood release. Observation remains the prudent course. Might Guy, number 5, Kakashi, number 5. The two exchanged glances, remaining silent, each preoccupied with their own strategies. Even a genius cannot surpass the endurance of renowned ninjas in a 5,000-meter freestyle run, especially when one is merely a child. I cannot believe that you would outshine my years of dedication to physical training, thought Might Guy. I never anticipated being grouped with Might Guy, a ninja renowned for his mastery of taijutsu. The first 3 kilometers are purely a test of speed, making it exceedingly difficult to surpass him. With his pace, it is likely I would lag significantly behind by the end of the first 3 kilometers. Perhaps it is best to concede this round as mere misfortune. If it were merely 1,000 meters, I might stand a chance, but 3 kilometers is a different story. Even with the last 2 kilometers allowing for the use of ninjutsu in a tactical duel, he would have already far exceeded the range of my techniques. This match seems destined to be devoid of any victory, and I might as well forego the official competition tomorrow. As the match commenced, the participants in the leading ranks took their positions, awaiting the signal to begin. As Yuuma Hain, ranked 4th, observed the preceding groups compete. He watched as each contestant lined up at the starting line. With the explosion of the explosive tags, the competitors surged forward like arrows released from a bow, racing ahead with astonishing speed. Yuuma was taken aback by their swiftness. Was this truly the pace of children? If I were to join, I would resemble a sluggish snail. I must utilize my phantom step technique, yet I must synchronize with them. Should I exert myself too much and dash to the finish line, I would undoubtedly reveal my strategy. The real challenge lies not in securing first place, but in discreetly employing my phantom step without drawing attention. Such restraint is exhausting. As the 3 kilometers concluded, 4 ninjas began to engage in combat. One of them launched shuriken at the frontrunner, who adeptly utilized the body replacement technique to evade and transform the shuriken into a multitude of projectiles, pursuing the leader. With quick reflexes, the leader summoned an earthen wall for protection, erecting a 3-meter-high barrier. The shuriken struck the wall, creating a series of thuds. Do you still think you can run ahead? Sneered another participant, forming hand seals and unleashing earth release, rock pillar spear, creating an area of spikes before the front runner. With agility, the leader leaped over the obstacles, mocking. Is this your skill? Pathetic. You think you can intimidate me with such trivialities? His arrogance was palpable. Oh, you underestimate my ninjutsu, he retorted. Suddenly, the ground beneath the leader began to swell and rise rapidly, threatening to impale him. In a moment of desperation, he executed hand seals for earth release. Earth clone. The leader transformed into a mound of earth, and as the spikes continued to grow, they ultimately tore through the clone, scattering dirt across the ground. Humph. You are merely posturing. Even if you are fast, can you match the speed of my spikes? He taunted. Your greatest folly is your overconfidence. Who are you calling dear? How revolting. At this moment, the first-place contestant slowly emerged from the yellow earth before the crowd, clutching his right arm, and spoke in disarray. If it weren't for my swift use of the earth substitute technique, I would have surely met my demise. Do you not comprehend the rules of the competition? Employing ninjutsu that jeopardizes the lives of other participants is a violation. Jeopardize lives? Nonsense. Did you not utilize the earth substitute? Retorted the ninja wielding the rock pillar spear. I cannot be bothered to engage in this debate. Stay here. You shall not reach the finish line. TCH. Do you believe those two will allow you to claim first place? My next move will be your downfall, the original first-place contestant declared. The 3 individuals remained vigilant against one another. Suddenly, one dashed forward, while the other 2 ninjas moved to intercept. Earth release. Earth quicksand. With that, the 2 ninjas struck the ground forcefully, and the leading ninja was instantly engulfed by the yellow sand and earth that erupted beneath him. Now, it is just the 2 of us. One of them stated. Are you contemplating a rather unfortunate demise? I wonder if it will hurt you? Humph. Kill me? I suspect you do not adhere to the rules. Allow me to reiterate, should you employ ninjutsu that threatens my life, you are aware of the consequences, a direct violation of the competition rules, resulting in a lifetime ban. Do you wish to test that? The other replied. Water release. Hidden mist technique. One participant executed the hidden mist technique, enveloping the surroundings in a haze that obstructed the other contestant's vision. This jutsu could even interfere with the perception of those with the Rinnegan. I see you can take a break from fighting. As the caster, I can see clearly. So remain still and do not move, he added, dashing toward the finish line. The first-place contestant of the preliminary round has been revealed. The champion is Lu Rinjia from Group 1. Announced the voice from the grand stage. Who would have thought this year's participants would possess such prowess? At such a young age, they can wield the hidden mist technique, earth release, rock pillar spear, and earth release. Earth substitute. Ah, I say. A voice, both unfamiliar yet vaguely familiar, echoed from behind. The competition is far from over. Shall we engage in a preemptive contest? Yahiko Yuuma? This guy has been eager to challenge me since our first encounter. Is his mind not functioning correctly? I truly suspect that Kimura fell victim to the destruction wrought by Yahiko Yuuma, he thought to himself. I say, do you possess any skills beyond mere fistfights? Yahiko Yuuma inquired, his words serving to indirectly compel the other to reveal his other abilities. If he failed to disclose his true strengths, it could imply the existence of some jutsu he deliberately wished to conceal. In the original narrative, Kimura's existence was never mentioned. Could it be a plot hole? If the village truly exists, it must be inextricably linked to the narrative, as each village typically harbors a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. Given the existence of Kimura, there must inevitably be a Jinchuriki present, unless, of course, it has been eliminated altogether. This supposition could hold some validity, however. His ninjutsu remains an entirely foreign domain to me, nearly non-existent in my understanding. Thus, engaging in a reckless contest with him seems to offer little chance of success. Perhaps he too wishes to gauge my true capabilities. It is evident that we both recognize our mutual curiosity about each other's prowess, rendering such a tacit contest akin to an exercise in futility. There's no point in competing. Let us observe the matches instead. I lament. With only one more bout before it is our turn, can you not conserve some of your strength? Yuma Hisabi remarked. Humph. Such juvenile contests are utterly pointless. They merely serve as preliminaries. Those who exert their full strength without reservation are often deemed reckless fools. Conversely, conserving one's strength appears to be the most prudent strategy, yet, in my view, it is equally foolish as wielding one's full power. If one's performance lacks finesse, the magnitude of one's strength will invariably become apparent, drawing attention regardless. Even in the official competition, one will still be scrutinized and targeted. In my estimation, the purpose of these preliminaries is to cultivate an unspoken camaraderie among the participants, naturally aligning us into teams. When the official contest commences, we will instinctively identify the strongest among the four and collaborate to triumph. Ultimately, the outcome will hinge on the mental acuity and strength of those three individuals. Each participant harbors distinct objectives in this competition. Some aspire to seize first place, reveling in the joy of public admiration, while others seek to accrue experience and learn from the combat techniques of their peers. Such individuals are the most astute yet also the most prone to failure, as they struggle to discern their own stance, whether they are fierce contenders vying for glory or mere observers of the broader scenario. Their self-perception remains perpetually ambiguous, rendering them incapable of seizing the opportune moment. They may believe themselves to be adept, yet they have merely mastered the basics, shying away from deeper exploration. Those who cannot locate their own position in such competitions face a singular outcome. Either they awaken and realize their desires or succumb to despair and stagnation. How tragic. Yet, there are those who can ascertain their own positioning. For him, Tianjing Mu Liao stated, casting a glance at Yuma Hisabi, he doesn't even comprehend why he is participating. He merely wishes to survive while observing others. I never anticipated that this year's contestants would possess such formidable abilities. At such a tender age, they can wield the mist concealment technique and earth release, rock pillar spear, along with earth release, earth clone. Kakashi remarked. I wonder what kind of monsters will emerge among this year's participants. TSK. It was merely a preliminary match, yet such egregious ninjutsu was employed. Showing a blatant disregard for the rules, remarked Yahiko Yuuma. Which rule are you so adamantly clinging to that prohibits the use of life-threatening ninjutsu against other competitors? Kakashi inquired. In truth, the criteria for determining any such rule are excessively stringent, resulting in a lack of reasonable judgment to date. Although it is written that ninjutsu capable of inflicting harm on the lives of other competitors is prohibited, the stipulation concerning life-threatening actions is rife with controversy. What constitutes a ninjutsu that poses a genuine threat to the lives of other contestants? The recent earth release, rock pillar spear. In your view, it has already endangered the life of the caster, but from my perspective, they had ample opportunity to evade harm and could even launch a counterattack effectively. This is where the rule's ambiguity lies. Hence, even ninjutsu that could potentially lead to fatality may be deemed permissible by the judges. It appears that the severity of ninjutsu relies heavily on the judges' interpretative capabilities, which in turn are founded on their own prowess, rendering your frustration utterly futile. Kakashi elucidated. Oh? So, according to your logic, as long as one aims to win, any perilous ninjutsu may be employed without reservation? Yahiko Yuuma questioned. At this point, Kakashi turned to face Yahiko Yuuma and stated, "If you are truly so eager to win, you are free to do so." "That is not the case. I merely find it rather harsh for a selection process aimed at children to impose such severity. Is that not excessively cruel for them?" Yahiko Yuuma replied. "Humph. In a true arena, cruelty is not the measure of victory. Cruelty is juxtaposed against happiness. Without the brutality of war, where lies the peace of happiness? If they have chosen the path of a ninja, they must confront the harshness of their decision and relinquish certain superfluous attachments," Kakashi fervently asserted. Noticing Kakashi's escalating fervor, Yahiko Yuuma quickly interjected, Stop. Let's leave it at that. No more discussion, let us simply watch the match." It was already known that in the original narrative, Kakashi harbored resentment towards his father for failing the mission due to the safety of his comrades, resulting in irreversible losses. Kakashi had always regarded his father's actions with shame, and Yahiko Yuuma was taken aback by the severity of his words. The notion of relinquishing unnecessary attachments seemed to imply friendships and emotional bonds. Now, the contestants of Friendship Group 2 prepared for the next lengthy competition. "The next match is about to commence. Where are you off to?" Yahiko Yuuma called out to Kakashi. "They're just children playing at fighting. What is there to see? I've grown weary of it." "If you wish to watch, then continue," Kakashi replied, departing without a glance back. "Hey, I say." A voice both unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar resonated from behind. "The match is still a long way off. What do you say to an early contest, Yahiko Yuuma? It is lamentable that some individuals find their place in the world, as exemplified by Tianjin Muliang, who exchanged a glance with Yushinjiozen. He was utterly oblivious to the reasons for his participation, merely seeking to survive while observing others in their pursuits, hoping to glean the information he desired. Am I correct in my assessment, Yushinjiozen?" The latter remained silent, locking eyes with Tianjin Muliang for a few seconds. "Do you truly believe you possess an accurate perception of others?" He scoffed. "Even if some individuals are indeed prodigies, without effort, they too can be surpassed. Genius is merely exceptional in specific domains. It is not flawless and requires a balance of strengths and weaknesses. Have you never heard that the purpose of weaker individuals competing is not solely to observe? They too have the right to pursue glory. Why does the effort of others seem so insignificant to you? Do you consider yourself a genius? From my perspective, I have yet to witness any remarkable skill in you. How can you stand here, so self-righteously passing judgment, while your words ring hollow?" Yushinjiozen retorted. "Are the weak devoid of opportunities?" Tianjin Muliang laughed heartily. "Oh, are you suggesting that the weak can become strong? That through effort, they can surpass genius? A weaker individual is simply that, a weaker individual. People congregate according to their kind. Where weakness prevails, multitudes of the weak will follow. Do you truly believe that mere effort can yield desired outcomes?" "Your naivety is astonishing," he countered. Yushinjiozen, upon hearing these words, felt somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated such sentiments from one so young. Before him stood a child of merely 5 or 6 years. Yet the wisdom expressed was far beyond what one would expect from a child of that age. In the world Yushinjiozen once inhabited, he was simply a student who had faltered in his college entrance examinations. The clarity of his speech, coupled with an aggressive tone yet rich in reason, was disconcerting, making immediate rebuttal difficult. Suddenly, a daring and rather terrifying thought surfaced in his mind, sending shivers down his spine. Could it be that he too had traversed realms? This notion is not entirely unfounded. His tone is resolute, his speech deliberate, and he remains inscrutable in the presence of others, concealing his true nature. To label him as a malevolent adult would not be an exaggeration. The weak associate solely with those of their own kind, having received only what the weak can provide throughout their lives. The weak assist one another, perpetuating their own kind, and when confronted with the world of the strong, they are often unable to accept it, with the majority choosing to flee. The weak tend to evade challenges rather than confront and conquer them. However, this assertion is overly absolute. The weak are burdened by excessive concerns and fears, for their stakes are exceedingly high, leaving them unwilling to gamble again. Thus, they prefer stability and a monotonous existence devoid of risks and uncertainties, perpetuating their behaviors, values, and aspirations as the weak. Yet, the most pitiable individuals are those strong souls born into weak families, compelled to cater to the stability of their weak households while also striving to fulfill their own strong inclinations. When faced with significant decisions, they discover that their resources do not yield the desired outcomes, leaving them in a quandary, mired in indecision and lamentation. Should they continue to strive, or resign themselves to a life they do not desire, merely living out their days in mediocrity? The most convenient solution appears to be avoidance. Ultimately, those born into weak families, though seemingly strong, are still bound by their weaknesses. Tianjing Muliang speaks of escaping reality, avoiding consequences, and numbing oneself through various distractions. Living freely within one's comfort zone, perpetually existing in the complacency of weakness while imposing unfulfilled ambitions upon the next generation. However, the next generation grows up on the experiences, lessons, and so-called truths acquired by their predecessors. One day, they may awaken to the realization that effort does not always guarantee reward. The process, while important, is only beneficial if one is equipped to confront challenges. The strong possess the resolve to face difficulties, extracting insights from their experiences to transform their circumstances and attain their desires. In contrast, the weak dwell on their past, forever trapped in nostalgia, unable to confront the present, and perpetually evading reality. Yahiko Yuuma, upon hearing this, is taken aback, feeling bewildered. She never expected him to articulate so much. It feels rather absurd. Is he perhaps speaking about himself? Is his plight truly so dire? Could he be traversing into this new world to prove himself? It seems he is engaged in an intricate game. Yahiko Yuuma is not intimidated by his words. Contestants, please take your positions and prepare for our competition. The referee calls out loudly. I've said too much and missed a match. Now, let us see your performance, Tianjing Muliang states. It appears that a competition is imminent. From their conversation, it is evident that Tianjing Muliang possesses formidable strength and seems intent on orchestrating something significant. Yet, I find myself torn. Should I hinder him or lend my support? Until now, I have never regarded this place as my home or sanctuary. Do I truly believe that I will return to Earth? Will I go back to my original abode? Yuuma pondered. What are you thinking? The competition is about to commence, Tianjing Muliang exclaimed, perhaps startled by my words. Yuuma regained his composure and approached the competition site. Before him stood an enormous vine amidst a dense forest, where light gradually floated in the air, embodying the tranquility before a storm. Now, competitors, take your positions. 3, 2, 1. The competition begins. Tianjing Muliang, Yuuma, and the other two contestants held their breath, sprinting forward with fervor, raising clouds of dust. Tianjing Muliang wore a relaxed smile, while Yuuma focused earnestly on controlling his phantom step, striving not to fall behind Tianjing Muliang and the other competitors. Although the competition rules forbade the use of techniques that would enhance one's speed or those of the enemy, Yuuma's phantom step did not require the gathering of chakra. Initially, it necessitated chakra concentration, but since that time, the phantom step seemed to have evolved into a passive skill. It activated autonomously whenever Yuuma desired, continuously augmenting his speed. However, he had not trained his speed adequately due to time constraints and numerous distractions. Just as he intended to practice, Tianjing Muliang interrupted him. After all, he did not wish to reveal his true capabilities before the competition. He thought he might glean some useful techniques and strengths, but instead, he was met with shocking yet ultimately useless remarks, which left him perplexed. As the 2,000-meter mark approached, each competitor clasped their hands, ready to employ ninjutsu for attack and defense. Earth release. Earth prison. A vast prison of earth materialized before them, encircling Yuuma, Tianjing Muliang, and the other contestants. Now you cannot advance any further. Let us settle this with ninjutsu, one of the competitors proclaimed. Quite clever. You've neither used techniques to accelerate yourself nor to hinder your enemies. Instead, you've trapped us all. However, it seems this earth prison lacks a ceiling. Indicating a flaw in your strategy, another competitor remarked, then soared upward, attempting to escape the battlefield. Where do you think you're going? The caster of the earth prison swiftly invoked earth release. Rock spear. Countless sharp rocks emerged beneath him, each transforming into pointed spears aimed at the fleeing contestant. Substitution technique. The fleeing contestant evaded the range of the ninjutsu, rendering them immune to the attack. Did you think that was all I could do? Earth release. Earth dome. Upon finishing his words, the practitioner harnessed the power of earth chakra to enhance his strength, subsequently excavating a massive stone. He then lifted the colossal boulder and hurled it towards the contestant attempting to flee. Do you understand why fishermen by the river capture crabs and place them in cages without covering them? Tianjing Muliang inquired. Why are you suddenly asking this? What does it have to do with the competition? Moreover, do you not intend to intervene? Yuuma responded. Do not be hasty. Allow me to elaborate. The reason fishermen do not cover the cages is that if one crab attempts to escape, another will grasp its leg, pulling it back. Subsequently, The next crab will latch onto the second crab's leg, creating a continuous cycle. Thus, the escaping crab often finds itself back in the cage. As for whether I should impede them, my answer is no. Why should I obstruct them? It is merely a preliminary round. I am here to observe. Neither a mere spectator among the weak nor a vain participant among the strong. I am compelled to join, nothing more. You need not perceive me as a threat. At present, I pose no danger to you, nor will I for the next 3 days. Feel free to pursue your ambitions. I shall not be an impediment. On the contrary, there are matters where I could assist you, such as securing a victory in tomorrow's match. You desire to win, do you not? Although you usually conceal your abilities, you cannot hide from me. You are unlike the others. What lies within your heart remains inscrutable to me. However, one thing is certain, you are presently in a state of confusion. Or is your bewilderment merely an act? Yushing Yojin? I wonder if the hypnosis in the hall last time caused you to forget something. Hearing his words, Yusheng Yojin felt as if this individual was someone he had previously known. Had they met before? Their first encounter had been when this person impersonated a classmate to invade his room and attacked him without a word. It was utterly baffling. Yusheng Yojin pondered. Why are your words so peculiar today, speaking only halfway without clarity? Could it be that you knew me before? Have we crossed paths? Yusheng Yojin challenged. Yusheng Yuuma inquired, have we met before? Or do you know me? Expressing such doubt, he found it hard to believe. At this moment, Tianjing Mu Dao remained silent, merely gazing at him without a word. You need not do anything. Just know that I can assist you in this grand competition. The two contenders were currently locked in a fierce battle above. Yet Yusheng Yuuma and Tianjing Mu Liao had no intention of intervening. They simply watched, awaiting the outcome. As the fighters struggled without resolution, the audience was unable to discern the situation within the iron cage. Mangekyou remarked, you need not worry. If it were in the past, with Yusheng Yuma's abilities, he could hardly keep pace with the other 3 competitors. However, today is different. He can now match them, which is a significant advancement. Kakashi paused, noting that the duration of his shadow clone technique had greatly improved, and his chakra control and capacity had reached unprecedented levels. It was uncertain how he would perform in this competition. Inside the iron cage, the two combatants remained intertwined in battle, but this time, they resolved to cease their spectator role, unable to bear the sight any longer. They intended to conclude the match without drawing excessive attention, avoiding being discreetly divided into groups during the preliminaries. Yusheng Yuuma and Tianjing Mu Liao planned to discreetly withdraw from the fight, allowing their opponents to claim victory. Exchanging a glance, the lovers nodded and dashed towards the opening of the iron cage, their speed impeccably controlled as they glided past the two competitors. Observing this, the fighters halted their skirmish and pursued the fleeing pair. Upon reaching the outside, the 4 competitors exchanged glances, each calculating their next move. Tianjing Mu Liao remained stationary while the other 2 contenders continued to vie for first place. The user of the Earth Prison technique surged ahead, while the other contender, unwilling to yield, began to unleash shurikens for distraction. The youth retrieved a scroll from his back pocket, and as the scroll unfurled in the wind, he shouted, summoning technique. Dozens of shurikens surged forth, whistling towards the leader. The front-runner, undeterred, executed a backflip, evading the onslaught. Humph, this is not over. Do not underestimate my scroll, the youth declared. With determination, he launched another barrage of shurikens at the leader, who deftly maneuvered left and right, narrowly escaping the projectiles. Do you think I won't retaliate? Am I merely a target? He retorted, closing the distance for a close-quarters combat. The boy, realizing the leader's evasion indicated a strategic intent, swiftly adjusted his position. Ah, you see through my plan, do you? It seems you excel at ambushes. Finding himself unable to close in or advance further, the boy recognized that being continually constrained by this tactic was not a viable strategy. Glancing at the 2 individuals beside him, he inquired, are you 2 not going to do anything? Why not seize the chance to claim the first position? Ayuzura Hanyu was suddenly taken aback by such a question, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, he had no desire to take first place, so he found himself engrossed in the unfolding drama. Instead of worrying about us, I suggest you focus on your own situation, the young lad, Tianjing Muliang, remarked. Upon hearing this, the boy before him was momentarily stunned. After all, he was merely in his teenage years. What gave him the audacity to refer to me as little friend? He mused, pondering how he could possibly presume superiority. Earth release. Earth spear. The boy shouted, forming hand seals with fervor. A flurry of shurikens struck him, yet they ricocheted as if they had met a solid stone, either bouncing off or falling to the ground with a clattering sound. It was evident that this young lad's ninjutsu had taken the summoner of the shurikens by surprise, leaving him momentarily immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, the Earth Release user swiftly dashed towards his opponent, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow. The summoner, quick-witted, executed a backflip, narrowly evading the strike. Humph! Where do you think you can run? With a forceful surge, he drove his fist into the summoner's abdomen, causing him to spew blood instantaneously. Utilizing Earth Release and Earth Spear, techniques that could render one's body as resilient as diamond, he had harnessed the chakra flowing within him to harden his skin, amplifying his defensive capabilities to their utmost limit while simultaneously enhancing the destructive power of his physical assaults. This versatile technique allowed him to convert defense into offense, inflicting damage upon his adversary as well. Though formidable, it was evident that as a mere child, he could scarcely produce such an immense amount of chakra. In my estimation, he could last, at most, another 10 minutes. That would be his limit, remarked Mike Guy from the audience. Humph, get up. Weren't you quite the ambusher just now? What happened to that bravado? True to form, the once formidable boy suddenly collapsed, utterly weakened. Oh dear, what shall we do now? With both competitors down, it seemed a victor must soon emerge. Tianjin Muliang leisurely addressed Yuzuru Hanyu. Do not worry. I promised I wouldn't lay a hand on you. I will ensure that I claim victory in this match. Are we not to engage in some semblance of a performance? Yuzuru Hanyu queried. It would be beneficial to exchange some ninjutsu, wouldn't it? If you wish to unleash your techniques, feel free. However, I cannot guarantee precise control over the intensity. So you ought to remain still while I dash to the finish line. You may symbolically launch a few shurikens and some offensive ninjutsu, but do remember not to aim too accurately. Tianjin Muliang responded. Then let us begin. With that, Tianjin Muliang swiftly sprinted forward. Hey, that's too fast, Yuzuru Hanyu exclaimed, launching several shurikens ahead, all of which, as expected, were deftly evaded by Tianjin Muliang. Water release. Water cannon. Yujin Yuhuan gathered water-style chakra at his fingertips, launching it instantaneously with the speed of a bullet, exhibiting formidable power. Alas, it seems I have amassed an excess of chakra. You must exert yourself more, Tianjin Muliao. How peculiar. Why am I so concerned for him? Ah, how amusing. I instructed you to demonstrate new offensive ninjutsu, yet you employ such a serious demeanor. Tianjin Muliao, without turning back, remarked, what disobedience. Having said that, he effortlessly received Yujin Yuhuan's water-style ninjutsu, leaving Yujin astonished. How could he catch it barehanded without sustaining an injury? To Yujin's dismay, not only did he emerge unscathed, but he also caught the chakra that had not been unleashed like a bullet. What untapped strength lies within this individual? What is his true purpose for participating in this competition? Yujin pondered. The first place of Group 4 is Tianjin Muliao. The next group of contestants, prepare for the competition, announced the judge from the stage. Yujin Yuhuan. Here. Mato Kai waved his arms, beckoning Yujin as he descended from the arena. That water-style technique you just performed was quite impressive. It was remarkably swift. It appears you have practiced diligently indeed. Youth is meant for such earnest effort. Without further ado, Mato Kai hurried off to the resting area, preparing for his turn. Your previous move was quite formidable. I couldn't evade it. When will you teach me? Tianjin Muliao's voice echoed behind him. You startled me. Do you all enjoy greeting from behind? Yujin responded. Please, next time stand in front of me or greet me directly. He added. That water cannon technique was executed well. How did you learn it? Tianjin Muliao inquired, intrigued. That is of no concern to you. And it is not something you should worry about, Yujin replied, somewhat irritated. If I'm not mistaken, that water cannon belongs to the B-rank ninjutsu. Being able to use B-rank ninjutsu should indicate one has surpassed the average Chunin level. I wonder if your strength has been recognized by others? Tianjin Muliao remarked. Just as Yujin was about to retort, a stern female voice resonated from behind Tianjin Muliao. Tianjin Muliao, you little rascal. Where have you run off to? Come out. It was the enigmatic woman with the mysterious mirror, seemingly intent on locating Tianjin Muliao to reprimand him. I'm right here, beautiful big sister. Tianjin Muliao called back, waving at her. Didn't I tell you? After the competition, do not wander off. Wait for me in the resting area or go directly to the dormitory until the next event is announced. Do you not understand? The woman appeared quite irate. Pretty sister, please do not be angry. Just moments ago, while engaging in a contest with me, he employed a technique of ninjutsu I had never encountered before. I merely approached to inquire about it, with no ulterior motives, so do not fret. At this moment, Tianjin Muliao spoke with a demeanor completely devoid of the initial oppressive aura. His tone was leisurely, even somewhat frivolous. Upon encountering this woman, he displayed utmost respect, akin to a child attempting to appease a parent out of fear. Moreover, even if Mu Liao were to find himself in a predicament, with the strength of this elder sister, she would undoubtedly come to my aid at the earliest opportunity. After expressing this, Tianjing Mu Liao could not help but flash a childlike, innocent smile at the woman. Do not try that with me. Do you think I will remain unscathed by your antics? Even if I were not immune, would you not tire of it? The woman retorted, her irritation evident. How many times must I remind you not to wander about? During the selection tournament of Konoha village, if any trouble arises, how am I to explain it to the village authorities? Do you not realize the predicament you place me in? Next time I catch you straying, do not blame me if I confine you within my mirror, understood? Do you remember that night when I intercepted the water dragon from that little brat in front of you? I suspect both that little rascal and the water dragon would eagerly wish to encounter you once more and give you a good bump. At this point, Tianjing Mu Liao recognized that the woman was genuinely upset, and he playfully pleaded, "You are the best, elder sister. Please do not be angry. I shall return to my dormitory and await news. By the way, I placed first today." As he observed the figures of Tianjing Mu Liao and the woman retreating, Yushin Yuzhen let out a sigh of relief. For some inexplicable reason, Tianjing Mu Liao always exuded an aura of enigma. One moment he was a compliant child, and the next, a shadowy adult, making it challenging to discern his intentions. However, since he mentioned assisting me in the competition, I shall refrain from pondering it further. Yet, how exactly does he intend to assist me? Yushin Yuzhen mused. At this moment, Kakashi was observing Tianjing Mu Liao from a distance, his gaze filled with intrigue. The transformation of this individual was rather swift. He had recently radiated a formidable pressure, only to suddenly appear as an innocent child. Who exactly is he? The water-based ninjutsu that Yushin Yuzhen had just unleashed was effortlessly countered by him using mere physical strength, which was simply astounding. This person warrants closer scrutiny in the future. However, he seems to share a strong bond with Yushin Yuzhen. Could it be that Yushin Yuzhen's sudden surge in power is connected to him? It seems that these two individuals will require careful observation henceforth. Having concluded his thoughts, Kakashi entered the resting area, preparing for the competition. Yushin Yuzhen settled into the audience seats, anticipating the match between Might Guy and Kakashi. Given the current matchups, the outcome appeared already determined. In terms of running, no one could surpass Might Guy, a master of physical techniques. Furthermore, attempting to hinder Might Guy with ninjutsu during the final 2 kilometers would be futile. Their speeds were not on the same level. In the initial 3 kilometers, no one could outpace Might Guy, who could simply sprint to the finish line. This promises to be a rather dull contest, Yushin Yuzhen thought to himself. Kakashi, fully aware of his inferiority to Might Guy, had not placed much hope in this match and did not regard it with particular significance. Contestants, please take your positions on the track. The competition is set to commence in 2 minutes. With the detonation of the explosive signal, Might Guy surged ahead, leaving the other two, aside from Kakashi, utterly flabbergasted. Is this even human? How can one possess such extraordinary physical prowess? Surely, all their experiences must have been devoted to honing their taijutsu. Kakashi, having overheard the conversation, initially intended to interject, but merely shook his head, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Should we even attempt to run? That fellow's voice echoed, and he vanished in an instant, leaving behind a trail of deep footprints embedded in the ground, truly terrifying. The victor of Group 5 is Might Guy. The competition has concluded. Participants from Groups 1 to 5, please prepare for the final round. While the two continued their discussion, Might Guy had already dashed across the finish line, startling the judges, audience, and event staff alike. This individual must be a demon. What on earth has he consumed to grow so formidable? Humph. Hadol. Kakashi remarked as he turned towards the audience. Haha. Yushin, did you witness my triumphant moment? Might Guy chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits, revealing a gleaming row of white teeth. Though his expression appeared comical, it exuded warmth and joy. Indeed, being around an optimistic person tends to uplift one's own spirits. I saw it. I saw it. You were incredibly swift. You truly ought to observe Kakashi. I have never witnessed him display such a defeated expression, both helpless and resigned. You are the sole person to elicit that reaction from him, Yuhuen Yushin remarked. At long last, through sheer effort, I have triumphed over genius. Master, did you see? Your disciple has finally succeeded, Might Guy exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. The following day marked the official competition. At last, through sheer effort, I have triumphed over genius. Master, did you see? Your disciple has finally succeeded, Might Guy cried, tears streaming down his face. Afterward, he returned to the lounge to prepare for the impending finals. Is there even a need for this final round? Surely you noticed that individual. He is an anomaly, devoid of any possibility of defeat, Lu Renjie commented. I concur. There is utterly no necessity for this competition. We might as well remain stationary and await that fellow's sprint to the finish, Pao Huai added. You need not be so disheartened. Since we can surpass him in the first 3,000 meters, we shall merely delay him in the remaining 2,000 meters, preventing him from advancing to secure first place. Tu Fei Ding suggested. It is merely a preliminary round. Why take it so seriously? Not qualifying for the overall standings holds no significance. If there is any purpose at all, it is merely to familiarize oneself with the terrain. There is no need for such earnestness, Kakashi remarked. Moreover, as you have witnessed that individual's strength, it is evident that you cannot defeat him. I advise you to remain in place and allow him to reach the finish line. This will be his only day of joy. Striving against someone who surpasses him in ninjutsu through his own diligent efforts. As he dashed towards the finish line, reminiscent of your performance in the 5th match, remarked Pao Huai. A negative performance could lead to immediate disqualification. Do you wish to take that risk? Kakashi remained silent, merely snorting through his nose as he stood still. Eyes closed. The finals were about to commence, and the referee urged all participants to prepare. With the explosion of the detonation symbols, for competitors surged forward, striving for the coveted first place, even in the absence of any reward. Their efforts, however, seemed futile, merely a means to avoid being eliminated from the competition. No matter how fiercely the three ran, they could not surpass the full-throttle vigor of the youthful Might Guy. In a few years, once they matured, they would no longer find themselves in such a disheveled state, only able to watch as he outpaced them. The champion of this final round was declared to be Might Guy. Cheers and applause erupted in celebration and encouragement, yet it was merely a preliminary round, not contributing to the overall score. The crowd looked forward to Might Guy showcasing his true potential in the forthcoming events, the referee announced. What? The roar of Might Guy echoed across the entire field. The championship, so hard-earned, would not count towards the total score? My youth. Why does it flow away like the river, devoid of meaning? Is he always this dramatic? Pao Huai inquired. Is his reaction truly this intense? Tu Fei Ding commented. Surely. He cannot be just a simple-minded brute, remarked Lu Renjie with a disdainful smirk. I say, Might Guy, do you only read half of the books you pick up? I wager you saw 5,000-meter freestyle and immediately began dancing with joy, Kakashi teased. How did you know? Might Guy replied. In all past selection events, there was no preliminary round. Only this year's selection introduced this superfluous event. Isn't that redundant? The participants gradually departed, returning to their dormitories to await tonight's announcements. I say, Might Guy, aren't you going back? Asked Yushing Yuzhen. My youth has vanished irretrievably. For me, the only victory is a mere illusion. At that moment, Might Guy had lost all his usual optimism and fervor, leaving only despair and resignation. To be honest, Yushing Yuzhen was genuinely taken aback by the despondent state of Might Guy. Yuzuru Hanyu was genuinely taken aback upon witnessing the despondency of Might Guy. The usually optimistic Might Guy seemed transformed into an entirely different person. It is perhaps beneficial to articulate this. One can sense your current disillusionment. Yuzuru refrained from trivializing the matter, recognizing such remarks from an observer are devoid of significance. After all my efforts, winning just once feels like a mere formality. Utterly devoid of meaning, Might Guy lamented. Do you believe that your accomplishments necessitate the validation of others? Yuzuru inquired. However, midway through his statement, Yuzuru realized his misstep. At this moment, Might Guy did not seek consolation. Rather, he merely needed someone to converse with, to articulate his discomfort and confusion without the expectation of resolution. If someone were to offer advice at this juncture, it would likely fall on deaf ears. He simply needed to vent. But that did not imply such a release could be achieved in solitude. He longed for the affirmation of another, a simple acknowledgement of his struggles. Why is it that despite my relentless efforts, I cannot secure a victory? Why is there nothing to commemorate my endeavors? Why is there no one who can remember me through my struggles? Might Guy's words grew heavier, his demeanor suggesting he was on the verge of tears. In the face of Might Guy's inquiries, Yuzuru found himself momentarily speechless. From what you've expressed, it seems you perceive your efforts as futile, devoid of purpose. A victory feels as insignificant as a drop in the ocean or a grain of sand in the desert. There is no resounding affirmation, no powerful response. As if your vigorous attempts have been instantly nullified. It must feel quite powerless. I cannot claim to empathize completely, as I have not exerted myself to the same extent. Yet I can describe my feelings towards you as sympathy. However, I sense a slight misunderstanding in your assertions. You continuously emphasize that you remain unacknowledged by others and lament the absence of the rewards you deem deserving. Yet, from an observer's perspective, you have already left an impression today. Your performance was truly remarkable. Nonetheless, what you seem to value is merely a preliminary round, a performance. Yuzuru continued. You are suggesting that despite your efforts, external validation is unnecessary? Such sentiments often emanate from those who have received affirmation. They bask in the glory of praise, revel in the pride of accomplishment, and then, in conversation with someone unrecognized, assert that validation is not as vital as one might believe. Do you not find this sentiment rather cruel for those who desperately seek that sense of honor and pride? Their fervent pursuit is so easily dismissed by another. Might Guy's agitation intensified. My apologies. I should not have commented so freely. However, I must add one more thing. You live for yourself. Today, in the competition, you have already earned the recognition and admiration of everyone. Not just anyone can, in a mere few minutes, leave others far behind in a 5,000-meter race. As Yuzuru Hanyu stated, please reflect upon my words. It seems I have been overly narrow-minded. The essence of youth lies in the diligent shedding of one's sweat. What truly matters is to feel that you have given your utmost effort. Ultimately, it is about achieving personal satisfaction, and I am already content. In just a few seconds, I surpassed them in 5 kilometers, a feat not easily accomplished, yet I achieved it with relative ease. This is no trivial matter. After Meikai's declaration, he ran around the track, completing several laps with fervor. Yuzuru Hanyu returned to his dormitory, seated upon his bed. Contemplating Meikai's words, are you suggesting that my efforts can be valid without the affirmation of others? Such sentiments often emerge from those who bask in the glory of praise, relishing the pride that comes with it. They discover that it is merely a fleeting sensation, and then, in conversation with someone unacknowledged, assert that validation is not as significant as it seems. Do you not find this cruel for those who tirelessly seek that sense of honor and pride? Their earnest pursuit is effortlessly dismissed by another, which is indeed harsh. Meikai is correct. The validation we seek from others is ultimately futile, akin to a bubble dissipating in the air. Especially when that individual revels in what one yearns for, the unfulfilled desires remain restless. Those favored possess a certain audacity. Yet even Meikai, after receiving the attention and accolades of many, might eventually grow weary of it. He may realize that what he sought is merely this, and perhaps he shares his insights with his disciples. Yuzuru Hanyu pondered, why dwell on such matters? He decided to focus on the formal competition tomorrow. Yet before that, he felt the need to refine his protective chakra technique. With that, Yuzuru Hanyu formed a hand seal, and chakra gradually began to coalesce in his palms, slowly flowing from his hands to his forearms, then shoulders, down to his abdomen, and finally to his toes. The chakra, once gray, gradually transformed into a vibrant yellow, reminiscent of bronze. Could it be that he is on the verge of transcending his current level of mastery? If he were to ascend another tier, he would be able to entirely withstand B-rank ninjutsu, exhibiting slight resistance to A-rank techniques. It appears that in future competitions or battles, he could emerge unscathed if he so desired. However, given his current state, it would be prudent to feign his abilities, as he is still a child nearing the threshold of 10 years. Excessive attention may lead one down the path of solitude, much like the fate of those stripped of their talents by the Hokage. Yet, the current Hokage has reached the status of the 4th. One wonders if he will tread the same path as the 3rd. Humph! It is done. With a resounding shout, Yuhang Yuzhen became enveloped in a crimson glow, resembling a luminous statue. Congratulations, Master, for transcending the limitations of the bronze body, achieving complete immunity to B-rank ninjutsu, and exhibiting a certain resistance to A-rank techniques, such as those pertaining to hypnosis. This immunity and absolute defense can be toggled at will. However, given the current circumstances, your assistant recommends keeping this function disabled, opting instead for mere physical defense, as ordinary physical attacks are ineffective against you at this moment. Furthermore, maintaining this concealment serves your interests well. At your tender age of under 10, suddenly exhibiting defense against A-rank ninjutsu would undoubtedly cause a significant stir. Yuhua Yuzhen, without a moment's hesitation, promptly confirmed the activation. Why would one not activate such an extraordinary skill? Gazing at the illusory blossoms, he swiftly touched the blade. In that instant, the illusory blossoms underwent a profound transformation, no longer resembling an ordinary sword, but instead emanating a palpable power. Yuhua Yuzhen felt an overwhelming force surging through his body, coalescing entirely within his hands. This force seemed to convey, in an intangible manner, the means to wield the illusory blossoms, although devoid of any remarkable skills. The possession of the illusory blossoms rendered him particularly formidable for the forthcoming competition. In the ensuing contest, Yuhua Yuzhen appeared as though he possessed an unfair advantage, nearly invincible in his pursuits. Ultimately, he triumphed in the competition, earning the admiration of all, as he secured the illusory blossoms, reveling in the attention of his peers. The voice of his assistant echoed once more in his mind. Reward for winning the competition. Click to receive an energy pack that can increase chakra at will. Chakra storage can be doubled. Initially, Yuhua Yuzhen presumed this reward would be yet another intriguing item, but upon reflection, it seemed rather mundane, likely due to the abundance of delightful rewards received previously. Thus, he decided to postpone any further considerations until he returned home. Yuhua Yuzhen was acutely aware that this victory would solidify his status as the most resplendent figure in the Hidden Leaf Village. However, he pondered its significance. Was this not precisely his initial objective? On the journey home, Mangekyou continued to accompany Yuhua Yuzhen. You are truly remarkable, securing first place in such a competition. In recent days, Mangekyou appeared significantly more robust than before. His previous despondency seemed to have lifted, and he radiated a renewed fervor. Yet, Yuhua Yuzhen regarded his achievement with indifference. With the aid of the system, such success was inevitable. Do not dwell on the past. It is behind us now. Let us focus on the future. While Yuhua Yuzhen acknowledged his first-place victory, he did not regard it as particularly significant, attributing it to his external abilities. As for Mangekyou, he was the true embodiment of strength, after all. How could a man who nearly precipitated a grand finale be dismissed as merely a phase, inconsequential? However, Mangekyou seemed to harbor a different perspective. I merely feel that when I secured first place, everyone regarded it as trivial, while you, on the other hand, received resounding applause and cheers. Perhaps we truly are different. Initially, we both appeared to be in the shadows, yet you are the one who shines like gold, while I may just be a mere stone. Yuhua Yuzhen found himself momentarily incredulous, gazing at Mangekyou. What was amiss with this fellow? Was it not said that one grows stronger in the face of adversity? Was it not believed that no matter the circumstances, one would never be vanquished? How is it that such disheartening words are now uttered, leaving one in a state of disbelief and bewilderment? Come now, what jest is this? Yuzuru Hanyu furrowed his brow tightly. Must you dwell incessantly on this matter? This is not the essence of your character. I understand this situation has deeply wounded you. Yet let us not linger on it. We have countless opportunities ahead of us. Yuzuru Hanyu was elated to learn that he had broken through a layer of his protective divine technique. However, upon hearing the assistant's disheartening news, he bit his lip and confirmed his proposal. Alas, it seems that being too invincible has its drawbacks. Yuzuru remarked, perhaps I should focus on tomorrow's competition. As he opened the envelope, the words emergency notice leaped into his view. An emergency notice? What troubles beset the Hidden Leaf Village of late? Can it not enjoy a few days of peace? With such an important selection event, could there possibly be any unforeseen changes? Dear participants, due to unforeseen circumstances, the competition will proceed directly to its final day's events, Survival Challenge. This alteration is bound to affect everyone's morale. Therefore, to compensate, the number of winners has been increased from 1 to 2. This means that participants may form teams, although each team may consist of no more than 2 members, or they may choose to compete solo. The rewards remain unchanged for individual victories, while team victories will result in a doubling of rewards, ensuring that every participant receives a prize. The details of the competition were then outlined. The survival challenge would allow participants to freely form teams prior to the competition. Each contestant would be randomly assigned to different areas of the competition map, which was surrounded by a powerful water release technique, the Great Waterfall Technique. This formidable ninjutsu would gradually constrict, closing in towards the center of the map over time. Before the competition commenced, each participant would receive a stasis gem, located at the bottom of the envelope. This gem was designed to protect them from the damage incurred by prolonged exposure to the Great Waterfall. Periodically, there would be announcements urging participants to reduce their distance. Ultimately, a small confinement circle would form at the very center of the map, where contestants would engage in a final duel. The victor would be determined as either a team or an individual. Yuzuru set the envelope down and rubbed his temples. Yet another convoluted set of rules. It gives me a headache. It's the same old trope of survival until the end. But now it's restricted by the Great Waterfall Technique. Can a mere stasis gem truly shield against such an S-rank ninjutsu? Furthermore, what is the composition of this gem? Is it some kind of treasure? A stabilizing needle? perhaps? Moreover, if everyone receives a stasis gem, how effective will it be against the Great Waterfall? Yuzuru pondered. After speaking, Yuzuru reached for the bottom of the envelope and indeed felt a cool object. He picked it up, a green, teardrop-shaped gem, approximately 5 centimeters in size. It was rather aesthetically pleasing, yet Yuzuru turned the gem over to reveal a note affixed to the bottom. This product is effective for 50 hours. Its effects will cease after this period, commencing from the start of the competition. To ensure the absolute safety of participants, the competition duration will be 45 hours. After this time, the item may be kept as a souvenir or discarded. Indeed, the elders of Konoha village have been quite thoughtful, fearing that someone might misuse the immobilizing jade, thus imposing a temporal limitation. Yahiko Yuuma stated, "Assistant, I wish to undertake today's mission. Is there a golden finger related to hypnosis?" In response, the assistant remarked that it had only located a weapon, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, a tool belonging to Aizen from Bleach, which would subtly induce hypnosis in adversaries. The method of counteracting it is to touch the blade. Shall I activate it? The assistant inquired. However, upon hearing this, my guy fell into a long silence. Yahiko Yuuma couldn't help but feel concerned, pondering what could possibly be troubling him. Could he truly believe himself to be a mere worthless stone? It was his hope that Guy would take his words to heart. If he failed to do so, it would indeed be exasperating. Previously, in the anime and manga, wasn't Guy always undeterred by adversity? How could he be reduced to such a state over a trivial matter? It seems fairy tales are mere fabrications, and everything is but a jest. As Yahiko Yuuma was lost in his worries, he suddenly noticed a crimson flame igniting behind Might Guy. Subsequently, Guy clenched his fists and assumed a horse stance. Why did this posture seem so familiar? Yuuma couldn't quite recall where he had seen it before. Yet it felt unmistakably recognizable. Then it dawned on him. Was this the very image of Guy igniting his youthful fervor? "Burn, my youth," exclaimed Guy. "Yuuma, you were correct. It is merely a minor setback. How could it possibly defeat me? This trivial matter is inconsequential. I must strive harder until my efforts transform into genuine gold, so that everyone will regard me with newfound respect and know that I am not a worthless stone." Although Yuuma was initially startled, witnessing Guy's demeanor calmed his spirit. He knew this man would not be easily vanquished. It seemed he had been overly anxious. If even this man, clad daily in a green bodysuit, could be defeated by such trivialities, then the world of the Hokage would indeed be mundane. It appeared he had overthought the situation. Henceforth, there was no need for such worries. "You nearly frightened me to death. I thought such a trivial matter would bring you down, leaving you despondent." Yet, Might Guy remained ablaze with youthful vigor, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. "Don't be absurd. How could I ever be defeated? The future awaits my resurgence, and I must strive to become stronger. Though I may presently seem inconsequential, akin to an ant, I believe that through my efforts, I will become the most significant presence in everyone's eyes. At that time, I shall no longer endure the torment of being overlooked. Yuuma, you must believe me. One day I shall achieve this, though I cannot ascertain when that day will arrive. Yet, I have faith in myself, and you believe in me too, do you not? How could one utter words of disbelief? Furthermore, the man who nearly brought about a premature conclusion to our journey will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. This is evident to all. Thus, this is merely a part of growth, progressively unveiling one's abilities, which is of utmost importance. Of course, I believe in you, so you must possess confidence in yourself. No matter the circumstances, you must remain steadfast in this regard, for it is only by doing so that he will truly become stronger. And it is through this that he will nurture a man who is more self-assured in his own power. There is nothing inherently wrong with such men. Although at times their confidence may border on folly, what does it matter? At this moment, my guy seems to be imbued with an overwhelming sense of strength. The sensation of being inspired by others is truly exhilarating. In this world, every individual requires encouragement. A mere casual remark from another can infuse one with vigor, prompting a fervent desire to effect change. Conversely, if everyone were to criticize you, despair would inevitably ensue. Even the most passionate individual may struggle to withstand endless reproach. Thus, one requires at least a single person to offer unwavering support. For as long as even one person stands beside you, you will realize that there are still those willing to support you, those who are on your side. Hence, even if it is for the sake of this one individual who recognizes me, I shall strive to improve. At times, the desires of individuals are quite simple. Merely a word of encouragement suffices. Yujin, you too must continue to strive. You cannot stop here. My guy appears to regain his fighting spirit. After all, We aim to become the strongest in this world. To halt our progress now would betray our original intentions. The two of them are indeed good friends, yet Yujin has nearly forgotten when his aspirations aligned with those of Might Guy. Rest assured, I shall not forget our so-called. Even if my own seems somewhat divergent from Might Guy's, at our core, they may indeed be akin. Ultimately, our destinations are the same. Might Guy wishes to become a stronger individual, subsequently earning recognition from all, while I, too, aspire to attain the title of the world's strongest, a master of my own destiny. After all, having traversed into the world of Naruto, how could I so easily relinquish such a splendid opportunity? As they banter joyfully on their way home, fate intervenes before they reach their destination, and Yujin's path is abruptly obstructed. To his astonishment, the one who stands in his way is none other than Mitarashi Anko. Whenever I think of Mitarashi Anko, I am reminded of how my body has changed over time. It is perplexing. Upon seeing the exquisite young lady before me, a sense of melancholy washes over me. Anko, is there something on your mind? Yet, Might Guy gazes at Mitarashi Anko with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Anko, with utmost seriousness, replies to Yuzuru Hanyu. Nothing of great consequence, but I do have a matter to discuss with him. Might Guy glances at Anko, then at the individual beside him, and tactfully states, Yuzuru, I have other matters to attend to. Do take your time conversing. With that, he swiftly performs a handstand and dashes away. This fellow is indeed a whirlwind, more rapid than anyone else. Yuzuru slightly tilts his head, sensing a fleeting breeze pass by, stirring up dust, and then he vanishes. Pray, what is it that you wish to discuss? He turns back, regarding Mitarashi Anko earnestly. There is an undeniable awkwardness between them, stemming from past events. Anko appears hesitant, her lips parting only to remain sealed, words unspoken. Yuzuru finds this rather peculiar. Is it possible for a girl like Anko to feel bashful? This revelation is quite astonishing. In the minds of many, Mitarashi Anko has always been a domineering presence, one who prioritizes her desires above all else. The opinions of others hold little sway over her. From a young age, she has regarded herself as paramount. Even when she inadvertently aligned herself with Orochimaru, she never betrayed Konoha. For Anko possesses a steadfast conviction that sets her apart from those who have been ensnared and bewildered by Orochimaru's influence. Yet, how is it that such a girl would blush in the presence of Yuzuru Hanyu? Well then, do speak your mind, Yuzuru urges, wishing to avoid further dilatory exchanges. He hopes Anko will express whatever it is that weighs on her heart. However, Anko is acutely aware that the young man before her is no longer the same. He has become quite busy. Does he lack even a moment to converse with me? Yet, despite this understanding, frustration wells within her, prompting her to utter her words with a tinge of bitterness. Yuzuru, momentarily caught off guard, responds awkwardly, it's not as you perceive. Even if I have the time, we cannot simply remain in silence. I can converse with you, but I cannot afford to engage in this silent staring contest. Finally, Anko sighs, in truth, I have no specific agenda. I merely wish to extend my congratulations. You have triumphed in the competition, securing first place, earning the admiration of many and gaining widespread recognition. Upon hearing these words, Yujin Hanyu felt an inexplicable warmth enveloping his heart, and he subsequently inquired, what about you? Do you acknowledge me as well? Red Bean Mitsuhashi, taken aback by the sudden question, stammered, huh? Yujin continued, I thought you were congratulating me for winning the competition and claiming first place, earning the admiration and recognition of everyone. Now that others regard me with newfound respect, I wonder if you also see me in a different light and acknowledge my accomplishments. Mitsuhashi, flustered by the unexpected inquiry, instinctively lowered her gaze, fixating on her own toes. Although it was merely a straightforward question, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her heart heavy with a touch of melancholy. Of course, I also see you in a different light and recognize your achievements, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm just an ordinary person, much like everyone else. This time, you truly excelled. You astonished not only everyone around you, but me as well. Moreover, you've caught the attention of Lord Hokage, and I believe your future holds limitless potential. As she spoke, her head remained bowed. However, Yujin felt that there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. What limitless potential could there possibly be? This world differs greatly from the ordinary one. At most, he might have a chance to ascend to the position of Hokage. Yet he harbored no interest in that role. Furthermore, if memory served him correctly, in a few years, it would be the era of Minato Namake's assuming the Hokage title. What relevance did that hold for him? Even though he had arrived in the world of Hokage and disrupted the status quo, it would hardly alter the grand trajectory of events. Thus, these matters seemed irrelevant to him, warranting no further contemplation. He believed it best to follow the natural course of events. Yet, the words spoken by Mitsuhashi lingered in his mind. Although Yuzuru Hanyu harbored such thoughts in his heart, he nevertheless smiled faintly at Azuki Mitarashi. I appreciate your words, but who can truly ascertain the future? Yuzuru was acutely aware that his ambition did not lie in becoming a Hokage, nor did he believe in the notion of limitless potential. Knowing his true purpose was of utmost importance. However, regardless of what he aspired to achieve, the foremost task was to grow stronger. For only by becoming stronger could one possess the authority to dictate their own path. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Azuki Mitarashi suddenly became quite indignant upon hearing this. That's not true. You have just won the championship, earning the respect of everyone around you. Surely, it won't be long before the higher-ups of our Konoha ninja village seek you out. Yuzuru simply shook his head in response. But that is not what I desire at all. Azuki, perplexed by his words, inquired, then what is it that you truly wish for? We have yet to graduate from the ninja academy. If the higher-ups were to approach you, you might enter the Umbu and receive special training. In time, you would undoubtedly become stronger. Everyone aspires to that. Why do you not? Yuzuru felt that following such a path would be less appealing than proceeding at a measured pace. I certainly wish to pursue what I desire. I do not wish to join the Umbu. I want to graduate from the ninja academy and become an outstanding Chunin. To swiftly pass the Chunin exams and subsequently become a Chunin, and then a Jonin. I aim to achieve all this in the shortest time possible, proving to all who once looked down upon me that I am, in fact, the true genius. It was merely a matter of pride, a breath caught in his throat, the timing of which he could not comprehend. Though Azuki did not quite understand why this individual before her held such beliefs, upon reflection, she realized there was no fault in his perspective. Everyone harbored their own thoughts. She, however, felt that being directly selected by the higher-ups to enter the Umbu was an extraordinary honor. If this is the path you wish to take, I shall support you wholeheartedly. For reasons she could not fathom, Azuki appeared particularly gentle and understanding at that moment, leaving Yuzuru feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Thank you for your support. You must also strive to become stronger. Why are you being so polite with me? Are we not friends? Azuki, with her bold, tomboyish demeanor, suddenly placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, her voice resounding with an intensity that could shatter eardrums. Yuzuru found himself feeling a touch awkward. He wondered what had prompted Azuki's sudden outburst. The heart of a girl is indeed as elusive as a needle in the ocean, often leaving one utterly perplexed. One moment, she greets you with a radiant smile, and the next, her expression shifts to one of cold indifference, akin to the swift transformation seen in a Peking opera performance. Yuzuru instinctively touched his eardrum and remarked, no, it's not that. You merely perceive my politeness. We are, of course, good friends. However, I beg to differ. I believe that you are undeniably being overly courteous. If we are friends, then in our future conversations, let us dispense with such formalities. Would it not be better to be more relaxed and casual? At least that would foster a sense of intimacy between us. Yuzuru Hanyu found it somewhat peculiar that Mitarashi Anko seemed to harbor feelings for him. However, under normal circumstances, this should not be the case. In the world of Naruto, Anko had always been single, and one would assume that a girl of her nature would never have experienced romantic affections throughout her life. Though undeniably alluring in her youth, she had consistently embodied a strong, independent spirit, suggesting that she was more than capable of fending for herself. Why then? Did the current Anko appear to resemble a young girl just discovering the flutterings of first love? Instinctively, Yuzuru swallowed hard. As long as she was happy, that was what mattered. Perhaps, at that moment, he was indeed a bit of a straightforward man, but what could he do? Could he actually utter the words, "You are truly adorable," to a girl like Anko? That would be exceedingly awkward. Such remarks might be more fitting for someone like Karina Yuhi. Yet addressing them to Anko felt utterly impossible. Yet, Anko seemed to interpret his words as compliments, glowing with delight and a rosy blush adorning her cheeks. Do you wish for my happiness? As long as you are well, I shall be content. This only deepened Yuzuru's contemplation. Perhaps girls in the throes of infatuation were indeed baffling creatures, often rendering their intellects to mere shadows of their true selves, leading to actions and words that defied belief. The current Anko appeared to take every utterance as a form of praise, entirely oblivious to whether his words were forced or merely polite. But is this not the essence of humanity? At times, we revel in self-deception, convinced that every word is tailored to our favor, believing that all sentiments are harmonious. In truth, much of this is merely a construct of their own imaginations. Suddenly, Anko regarded him with a serious demeanor, her eyes sparkling, prompting Yuzuru to feel an unsettling premonition. Was she about to divulge something significant? Yuzuru Hanyu. I have something important to tell you. We are conversing, are we not? Please, share whatever is on your mind, he replied, swallowing hard once more. The unpredictable nature of girls left him perplexed. In the midst of conversation, their expressions and attitudes could shift dramatically. One must remain vigilant. For a moment's inattention could lead to heartache. The girl before him epitomized this enigma, or perhaps all the female characters in Naruto were similarly enigmatic. In this era, Anko and Kurenai stood as prime examples. The two girls exemplified a rather perplexing demeanor, leaving one bewildered. Midashirai Anko wore an expression of hesitation, uttering only a solitary "I" before falling silent for an extended moment. Suddenly, Yahiko Yuuma recalled the times he had watched dramas, where girls would often display a similar demeanor when confessing to boys. Could it be that Midashirai Anko intended to confess her feelings to him? What a jest! The very thought of such a girl confessing to him was daunting. The potential consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. Please do not hesitate. Speak your mind, Yahiko Yuuma implored, feeling as though his heart might not endure the suspense any longer. I have already stated that we are good friends, so feel free to express yourself candidly. Midashirai Anko slightly lowered her head, glancing at her toes, and then, as if summoning courage, lifted her gaze to meet Yahiko Yuuma's. Since you have urged me, I shall no longer withhold my words. Allow me to convey my feelings directly. At this juncture, Midashirai Anko paused momentarily, then articulated each word deliberately. Midashirai Anko's. Like you, Yahiko Yuuma. Upon hearing this proclamation, Yahiko Yuuma felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Good heavens! His suspicions were confirmed. This girl truly intended to confess her feelings to him. How could women in this world be so fearsome? They seemed to engage in confessions with such ease. Even while still enrolled in the ninja academy, how could their hormones be awakening so swiftly? Although he had observed Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka harboring affections for Sasuke Uchiha while still at the academy in Naruto, it felt utterly surreal for such a scenario to unfold in his own life, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Yahiko Yuuma reflected on his initial days at the ninja academy, when he had been regarded as the underdog and faced disdain from his peers, including the girls who rarely acknowledged him. Now, however, he found himself the object of affection for numerous girls, including someone as perfect as Midashirai Anko. He truly recognized the significant transformation he had undergone. Yet, some matters cannot simply be addressed by reciprocating a confession. Do not jest, Anko. Yahiko Yuuma feigned ignorance, scratching the back of his ear. Some jokes are not to be made lightly. However, upon hearing this, Midashirai Anko felt ready to explode. You big oaf. I am not joking. I speak from the heart. I genuinely like you. The frustration of a girl igniting in anger often stems from the difficulty of mustering the courage to confess her feelings, only to be dismissed as a jest. Even a girl with a strong personality like Midashirai Anko would likely feel the same. This is a common affliction among girls who, despite their earnestness and unwavering effort, often find their heartfelt endeavors dismissed as trivial by others. Such a response, akin to evasion, is profoundly disheartening. And it is easy to imagine that any girl in this predicament would feel a surge of indignation, perhaps even reaching a breaking point. In that moment, Yuzuru Hanyu could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment as he swallowed hard, gazing at the fiery red beam before him. One could hardly dismiss the possibility that, in a fit of rage, this spirited girl might resort to physical confrontation. With a personality as robust as hers, it is indeed plausible that she might act on such impulses when provoked. Thus, it seems prudent to brace oneself mentally and exercise a modicum of caution, after all. The repercussions of such an encounter could be quite unfavorable. I genuinely adore you. I am not jesting. I implore you to take my words seriously. Even if you wish to evade this matter, please do not do so, for it is a disservice to me. You are not that kind of boy, I know it. Therefore, I will reiterate. I, Midashirai Anko, am fond of you, Yuzuru Hanyu. Is this earnest enough? It hardly seems like a jest, does it? Yuzuru Hanyu felt increasingly awkward. If Azuki Mitarai had simply descended the steps and declared that she was merely jesting, it would have been far better. However, it was unexpected that this girl would take it so seriously, even reiterating her sentiments, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Nevertheless, he resolved to confront the situation. Although Yuzuru Hanyu perceived himself as nothing more than a boy akin to an elementary student at this stage, he recognized the maturity that lay within. As a grown man, he could not evade the issue, even if he wished to avoid it. He had to compel himself to confront it. Otherwise, as Azuki Mitarai had pointed out, it would be a sign of disrespect towards a girl. Azuki, I appreciate your affection, he finally admitted after a long silence, sighing deeply. However, I believe that at our age, it is inappropriate to discuss notions of love. I will remember your confession. And when we grow older, I shall ask you again, all right? Upon hearing such words, Azuki Mitarai pondered for a moment before inquiring. When you say when we grow older, how much older do you mean? Yuzuru Hanyu understood that if he did not provide a definitive answer, she would likely continue to press him for one, so he resolved to give a reasonably accurate response. How about when we graduate from ninja school and become genin? At that point, even if we are merely 11 or 12 years old, akin to elementary students, it would still be a significant improvement over now. Azuki Mitarai nodded enthusiastically. I look forward to being in the same class as you then. I believe you will surely come to like me. With that, she did not linger further, but turned to leave. I'm heading home now. Make sure to rest well. Watching her skip away joyfully, he let out another sigh. In truth, Yuzuru Hanyu felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. At this age, they were still so innocent, despite their daily training and efforts to improve themselves. Each person remained quite naive, still possessing the leisure to harbor affections for others. They had not yet reached the point where they would cast aside all emotions in pursuit of strength. In fact, this simplicity was rather lovely. He only hoped that, through his influence, Azuki Mitarai would not seek refuge with Orochimaru and become a serpent woman. Although certain things seemed unchangeable, one need not follow the established path entirely. He believed he could alter Azuki Mitarai's fate, as long as she continued to hold feelings for him at that time. Yuzuru Hanyu retained a measure of confidence. But observing Azuki Mitarai's innocence led him to believe she would not compromise her ideals for power. Yet, if memory served, Orochimaru had coerced Chief Azuki in the past. He hoped to protect this girl in the future. In this world, every girl embodies a certain fragility. Even those with a strong demeanor, often perceived as capable of self-protection, are, in essence, merely girls who retreat into corners, clutching their knees and shedding tears. Thus, these girls yearn for protection. They are, after all, vulnerable. The same holds true for Mitsubashi Azuki. Mitsubashi Azuki finds herself in a state of discontent. It seems that every girl encounters moments that leave them feeling somewhat despondent. After Yahiko Yuuma departed, Mitsubashi Azuki found a spot by the riverbank to sit and cast stones into the water. As the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight enveloped the sky, she felt no inclination to return home, uncertain of how long she had lingered by the river. It was only when the sun had completely set and darkness descended that a voice, rich and magnetic, broke the silence. What brings you to sit here all alone, child? Turning slightly, she beheld a man with flowing hair and a pallid complexion, a visage that struck her as vaguely familiar yet elusive in her recollection. I'm feeling down and have no desire to go home, she confessed. For reasons unknown, she found this man's presence oddly comforting, devoid of fear or apprehension. And thus she shared her troubled heart with him. The man stood silently behind her, contemplating her sorrow. What troubles you, dear child? You must still be attending the Ninja Academy. What burdens could weigh so heavily upon such young shoulders? Indeed, at her age, it was unusual for a child like Mitsubashi Azuki to bear any significant worries. Yet, she felt as though her heart was laden with unarticulated concerns, a sentiment that rendered her somewhat helpless. With a sigh, she pondered her plight. I cannot articulate it. I merely feel that in this world, so many things do not unfold as I wish. Why can't fate allow me to pursue my desires freely? The man chuckled softly at her words. If every individual could fulfill their every wish, this world would be devoid of suffering, trials, and conflict. Yet, the presence of hardship and strife persists. Ultimately, it is because we cannot always act according to our desires that we strive and toil. Upon hearing his insight, Mitsubashi Azuki nodded thoughtfully. You are right. I suppose if I put forth effort, perhaps I will ultimately achieve my goals. I am not entirely certain. Yet what I do know is that effort does not always guarantee the attainment of one's goals. However, without exertion, one is assuredly destined to fail in achieving them. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, one must endeavor to try in order to ascertain whether they can ultimately fulfill their aspirations. At this juncture, the man lifted his gaze toward the depths of the river. Engaging in pursuits that resonate with one's desires is the path to a life devoid of regret. For in this world, how many individuals find themselves unable to pursue their true passions? What seems to be a minor challenge can, through relentless effort, appear insurmountable, leading to a plethora of disappointments. Perhaps this is what is commonly referred to as the misfortunes of life, with a high likelihood of 9 out of 10 encounters being unfavorable. Yet, for some, It feels as if their entire existence is steeped in discontent. In such moments, one might feel compelled to lament, particularly when observing the young girl whose life has merely begun to blossom. How could she already encounter such tribulations? The girl, Uchiha Akane, appeared somewhat perplexed, turning to regard the man behind her. After all, Uchiha Akane was but a child, and these profound musings eluded her comprehension. Yet, every individual possesses intelligence. Indeed, this little girl was extraordinarily astute, though the significance of his words remained somewhat beyond her grasp. What must I do to achieve what I desire? She inquired. The man chuckled with a hint of resignation. Who could possibly offer you an answer to that? It is a journey of self-discovery. It depends on what you seek. Is it strength, or perhaps something else? If it is strength you desire, I can provide it to you. For reasons unknown, as he spoke, Uchiha Akane instinctively furrowed her brow. How can you grant me strength? Everyone strives to become stronger. Why do you speak of it so effortlessly? The man's presence in the Hidden Leaf Village, coupled with such audacious claims, suggested he was no ordinary figure. Yet, he merely responded with a mysterious smile. Just remember my name. I am Orochimaru. Little did Uchiha Akane know that this name would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. She initially perceived their encounter as a mere coincidence, unaware that it would become a lasting association. Gazing at Orochimaru with a look of bewilderment, she remarked, I have never heard of you before. Who are you? Yet, in response to her inquiry, Orochimaru simply smiled enigmatically. You may not comprehend this now, for you are but a child. However, just because you do not understand at this moment does not imply that you will remain oblivious forever. There shall come a day when you will know who I am and remember my name with unwavering clarity. I believe that every individual in this world harbors a desire for power and aspires to grow stronger. This strength is something only I can bestow upon you. For I offer a shortcut. Orochimaru, perplexed by his own feelings, found himself somewhat admiring the young girl before him. Though she appeared diminutive and ordinary, there was an undeniable resilience reflected in her gaze. Such tenacity in a child is worthy of attention. Orochimaru understood that this child would inevitably seek him out one day. While he could not predict when that day would arrive, he was content to wait, for he suspected it would come sooner than expected. At that time, Akatsuki's red bean was still quite young and struggled to comprehend Orochimaru's words. She gazed at him with confusion, perceiving his discourse as incomprehensible as a foreign script. What are you saying? Are you attempting to abduct children? She jested, fully aware that even in the Hidden Leaf Village, children like herself possess some degree of strength, making it an unlikely target for child abduction. Orochimaru chuckled at her remark. Would a kidnapper seek out your mother? There are countless children weaker than you. Do you think I would be unaware of the potent force within you? Fear not. I have no intention of abducting you. In response to his words, Akatsuki merely smiled. Are you suggesting that I am indeed strong? That if one were to abduct children, they would seek out those more vulnerable than I, rather than someone capable of self-defense? Orochimaru did not evade the question and nodded in affirmation. That is essentially the sentiment. I see a distinct spark in your eyes. You are not like those frail children. You possess ambitions and desires that you will strive to fulfill. However, I can only present you with two paths. One is the conventional route, and the other is to seek me out. Of course, I offer a shortcut. The question remains, do you truly wish to pursue this path? The choice is yours. And should you decide to find me one day, I will welcome you with open arms. After a moment of contemplation, Akatsuki inquired, why do you seem so certain that I will seek you out one day? Orochimaru simply smiled, because I understand that when you desire something, you will endeavor to attain it. Yet, effort is the slowest method. Seeking me is the shortcut. If you wish to swiftly acquire your desires, then the path to me is your only option. Mitarashi Anko furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, Orochimaru, you are not a villain, are you? Do you intend to deceive me in some manner? However, Orochimaru merely squinted his eyes and replied, my dear girl, what could you possibly possess that would warrant my deceit? You are but a child. What purpose would it serve for me to trick you? Even if I were to deceive you, what would be my motive? I am not one who engages in the trafficking of children. You may inquire with the third Hokage, but alas, I forget. You are merely a child and cannot possibly meet him. Perhaps you should ask your teacher if they are familiar with a man named Orochimaru. That should clarify whether I am being truthful. Mitarashi Anko felt utterly bewildered by his words, unable to discern the truth behind the man's statements. Her brows remained tightly knitted, as she sensed an inexplicable feeling of having been deceived, yet could not articulate it. What on earth are you talking about? I shall not converse with you any longer. With that, she attempted to rise and flee. Yet even as the girl made her escape, Orochimaru continued to gaze at her retreating figure. At that moment, Orochimaru had already begun to contemplate his departure from the Hidden Leaf Village, though he was not yet prepared to leave. Instead, he commenced his preparations, seeking out promising subjects for his experiments, and he deemed Mitarashi Anko to be a particularly suitable candidate. He hoped that one day, she would come seeking him out of her own volition, rather than leaving him with regrets or second thoughts. Observing the tenacity reflected in her eyes, he believed that there was a genuine possibility she would indeed seek him out in the future. Some individuals possess an unmistakable aura that draws attention, and Mitarashi Anko was undoubtedly a quintessential representative of such people. Orochimaru had faith in his discerning eye. He would never misjudge. He was convinced that she would eventually shine before him, and thus he would achieve his aspirations with relative ease. As Orochimaru pondered these thoughts, a figure suddenly emerged beside him. "You're not frightening that poor girl again, are you? Look at how terrified she is," Tsunade, the Senju, remarked, rolling her eyes. Orochimaru cast a casual glance at Tsunade and retorted, "Do I appear to be the type who would frighten a young girl? Perhaps not. But you certainly have a way of instilling fear. Just look at you, so composed. Yet you have no idea what you might have said to make her run off in such a panic." Tsunade stood up, exasperated. "I've been searching for you everywhere, only to find you here, toying with that innocent girl. How can you find amusement in this?" Orochimaru instinctively rolled his eyes in response. "Can you refrain from slandering me? Such antics are more suited to Jiraiya, wouldn't you agree? Are we on a mission?" Konoha Tsunade simply chuckled. "Naturally, I can only steal glances. Unlike you, who is brazenly teasing the young lady. Of course, there's a mission at hand. I wouldn't have sought you out otherwise. Seeing you flirt with the girl makes me feel rather embarrassed to approach. Had she not run off, I truly would have wondered if I could still find you for this task. What's the matter? If I were genuinely flirting with her, would you stand by and watch without intervening?" Orochimaru remarked, unperturbed as he continued to engage with Tsunade. "Is there a task you cannot handle? Or is it that Jiraiya is too preoccupied? How could Jiraiya possibly be too busy? Is he sneaking peeks at other girls bathing?" Tsunade replied, merely adjusting her satchel. "I came to find you precisely because this is a task that cannot be accomplished alone. Naturally, I have already been waiting at the village gate." Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly. "So, this is an A rank or higher mission." The three of them had become recognized as formidable ninjas within the Hidden Leaf Village. So under normal circumstances, any issues could be resolved with one of them leading a group of other ninjas. If all three were to mobilize together, it would indicate the gravity of the task at hand. Tsunade shrugged. "It is an S-rank mission. Otherwise, why would I seek you out? Jiraiya and I can hardly manage even an A-rank mission alone." Orochimaru instinctively frowned. How could there still be S-rank missions? With a resigned shrug, Tsunade responded, "I can't quite fathom the situation either. This mission was directly communicated to me by the Hokage. He mentioned that it is no simple task and advised us all to exercise caution." Orochimaru nodded. "Since this is indeed an S-rank mission, and of such urgency, we shouldn't waste any more time here. Let us move swiftly." In truth, Tsunade had always been rather languid when it came to missions, and in comparison, even Jiraiya displayed more vigor than she did. After all, she was a lady, inclined towards a more relaxed demeanor, accustomed to leisure. Moreover, it had been quite some time since they had undertaken an S-rank mission. Although their combined strength was formidable, they had mostly engaged in B or A-rank tasks lately. The prospect of an S-rank mission now felt relatively daunting, especially given that it had been a considerable duration since the three of them had worked together. This fact left them somewhat astonished and helpless. However, Tsunade was not particularly eager to embark on this mission so hastily. Although it was indeed an S-rank task, she had hoped to linger a while longer with Orochimaru. After all, she had never witnessed him make the first move to engage in conversation, particularly with such a young lady. This might have been commonplace for Jiraiya, yet for Orochimaru, it was likely a first in his life. "It is precisely because this is the first time in my life that it is truly shocking and undeniably different." Orochimaru, however, found it unremarkable. "I hope you can take your task seriously." After saying this, Orochimaru turned to leave. Tsunade, initially wishing to say more, turned her head only to find Orochimaru's shadow had vanished, leaving her to silently follow behind, mumbling to herself about what a peculiar man he was. At this moment, Orochimaru harbored a subtle rebellion within, a sentiment that perhaps you were unaware of. Nevertheless, the existence of unrecognized thoughts does not imply their non-existence. Within Orochimaru's heart, nothing essential would be lacking. Upon returning home, Yuhua Yujin noticed an unusual expression on his parents' faces. His father appeared stern, his countenance dark as he sat in the main seat of the house, the meal before him untouched. His mother quietly served the dishes without uttering a word. Yuhua Yujin changed his shoes and entered, announcing, "I'm back, Mom and Dad." Yet, there was no response. He was perplexed by the sudden shift in their demeanor, sensing something was amiss in their expressions and attitudes towards him. After washing up, he sat down to eat, but at that moment, his parents seemed intent on ignoring him. "Dad, Mom, do you have something on your minds?" His mother, having placed the last dish on the table, finally sat beside him. "I heard you won first place in the competition and became the champion?" Yuhua Yujin served himself a bowl of rice, responding, "Yes." His mother sighed. "Why do you shine so brightly, drawing everyone's attention? Do you realize that by winning first place, you have overshadowed the other families?" Though his parents were merely ordinary people, they understood certain matters better than anyone else. This concern stemmed from their love for their child, compelling them to grasp the situation fully, even if they lacked complete understanding. They feared for their child's well-being, leading them to be vigilant. Just like a child, they sought to inquire more. Yuhua Yujin perhaps failed to notice the way his parents bent over, asking others about the situation, only to be met with impatience. His parents were not flustered, embodying the appearance of perpetual inquiry. Yuhua Yujin often thought of himself as someone who had crossed over, believing that these parents were not truly his own, and he would only touch upon the matter lightly. Yet he overlooked that to them, he was indeed their real child. They were unaware of his otherworldly origins and believed he was the child they had nurtured over the course of 10 months, naturally holding him dear, unable to disregard or ignore him. Concerning this situation, Yuhua Yujin was at a loss for how to respond. After pondering for a while, he finally spoke softly. "Do my parents wish for me to avoid the spotlight? Is that truly effective? In light of the current circumstances, one ought to be more conspicuous." Upon hearing this, my father set down his chopsticks. "We are merely ordinary individuals. My parents possess limited capabilities. Although they brought you into the world, you have excelled remarkably, securing first place in a prestigious competition and garnering admiration from all. They understand how vital external validation is for you. In this competition, your victory would earn you recognition. Thus you exerted every ounce of effort to triumph. Comparatively, my father comprehends more than my mother. He is more attuned to the thoughts of his child. Your relentless endeavor to surpass everyone is driven by a desire for affirmation and acknowledgement. However, my parents are acutely aware of how arduous this recognition is to attain. You have triumphed over the Hyuga Clan, vanquished members of the Uchiha Clan, and defeated representatives from various prominent families. In the Hidden Leaf Village, a child of humble origins has, like a prodigy, overcome all adversaries. What a terrifying prospect this is for those esteemed families. Each year, they yearn for an exceptional individual to emerge from their lineage, yet now, the brightest star among your cohort is you. Even if my parents are not fully aware of your endeavors, they have certainly heard of Hatake Kakashi, the son of the legendary White Fang, renowned as a genius from an early age. Yet, you have eclipsed Kakashi's brilliance entirely. Consider the magnitude of your reputation. How many will harbor disdain or resentment towards you? Will there be those who seek vengeance? Will dissatisfaction arise from your accomplishments? You focus solely on standing out, on making an impression that compels others to take notice. Yet, you fail to realize that your extraordinary nature, as a child from an ordinary family, renders you a target. My father's thoughts and actions are invariably more profound than my mother's, for he is a man of composure. Even if my mother harbors concerns, she lacks the means to articulate her feelings as my father does. Yuuma Hanyu has not contemplated these matters, for they seem unnecessary, even if he did. Such thoughts would not impede his progress. Thus, there is little point in overthinking, since this is ultimately his path. Whether he contemplates it or not holds little significance. Father and mother, now that I have embraced the life of a ninja, I should not cower. Having achieved first place, why should I conceal my abilities? If I do so, who will recognize me? I wish for certain individuals to see my potential, yet I cannot prevent those I wish to remain blind to my abilities from witnessing them. Therefore, some aspects are both advantageous and disadvantageous, realities I cannot evade. Yujin Yahara earnestly yearns for the day when his parents can enjoy their meals without fear, for he has now acquired the strength to withstand the whispers of malice and the schemes that seek to ensnare him, cleansing himself of all discontent. Perhaps his parents remain ensnared in the past, believing that if he shines too brightly in the present, it will incite jealousy, rendering the Uchiha clan as adversaries intent on his eradication. Yet, even if that were true, he is resolute in his ability to shoulder responsibilities alone. And what does it matter if he is still but a child? It seems his parents do not share this conviction. They are consumed by worry and fear. Upon hearing his words, his father fell silent, recognizing the wisdom in his son's perspective. While parents may fret for their offspring, some circumstances are indeed unavoidable. It cannot be said that concern should dictate how one acts. Yujin Yuhara has long since charted his own course, whether it is deemed good or bad. He bears it alone, for the opinions of others hold no significance. If one has chosen the path of a ninja yet cowers daily, it would be better not to pursue that path at all. In contrast, his mother struggles to comprehend his resolve. Perhaps it is due to her tender heart. For a child is a piece of oneself. Any hint of harm causes her immense pain. Nevertheless, one must exercise caution. She knows well that their home lacks the means to protect him. There exists a possibility that those he provokes may also bring harm to her. Shouldn't he contemplate his actions more carefully? Concealing one's brilliance and strength is not inherently negative. After all, if one possesses true capability, it will shine forth in due time. Gold will always glimmer, even if it does not need to be displayed ostentatiously. Indeed, one cannot dismiss the validity of his mother's concerns, for her worries are not unfounded. Yet, what does that matter? Regardless of how reasonable her words may be, or how correct his current actions might appear, he has made his choices and embarked upon his path. Mother, I must be seen by everyone, he insists. For if he remains unnoticed, he will merely be perceived as a laggard, a coward, retreating from every challenge. In such a state, he would earn no respect and be subject to bullying. Now, having secured first place in the competition, even the Hokage regards him with newfound respect. Not to mention the shift in how those around him perceive him. They will surely regard him with trepidation, for they know their intentions to intimidate him have now faltered. Thus, this serves as a warning to others. Yujin Yuhara and his mother hold divergent views and pursue different courses of action. He hopes she can understand his perspective while acknowledging that his choices may indeed be fraught with peril. Parents often harbor particularly conservative views. Yet it is precisely due to the generational gap and differing perspectives that their actions ultimately diverge. The mother does not fail to comprehend her child. However, upon hearing those words, she remains disheartened. After all, in the depths of her heart, the child's safety outweighs all else. While the sentiments expressed by the child may indeed hold validity, what does it matter? If such matters could jeopardize the child's well-being, it would be better to refrain from pursuing them. Nevertheless, the father had previously conveyed to the mother that the child has their own path to tread. Although the child may be young, their heart has matured, and certain truths require no further elaboration from the parents. Thus, they choose to speak less, allowing their intentions to be understood without the need for persuasion. Consequently, at this moment, the mother remains silent, yet her heart is heavy with melancholy. Yujin, affected by his parents' words, finds himself devoid of appetite, setting down his chopsticks and rising from the table. I am full. I shall return to my room to rest. After Yujin Yuhara departed, his mother was almost reduced to tears in her desperation. You cannot fathom the expressions on the faces of the Uchiha clan members after my child triumphed in the competition today. Each of them appeared as though they were ready to devour someone. This thought weighed heavily on my heart, causing me to feel nauseous. However, after speaking with my child, he remained unchanged, exhibiting no intention of tempering his exuberance. What shall we do? Meanwhile, his father simply picked up his chopsticks, intending to continue his meal. The child had previously declared that he must showcase all his abilities to garner recognition, believing that with his skills, no one could easily bully him. He indeed secured victory, clinching first place, yet one must not forget that his competitors were all children of his age. The Uchiha clan comprises more than just children. Recalling past events only deepened the anxiety within me. It is true that the Uchiha clan need not engage with a child on such matters. Yet my fear lies in the fact that our child's brilliance may attract unwarranted attention, leading to unforeseen and unspeakable repercussions. The father also harbored concerns, as even the mention of this matter extinguished his appetite. But what good does it do for us to worry together? The child is charting his own path. He is nearing graduation from the Ninja Academy, having grown up considerably. There is no longer a necessity for him to adhere to our dictates. Thus, we must allow him to navigate his own course. After all, he has chosen this path and is capable of bearing its weight alone. Our worries and attempts at persuasion are ultimately inconsequential, so all we can do now is place our trust in him. The father understood how vital trust is for a child. Since they were powerless to intervene otherwise, they decided to extend their faith in him. At the very least, this would assure the child that no matter what he undertook, his parents would always be there to support him, alleviating his fears as he forges ahead. After listening to his father's words and contemplating for a while, Despite the visible concern etched on his face, he refrained from uttering further comments. Upon returning to his room, Johanna began his training. Just then, an alert from the system chimed. Someone from the Uchiha clan has marked you with their Sharingan. Hearing this notification, Johanna felt a twinge of curiosity, pausing his training to ponder. Each member of the Uchiha clan possesses a Sharingan, but how could they mark others? This concept had not been mentioned in the previous Naruto series. Was this something previously unaddressed in the storyline? Who could have marked me? Although Johanna found this perplexing, he began to inquire further. After all, it is likely that the members of the Uchiha clan harbor little affection for themselves. If someone were to indeed mark them, it would be prudent to exercise caution, for given the fierce disposition characteristic of their lineage, one could potentially meet an untimely demise by their hands. Such a scenario would be rather terrifying. The eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, Itachi Uchiha, has marked you. The eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, Itachi Uchiha, has marked you. Yujin Yuhuin furrowed his brow. The eldest son of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, he was once regarded as a godlike figure in the realm of Naruto. A man revered as Itachi-sama. How could this man possibly mark himself? What on earth could this mean? Could it be that his own remarkable performance had drawn Itachi's attention? Yuhuin felt a twinge of apprehension. If it were anyone else, it would be of little concern. Yet, Uchiha Itachi was a nearly omnipotent being. Even in his defeat to Uchiha Sasuke, it was merely a concession on Itachi's part. This man epitomized perfection. If he had chosen to mark Yuhuin as a target, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Seated on his bed, Yuhuin found himself deep in contemplation, realizing that this situation would not be easily resolved. It seemed imperative to devise ways to befriend this formidable individual. If friendship proved unattainable, at the very least, avoiding enmity was crucial. Once certain relationships were forged, the consequences could be dire. Such a frightening connection was best avoided at all costs. Uchiha Itachi, a figure that instilled fear in many. Why had he marked me? Yuhuin mused, not truly expecting a response from the system, for the system was not omnipotent. Even if it were formidable, there were undoubtedly matters beyond its comprehension. To his surprise, after his inquiry, the system emitted a notification. Uchiha Itachi, having witnessed your performance in the tournament, has taken a keen interest in you, and thus marked you. So it was indeed due to this. Was he friend or foe? Yuhuin held some hope in asking the system, but after a prolonged silence, it finally sighed. The system is unable to discern whether the other is friend or foe. Indeed, he had perhaps placed too much faith in the system's capabilities. What was to be done next? Should he act as though he were oblivious? However, once aware of such matters, it would be impossible to disregard them entirely. Lying on his bed, Yuhuin gazed at the ceiling, contemplating his own strength. If he had caught the attention of Uchiha Itachi, could it not be possible that for the sake of the Uchiha clan's interests, he might be eliminated? Itachi, wholly devoted to the Hidden Leaf Village, had even resorted to annihilating his own family for its sake. Such a man, if he deemed Yuhuin a threat, he would likely show no mercy. Should he bring harm to the village, it was likely that his life would soon be forfeit. At this moment, Yuzuki Yuuma couldn't help but extend his small hands, gazing at his tender, undeveloped fingers. He was merely at the tender age of 5 or 6, still a student in this school, yet he found himself comparing his youth to that of Uchiha Itachi, who was not much older than him. However, Uchiha Itachi was a prodigy, capable of standing alone at such a young age. Although Itachi's mind had yet to mature fully, it was likely that his abilities were growing increasingly formidable. Yuuma realized that it was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with him now, for once Uchiha matured further, many matters would no longer be easily resolved. Yuzuru Yuuma found himself in a state of unrest, unable to find solace in sleep throughout the night, awakening repeatedly in the early hours. Rising far too early this day, while his parents remained ensconced in slumber, he quietly slipped out the door. The morning air was refreshingly invigorating, as the sun had only just begun its ascent. At that moment, the surroundings were truly delightful, strolling along the path. He felt the coolness of the air and the gentle caress of the breeze, a sensation of unparalleled comfort, despite having risen early on other occasions. Yuuma had never experienced such a delightful feeling. Just as he contemplated this blissful state, a sudden gust of dust swept past him, leaving him in a disheveled state. Momentarily embarrassed, he turned to see none other than Mangekyou, who wore an expression of exasperation, accompanied by an eye roll. "You're up so early today? Weren't we supposed to train together every day?" However, upon spotting Yuuma, Mangekyou stood tall and added, "I haven't seen you around lately, but here you are today." Yuuma chuckled awkwardly. It was the competition. I was a bit fatigued. I woke up early for some reason today and didn't expect to run into you. Might Guy, however, tightened his fists. How could you not expect to see me? I train here every day. Indeed, he had a point. This was a man who had dedicated himself to relentless training day in and day out since childhood. Regardless of the hardships and exhaustion, he treated them as inconsequential. Such fervent youthful spirit was a rare quality, yet it was commendable. But you seem a bit downcast, don't you? Might Guy pondered. Realizing that having encountered a friend so early in the day, they might as well take a walk and converse. Missing a day of training was not a significant issue. Yuuma sighed and nodded. It was manageable enough. He felt a bit fatigued from the lack of sleep the previous night and thought that since he was already awake, a walk might help clear his mind, as his head felt heavy and disconcerting. Might Guy, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly. Is something troubling you? Shouldn't you be celebrating your victory? Yuuma, however, merely scoffed in response. What does winning the competition matter? What significance does taking first place hold? It only serves to transform me into a target of scrutiny, a thorn in the side of others. Being too dazzling may very well blind those around me. And naturally, they will seek to hold me accountable. Might Guy, a simple-minded and passionate youth, found it difficult to comprehend his friend's sentiments. He instinctively reached up to scratch his head, pondering the weight of Yuuma's words. A hint of confusion crossed my mind as I struggled to comprehend your words. What do you truly mean? Yuzuru Hanyu, however, could only manage a wry smile and replied, do you genuinely believe that securing first place in the competition is a blessing? Winning this contest has thrust me into the spotlight, where both admirers and detractors alike now scrutinize me. Everyone is aware of my capabilities, recognizing that I am not merely a timid and ineffectual individual, but rather a prodigy. Do you think envy does not lurk in the hearts of those who observe me? This notoriety breeds resentment. Each person is bound to remember my triumph, my ascent to first place. Do not forget the esteemed competitors in this event. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were represented, formidable lineages indeed. Yet, despite their noble heritage, they faltered while I, an ordinary participant, emerged victorious. Consider the sentiments of those who were so confident in their own success. They must surely think that this unexpected dark horse must be swiftly dealt with. For who can endure the humiliation of defeat at the hands of someone they deem inferior? I reflect upon the concerns expressed by my parents and the words exchanged with the system, and a profound sense of melancholy envelopes me. My emotions mirror this inner turmoil. Do you comprehend the depths of my despair? I am acutely aware that I have become the target of collective animosity. Each individual likely harbors the desire to eliminate me. For I hail from humble beginnings, my parents are not even ninjas. In their eyes, how could someone like me possibly emerge victorious? This very perception has engendered jealousy and resentment from all quarters. It seems that I now find myself precariously perched upon a knife's edge, with everyone plotting my downfall, believing that by doing so, they can elevate their own children as prospects. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans must surely view me as a foe at this point. My parents' apprehensions are not unfounded. Their worries stem from a place of genuine concern. Though they may be ordinary individuals, lacking the skills of ninjas, their fears are justified. I find myself in a state of helplessness, with no recourse available. Just yesterday, I reassured my parents with unwavering conviction that some matters have both advantages and disadvantages. Yet, as I stand here now, what does it matter? I am acutely aware of my current predicament, clearer than anyone else. But even with this understanding, what can be done to alter my circumstances? There exists no solution to change my fate. Now, I am left with no choice but to accept my reality. Might Guy, in his earnest simplicity, may grasp the essence of my words, yet he remains somewhat perplexed, fervently expressing his youthful zeal. But what difference does it make? What grounds do we possess to be captivated by them? Why do they regard you as a thorn in their side? Would it not be far more commendable to address issues with one's own capabilities? If they lack strength, what fault can they find in you? There is no need for concern. You are indeed formidable, and no one can undermine you. At times, it is rather beneficial for a person to embrace a degree of simplicity and innocence, for such an approach can alleviate burdensome thoughts, diminish worries, and ultimately lead to a longer, more serene existence. Yuzuru Hanyu finds himself occasionally envious of Might Guy, for this individual dedicates each day solely to his self-improvement and training, oblivious to the trivialities that cause distress. In truth, such a mindset is rather admirable. Living free from worry and turmoil is indeed a hallmark of a well-lived life. Yuzuru Hanyu suddenly contemplated the notion that if one day he could cease all thoughts, dedicating himself solely to training and growing stronger, facing whatever may come with a smile. That would be ideal. Initially, he had not given much thought to it. Even if the entire Uchiha clan and the Hyuga family, along with all those esteemed families, regarded him as a thorn in their side, it mattered little. Yet, he nearly forgot that the formidable Itachi Uchiha had already been born. If even Itachi were to focus his attention on him, the situation would undoubtedly be far from trivial. Some individuals are inherently intimidating from the moment they are born, with Itachi being a character sculpted in the world of Naruto to an extraordinary degree, evoking a sense of dread. Once marked by Itachi Uchiha, one's feelings transform entirely. Yuzuru Hanyu realized that regardless of how powerful he might be, he could no longer afford to be arrogant. What could he possibly think? There would always be those who could suppress him. Itachi Uchiha was one such individual, capable of quelling anyone, even resolving global conflicts. As long as Itachi existed, all puppeteers hidden in the shadows would meet a swift demise. Thus, even with formidable abilities, he dared not confront Itachi, leaving him with a sense of fear and anxiety. Let us train together. Only when I become invincible, when no one can defeat me, will I be able to free my mind from worry. As he spoke, Yuzuru began to perform a handstand. Alternatively, let us race today and see who can run faster. If I win, you must come to my home every day and wake me up. If I lose, then you can decide the terms. Might Guy, of course, was someone who would never refuse a challenge. Very well, I accept your terms. If I lose, I shall come to your house every day to wake you up. You mentioned wanting to train together but struggle to rise early. If I win, you must, without fail, wake up to train with me. If you cannot rise, then you must train with me after school until nightfall. Yuzuru had no reason to refuse. After nodding, he watched as Might Guy effortlessly executed a handstand beside him. They counted to 3 and began their race. This contest bore no elaborate rules. They would run 3 laps around the entire Hidden Leaf village, and the first to reach the Ninja Academy would be the victor. In comparison, Yuzuru knew he could not match Might Guy's stamina, as this individual trained diligently every day. Regardless of his chakra and formidable abilities, certain physical attributes could not be compared. What did it matter if he possessed an indestructible body? Some skills were indeed worth honing. Ultimately, even if he lost, the companionship of training together was what he desired. Their wager hardly constituted a true punishment. It is, after all, a promise among friends. If it can be fulfilled, why not embrace it? Yuhuen Yujin felt a lingering sense of lag, yet to his astonishment, he suddenly discovered that Hatake Kakashi was running alongside him. Hatake Kakashi, what brings you here? Although he had previously known from comics and animations that Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi were lifelong adversaries, Kakashi had always exhibited a dismissive attitude. Why, at this moment, would he choose to participate in their contest? Or, more perplexingly, why would he willingly join them in their training? Kakashi merely rolled his eyes in response. I've been sleep-deprived these past few days and woke up early today. Seeing you two competing here, I thought, what's wrong with wanting to train together? Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would not be the type to show such interest. Why then, did he appear so different now, actively seeking them out? This was indeed shocking and difficult to comprehend. For Kakashi had always been portrayed as a cold and indifferent character in the Naruto universe. If Might Guy had not persistently sought him out for training, Kakashi would likely never have engaged in such activities. Yet, the current situation was markedly different. Had he changed? But that seemed implausible. Why would he have transformed in such a manner? Some things truly baffle the mind. Weren't you disdainful of our rather foolish training? Yuhuen Yujin mused. Why have you chosen to join us now? He recalled how Kakashi had previously dismissed their training as unworthy of enhancing their abilities, deeming it a foolish endeavor. Yet now, he seemed to contradict his own words, which was quite hard to believe. For Kakashi himself, however, it was not a matter of great consequence. So what if he contradicted himself? Life does not always align with one's desires. Occasionally, one must accept the irony of their own statements. Thus, despite Kakashi's penchant for preserving his dignity, there was little left to uphold in this instance. Although your training methods are quite foolish and entirely inadvisable, I see no harm in joining you, he conceded, since I have nothing better to do. As Kakashi uttered these words, his expression remained unchanged, perhaps due to having concealed his face since childhood. Yuhuen Yujin, however, found himself unexpectedly amused. Who would have thought that Kakashi would take the initiative to engage with them? Joining them in training must be his way of extending a gesture of goodwill. Even if Kakashi never explicitly stated such, some truths are evident at a glance. In contemporary times, Kakashi Hatake embodies a rather peculiar disposition. He merely seeks the companionship of the two, and although he refrains from vocalizing his intentions, his actions are undeniably conspicuous. It suffices for the two of us to train together without his presence. Moreover, what purpose does he serve in our competition? Is he to endure punishment should we falter? Yuzuki Yuuma is perplexed by his own sentiments, finding a peculiar amusement in challenging Kakashi, who often displays a facade of contradiction. One might wonder why a grown man, under normal circumstances, would not simply express his thoughts. Kakashi, however, chooses to remain reticent, embodying a rather haughty demeanor that can be irksome at times, leaving one at a loss for words. Having participated in your contest, I am prepared to accept the consequences of defeat. The notion of wager and loss is hardly a grave matter. If I cannot endure the trivial penalties you impose, it would indeed undermine my reputation as a youthful prodigy. It is occasionally undeniable that Kakashi possesses an air of narcissism coupled with a pronounced arrogance. He often perceives himself as exceptionally formidable, though the reality may not entirely align with his self-image. While he possesses considerable skills, they may not reach the heights he envisions. Such tendencies can leave one speechless, particularly when confronted with individuals who hold such inflated self-regard. Is he truly as remarkable as he believes? Perhaps not. Yet he remains convinced of his unparalleled prowess, which raises the question of necessity. Kakashi is emblematic of this archetype, convinced of his genius and imperviousness to scrutiny. While this may be a fact, one must ponder the appropriateness of such pride. This mindset is, in essence, understandable. However, it is often unwarranted. In time, Kakashi's demeanor may lead him to a state of equilibrium. Some individuals must learn the virtue of humility, even if not inherently modest. One should at least recognize their own limitations. To harbor an inflated sense of self-worth, as Kakashi does, may ultimately lead to one's downfall. Ensnared by the very narcissism they embrace, an inevitability that seems impossible to alter. Yuzuki Yuuma contemplates the eventual trajectory of Kakashi's character. Although one might say that there is no humor to be found in the current situation, there remains a lingering sense of melancholy within. This man, once formidable, has now become a figure that elicits little admiration. It is truly a significant transformation for someone who was once so powerful to find themselves in a state of mediocrity. Such a descent is not easily endured. It is, in essence, a self-inflicted plight. Had it not been for an excess of confidence, he might not have arrived at this juncture. Yet, Chinmu Kakashi remains but a child, blissfully unaware of these nuances. On the contrary, he possesses an overabundance of self-assurance, which at times can be rather misguided. Some individuals are inexplicably confident, unable to alter their innate belief in themselves. In prior moments, I had not felt a pressing need to win the competition, as I genuinely enjoyed training with my foolish friend. However, participating in the contest changes everything. Upon reaching this realization, Yuhong Yojin suddenly quickened his pace. After all, one's perception differs from that of others, and I cannot afford to lose this match so easily. I must emerge victorious. In my memory, that foolish fellow was never destined to triumph over you. Within the realm of Naruto, the two opponents could compete endlessly. Yet they would merely reach a stalemate. However, should Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi face off, the likelihood of Guy claiming victory is virtually non-existent, at least. That was the case previously. Who can say what the present holds? Perhaps things have improved somewhat, yet I suspect the outcome remains unchanged. Yuhong Yojin contemplated that a duel involving 3 individuals differs significantly from one with merely 2. In a triad, even if Kakashi were to falter, securing second place would still be commendable, as only the first competitor is deemed the victor. Thus, regardless of whether Might Guy can secure a win, he must not hold back. Winning the contest is imperative. Yuhong Yojin understands what is required of him, yet his current mood is still tinged with melancholy. Nonetheless, what does it matter? No matter how disheartened one feels, action must proceed as dictated. Certain events are preordained. Kakashi has yet to grasp the situation, as the individual before him suddenly vanished in a flash. With a roll of his eyes, he silently questioned, "Is this dissatisfaction directed at me? Was there an intention to ease up earlier? How excessive?" It was precisely due to this sudden surge of speed that Yuhong Yojin swiftly caught up to Might Guy. Upon witnessing the transformation of his friend in that fleeting moment, he was momentarily taken aback and could not help but inquire, "If I recall correctly, you were quite distant just moments ago. How is it that you are now so close?" Yuzuru Yuuma merely curled the corners of his mouth into a slight smile, exclaiming, "That is only natural. I was just contemplating how to ease the competition for you. Do not be misled by my current words. I shall soon exert every ounce of my strength, for others will soon be chasing after you. You must double your efforts, otherwise, should you lose this match, do not blame me for not offering you a warning." After uttering these words, Yuzuru Yuuma accelerated once more. In truth, under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to sustain such speed. However, he was now relying on his chakra. Typically, there would be no need to utilize his chakra during training alongside them, but with Kakashi Hitaki's presence in this competition, victory was imperative. Incorporating his chakra was not a disadvantage, it was part of his training, allowing for a more fluid application of his abilities. Yet, upon hearing this, Might Guy wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered, gazing at Yuzuru Yuma, who had already advanced ahead. What was truly happening? Why was it so difficult to comprehend? It was indeed perplexing, leaving him unsure of how to inquire further. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated beside Might Guy, laced with a hint of mockery. Are you still ruminating over the situation? Do you not realize that if you continue in this manner, you are bound to lose the match? The voice was unmistakably familiar, arrogant, and slightly hoarse, belonging to none other than Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi, what are you doing here? The identical question escaped their lips, leaving Kakashi bemused. It was evident that they were indeed close friends, as even their inquiries mirrored each other's, with scarcely any distinction, save for the tone, which differed slightly. After all, uniformity in everything would render comprehension elusive. Kakashi instinctively rolled his eyes. Is there anything amiss with my presence? Aren't you two engaged in a competition? My addition neither diminishes nor enhances the number, thus, allow me to join. If you persist in questioning me, I fear you shall lose the match, for you have never triumphed over me before. Indeed, our proud Kakashi Hitaki was dripping with sarcasm, each word laden with irony. At times, one could find this man particularly irksome. While sarcasm may be his forte, could he not temper it a little? After all, they were friends. When one resorts to mockery, it is considerate to refrain from making it too overt, for the recipient may feel hurt. Yet, of course, when it comes to insulting others, who cares about the feelings of those on the receiving end? You wish to join our match? Surely, you jest. This is a contest between the two of us. What relevance do you have? Why are you intruding on our affair? You are acutely aware that I have never triumphed over you in our contests, yet you still choose to join the fray. Surely, you do not intend to mock me. Upon hearing these words, Kakashi Hitaki found himself momentarily perplexed, for under normal circumstances, Might Guy would never utter such sentiments. As Kakashi furrowed his brow, poised to inquire further, he was taken aback as Might Guy continued. However, it is fortuitous, for I have long desired to compete alongside you. Until now, you have consistently dismissed my invitations, citing a lack of time. At last, you have agreed to contest with me. Although a third participant joins our ranks, having all three of us compete is indeed optimal. After all, it has always been my aspiration to challenge both of you. The prospect of finally competing together fills my heart with elation, and I am determined to secure victory over you, as I consider you both to be my greatest adversaries. Regarded as the underdog, I find myself pitted against individuals widely acknowledged as prodigies. It is only natural that the underdog aspires to challenge the genius. Some may question why those at the bottom wish to confront the talented. It is evident that geniuses are the most formidable challengers, and one could very well face a humiliating defeat in such endeavors. Yet, the underdog often finds it impossible to suppress the desire to confront genius. How does one articulate this sentiment? Perhaps it is the belief that challenging a genius is not inherently wrong. It is, in fact, a natural inclination. I relish the challenge of prodigies, for only by conquering them can I showcase my own prowess and dispel the notion that I am merely an underachiever. This sentiment resonates within each individual, transforming the quest to challenge genius into a shared aspiration among the underdogs. The opportunity to compete against two prodigies is an exhilarating and joyous prospect for Might Guy. Nevertheless, Kakashi Hitaki occasionally regards this excitement with a sense of exasperation and disdain. Do not rejoice too soon. What does it matter to compete with me? Save your elation for when you actually win. Your exuberance suggests you believe the victory is already yours, while in truth, the outcome may lead to your utter defeat. Might Guy had been pondering the sudden appearance of Kakashi, and without his intervention, he might have nearly forgotten about the impending competition. Kakashi's reminder ignited a sense of urgency within Might Guy, prompting him to exclaim in a flustered manner, "Oh dear, this is disastrous." With that exclamation, he hurriedly dashed away. Naturally, Kakashi, who had also declared his intention to participate, could not afford to linger, and thus quickened his pace. After all, it was he who proposed to participate in the competition between the two of them, and now one may have long since vanished into the distance. While the other is not one to be underestimated in speed, it is said that if he does not expedite his pace and does not concentrate his chakra in the palm of his hand, he may truly fall behind them. Many assert that those two are at the tail end, while Kakashi Hitaki is a prodigy. The former linger at the back of the class, their rankings evoking a sense of chill, whereas Kakashi consistently ranks first or second. Instances of him being second are rare and surprising, thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Kakashi is invariably first. Everyone claims that those two will never catch up to Kakashi's strides, and the three of them are eternally incomparable. Consequently, at some point, Kakashi instinctively became a rival to Might Guy. Even though Kakashi has never regarded Guy as a competitor, the latter perceives himself as capable, not as the tail end, and thus perpetually aspires to measure himself against the class's top performer and the so-called genius. For only by vanquishing the genius can he affirm his own worth. Yet he has never succeeded, never triumphed, thus Guy tirelessly perseveres. What does it matter if he loses time and again? What does it matter if he fails repeatedly? Such setbacks do not deter Might Guy. To him, regardless of how many times he encounters failure or whether he may never succeed, it matters not. As long as he strives and continues to do his utmost, that is sufficient. For some matters, it is not the outcome that holds significance, but the journey and the extent of one's exertion. Of course, many only perceive the results, oblivious to the process, for no one truly knows the effort invested. Even if one's efforts yield no success, others will still mock, for they are disinterested in the journey, focusing solely on the unsatisfactory result. Yet this perspective does not resonate with Might Guy. Effort is effort. Each attempt embodies the potential for growth, even if the final outcome is not favorable. What does it matter? Past endeavors will never lead to disappointment, and even if the ultimate failure breeds frustration and vexation, it is of little consequence. The initial failure is a direct setback, hardly worthy of scrutiny. The second can be endured, the third one can persist for a while, and with each subsequent attempt, improvement is achieved, strength is gained. This is why he embraces challenges and competition. For Might Guy, defeating Kakashi has transcended mere competition. It has become an obsession. Perhaps it is due to Kakashi Hataki's innate genius that he easily triumphs over Might Guy each time, despite Guy's relentless pursuit of growth. Such advancement pales in comparison to Kakashi's natural prowess. For a genius is a genius. They remain perpetually formidable, indifferent to the efforts of others. With merely a flick of his finger, Kakashi can surpass any endeavor, while Guy, after tireless efforts, achieves only marginal improvement. This exemplifies what is often referred to as talent. Kakashi's exceptional gifts render all of Guy's hard work seemingly insignificant, leading to little recognition of his achievements. Indeed, there were moments when Might Guy contemplated giving up. As they neared graduation from the Ninja Academy, Kakashi consistently urged him to reconsider, asserting that he could never outmatch him. Thus, it would be futile to persist in this unyielding pursuit, especially since every competition and challenge culminated in failure, not only a blow to Guy's spirit, but also a subject of ridicule for others. Kakashi, too, grew weary of engaging in such fruitless endeavors repeatedly. Yet, at times, Kakashi found himself moved by Guy's unwavering determination. He pondered why someone who could never defeat him would continue to challenge him relentlessly. Kakashi was the first to recognize Guy's persistence and effort as Guy's most desired rival. Kakashi observed each of his advancements keenly. He remembered how effortlessly he had bested Guy the first time and how much more effort he had to exert in their most recent encounter. Kakashi was acutely aware of Guy's growth, though he never vocalized it. For as long as Guy had not surpassed him, Kakashi believed that true growth had not yet been achieved. Guy's aspirations were not particularly grand. They simply aimed at besting Kakashi. In truth, he possessed considerable self-awareness. However, this self-awareness came hand in hand with a lack of insight. While others refrained from challenging Kakashi, fully aware that such attempts would only lead to defeat, Guy held a different perspective. Each failure was indeed disheartening. But so what? Failure was merely a stepping stone. The challenge remained imperative. For Might Guy, confronting Kakashi had become a habitual endeavor, even when Kakashi often declined to accept his challenges, remarking that Guy would invariably fail. Yet, Guy viewed this not as derision but as motivation. He understood that each attempt would result in defeat, each time he would suffer greatly, and each time he would become the subject of laughter. People would question his lack of self-awareness, wondering why he would persist in such seemingly futile efforts. That is the perspective of others. Every time Kakashi Hatake utters such words, he is, in fact, motivating himself. After facing numerous challenges, even Kakashi aspires to become stronger, yet he simultaneously hopes that no one surpasses him. For if that were to happen, Kakashi would inevitably begin to question whether his own abilities ought to be enhanced. From this moment onward, you shall be my disciple. No one would dare to bully you. Go ask around who would have the audacity to mistreat the disciple of Tsunade Senju. As long as you are under my protection, no one would dare utter a word against you. I assure you, my formidable strength is feared by all, and my reputation echoes throughout the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Therefore, as long as you become my apprentice, no one will dare to speak ill of you. So, have you considered whether you wish to be my disciple? I am not deceiving you. I understand that if you take my words to heart and later feel betrayed, it would surely sadden you. Such a scenario will not occur. So there is no need for concern. When I say I will be your master, I shall indeed fulfill that promise, provided you find me a suitable teacher. After all, I am a woman, and you are a young man. Does it not seem somewhat peculiar to have a female instructor? I am uncertain. At least in the comics and anime I have encountered, such a situation rarely arises, which makes it a bit strange. Why should a child feel shy? Do not fidget. Despite your young age, your physique is quite robust. In the attic, Tsunade, with unwavering focus, held her teaching baton while seated. I say, could you possibly turn around? It is quite difficult for me to instruct you in ninjutsu this way. Yuuma thought to himself, having long heard of Tsunade's character. Since he sought to learn ninjutsu from her, he would have to rely on her goodwill. Standing before Tsunade, bare-chested and clad in shorts, he found himself somewhat bashful. His cheeks flushing as he gazed at her alluring figure. TSK, 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 does this young child harbor other innocent thoughts? As Tsunade spoke, the protagonist's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. With a swift motion, Tsunade rolled her wrist and turned, taking a seat while casually toying with the teaching baton in her hand. To learn my ninjutsu, the first lesson is to understand the various structures of the body. The baton spun twice in her grasp before, in an instant, it struck Yushin's abdomen. The timing was too brief, the speed too swift. There was no opportunity to employ the indestructible Vajra technique. With a resounding crash, his body was thrust into the wall, sending dust swirling through the attic. Ugh! A mouthful of blood erupted from him. Such a physical assault was utterly unbearable for a child. Oh dear, it has been a while since I last fought. I misjudged my strength and may have struck a bit too hard. Did I hurt you? Her words belied the genuine concern she felt for the child. Once the gray smoke dissipated, the protagonist tumbled down from the wall. Ouch, that hurts. Could it be that this woman intends to finish me off today? Perhaps because I injured Uchiha? Indeed, we are all of the same ilk. Let me see, she exclaimed. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's entirely my fault for not controlling my strength and causing you harm. Her earlier carefree demeanor vanished, revealing that she had truly miscalculated. Well then, allow me to demonstrate my ninjutsu. She extended her slender fingers, which glimmered with a green light, gently sweeping over the wound. The bruises and injuries, accompanied by the audible crackling of bones mending, were peculiar. Astonishingly, the protagonist felt no pain, as if under the influence of anesthesia. Tsunade, having perceived his bewilderment, inquired, "How does it feel? Not painful at all, is it? Like receiving an anesthetic?" Sensing that his thoughts had been laid bare, he could only nod in agreement. This is the unique aspect of my ninjutsu, a complete and utter healing, a point of pride for me, truly deserving of the title Holy Hand. Initially, I am to reveal to you the vulnerabilities of our adversaries, their critical weaknesses. However, I inadvertently struck a bit too hard. With a faint flick of the teaching rod, the protagonist swiftly rose, maintaining a safe distance from Tsunade. Ah, how vigilant you are. Such attentiveness is indeed paramount in the heat of battle. Well, let us conclude for today and tidy up the room. I shall need this space to stretch my limbs shortly. As for this individual, the protagonist found himself at a loss, shaking his head as he picked up a broom to begin cleaning. Ah, how exhausting. It's already noon. How swiftly time flies. Rubbing his stomach, he thought it time for a meal, feeling quite hungry. You. A familiar, vibrant voice resonated behind him. Good afternoon, Might Guy. Shall we dine together? Of course. Youth is all about an unending surge of passion and delightful cuisine. Over the past few days, it was evident that Yu's spirit had markedly brightened. Let us walk upside down to the ramen shop. The latecomers shall treat us. In the sweltering summer, the two frolicked along the bustling streets, or rather, they should say they meandered to the ramen shop. Fair and square. This meal is on me. Your ramen is ready, sir. I shall begin. Slurp slurp. I am so full. I cannot eat another bite. The two individuals are flanked by towering bowls of ramen, which explains Naruto's obsession with it in the original work. It is truly delectable. The noodles are neither too firm nor too soft, and the broth is authentically rich, vastly different from the instant noodles we usually consume on Earth. I must uncover the ingredients of this broth. It is simply exquisite. Yushin, I heard you and Tsunade are studying ninjutsu. How is it going? Is there a lot of passion involved? Well, don't mention it. Today she nearly had me half dead, but thankfully her ninjutsu is exceptional, so it wasn't too bad. Let me tell you, her skills are formidable, one might even say terrifying. Back in the day, when medics were scarce on the battlefield, she managed to achieve 0 casualties all by herself. Of course, this is what my father told me, so there may be some embellishment involved. But it cannot be denied that in the realm of medical ninjutsu, she is second to none. Boss, keep the tab. 2 little rascals, come again next time. Backflip, the fervor of youth? Yujin truly speaks. All right, Yujin, Mangekyou remarked, his pearly white teeth glistening. On a distant rooftop, a figure clad in a long robe and a fox mask bore an inscrutable expression. Oh, in just a few days. Has the martial arts master within me reached such heights? As the superficial guide, I am overly indulgent. Alas, I must face the consequences. Humph. Yujin abruptly stood up. Turning to gaze at the distant building, he found that the robed woman had long since vanished. Yujin scratched his head, pondering. I could have sworn I sensed someone nearby. Yujin, I wonder if choosing you was the right decision or not. Yujin, are you back? It's time to wash our hands and eat. Mother has prepared your favorite rice balls, along with your beloved sweet treats. I made a box of sweets as well, unsure of your preference for sweetness. Yu swallowed hard at the sight of the rice balls he adored, yet having eaten too much earlier, he found himself unable to indulge further. Reluctantly, he decided to push through and eat. I want to go to my room to eat, he said. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Come here, let me see. Mother replied. No, let's just eat at the dining table. Indeed, faced with delectable food, resistance was futile. How was class today? Did you learn anything? Yu pondered how to respond, contemplating whether he should mention being nearly beaten to a pulp, not wishing to cause his mother any worry. I spent the afternoon tidying the room, he finally said, feeling that this would portray his older sister, Tsunade, as less amiable. Today, I learned some basics of healing techniques. Their sensations and effects. It was quite good, just a glance at the fundamentals. That's wonderful, Mother nodded with a smile as she cleared the tableware. And what about Father? Father has been occupied with urgent matters these past few days and will not return for about a week. Did he not mention the specifics of his tasks? He left in quite a hurry. Let's not dwell on that. The rice balls will become unappetizing if they get too cold. The following day at school, you. Wait for me, came a voice that unmistakably belonged to Shiri Hong. After such an incident, it is perhaps best to remain silent, for one should not draw undue attention to oneself. Yu lowered her head and hurried past. Shiri Hong seemed to sense something amiss. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to pursue her. Please, Yujin, refrain from addressing me in such a manner. Call me by my full name, Yujin. Yu Shengyu. Although events have unfolded, I still cherish the hope that our friendship may endure. In this world, having one more friend is certainly preferable to acquiring an additional foe, wouldn't you agree? Very well, since you insist, I shall look forward to your continued friendship, Shiri Hong. It was that time of year again, the annual selection event. While it appeared to be a mere selection process, beneath the surface, each participant was eager and ready to showcase their prowess. On you, Yujin. Have you decided which events to enter? Youth must not be squandered. We cannot afford to be lethargic. Maite Kai, with his mushroom-shaped hairstyle, and the ever-dazzling white-toothed Baiya, were both brimming with enthusiasm. I haven't quite made up my mind yet. I wish to undertake challenges that test my limits. I am curious to see how much formidable ninjutsu I can acquire through this opportunity, aiming to stand out in the selection and master even the most forbidden techniques. The pursuit event seems quite popular. Perhaps we should partake, Yujin-kun. I wish to see if I can still maintain speed while burdened. I am also intrigued by the elimination-style ninjutsu competition. I believe I could manage that. Thus, the two of them marked their intentions with chakra on the kunai and affixed it to the registration board. A chase competition? Do you also wish to compete? I strongly advise you to withdraw. Those who lag behind, unable to wield ninjutsu with finesse, should save themselves the trouble. The participants are predominantly talented individuals whose skills surpass that of a mere genin. Best to retreat now while you can still keep your limbs intact. Kakashi passed by the two, casually tossing a kunai, and do not say I did not warn you. Over the years, numerous ninjas have perished in these chase competitions. And even now, Kakashi's odds of victory are merely a possibility of concluding the match. It seems this matter warrants participation, Madogai proclaimed, brimming with confidence. What of it? Being a genius is impressive, but taijutsu is the mightiest. Alas, I am going to be late. An assistant? I need a golden finger to accelerate my speed, swiftly. Very well, master. Ding. Phantom Shadow Step, download complete. Mastery level 100. Duration, permanent. Excellent. Tianyu Yojin sprang to his feet, chakra coalescing in his legs, instantly arriving at the rendezvous with Tsunade. You were late, kid. For that, you shall be punished with extra tofu squeezing. By the way, do not let it break. Why must I squeeze tofu to learn ninjutsu? It is so soft, practically a water sack encased in a membrane. It is utterly exhausting. In the realm of healing arts, one must undoubtedly master the delicate balance of pressure applied by the hands. At times, one may be dealing with bones, at others, with limbs, and even more critically, with the brain or vital organs of the wounded. Should even the slightest error occur, the repercussions could be dire. The responsibility of such an outcome is a weighty matter. But the potential harm to the patient is profoundly severe. Moreover, the ever-changing dynamics of the battlefield demand exceptional psychological resilience. Regardless of the circumstances, maintaining composure should be instinctual. It is my hope that through this selection process, you may hone your abilities. Just be cautious not to meet your demise within its confines. Are there any formidable contenders among this year's participants? There are always formidable figures. While it is termed a selection event, it is, in truth, a demonstration of prowess by various ninja villages. Rather than calling them formidable, one might as well refer to them as monsters. Have you heard of the reanimation jutsu? Why am I sharing this with you? Truly, focus on your participation and proceed with caution. After you have delicately handled these 2 blocks of tofu, do you see the water I have placed beside you? The water is filled with bubbles. If left untouched, they shall remain intact. However, I require you to extract them without causing any damage. What sort of monstrosities shall this year's competitors unveil? I find myself rather intrigued. This is the village of Konoha. Are you clear on your mission? Is there no error in the task assigned? Is it truly necessary to allocate such vast resources for the rehabilitation of a mere cripple? Are you defying orders? Subordinates should not speak out of turn. Focus on your duties. As for other matters, they are not for you to know. Knowing too much could lead to dire consequences. Now, hurry along. What precisely do you intend to accomplish this time? What thoughts occupy Tsunade's mind? This task submerged in water seems utterly unattainable. Is this punishment not excessively severe? I have attempted several times to extract the bubbles using chakra. Yet each approach to the water's surface results in their shattering. It is exceedingly challenging. What about you, little one? Have you succeeded? No, it is far too difficult. Completion is utterly impossible. Oh, have you truly given up? How pitiable. Amidst this, Tsunade's fingers gracefully manipulate, with vibrant green chakra swirling around her fingertips. This chakra, unusually dense, radiates an exquisite comfort merely by observation. Such beauty, such artistry to emulate. Her slender fingers, akin to feathers, seamlessly integrate into the water. Strangely, the bubbles remain intact. With a gentle flick of her hand, she lifts a bubble cradled in her palm, enveloped by chakra. Under the sunlight, it shimmers with a verdant glow. Do you see? This is the essence you ought to embody. How much of this have you retained, little one? Yue seems momentarily entranced by the floating bubble. Caught off guard by the inquiry, her bewildered expression quite amusing. You may forego classes these next couple of days, allowing time to prepare for the selection meeting. Moreover, the village will soon welcome unfamiliar faces. Do refrain from causing any disturbances. And regarding this morning's ninjutsu, it may be prudent to refrain from its use for the time being. Yue paused, surprised by her own sensitivity to chakra. It had been so subtly controlled. Little rascal. On the way back to the village, I indeed encountered numerous unfamiliar faces. It seems that the Hidden Leaf village will be quite lively in the coming days. Minato, recent intelligence gathered by our spies indicates some unrest within the shadow department. Have they not been lurking in the shadows for quite some time? Why have they suddenly appeared in such large numbers in the village? This situation must not be taken lightly. We must ascertain the facts without delay. Any new developments must be reported to me swiftly. Is it possible that the prophecy cannot be evaded after all? In a certain wooded area at the boundary of the Hidden Leaf village, a recent warning has been issued to all personnel to proceed with caution. The old fox of the village has become aware of our activities. We must avoid compromising our plans. If the higher-ups hold us accountable, we will merely be left with the role of experimental subjects. Have all the necessary personnel been positioned? Yes, they have been placed discreetly. No one will suspect a thing. However, what is it? The individuals he has selected for this task possess somewhat elusive personalities. That is a concern for him then. On top of a certain high tower in the Hidden Leaf village, a figure clad in a long robe gracefully descended to the apex. Upon closer inspection, this individual was wearing a mask adorned with a fox's smile. It seems rather presumptuous for my adversaries to take action against me. At this moment, Yushin is diligently practicing his indestructible technique at home, his chakra channels becoming increasingly stable, and his physique more refined. It appears he is on the verge of a breakthrough. Excuse me, is this the residence of Yushin? Indeed, I am his mother. May I inquire as to who you are? I am his classmate and wish to find him to inquire about the details of the selection competition. Oh, so you are a classmate. Please, come in, make yourself at home. Do not stand on ceremony. Yushin, your classmate. Qian Kuei has arrived. Qian Kuei? I do not recognize this individual. Could it be Yushin? I am an advisor sent by the school to elucidate the rules and schedule of the selection competition. May I ask if this is Yushin's residence? Yes. And who might you be? I am Qian Kuei, dispatched by the school to inform Yushin about the content and procedures of the selection competition. Mother glanced upstairs, perplexed by the situation. Who was that just now? Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the room, which was in disarray, filled with dust. Amidst the haze, two indistinct figures could be seen, accompanied by the sound of fists colliding and the rush of air from strikes. As Yushin observed a fist hurtling towards him, he swiftly dodged to the left. Alas, the punch was unexpectedly. Humph, did you not anticipate it? My fist is an area attack. Merely evading is not enough. Do not underestimate me. In an instant, chakra enveloped his left side, leaving him unscathed. He swiftly performed a hand seal and retreated, utilizing the substitution technique to escape to the street. If you're looking for trouble, step outside. Do not wreck my home. Humph, this is intriguing, Qian Kuei mused. After receiving my punch, he remained unharmed and even had the strength to perform hand seals and escape. How fascinating. With a graceful leap, he landed before Yushin. A mere genin, yet possessing such a formidable physique. What have you learned? Or should I inquire from whom you acquired these skills? Qian Kuei remarked. This fellow is surprisingly perceptive. It seems I must devise a way to obscure the truth. You thought earnestly, then shouted. You destroyed my room and are now questioning me? Watch as I knock you down. With that, he leaped forward, deftly evading his opponent and executing the water release. Water Dragon Tornado, his hands forming seals in rapid succession. A resounding roar of a dragon echoed through the street, accompanied by a tremendous wave. Indeed, the dragon's roar was quite robust. Suddenly, a whisper resonated behind him. It appears you have no intention of answering my question. When did you manage to flank me? This is bad. The water dragon. Can the water of a ditch compete with the brilliance of the vast ocean? A languid voice reverberated through the street as the ferocious water dragon was unexpectedly drawn into an unknown formation. Upon closer inspection, it was not a formation but rather a copper mirror, its surface gleaming with fiery red chakra. In no time, the water dragon had vanished, leaving only a tranquil street in its wake. Before him stood a woman clad in red, a copper mirror hanging at her waist, sparkling and quite beautiful. Have you gone too far? The woman exclaimed, anger etched on her face, pointing at the two individuals before her. Yu was somewhat puzzled. Are you referring to me? Not you. I am speaking of him, the candidate from the Wood Shadow, Tianjing Muliang, the woman declared. Children should not run amok. With the competition at hand. According to the rules, participants are only permitted to meet 3 days after the written and interview assessments. Now that you've run out, should something happen, the guards of Konoha village will not be as gentle as I am. Oh dear, big sister, you were so chatty. I was having such a delightful time. Don't be such a killjoy. Tianjing Muliang pouted playfully. Stop your prattling. Come over here. The woman had no intention of engaging in further conversation. Off we go. Farewell. Yushin, I truly look forward to seeing you on the battlefield. Tianjing Muliang exclaimed. What do you think of that little brat? The woman in red inquired. Tianjing Muliang replied. It's hard to say. After observing, the source of his chakra is quite substantial. I am unsure what ninjutsu he has learned. He took a punch from me and remained unscathed. Mind you, my fist is capable of piercing through a cow. Enough chatter. Get to the point. The woman in red expressed some impatience. Well, he didn't even gasp for breath, still had the strength to form hand seals and escape. Even unleashed a water dragon to attack me. Fortunately, dear sister, you managed to position me behind him. Truly, you are the swiftest kunoichi of Mukimura. Here's a little heart for you, Tianjing Muliang said. Huh, spare me. Had I not been here today, that water dragon would have left you bedridden for half a month. The woman spoke with a tone full of mockery. Such a young age, so glib of tongue. But when you grow up, you will surely receive a beating. Fear not, for I have my big sister to protect me, Tianjing Muliang said, holding a lollipop that had somehow appeared in his hand, stammering slightly. Yujin looked up at his house, then at the puddle before him. Sitting down in despair, what is going on? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss just to say hello? They even dismantled my home. How frustrating. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and beside me appeared a bag of money, a key, and a note. I sincerely apologize for the destruction of your house. I shall compensate you with a new one. Use this money to repair your dwelling. Is the child all right? Were there any injuries? Mother anxiously inquired, gently touching her chin and shoulders. Phew. Thankfully, no harm done. Mother glanced back, but the house. Yujin shook the key in his hand, exclaiming, hey, we have a house now. Upon arriving at the new abode, Yujin was astonished by the splendor before him. Is this how affluent the Wood Shadows are? In the original story, it was merely a small village, he pondered. Regardless, he decided to relish the moment. Child, where did you acquire this house? Come out. This is not ours. Mother expressed her concern and urgency, cautiously looking around. Witnessing her apprehension stirred a pang of nostalgia in Yujin, reminiscent of his mother back on Earth, who was equally cautious and averse to trouble. Mom, come in. It's all right. This is compensation from the rascal who damaged our home. Yujin called out. That is not permissible. This belongs to someone else. Come out. Mother insisted. Mom, please come in. We shall stay here temporarily until our house is repaired, Yujin urged. Well, all right then, Mother replied as she stepped inside. 3 days later, at the venue for the preliminary competition. Yujin, over here. Macket's signature bright white teeth and boisterous voice announced his arrival. Here they come, Yujin exclaimed. So many people, this must be the largest turnout yet. Not necessarily. The largest crowd is always the next generation, said Sunset Red. Good morning, Sunset Red. Yujin greeted. Morning, Macket replied with a grin that showcased his pearly whites. Where is Asuma Sarutobi? The classmates teased. He went in ahead. Sunset Red chuckled, always delighted at the mention of Asuma Sarutobi. Let us go in too, Yujin. We cannot delay our youth, Macket urged. The two of them joined the throng entering the grand hall, where a raised platform awaited at the front. On that platform sat Hokage Minato, alongside the leaders of various departments. The leader of the Umbu, known as Dark Crow, was clad in sleek black attire. Though a veil obscured his features, adding to the many enigmas surrounding the Hidden Leaf Village. Beside him stood Otomio, her expression as indifferent as ever, upon spotting Yujin. She merely turned her head away. Next to her were Mito Gate-in and Tsunade Koharu from the administrative department, followed by the head of the medical department, a creature that defied description. Standing at an unusual height, it resembled a small beast rather than a person. Its short, stout body was covered in pale green fur, with a plump belly and long, floppy ears. Its eyes were half-closed, resembling a drowsy cat, though its appearance was endearing. Its combat prowess was formidable, complemented by exceptional healing abilities that had allowed it to thrive for many years. Beside him stood Tsunade, her expression devoid of the usual teasing demeanor, replaced instead by a profound seriousness, rendering her almost unrecognizable. Upon encountering Hyuga Yuuma, she surreptitiously flashed him a middle finger beneath her sleeve, indicating that this individual could hardly maintain a semblance of decorum. Hyuga Yuuma mused that such an attitude might eventually evolve. He found himself rather fond of this side of Tsunade. Behind her stood Minato, whose reputation for prowess was well known from the original narrative, yet in person, he bore no airs, exuding an approachable charm. With his golden hair and strikingly handsome features, his eyes sparkled with mirth as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed participants, we are about to embark on a week-long selection process. The victor shall be awarded the prestigious title of a genin, exempted from the genin examination, and within the bounds of my ethical capabilities. I shall fulfill one request of theirs. He then gestured to Ishimura Naoya to elucidate the competition's rules. Listen closely, young ones. This selection is divided into 3 segments, the specifics of which will be conveyed by your representatives at a later time. Today is merely an opportunity for you to meet one another. The examination requires teams of 3, randomly assigned by the system. However, Ishimura's gaze sharpened, and he pronounced with deliberate clarity and unexpected revelation, there can be only one winner. It is not the victory of the team that counts. It appeared that the chief examiner intended for internal strife to unfold. The bonds forged among teammates could be swiftly overshadowed by sudden conflict, catching many off guard. Moreover, they were still children. Was it too soon for such cunning and deceit? Hyuga Yuuma was intrigued to witness what manner of extraordinary individual would emerge as the ultimate champion. Well, let us observe and interact with one another. Perhaps you may discover whether you are allies or adversaries, so do not be caught off guard. With that, Shirtsu and Naoya and the leaders of various factions withdrew. Standing on the platform, Oda Mio followed behind the leader, Anya, casting a glance at Hiko Yuuma. Their eyes met. Yet Mio merely cast a fleeting look before following Anya away. This woman is truly peculiar, Yohana mused. Ah, we meet again, you strange little creature. After taking a punch from me, TSK, how unsatisfactory. Miria dashed before Yohana, offering him an exuberant embrace. If we end up on the same team, it would indeed be amusing. I shall not hold back. Of course, I shall cooperate fully, but as for internal strife, that will depend on your fortune. With a pat on Yohana's shoulder, she walked away with a cheerful smile. What an odd individual, speaking as if he were already the champion. Yet, his true abilities remain unknown. Although Kimura's ninjutsu has not even been mentioned in the original work, the woman accompanying him possesses formidable strength, Yohana contemplated. Yuma, why are you still dawdling? Do not squander this rare day. The school has provided an opportunity for newcomers. Youth must commence with conversation, McKate urged. Ko is always so passionate. It is truly admirable. He would surely attract many admirers on earth, but alas, that brow and those eyes, such a pity. Yohana thought. With so many individuals gathered together, it seems improbable that they could all meet in just 2 days. One wonders if the teacher has ulterior motives in allocating such limited time. Kakashi remarked from the side. I say, genius, do you walk without making a sound? Mikey interjected. Humph, from my observations, this examination transcends a mere test. I have heard that the candidates for the position of Hokage have all arrived. Logically, the heirs of each generation would not concern themselves with a selection exam. However, I believe this year's examination will undoubtedly stir up quite a storm, Kakashi continued. Oh, have you heard? There seems to be an issue with the number of participants this year. No matter how the groups are divided, there is always one extra. According to the rules, groups compete against each other and participants face off. Yet there will inevitably be one group and one individual who will be exempted from the first round of competition, allowing them to advance directly to the next stage. Although it may seem somewhat unjust, I would certainly relish the chance to draw that fortunate lot. What about you? Spare me your luck. You might as well dream. Came the retort. Don't be such a downer. Let me ponder this for a moment, will you? The audience buzzed with anticipation regarding the possibility of a bye. Each individual eager to draw that coveted exemption. Humph. What a bunch of fools. Such a bye is merely a fanciful dream for the weak, Kakashi said, twirling the shuriken in his hand with a nonchalant demeanor. In a competition of this magnitude, such a lapse is implausible. It must indicate that a participant has encountered an issue, compelling the tournament committee to resort to this desperate measure. You are indeed correct, however. The participants from previous competitions generally possess exceptional physical attributes, and their ninjutsu skills are outstanding among their peers. Thus it is unlikely that any accidents should occur. As Yugao stated, what if a CH Nin or J Nin with malicious intent were to secretly sabotage the event? Kakashi's words prompted Yugao to involuntarily gasp in shock. Are you suggesting that this selection process has been orchestrated to inflict harm or even claim the lives of the contestants? Such an act of murder against participants of the selection would be a grave crime, and should it be traced back, one would face interrogation from the interrogation department. The mere mention of the interrogation department sent shivers down both their spines. Now, please, all participants, take your seats, declared Shimanura with a commanding presence. Sit? Where? On the ground? Remarked one instructor, bewildered by the absurdity of the order. Indeed, teacher, this is the usual trial ground. The ground is far from suitable for sitting. At that moment, the sunken earth beneath them began to writhe as if alive. If one listened closely, they could almost hear the anguished cries of the tormented. A sound that pierced the marrow and induced a deep sense of nausea. Suddenly, the cacophony ceased, and from the ground emerged rows of chairs. Unlike ordinary seats, these were a vivid crimson, seemingly enveloped in flesh. Upon touch, they radiated warmth. At the center of each chair lay a human ribcage. Waima's expression transformed into one of horror as he took 2 steps back, his thoughts racing. Is it possible that Konoha harbors such grotesque and forbidden artifacts? Does Minato condone this? Or is it all part of his silent approval? As Yujingyu earnestly sought to reunite with his companions, including Mikite, Kakashi, and Yuhi Kurenai, he found the once bustling hall eerily deserted. In a flurry of urgency, he utilized his chakra to sweep across the area, yet he detected no signs of life. How peculiar! Had they all vanished? Suddenly, the previously still chairs sprang to life, their bones colliding, resonating with a jarring sound akin to that of bones being cleaved apart. To his astonishment, the chairs morphed into grotesque entities devoid of skin, revealing raw flesh and sinew. What on earth was happening? Yu found himself utterly bewildered. What were these abominations, and who was manipulating them? The creatures, stiffly raising their arms, emitted a disconcerting crackling noise. This sound had an unsettling effect, almost akin to mental pollution, as a wave of nausea surged within him, overwhelming him with thoughts of violence and deep-seated hatred. Such a tumultuous amalgamation of emotions rendered concentration nearly impossible. What was truly transpiring? It had to be the influence of that sound. He realized he could scarcely control his own body. Desperate, he forced chakra to circulate throughout his being, invoking the indomitable armor technique to mitigate some of the adverse effects. Yet the intense feeling of nausea lingered stubbornly. With no time to ponder further, he recognized his body was incapable of combat. Escape was paramount. Gathering chakra in his legs, Yu employed the phantom shadow step, swiftly maneuvering in a circle, only to find himself back at square one. How could this be? There was no exit. With a sudden leap, an inexplicable lightness enveloped my body. How could this be possible? At that moment, Yujin found it hard to believe his own eyes. The scene below was no longer a grand hall. It was an indistinguishable expanse, a space so distorted it defied comprehension. The monsters below stood within their respective small domains, each region floating precariously within a purplish-red void. Suspended in midair, Yu pondered the unfolding events. "Where is everyone?" Mangekyou called out from the playground, only to be met with the echo of his own voice. How peculiar. They had just been in the grand hall, and now they found themselves in the playground. Regardless, this beautiful sunset, appearing in the morning, was indeed a rarity. It would be a shame to squander such a splendid youth. Inversion. A lap around. Mangekyou instinctively flipped his body. With a loud thud, dust erupted around him. What was happening? His body felt unexpectedly heavy. He could not lift himself at all. At that moment, Mangekyou had lost his former vitality, his tone laden with fatigue and lethargy. To waste such a glorious sunset on sleep was truly a shame. It seemed he had lost the youthful fervor of yesteryears. Wait, this magnificent sunset. He should be running with vigor. With that thought, he attempted a flip but failed to rise. Again he tried, yet he remained grounded. Come on. The playground reverberated with Mangekyou's desperate cries. This wouldn't do. It appeared that opening a door was the only solution left. Open the door. Open. Suddenly, Mangekyou's eyes turned white, his gaze fierce, veins bulging as he summoned every ounce of strength to rise from the ground. Adu! He roared as he sprinted forward with increasing speed, his pace growing more ferocious. The dust and gravel behind him could no longer keep up with his velocity, and it felt as though the very fabric of space was on the verge of tearing apart. With a resounding crash, reminiscent of shattering glass, Mangekyou abruptly opened his eyes, discovering himself sprawled on the floor of the hall, surrounded by slumbering competitors. Among them, the only one awake was Kakashi. "Oh, you're awake?" Kakashi inquired. It was hardly surprising. Such a hypnosis technique was likely to ensnare only you. At that moment, Mangekyou gazed at Kakashi, still bewildered. You fell victim to the hypnosis. Typically, executing such a potent technique consumes a great deal of chakra, and achieving such an effect without a week's preparation is quite challenging. It appears that someone has been plotting for quite some time. Indeed, there always seems to be turmoil during significant events. Meanwhile, atop the tower in the Hidden Leaf Village, one could surmise that the plan had succeeded. It was time to report back to the leader. All this commotion merely to monitor a petty thief? Was it truly necessary to mobilize so extensively? A month in advance was required to set up the activation array, and the various departments of the Hidden Leaf Village were remarkably inept, so easily accomplishing the task. Clad in a black cloak adorned with a large kanji for shadow, the figure seemed to revel in the satisfaction of completing the mission, oblivious to the necessity of vigilance. Every action he took was closely observed by the Umbu operatives concealed in the treetops behind him. So naive, thought the Dark Squad member. He retrieved a pitch-black butterfly from his bosom, whispered a few words to its ear, and released it. The butterfly swiftly took flight towards the Hidden Leaf Village. One could only speculate about the prowess of this generation of children. Oda toyed with the shuriken in her hand, observing as the communication butterfly landed beside her. Time to get to work again. She detected the presence of the Shadow Division personnel, their coordinates traced to the high tower, seemingly connected to the participating children. A swift investigation was necessary. The butterfly soon vanished, transforming into a cloud of black powder that dispersed into the air. This ink butterfly is truly exquisite, Oda mused. It appears that these children may be encountering some difficulties. After notifying various departments, she proceeded alone to the grand hall of the selection meeting. However, upon arrival, She found the hall shrouded in a thick layer of black chakra. The sensation of this chakra felt unsettlingly foreign, evoking a chill. After surveying the perimeter of the hall, she discovered nothing amiss. It seemed the only course of action was to trace the source of the chakra. I wonder how that kid, Uchiha, is faring, Ōtsusuki remarked. Meanwhile, Uchiha had spent an hour in deep contemplation, arriving at several possibilities. 1. He had traversed dimensions, a scenario that seemed highly plausible given past experiences. 2. He had been hypnotized. For hypnosis in the world of Naruto could be executed stealthily and far more easily than on Earth. If he had indeed been hypnotized, it was likely that he was not the only one affected. But how was he to escape this predicament? The sound of wooden clogs striking the ground echoed oddly in the air. Could there be others? Yuzuru was taken aback. I say, you, young man, are you incapable of assessing the situation? A hollow yet authoritative voice emerged from the darkness. Who are you? How did you get in here? Yuzuru inquired. That is not a question for you to ask. You should be inquiring how to exit, came the voice, now tinged with mockery. Here's a hint. Your assistant seems to possess some knowledge. Oh, you understand what I mean by assistant, don't you? With that, the presence vanished without a trace. At that moment, Yuzuru eyes widened in disbelief as he stared into the shadows. Could it be that this entity knows my secret? Is my crossing connected to that voice? No matter. Escaping is of utmost priority. Assistant, what is the origin of that individual? Yuzuru questioned. Searching. Please hold on. Apologies. No information found. Yuzuru was not surprised. Check for a way out, he commanded. Querying. Please hold on. Current location. Lobby. Status. Hypnosis. Decryption method requires 10 minutes to locate. Damn. So slow. Yuzuru exclaimed impatiently. In the forest outside Konoha village, thoughts swirled. This kid has actually mastered the diamond body technique to such an extent. Unfortunately, it can only defend against physical attacks, against mental assaults like hypnosis. Such a powerful ability is but a hollow shell. The individual, concealed behind a mask that obscures their features, reveals only the fox-like smile adorning the mask. Given the current circumstances, the progress is commendable. However, it is regrettable that the members of the Shadow Division have, through some clandestine means, dared to conduct experiments on my people. This is an open provocation against me. It seems that, with age, it is time to stretch my limbs once more. Ōtsusuki, in pursuit of chakra, arrived at the forest edge of Konohagakure. How peculiar, for this is indeed the source. Who goes there? With a sudden inquiry, a shuriken was hurled towards Ōtsusuki. She swiftly retreated, only to discover that the shuriken's end was affixed with an explosive tag. This is dire. She swiftly formed hand seals, narrowly evading the enemy's ambush. Who are you? Show yourself. Ōtsusuki bellowed. What is the merit of cowering in fear? She indignantly remarked. It is truly ironic that, as a member of the Umbu, one should speak of cowardice in such a despicable manner. From the shadows emerged a woman clad in black, adorned with an embroidered character for shadow. You are from the Shadow Division? Have you not been silent and hidden for decades? Surely, your reemergence is not without a grand conspiracy at play, Ōtsusuki questioned. Silent and hidden? Not entirely. We simply choose to remain less visible to the public eye. It is not as fearsome as you might believe. Moreover, the Umbu and the Shadow Division share a common origin. That shuriken was merely a greeting. Why engage in unnecessary dialogue? Now that pleasantries have been exchanged, surrender quietly and allow me to take you to our leader. After uttering those words, more shurikens were hurled towards Ōtsusuki. The master of the Grand Hall, situated hundreds of miles away, had found an exit, albeit with considerable difficulty. The mechanical voice of the assistant echoed in Yuhua's mind. Startled, Yuhu exclaimed, What is it? Speak quickly, this is not a matter for you to ponder. Simply inform me of the method. Very well, master. The exit lies within the abdomen of one of the many monsters below. The only way to enter is for it to swallow you whole. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Yuhua's spine. Why is it so grotesque? What kind of hypnosis involves such twisted tricks? Which monster is it? It is the one with a glowing abdomen. The assistant responded. Yuhu adjusted his collar and swallowed hard. Here we go, he muttered, then closed his eyes and leaped forward. In an instant, the monster's jaws gaped open, its features grotesquely contorted by the rapid motion as crimson flesh began to rupture. The stench emanating from the cavernous maw was overwhelming. As Yuhu opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with Might Guy's pronounced eyebrows and piercing gaze, only to be reflexively pushed away due to their proximity. Yuhu, you're awake. You have no idea how worried I was about you. Did you encounter something terrifying? You were screaming just now. It was absolutely frightening, Mangekyou exclaimed. As Yuhua Yujin sat up, memories of the scene flooded back to him, along with the slick sensation of entering the monster's maw, accompanied by the foul odor. He began to retch uncontrollably. Ugh, let's not speak of it anymore. It was utterly revolting, an experience I shall never forget. It was nothing short of a nightmare. After Yujin Hanyu finished speaking, he glanced around. Had they not yet awakened? Indeed, I was the first to regain consciousness. Kakashi. Perhaps it is his genius that rendered him immune to the hypnosis. The exterior of this hall is enveloped in an unknown chakra. Completely severing our communication with the outside world, we can only await rescue. Kakashi ventured out to assess the situation and is likely to return shortly, remarked Mangekyou. After surveying the surroundings, the only course of action left is to wait for assistance, and as for this group of inept individuals, who knows when they will awaken? Kakashi added. Oh, this group is rather impressive, especially Kakashi, who seems exceptionally formidable. I wonder how he will perform in the arena. As for Mangekyou, despite being unable to detect any chakra, he swiftly emerged from the hypnosis, which is not to be underestimated. Moreover, before he regained consciousness, a surge of exceptionally pure chakra inexplicably erupted from him. Clearly, he is not an ordinary individual. As for that ruffian, Yujin Hanyu, who appears to be lagging behind, he too awakened quite early. Although I am uncertain of the method he employed, there must be some secret about him. I shall observe further. Once more, I ask you, who do you refer to as the fat one? Dora inquired, enunciating each word deliberately. The minion before him appeared utterly terrified, trembling uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he clung to his final shred of defiance. I mean you fat one, the minion stammered. Go to hell, you bastard. Dora exerted every ounce of strength, his powerful fist slicing through the air with a resounding crack, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the small minion. Yet, with a sudden leap, the minion evaded capture using a substitution technique. Ah, the minion exclaimed, shielding his face with his arms. After a moment, he realized something was amiss. He had not sustained any injuries. Have you had enough of your cries? If so, be gone. Do you dare provoke it? Are you seeking death? The figure standing before the minion declared. It has been a long time. You appear to be well. Spoke Tsunade from the side, recognizing the second-in-command of the Shadow Department. Guing, where is your leader? If I'm not mistaken, you must be Tsunade, Guing continued. I recall meeting you when you were merely a girl. It is astonishing to see how you have grown. Truly, a woman transforms significantly as the years pass. His tone was flippant, leaving an unsettling impression. Our leader's ambitions are grand. He has no time to concern himself with trivial matters. This is merely a minor episode in his grand vision, one that does not warrant his attention, Guing remarked. What schemes does your Shadow Department harbor? Dora inquired. Such a term as scheme is rather sour, don't you think? Guing retorted. I have already stated that our goals are magnificent. Since I have not revealed them to you over the years, do you truly believe I would disclose them now? Then let us fight until you concede, Dora proclaimed. His rotund form, surprisingly agile, cast doubt upon whether he was merely a hollow shell or simply overweight. At that moment, Dora's fists were enveloped not in the healing green chakra, but rather in a green infused with a striking crimson intensity. With a swift leap, he charged forward, crashing down upon the solitary figure. A resounding boom echoed through the air, sending dust swirling. As the smoke dissipated, a large crater remained, within which lay the solitary figure, battered and sprawled, with Dora's fist having struck his abdomen. Oh dear. It has long been said that the strength of Dora from the Hidden Leaf Village is extraordinary. And indeed, it proves to be true today. However, there remains a slight deficiency in strategic finesse. Time is of the essence. Farewell. With a puff, the solitary figure transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Alas, they have fallen into the trap, drawing the tiger from its mountain lair. Their true objective was merely to stall for time. Dora exclaimed, Are they departing without regard for us? Several members of the Shadow Division stood resolutely in their path. Clear away from me, Dora commanded. Dora nimbly darted among the throng of enemies, his fist shimmering with red and green light, causing foes to fall one after another. Still attempting ambush, Dora pivoted, effortlessly catching an enemy's shuriken with his bare hands, pressing down on the explosive tag to prevent detonation. My skin. This level of skill is akin to mere tickling. At that moment, Dora grew increasingly fierce, becoming more valiant with each encounter. Earth release. Cracking earth palm. Instantly, the ground trembled, and as dust soared, a colossal hand, towering hundreds of feet, descended upon the adversaries. Boom. The entire forest lay in ruins. Uprooted trees and shattered roots intertwined with the buried foes. Humph. Mere ants. Dora scoffed as he withdrew his fist. Make haste to the main hall, Dora urged. Leading Tsunade through the jungle at a swift pace when a familiar silhouette came into view. Kakashi. Over here, Kakashi, Tsunade called out. Dora. Tsunade. This is my doppelganger. The situation is rather dire, Kakashi exclaimed anxiously. Oh dear, I am utterly fatigued. I have been lying here for quite some time, and suddenly everyone collapsed. As if in unison. Little did I expect to remain in this position for several hours. My arm has gone numb. I wonder if the people of Konoha have any means to resolve this predicament? It seems that Mu Liao will need to rest a while longer. And he appears to have fallen asleep. Alas, remarkable indeed. He managed to break free from my hypnosis. It appears my technique was quite effective. From the shadows emerged a figure clad in black, adorned with a prominent kanji symbol for shadow embroidered on his attire. Humph. Such a rudimentary hypnosis technique. Hardly enough to ensnare me. Kakashi scoffed. Oh, it seems this generation is indeed filled with talent. However, young man, you underestimate our shadow division. This hypnosis is merely a filter, a sieve. The true spectacle is beyond your imagination. While my hypnosis may be somewhat simplistic, should they remain in slumber for 4 hours without awakening, I dare say they may never awaken at all. When that time comes, do not weep. Such excessive chatter, Kakashi retorted, launching a shuriken towards the cloaked figure. In response, the figure deftly hurled a dart to collide with it. Oh dear, how disrespectful. What kind of girl employs such sharp and perilous weapons? A loud bang resonated, followed by a smoke bomb. Is this truly the extent of your abilities? Kakashi adeptly navigated through the haze, launching an assault on the figure clad in black. Unfazed, the dark-clad individual effortlessly deflected the attack with a single hand. Suddenly, the chakra in Kakashi's grasp transformed into a brilliant white, accompanied by the resounding cries of a phoenix, reminiscent of thousands of birds singing in unison. This spectacle shone brightly amidst the smoke as he advanced toward the figure. The black-clad individual, unaccustomed to such a display, hastily formed hand seals, but it was too late. As a girl, underestimating the situation was simply unacceptable. With a resounding bang, the figure vanished. TCH. A mere shadow clone technique? I never anticipated that after all this chatter, it would still be intact. It seems the shadow division must rely on shadow clones to infiltrate. Shadow clones, shadow clones. A sudden realization struck Kakashi. With swift hand seals, he dispatched clones outside the wall, believing this should suffice. Kakashi remarked, I must quickly locate Minato. Otherwise, the opportunity will slip away. Meanwhile, various departments in Konoha received urgent news from Oda Mio, hastening towards the main hall. However, en route, they encountered members of the Shadow Division. To their surprise, the once reclusive Shadow Division had resurfaced. Humph, a dead weight, blabbering incessantly, scoffed one of the Shadow Division members. At this, the villagers of Konoha held their breath, slowly turning their gazes toward Rado, the head of the medical department, then to the impending doom facing the Shadow Division. Sighing, you've struck at Rado's Achilles heel. May he rest in peace. Tsunade chuckled, her expression gleeful. Before them appeared Rado in a flash, dust swirling around him. The once charming, chubby visage had vanished, replaced by an expression of fury, grotesque and terrifying. His fangs glistened menacingly, eyes gleaming with a wild intensity, ears erect, whiskers bristling, and his features contorted in rage. You, repeat it once more. Who is the fat deadweight? Rado articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. His voice no longer the endearing tone of a pet, but rather a feral growl, reminiscent of a beast unleashed. Perhaps this ferocity was the reason for his enduring survival, sustained by his formidable combat prowess and intimidating presence. The figure from the Shadow Division stood frozen in terror, legs trembling uncontrollably, stammering the final words of his life. I was referring to you. What of it? At that moment, the entire hall was enveloped in a vast expanse of chakra, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. I had merely sent a shadow clone to seek assistance, never anticipating your arrival. Thus, my mission is accomplished, Kakashi's clone declared before vanishing into thin air. Kakashi observed the child, astonished by the rapid growth of his abilities. It took at least half an hour to traverse from the Great Tang to this location. Yet the child managed to sustain his clone for such an extended period at this tender age. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to his father, so determined, Dora remarked. When it came to his father, Tsunade only paused, choosing not to elaborate further. His father has always been a topic of considerable controversy, whether he valued the feelings of his comrades or merely prioritized the completion of tasks. This undoubtedly had a significant impact on Kakashi as a child. Henceforth, let us refrain from mentioning Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, Dora stated solemnly. Tsunade held great respect for her mentor, Dora, as she had learned most of her healing ninjutsu from him. The tactical and academic knowledge she acquired from Hiruzen Sarutobi was largely theoretical, with only a modicum of practical application. The majority of her understanding of healing principles stemmed from her teacher, Dora. Ahead lies the main hall. Be wary of ambushes, Tsunade cautioned Dora. It seems that a hypnosis technique has been employed in this vicinity and of considerable magnitude. Such a level of hypnosis typically requires a week or even longer for preparation. Clearly, the cunning old foxes of the Umbu have been active in the Hidden Leaf Village for quite some time without our notice. What an oversight. No wonder, as the movements of the Umbu are renowned for their secrecy and elusiveness. Dora mused aloud. Speaking of the techniques learned by the Umbu, they largely originate from the dark side of the Hidden Leaf Village. Curiously, the leader of the Umbu underwent a sudden change in temperament, focusing on assassination rather than infiltrations, which starkly contrasts with the operational principles of the dark side. Fortunately, the Umbu leader departed from the Hidden Leaf Village to establish an independent faction known as the Sitting Shadow. At that moment, Tsunade was completely unaware of such secrets within the Hidden Leaf Village, astonished by her ignorance. This matter, in truth, is not so alarming. It hasn't frightened you, has it? Tsunade? Dora inquired. No, not at all. Merely a bit unexpected, she replied. Tsunade replied, let us not indulge in idle chatter. Instead, let us contemplate how we might gain entry. Just moments ago, that impudent Kakashi suggested that one must utilize the shadow clone technique to enter and exit. Let us give it a try, Dora declared, closing her eyes and crossing her hands with a resounding pop. She conjured a shadow clone and sent it into the grand hall. As it descended, she noticed a figure beneath her and hastily adjusted her landing. However, the suddenness of her arrival, combined with the size of her feet, led to an unfortunate tumble to the side. Ouch, that hurts. A few individuals in the room turned to investigate the commotion, only to find a fluffy, light green creature sprawled in the corner of the hall. The creature rolled over and stood up, creating a rather comical scene, for Dora's ordinary appearance was simply too endearing. Haha, what an adorable little chubby one, Mike Guy exclaimed with mirth. Fortunately, Dora was preoccupied with getting back on her feet and did not overhear Mike's jest regarding her weight and figure. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge for Mike to handle. Have you all had your fill of laughter? Dora said, carefully making her way over. The space for her footing was limited, and she nearly stumbled, flailing her arms to maintain her balance, her round belly jiggling, eyes firmly shut. This charming spectacle naturally evoked hearty laughter from those present. If you continue to laugh, you shall find yourselves alone. You may wait here for your demise, Dora said, stamping her foot in frustration. All right, we won't laugh anymore. We apologize, Dora-senpai. The three quickly offered their apologies. Dora then lowered her gaze to observe the slumbering children. Noticing their furrowed brows and shaking heads, clearly in distress, it appears that the situation is rather grim. The depth of hypnosis is profound, and awakening requires a considerable amount of time. By the way, what did you all witness in your dreams? Dora inquired, looking back. Such trivial tricks cannot ensnare me. Kakashi replied nonchalantly. During my hypnotic state, I saw the setting sun and the track of the playground. However, my body felt exceedingly heavy, rendering me incapable of running. I had to force myself to rise and sprint in my dream to escape, Guy stated. And you, little one? Dora asked. I dreamt of a horde of skinless creatures, exposing their tissues and bones, whose screams paralyzed me. Among the multitude of monsters, I found an exit through one of their abdomens, which allowed me to escape, Yumaharu said, his face reflecting anguish, as that sensation remains painfully vivid. It seems that each of you encounters your deepest fears or most terrifying beings during hypnosis. This technique is employed by the interrogation department in the Hidden Leaf Village to extract confessions from criminals, merely undermining their psychological defenses. I never anticipated that the Shadow Department would pervert this spell for such nefarious purposes. How despicable, Dora exclaimed with disdain. Yet, they seem to have forgotten that in employing hypnosis against me, they are merely showcasing their ignorance. After all, I am the very inventor of this technique. Dora leapt gracefully onto the stage, swiftly forming hand seals as vibrant green chakra flowed from her palms, cascading down from the elevated platform to the ground. It encircled the slumbering contestants, meticulously tracing a perfect circle. Gradually, delicate lines began to emerge along the perimeter, as if sketching a mysterious pattern, converging from all directions toward the center. In no time, an unknown healing array was meticulously established. Hypnosis. Release. Dora proclaimed, and in an instant, the healing array radiated a brilliant green light, dazzling to the point of blinding. What in the world? Did I just fall asleep? Where was I? The contestants, utterly bewildered, struggled to comprehend their current predicament. Oh dear. They're all awake now. I suppose I should awaken too. I had such a satisfying sleep, yet that blinding green light jolted me awake, thought Tianjing Muliang. However, the pressing question remained. How would the leaders of the Hidden Leaf Village address this situation? Please, everyone, remain calm. You have all just fallen into a state of hypnosis. We have determined who cast the hypnosis, and for now, I urge you to stay in the hall and await further news. The hall is currently the safest area. Dora announced loudly from the stage. Safe? You deem it safe when this is where we fell victim to the hypnosis? How can you assure us that the next attack won't reach here? The contestants expressed their disdain for the recent assault and their apprehension about future threats. Please remain calm. For at present, you are unable to exit. The most prudent course of action is to await the rescue from other departments of the Hidden Leaf Village. All I can do is assist you in dispelling the hypnosis. Dora, unwavering in the face of adversity, declared, if there are any grievances, I possess alternative methods to ensure your satisfaction. With that, he bared his fangs and glared menacingly at the group of youngsters. The participants, witnessing the transformation from Dora's previously endearing demeanor to this fierce visage, were genuinely taken aback, their faces paling in terror. Even Kakashi found himself momentarily stunned, instinctively taking a step back. It was astonishing how something so adorable could shift so abruptly. The sudden change was difficult to comprehend. Kakashi mused, indeed, when reason fails, one must resort to force. Below the stage, the contestants exchanged puzzled glances, at a loss for words. Wow, that chubby fellow is terrifying. He was just so cute. And now he is baring his teeth in a frightful manner. Awakening to such a shocking scene is truly unfair, thought Tianjing Muliang. You all must remain quiet and composed here. Do not create any disturbances. Once I disperse the clones, I do not wish to hear any chaos outside the hall. Dora admonished sternly. Outside the hall, a voice remarked, I say, instructor, this seems rather excessive. Any normal adult would find it hard to accept such a sight, let alone a group of children. Is this not a bit of an overreaction? Tsunade's tone reflected a hint of sympathy for them. These little rascals only know how to cause a ruckus. It truly gives one a headache. Without some firm measures, I fear we wouldn't know how to proceed. Dora, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, do you still feel pity for them? Enough with the meaningless chatter. Why haven't Watergate and his companions arrived yet? At that moment, Watergate's group was delayed, and it was indeed quite taxing for those two to manage the situation. There stood the solitary figure of Goying, wielding a fan, confronting Watergate's entourage. Where are you headed? If you intend to reach the main hall, I must object. The second-in-command of the Shadow Department interjected, speaking boldly without assessing the situation. Do you really think you can impede our entire group all by yourself? It was Oda Mio, a member of the formal Shadow Department. Young lady, there's no need to be so aggressive, she continued. Have I claimed I would stop you? Going replied with a smile. As the leader of the Shadow Department and a member of the 4th Hokage, how could I possibly be your match? I merely aim to buy some time. Earth release, Earth prison. Going swiftly formed hand seals and shouted. Suddenly, walls of earth rose around them, trapping Watergate and his companions. Is this all the prowess of the second-in-command of the Shadow Department? Merely confining us? Oda Mio remarked. Surely you don't believe such a rudimentary technique could hold us. Do you? Watergate retorted, adding, we have already dispelled your hypnosis. It would be wise for you to surrender. Oh dear. Is this how you would characterize the arrogance of the Leaf Village? Going responded. Did I ever state that I intended to confine you? I merely wished to buy a little time. As for that trivial hypnotic technique, although we have exerted some effort in this matter, it is, in truth, merely a delaying tactic on my part. I suspect that the individuals over there have already begun to discern this, hee. The solitary figure fanned himself confidently and declared, moreover, this earth has long been transformed by the unique chakra of my shadow division. Even you, Minato, would require at least 2 hours to break free from this confinement. The timing is indeed fortuitous. I shall not converse further with you. It is time for me to assess the situation over there. How unfortunate, muttered Minato, that I have encountered such a predicament in the Hidden Leaf Village. I wonder if Dora and Tsunade can overcome this formidable adversary? Outside the Grand Hall, the chakra enveloping the space appeared markedly different from before. It seemed to be thickening and growing in strength autonomously. If this continues to escalate, the children within may be in grave danger. Dora leaned forward, sensing the chakra with her hands, while Tsunade anxiously awaited beside her. As the chakra gradually concentrated towards the center, the entire space was progressively compressed. At this rate, the lives of the children are hanging by a thread, Tsunade exclaimed. Indeed. We must urgently devise a means to halt the contraction of this unknown chakra, Dora mused, squinting in contemplation. But how should we proceed? With a rotund belly, squinting eyes, and twitching whiskers, your habits remain unchanged, Dora. Oh, perhaps I should refer to you as the glutton, Tora? The solitary shadow gradually emerged from the darkness of the ground, leisurely uttering words. Dora suddenly opened his eyes wide, fixating on the solitary figure. Earth release combined with shadow technique. Your shadow department has indeed honed these rather dubious ninjutsu skills over the years. The title of glutton has nearly faded from my memory. Yet your sudden revelation brings a sense of discomfort. As the former leader of the shadow department, it appears you have been relegated to the position of second in command. It seems you have harbored quite a bit of pent-up frustration over the years, haven't you? Not at all. The minister of the shadow department has become exceedingly dull. I find myself disliking the constraints and confines. They render life rather tedious. It is far more enjoyable to pass the mantle of leadership to another and wander about. Treating it as a vacation, the solitary figure replied. Though, upon encountering you, my temper inexplicably reignites. Centuries ago, Dora and the solitary figure were inseparable friends in the Hidden Leaf Village, often seen frolicking together in a duo of green and black. As time progressed and they reached the graduation phase of the Ninja Academy, fate, in its cruel jest, pitted them against one another as rivals. This was not their first encounter. They often engaged in playful skirmishes, yet both were acutely aware that this graduation examination would be taken with utmost seriousness. What a coincidence. Dora, I look forward to your guidance, the solitary figure remarked. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate your teachings as well, solitary shadow. Dora replied, grinning with fangs bared. Veins prominently displayed on his forehead, saliva dripping, and a growl escaping his lips. The atmosphere grew tense as Gulong struggled to comprehend Dora's sudden transformation. With a surge of red chakra coalescing in his hands, Dora charged forward with agility. Unyielding, Gulong gripped the kunai and dashed ahead, but as their paths converged, he deftly sidestepped, leaving Dora to miss his mark. A swift counterpunch followed, yet Gulong evaded once more. Hey, there is no need to be so serious. Let us discuss our strategy. A draw wouldn't be the worst outcome, would it? Gulong stammered, a hint of panic in his voice. Clearly, you're intent on a proper duel, Dora bellowed. Show me your serious side and let us engage in a fair contest. No more beating around the bush. Why didn't you say so earlier? Here we go. Gulong somersaulted backward, landing gracefully on the ground. It was evident that both were now fully committed. Dora unleashed a straight punch that sliced through the air with a crackling sound. Anticipating Gulong's evasion, he closed his eyes and swung blindly. But Gulong swiftly executed a substitution technique, appearing behind Dora. Water shield, water wave slash. Gulong expelled a powerful jet of high-pressure water, slicing towards Dora like a razor. Caught off guard by Gulong's speed, Dora braced himself against the water shield, but the water wave slash propelled him several hundred meters away, sending him crashing against a wall. With a resounding thud, Dora became embedded in the wall, immobilized. Water shield. Water bullets. Gulong formed hand seals, preparing for the next strike. As Dora perceived the impending threat of the water bullets, he swiftly employed his body technique to evade, teleporting directly behind Guing. The fiery red chakra surged toward Guing with great force. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Guing exclaimed, Earth shield. Earth flow wall. Instantly, a wall of earth rose behind him, blocking the rear assault. But can you defend against the front? Dora shouted, his eyes wide with determination, attempting to dash in front of Guing. However, Guing would not allow that to happen. Book of Shadows, Shadow Binding Technique. Gu Ying's shadow extended, manifesting dozens of tendrils that swiftly ensnared Dora, rendering him motionless. You, relying on your unique physique to learn any ninjutsu. Yet you always resort to these despicable techniques, Dora lamented, a mix of frustration and helplessness in his voice. I see that your chakra has nearly run dry, and soon it will be afternoon. The shadows in your area will soon arrive. I wonder how long you can sustain this. After all these years together, your venomous tongue shows no sign of abating. Look at you, you just mentioned it will soon be afternoon, and given my unique physique, I can simply use light release to illuminate the entire area. Soon, my shadow will be present. Guing retorted. What? Light release? How do you know about this legendary ninjutsu? To this day, no one has been able to utilize it, save for one of the founding elders from the very beginning, who possesses the capability. However, the light escape technique is overwhelmingly potent and has been forcibly sealed away by the other two cockroaches, even if you possess a unique constitution. The inherent instability of the light escape combined with its immense uncertainty leads to consequences beyond your imagination. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of many, should the light escape technique be unleashed, do you truly believe that the elders of Konoha would not investigate you? Your shadow techniques are the secret arts of the Nara clan, and the upper echelons have already begun to take notice. I advise you to release me swiftly before they commence their inquiries. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire, declared Dora. Upon hearing Dora's words, Guing finally grasped the gravity of the situation. All right, fine, but I warn you, do not suddenly change your appearance. That would be frightfully alarming. And then, time's up. The victor is Guing. A resounding voice announced within the hall. Wait a moment. There's still an hour left in the competition. Guing thought to himself. Even if the match were to conclude prematurely, the victor should have been the one who conceded first. Guing, run, Dora shouted hoarsely. Guing turned back to see the third Hokage rushing forward with a group, moving with incredible speed, leaving no time for reaction. Just as Guing was about to flee, he was intercepted by the group. Third Hokage, what is the meaning of this? Guing laughed nervously. Is something urgent happening? Oh, solitary shadow, how little did I perceive your extraordinary nature until now. I have long heard whispers of your ability to master an array of jutsu, and just moments ago, you executed the Nara clan's secret technique, the shadow stitching technique. Did you not? This art, passed down through the medium of bloodline, is astonishing, considering your lack of kinship with the Nara family. I refuse to allow such power to persist in this world. The third Hokage commanded, summon forth reinforcements and restrain him. Those around him swiftly moved to apprehend the solitary shadow, yet he deftly evaded their grasp with the body replacement technique. Humph, you think such feeble skills can capture me? You underestimate me far too much, he declared, surveying his surroundings in search of an escape route. Earth Shield, let the soil descend. The third Hokage called out. This is troublesome. I've just used the body replacement technique. The solitary shadow exclaimed, realizing the cunning ploy of the old fox who had tricked him. A rift in space appeared above him, from which a deluge of viscous clay cascaded down, ensnaring him to the ground, rendering him immobile. With his hands unable to form seals, he found himself utterly helpless, covered in clay on his face, legs, and arms, as it swiftly began to dry and harden, becoming exceedingly rigid. If only you had cooperated willingly from the beginning, you would not have to endure such suffering. It is regrettable that I had to exhaust myself with this laborious technique. The third Hokage remarked. With hands forming seals, the once brown chakra transformed into an eerie green hue. Fear not, the process may be somewhat painful, but it is for your own good. Third Hokage, what do you intend to do to the solitary shadow? Dora implored. At that moment, his innate talent was being exploited. Though it posed no life-threatening danger, it merely involved the ruthless shattering of the meridians associated with his secondary gift. The third Hokage remarked nonchalantly. Shattering, meridians. Dora gasped in disbelief, her eyes widening in shock. The meridians of innate talent differ significantly from normal ones, primarily located beneath the cerebral cortex, where pain receptors are abundant and exceedingly sensitive. To carry out such a brutal procedure without anesthesia is utterly inhumane, Dora exclaimed. Suddenly, a surge of green chakra violently penetrated the dried clay, ruthlessly performing venous destruction. Time was of the essence. The third Hokage retracted the chakra from the medical department, instructing that Going be taken down for thorough examination and care, with no visitors permitted during this period. Dora hurried over to rescue Going from the clay. As Going emerged from the earth, his eyes were crimson, and he gasped for breath. Going, are you all right? Does it still hurt? Dora questioned anxiously. They have taken away my talent. In comparison to losing that gift, this pain is nothing, Going replied coldly. Please, allow us to take him, the medical staff urged. They gently placed Going on the medical stretcher. How long will it take for him to recover? Dora asked, her concern palpable. At least 6 months, and the maximum. Well, that depends on his psychological resilience. After all, the loss of one's talent inflicts significant harm, especially when it has been taken away in such a reckless manner without anesthesia, the medical personnel said sympathetically. Rest assured, Guing. I shall undoubtedly discover a method to cure you. Since that fateful day, Dora has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of healing arts while simultaneously honing his physical prowess. Through relentless research, Dora's expertise in healing techniques has flourished, culminating in the creation of a paralysis-inducing chakra, which allows for anesthesia during surgical procedures, thereby diminishing the need for narcotic drugs and enhancing the efficacy of treatments. However, Dora remained unsatisfied. He continuously sought a means to restore Gu Ying's innate talents. Despite receiving numerous warnings from the third Hokage, he was compelled to delve into clandestine research. During this endeavor, he inadvertently stumbled upon a secret technique by transferring his consciousness into another body, provided that the body in question is sufficiently perfect. The transferee could acquire immense power without risking their life. Nevertheless, the creation of a new body was feasible, but the replication of a brain remained unattainable with current technology, as it necessitated an overwhelming number of neurons. The notion of artificially generating neurons was, for the time being, a fanciful dream. It appeared that Dora's research had reached an impasse. Reluctantly, he had to confine his studies underground, cognizant of the inherent dangers and taboos associated with his work. He established multiple traps and codes to deter external discovery and facilitate his research. Yet, it seems Dora overlooked a critical detail: if artificial creation proved unfeasible, he could experiment with a living subject. All he needed was to find an individual possessing a talent akin to Gu Ying's. Evidently, Dora was still too compassionate. After 6 months of treatment and rehabilitation, Gu Ying finally discharged from the hospital, as Dora awaited him at the entrance of the medical department. In the dim light, Gu Ying, here. Dora shook her arms rapidly, exuding an undeniable charm. How are you feeling? Have you nearly recovered? Is there any hindrance regarding ninjutsu? Dora inquired with concern. Yes, I have recovered quite well. I plan to attend training in the Umbu tomorrow, Gu Ying replied coolly. The Umbu. Is this your aspiration upon becoming a jonin? Dora asked, somewhat reluctant. I will devote myself to mastering stealth and reconnaissance ninjutsu. I can no longer rely on employing multiple techniques simultaneously as I did before, Gu Ying remarked with a cold smirk. I owe much to the third Hokage. That cunning old fox. He has solidified my resolve to join the Umbu. Otherwise, I would still be lost, uncertain of my true path. At that moment, Dora felt as if she no longer recognized this person. A glimmer of malice shone in her eyes, her tone frigid, brimming with hatred, as if she had transformed into a different individual altogether. Well, I wish you good luck. After much contemplation, Dora refrained from divulging the intelligence she had gathered to Gu Ying. She was uncertain how the fury that consumed Gu Ying would react upon learning this information. And even if Gu Ying were to understand, given his current capabilities, he would likely struggle to achieve it, leading only to greater disappointment. As she watched Gu Ying's silhouette fade into the distance, Dora could never have fathomed that this would be their final conversation as friends. A year later, how many times must I reiterate that our primary task is to gather intelligence on the enemy, not to assassinate? Do you not comprehend our principles? If you eliminate the target, how shall we extract valuable information? An ominous crow scolded Gu Ying loudly. At this moment, the dark crow did not possess the black veil. Her hands were as delicate as tender shoots, her skin like, radiant as the blossoms of spring, and luminous as the autumn moon. Indeed a beautiful woman. I had already extracted the information. Keeping him was superfluous, and he held no value anymore, said the solitary shadow softly. So, should I thank you? The dark crow retorted in anger. Next time such an event occurs, you need not linger in the shadows any longer. Yes, my leader. After bowing, he closed the door and exited. It seems the shadow organization is merely a timid entity, incapable of achieving great deeds. How foolish of me to consider joining here. Young man, to accomplish great things, one must not be overly lenient. The voice of Kongyu drifted from afar. Who goes there, whispering like a ghost? The solitary shadow called out warily. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I am fully aware of your goal, to reclaim your talent. Have you considered that no one has acquired a new talent thus far? What new talent? It was originally mine. Which cunning old fox from the third generation stole my gift? The solitary shadow exclaimed, seething with indignation. They claim this talent is exceedingly dangerous, which is utterly absurd. Excellent. This is the very hatred I seek. I shall now impart what I have learned to you. Through my lifelong knowledge, you may achieve your goals. Though it will not restore your talent, how much you can accomplish depends solely on your own fortune. After that voice vanished, numerous tendrils formed from chakra emerged from all directions, penetrating into the body of the solitary shadow. The response to my chakra was indeed not one of rejection. I had chosen wisely, and I hope you can teach that arrogant third Hokage a lesson. Stop. A familiar voice echoed from afar. Stop, you shameless old thief. The voice, unmistakably belonging to the third Hokage, resonated from behind. Haha. It's too late. His body is now infused with my chakra. The aged voice boomed triumphantly. This is bad. Although this kid has lost his talent, his physical constitution is still formidable enough to accept anyone's chakra, the third Hokage exclaimed. Yet, he has misjudged his allies. He is merely a vessel to that individual. In an instant, countless streams of chakra surged into the body of the solitary figure, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The once vibrant street, aglow with a crimson light, dimmed to obscurity, leaving only the gasping form of the solitary figure on the ground. The third Hokage gazed cautiously at the ailing boy before him, remaining still. Ah ha 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 ha. At last, I have returned. The voice of the solitary figure was particularly hoarse. His eyes bloodshot, hands forming seals in preparation. The person before him was no longer the solitary figure. Old fox, when you sealed me all those years ago, you should have shown no mercy, the solitary figure declared. Humph. Enough of your nonsense. The third Hokage shouted, if need be, I shall seal you away once more. Ha ha. Old fox, you may not have another chance. The solitary figure retorted, as a brilliant red light surged forth, igniting the surrounding air with a shimmering blue glow. In an instant, he lunged forward. With a decisive strike, the third Hokage staggered back 2 paces. This isn't over yet. Going bellowed. Humph. The third Hokage replied with calm arrogance, swiftly maneuvering behind his opponent. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. He formed hand seals and let out a resounding roar towards the sky. Light release. Light screen pillar. Going shouted, and in an instant, a barrier over 3 meters high erupted behind him, radiating brilliant white light, delicate as a cicada's wing. This barrier effortlessly halted the ferocious torrent of the Earth Dragon. What appeared fragile was, in truth, as formidable as a fortress. It seems I shall disappoint you. As a user of light release, I am quite adept at combat. Even you should not underestimate me, should you now regret not sealing me away more decisively. My dear grandfather? To his surprise, the esteemed third Hokage had a grandson, a wielder of light release. It appeared the third Hokage, aware of the peril associated with this power, had preemptively sealed it away, fearing his grandson might stray down a treacherous path. Could he not have taken the time to properly guide his grandson? What could a mere child comprehend? The joys of food, drink, and play perhaps? It seemed the old man, in his youth, was also one to shy away from complications. Sealing away such power was indeed a simple solution, relieving him of unnecessary burdens while preserving time for educating his grandson, all the while gaining a reputation for ruthlessness. Or was it that even the third Hokage could not fully master the might of light release? For centuries, humanity's greatest dilemma has been fear. With the root of all fears stemming from the unknown, it appears that the third generation is indeed quite cautious regarding matters of significance. This elucidates why he chose to sever the talents of the solitary shadow. It seems he feared the youth might stray from the righteous path. Yet, to speak plainly, with age comes a certain lethargy towards guidance, and it seemed preferable to eradicate the issue altogether. However, this approach appears to have backfired, as the solitary shadow's resolve to reclaim his innate gifts has only intensified. How absurd it is, an old rogue like you. Yet you dare to call me grandfather. The third generation scoffed. We have not crossed paths in many years. Surely, we must exchange pleasantries. And then, shall you await your predecessors? Or should I rather say, your descent into hell? The solitary shadow retorted with arrogance. Descent into hell? It seems you have lacked discipline over the years. The third generation remarked. There was no other choice. I have navigated this journey through sheer perseverance. Upon finishing his words, the solitary shadow formed hand seals, invoking light release. Spirit words gone. Brilliant light erupted beneath his feet, manifesting into numerous luminous projectiles, their gleaming points flickering in the air. The projectiles surged forth towards the third generation, who swiftly formed seals for earth release, creating an earthen barrier. The ground instantaneously rose to form a towering wall, intercepting dozens of the radiant projectiles. The sound of impact echoed, as several light spears were thwarted by the earthen shield, sending sand and dust swirling into the air with a resounding crash. But this is far from over. The solitary shadow declared fiercely. Light release, radiant light. In an instant, the solitary figure radiated an overwhelming brilliance, resembling an omnipotent deity descending upon the earthly realm. His speed, defensive capabilities, offensive prowess, and chakra surged to unprecedented heights. With a mere flick of his arm, a wave of light was unleashed, hurtling towards the third Hokage. The third's arm fell as if severed, yet at that moment, he resembled a statue, his form crumbling into a mass of yellow earth, his expression twisted in agony before collapsing into a heap of dust. Ah! How could I forget your penchant for these substitution techniques, Utsutsuki? Indeed, even with the use of earth release, The third Hokage could not perform hand seals at this juncture. Humph. Perhaps my age has rendered me complacent, the third sighed. Earth release, earth spear. Instantly, his body hardened to a diamond-like resilience, capable of withstanding any physical assault. And even if shattered, he could swiftly regenerate. Let us see how you intend to thwart my hand seals. Oh, my dear grandfather, you are truly cunning. The solitary figure laughed with audacity. However, I seem to have forgotten to mention that light is but a particle. In that moment, the third Hokage sensed the impending crisis. With hands forming seals, he proclaimed, Earth release. Quicksand. He then struck the ground with a fist, transforming the earth beneath the solitary figure's feet into soft, yielding sand. Do you think such trivial tricks can ensnare me? The solitary figure leaped forward, hastily attempting to form seals. Do you believe you have time? The third countered. Earth release. Falling soil. Instantly, a vast otherworldly space manifested above the solitary figure, from which viscous mud cascaded down. Stay put, my dear grandson. Before the third generation could even chuckle, he noticed that the earth had failed to ensnare the solitary figure. Rather, the soil effortlessly slid off his body. Alas, it seems you cannot truly comprehend a well-articulated discourse. I have already proclaimed light. Yet, particles. Now, my being is enveloped in a protective radiance. How could your ludicrous clay possibly contain me? Perhaps age has dulled your wits. Leading to such folly, ha ha ha. The solitary figure laughed triumphantly. Young one, your laughter is rather audacious. The third generation remarked. If it were not for your slipping away, how could my soil ever come into contact with the light particles? With that, the clay transformed into a serpentine form, twisting and turning to ensnare the solitary figure. How infuriating. Do not presume that a mere display of cleverness can subdue me. My light evasion holds far greater prowess. He declared. Light evasion. Particle substitute. In an instant, the radiance enveloping the solitary figure magnified exponentially, blindingly brilliant, resembling a being of pure light. From this luminous entity emerged yet another, and as the brilliance waned, the solitary figure remained aglow, pointing at the third generation and bellowing. This was merely a gentle greeting. Next, you shall bear the brunt of my power, old man. Light evasion. Realm of radiance. In an instant, a circle of light emanated from the solitary figure, expanding outward with an imposing brilliance. Such a spectacle holds little weight. It is merely bravado, just a child's fireworks display. The third generation scoffed, eyes closed in disdain. From the perspective of an ordinary person, one would naturally be oblivious to my barrier of light. Within this sanctum, my endurance, offensive power, and speed undergo astonishing enhancements. Coupled with my light evasion and fierce radiance, you shall not lay a single finger upon me. Furthermore, it is merely nightfall. In a few hours, dawn shall break. Once the sun rises, my combat prowess may ascend to an entirely new echelon, and at that moment, I shall ensure that both you and the Hidden Leaf Village accompany me to the grave. The solitary shadow bellowed. Such youthful exuberance! No, rather, such reckless overconfidence. To speak of barriers in my presence, a display of ineptitude, a source of amusement. Upon concluding his words, the third Hokage formed hand seals. Earth release, iron prison. I have already ensnared your barrier of light within my iron prison. Escape is impossible. Earth release, earthen dome. With that, a colossal stone emerged beneath the third Hokage's feet. Effortlessly, he lifted it and hurled it skyward. Humph, I see you have become quite muddled. Should it descend, we shall all perish. I advise you to relent. At that moment, the voice of the solitary shadow trembled slightly. Humph, so you fear this? I, a man beyond 50 years, fear not. Why do you tremble? The third Hokage replied leisurely. It appears you are courting death. The solitary shadow roared. As the enormous boulder hurtled toward the two, the solitary shadow teetered on the brink of despair. Bang! Crack! Suddenly, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Not simply dark, but rather. Had it not been for the solitary shadow's light evasion, it would have been utter blackness. It turned out the third Hokage had previously erected a barrier with his earth release, iron prison. Utilizing the art of earth manipulation, Tuliang to Onzi constructed a protective barrier, rendering the entire iron prison completely sealed. Humph. Do you believe that by confining me here, I am devoid of options? Have you lost your wits? Let me reiterate. Light is but particles. Any minuscule gap is my avenue of escape. Guing stated. Oh, I remarked, noticing your calm demeanor when I unleashed my ninjutsu. Do you perceive whether there exists even a slight fissure in this iron cage? For decades, I have meticulously researched methods to ensnare you. I anticipated your reemergence and devised this impenetrable iron prison. I foresaw your arrogance in wielding light manipulation, believing yourself invincible. I have cleverly exploited your weakness, allowing you to witness your own entrapment. This old fellow has indeed calculated this move, having foreseen my underestimation. How audacious of him to play such tricks. Do you think I have squandered these past centuries? Guing mused, clasping his hands together to form a seal. Curiously, why does this old man continue to smile? Is he so daunted by impending doom that he has been rendered foolish? Perfect. Allow me to fulfill your expectations. Prepare to meet your demise. Light manipulation. Solar blaze. Guing rapidly formed seals with fervor, seemingly intent on bringing the third Hokage to his end. However, what awaited him was utterly unexpected. A dazzling radiance erupted from his hands, intermingled with pure flames, while the third Hokage stood leisurely, an expression of amusement upon his face, observing as the searing light and flames converged upon him. Ha ha! Perish, you cunning old fox! Guing laughed triumphantly. At this critical moment, the flames that seemed unstoppable suddenly erupted into a violent explosion of earth techniques. The ground returned with vigor. Before the third Hokage, a towering barrier of earth rose swiftly to shield against the blast. How could this be? The old fox, what have you done? Guing shouted. I did not consult with you further. The third Hokage bellowed at Dora, demanding, hurry and heal me. Dora, finally regaining composure, rushed over. Placing his hands on the third Hokage's back, his palms infused with vibrant green chakra. The sounds of bones mending echoed through the air. Indeed, it did not hurt. As if it possessed a numbing effect. It seems the rumors of your abandoning physical techniques to delve into healing arts were true. You have indeed mastered them quite well. You must have devoted considerable time and effort to achieve such proficiency, the third Hokage praised. However, Dora did not respond to the third Hokage as commendation. Instead, he remained silent, continuing his healing ministrations. Observing Dora's silence, the third Hokage continued, I understand that you wish to discover a method to restore Gu Ying's lost talents. But historically, no one has ever succeeded in reviving a lost gift. Even if you persist in your research, you will find no clarity. Should you touch upon forbidden techniques, I will not spare you. If your studies breach the regulations of Konoha. The third Hokage's words trailed off as Dora interjected. Rest assured, I shall not venture into forbidden techniques. Throughout history, those who have mastered such arts have met with dire fates. Nonetheless, Guing is a dear friend of mine. And should a glimmer of hope present itself, I am willing to take the risk, even with forbidden methods. However, based on the current advancements in medical science, the only feasible approach would be to create a new being, identical in every aspect to Guing, and subsequently transfer Guing's consciousness into this new vessel. Yet, this notion remains profoundly idealistic. The intricate process of crafting the body must be executed flawlessly. Any misstep or oversight could lead to unimaginable consequences. While the assembly of tissues and skin may seem manageable, the challenge escalates when it comes to the human brain, an insurmountable hurdle. Given the present state of scientific progress, the fabrication of an artificial brain is exceedingly difficult, as it requires an overwhelming number of neurons that cannot be produced with any existing equipment. The third Hokage continued. Have you ever contemplated the technique of Edo Tensei? Dora's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the third Hokage is indeed the leader of the Hidden Leaf, he is also a master of earth techniques. Edo Tensei is a technique she had only heard of, never witnessed. Hearing such a forbidden art from the mouth of a Tsuchikage sent shivers down her spine. Edo Tensei involves molding earth into the shape of a person, summoning that individual, who retains their consciousness, chakra, and identity from their previous life. However, this forbidden technique is only applicable to the deceased. It holds no efficacy for the living. Could it be that he is contemplating an opportunity to eliminate Guing? Humph. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking his life. After all, he is but a child. However, the entity residing within him must perish. My realm of the underworld has temporarily confined him, yet it cannot hold him indefinitely. At present, I remain uncertain as to how to engage him in battle once more. You and the personnel from other departments must swiftly retreat to a safe distance, for dawn approaches. When that time arrives, not only you, but also the village hidden in the leaves, may find themselves entangled in demise. Hurry, there is no time to lose. My body has nearly regained its strength. We must evacuate at once. Dora, in a state of utter bewilderment, struggled to grasp the situation. What was this about the village hidden in the leaves, about the entity within the solitary shadow, and the mention of burial? This made no sense. I must clarify this matter, Dora thought to himself. And what did he mean by the entity within the solitary shadow? Could something have infiltrated his being? Could it possibly be a deceased individual? How could that be? You cunning old fox! What have you done? Why did my radiant flames fail to strike you? The solitary shadow bellowed. Humph. Within my iron fortress lies nothing but dust. Have you ever heard of a dust explosion? Once a certain temperature is reached, it can indeed detonate. The third Hokage explained with pride. Your light release technique compresses light particles, utilizing the repulsion between them to elevate temperature and energy. If you continue to employ your light release, I fear you may end up obliterating yourself. Moreover, the oxygen in this place will diminish rapidly within 20 minutes. It will become a vacuum. At that moment, the force of an explosion could amplify severalfold, and you would undoubtedly be obliterated. As for me, you need not be concerned. During these fleeting moments, my consumption of oxygen has significantly dwindled. I advise you to surrender promptly, lest you face dire consequences. Humph, you old fox. Do you think I fear this explosion? So, a vacuum will ensue in 20 minutes, you say? Thank you for the warning, old fox. It has been 18 minutes since you sealed this area with your earth technique, and the deadline is fast approaching. Should I perish, I shall take you down with me. At this moment, Going was teetering on the brink of madness. The notion of a vacuum explosion mattered little to him. Revenge seemed to be his sole objective. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage realized that this individual was at his last gasp, yet still clinging to a desperate struggle. However, Going was innocent. He was merely a child. No, I must protect Going. Humph. Let us see how long you can endure. The third Hokage exclaimed. The vacuum was imminent. It was becoming increasingly difficult to breathe, Going thought. Just in time. Light release. Light gathering explosion. In an instant, an immense energy surged within Going, his body swelling severalfold, causing the entire space to become cramped. Is this child seeking to throw away his life? Earth release. Earth clone. With that, he created a clone and escaped from the iron prison he had constructed. Standing outside the prison, he watched as it gradually illuminated with brilliance, culminating in a resplendent glow. The entire iron prison expanded instantaneously. Accompanied by a colossal and magnificent radiance, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the third Hokage to tremble uncontrollably. While the very foundations of Konohagakure seemed on the verge of collapse, as the brilliance faded, the iron cage remained utterly unscathed, leaving even the third Hokage in disbelief. Crackling sounds echoed as fissures appeared along the perimeter of the iron cage's walls. In the blink of an eye, the once massive structure disintegrated into dust, dissipating into the air. Through the billowing clouds of smoke, a solitary figure lay at the center, drenched in crimson stains. You shall not escape any longer. The third Hokage bellowed, invoking the technique. Earth release, underworld swamp. Instantly, the ground beneath the solitary figure transformed into a treacherous quagmire, threatening to engulf him. In the distance, a voice called out, Dora, what are you doing? You have already stripped him of his talents. What more do you desire? Are you intent on delivering him to death? Dora reprimanded furiously. Accompanying Dora were others from various departments, who, upon witnessing the third Hokage employing his ultimate technique, Earth Release, Underworld Swamp, against a bloodied, defenseless child, were left bewildered. Just moments prior, they had heard a deafening explosion and had hurried to the scene, only to encounter this bizarre spectacle. Confusion spread among the assembled onlookers as they exchanged glances, uncertain of what actions to take. Dora, I have my reasons. There is no time to explain now. Did you not specialize in healing techniques? Come quickly and treat me. As he spoke, the third Hokage spat a mouthful of blood. Dora, equally flustered, stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. What is happening? Are you implying that something resides within Guing? Indeed, there is no time for explanations now. If you do not evacuate immediately, it will be too late. The third Hokage bellowed. At that moment, the various departments, along with a group of people, were left bewildered, having just witnessed Dora tending to his injuries while they exchanged casual banter. How could it escalate to such a sudden outburst? Just then, Guing, submerged in the depths of Huangquan Swamp, abruptly opened his eyes. The once blood-red orbs had returned to their normal hue. Ah, this is truly exhausting. Self-detonation is indeed quite unbearable. I shall not attempt it again. It leaves my eyes so crimson. Yet, I had no other choice. I had to utilize the vacuum to break free from that old wretch's iron prison. The Guing before them was no longer the one Dora once knew. Guing, you are awake, Dora exclaimed, waving his arms fervently. What is this creature? Has Konoha opened a zoo? Dora could sense that this was not the usual Guing. It was evident that he was no longer himself. Who are you? You are not Guing, Dora demanded. Who am I? That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you must remember this. Your Konoha village is about to meet its demise alongside you. Guing replied. Humph. Such arrogance. I shall witness your true strength. Now, get out of my friend's body. Dora's once green chakra flared into a brilliant red. The red chakra? It did not exude much intimidation, however. The light of the stars cannot possibly compete with the brilliance of the sun. Upon uttering these words, he concentrated chakra into his palm, which, unlike the usual brown hue, radiated a dazzling white light, akin to sunlight. It shone particularly brightly in the stillness of the night. What could this chakra signify? Why was it so different from the ordinary? The onlookers were filled with dread. This chakra, you have never encountered anything like it before. For those who have, I have eradicated them with this very orb in my hand. Loneliness spoke. The group had never witnessed such a spectacle. Gazing at the enigmatic object in Loneliness's hand, they collectively gasped in astonishment. This, indeed, is the art of light. Loneliness declared with pride. You lot have merely heard of it, never seen it, have you? Ha. With each word, Loneliness grew more self-satisfied. You insolent brat. How dare you be so audacious? Do you wish for your demise? The third Hokage, now devoid of his previous disheveled demeanor, spoke with unwavering confidence. With hands clasped together, he appeared ready to form another seal. Do you think I would fall for the same trick again? You underestimate me far too much. Grandfather, Loneliness proclaimed with glee. The crowd was taken aback upon hearing Loneliness refer to the third Hokage as grandfather. When did the third Hokage acquire a grandson out of thin air? Even his son had never mentioned such a thing. Nonsense. Having you as a grandson is the gravest mistake of my life, the third Hokage retorted. Oh dear grandfather. How heartless you are. How can one simply deny the existence of a grandson? The pallor of Gu Ying's face, illuminated by the light in his hands, was ghastly, and his smile held an unsettling quality. How could you confine me within this iron cage and trap me in this abyss of the underworld? Such a cruel heart you possess. Truly, a wicked grandfather. Do not be surprised when I decide to eliminate you. Look, the dawn is approaching, and soon. You shall be powerless to stop me. Suddenly, the chakra in Gu Ying's hands blazed with intensity. Light release. Blazing radiance. A searing beam of light hurtled towards the third Hokage, tearing through the air with a hissing sound. Just as it was about to strike the third Hokage, he scoffed. You underestimate me. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A towering wall of earth, 3 meters high, rose before the third Hokage. Nay, it is you who underestimates me. Though the wall was immensely solid, it seemed as fragile as a cicada's wing before the radiant light. With a swift sound, it pierced through the earth wall, driving straight into the third Hokage's chest. The speed was so immense that he had no time to employ a substitution technique. Fortunately, Dora's healing technique had not ceased, instantly mending the third Hokage's wound. Is Dora's healing art truly this formidable? The injury was fresh, yet it healed in an instant. Dora has only studied healing techniques for a year. If he were to devote more time, how terrifying might he become? Alas, this healing technique is astonishingly swift. I wonder. Old man, what manner of being have you raised? Guing remarked from the air. Enough with the chatter. Prepare to face your demise. Upon finishing his words, he swiftly moved forward, throwing a punch towards the solitary figure on the mountain path, only for it to be deftly evaded. The figure countered with a technique of light escape, causing the third Hokage to stumble back. Oh dear grandpa, he remarked, at your age. Why not refrain from physical techniques and focus on hand seals instead? Wouldn't that be wiser? You see, dawn is approaching, and if you do not restrain me soon, you shall encounter grave troubles, he declared, invoking earth release. Wall of 10,000 miles. Instantly, the earth roared as if a mighty dragon were erupting from its depths. Towering stone walls encircled the hidden leaf village, thundering with a resounding crash. With walls rising dozens of meters high, they enveloped the village, casting it into a shadow so dense that nothing could be discerned. Ah, old man, resorting to the same tricks again? You wish for me to serve as your beacon? You yourself have stated that the same technique will not ensnare me twice. Am I not your kin? Would I really fall for it again? He scoffed. Humph. Can my wall of 10,000 miles be so easily evaded? The third Hokage retorted, brimming with confidence. I must ask, do you not tire of your old tactics? No matter how swift you are, can you match the speed of my light? I advise you to remain still and allow me to finish you off, lest I waste my energy. Such a slippery fellow. What a waste of words. This wall of 10,000 miles has been reinforced with a special chakra. Even with your ancient light techniques, you shall not escape. I am resolute in my intention to seal you once more, the third Hokage proclaimed, summoning earth release. Heaven's cap. As a colossal pot lid descended from the sky, the sight of Konoha village being engulfed is imminent. Humph. Do you think I will allow you to employ the same trick again? With that, I swiftly ascended, attempting to escape this iron cage. But where do you think you're going? Earth release. Super heavy rock technique. In an instant, the solitary figure before me became shrouded in rock, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could you? This is infuriating. The figure exclaimed. Do not presume that by increasing my weight, I will simply surrender. Let me inform you. Your super heavy rock technique can only confine me for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes is more than sufficient, the third Hokage declared. Just wait until I seal you once more. Haha. Seal? How long do you think you can keep me sealed? 10 years? 20 years? 100 years? 500 years? In the end, you remain utterly incompetent. I will inevitably escape, and you shall await my return to obliterate everything you hold dear. Though his eyes were hidden from view, it was easy to imagine them brimming with hatred. At this moment, Konoha village was shrouded in complete darkness. As the third Hokage had sealed the solitary figure with earth release in the super heavy rock technique, leaving not a single glimmer of light. Suddenly, from the tranquil and concealed shadows, beams of light erupted like blades, tearing through the darkness. The illumination grew increasingly abundant and dense. Gradually, with a thunderous roar, the sound of shattering rock filled the air as the solitary figure became enveloped in light. Like a deity, he ascended slowly. At this moment, his facial expression was obscured. Yet the unstable radiance emanating from him revealed his profound fury and despair. Are you urging me to once again unleash devastation upon this earth? I assure you. This time I shall show no mercy. At this moment, the solitary figure is not some so-called celestial deity. What he brings is not hope or salvation, but utter destruction and calamity. This bears a certain resemblance to the divine. Once again, what he offers is not redemption. Not everyone possesses the time or capacity to construct an ark akin to Noah's. The incarnation of Jesus merely signifies the cleansing of what he perceives as sin. Yet, foolish humanity does not universally believe in God. Not all are devout in their faith. So, what exactly is the essence of God? People often resort to the concept of God to elucidate various matters, attributing everything to divine orchestration, as if it were all preordained. Accept it. This is fate. Such eloquent phrases can be uttered by anyone. They are merely expressions of convenience, spoken with little effort, appearing deceptively simple. They sound remarkably reasonable. Yet we return to the question, what truly is the concept of God? A mere explanation? A compromise? A flaw in existence? It appears that any inexplicable matter, once associated with the divine, the heavens, or the unseen forces, seems to acquire an answer. This pattern can be applied universally, revealing that the essence of any path lies in philosophy. Unfortunately, philosophy has seemingly perished, lacking rationality, yet one cannot deny the semblance of reason it offers, which is quite exasperating. Aside from fostering a greater aversion to religion, it provides little assistance, merely serving to mock the faithful. Each day, the proclamation of absolving sins and saving souls is uttered with utmost conviction. However, I believe that for an individual to genuinely embrace a new faith, it is imperative to engage with the messenger of that faith. If you attempt to persuade me solely with notions of an impending apocalypse or the inevitable return of Jesus, I shall regard you as a charlatan. To one who fundamentally lacks belief, your actions appear nothing short of ludicrous. Yet, you persist in emphasizing the dire consequences of disbelief in Jesus, which I perceive as a blatant threat. I would advise you to close your eyes. Light escape. In the realm of light, an expansive circle emanates from the solitary shadow beneath, radiating a blinding white glow. At this moment, the hidden leaf village, shrouded within the tumult of the earth, shines as brightly as day. Those unaware of the situation might mistakenly believe a deity has descended to annihilate the village. A familiar ruse. In your desperation, you seem utterly disoriented. The third Hokage swiftly formed the hand seals. Earth release. As he declared the technique, he raised his fist and struck the ground, transforming the area into a terrain of sand and stone. The yellow earth, mingled with gravel, surged forth like a vast ocean, rushing towards the solitary shadow. Light escape. Lightwing barrier. The ethereal barrier, as delicate as the essence of Zen, rapidly unfurled before the solitary figure, obstructing the ferocious onslaught of the yellow earth, akin to a tsunami. Humph! Does the old fool still wish to persist in this game? It is my turn now, I exclaimed. Haven't you had enough fun yet, you old fox? It is indeed my time to shine. The solitary figure cried out, light escape, cascade of 10,000 streams. In an instant, a vast dimensional space materialized above the third Hokage. Countless spectrums and colossal beams of light cascaded from this otherworldly realm. The radiance was exceptionally blinding. As luminous as daylight, yet as smooth as silk, However, the temperature of the light seemed excessively high, causing the air to sizzle ominously. A 1,000-mile waterfall plunged down, accompanied by a deafening roar. The third Hokage, with his hands clasped together, invoked Earth Release, Earth Clone. "You shall not harm me with my own techniques," he declared. And in an instant, he vanished. "Ah, have you burrowed underground once more? You old-timers are so fond of employing such underhanded tactics. Can't you face me in a straightforward duel? Is victory truly so easily attained? Do you not find this to be treacherous and cunning?" The solitary figure shouted. "Humph. Only children concern themselves with right and wrong. Adults focus solely on results and benefits." At that moment, the third Hokage emerged from the earth, employing Earth Release, Earth Corridor. With that, countless clods of yellow earth were swept up by the wind, obscuring reality. "Humph. Futile. Even if your light escape is formidable. Against the colloid formed by my Earth Corridor, you can unleash but a mere 30% of your strength. Prepare to face your doom," the third Hokage proclaimed. Before flashing behind the solitary figure, hands clasped, preparing to weave the seals for Earth Release, Rock Fist technique. The third Hokage was now entirely enveloped by the steadfast, diamond-like earth, swiftly igniting the presence of the solitary shadow. With a deft movement, the shadow teleported behind the third Hokage, proclaiming, "In this realm of light, you shall not defeat me. My speed, endurance, and strength are beyond your imagination. Even with merely 1/3 of my power, I could vanquish you with ease. And what if we were to join forces?" A group from other divisions, armed with shurikens, gathered, their chakra coiling in readiness. "A mere swarm of ants dares to challenge me? Have you not weighed your own worth? It appears you seek a swift demise." The shadow declared with a voice filled with wrathful authority, "You overestimate yourselves. Even if you wield light-based techniques, do not underestimate me." Suddenly, Anya descended from the air, brandishing a shuriken, swiftly darting towards the shadow, poised to strike at his throat. With a swift motion of his hands, the shadow retorted, "Too slow, you foolish woman." Accompanied by a surge of potent light chakra, Anya narrowly evaded the impending attack. However, the chakra in her hands radiated with searing energy. "Ah, my face!" Anya cried out. As the shadow's light chakra had marred her visage, leaving one side charred and disfigured, transforming her once exquisite beauty into that of a scorched branch, reminiscent of a fallen angel. Seeing this, Dora rushed forward to catch Anya, as the injured chakra swiftly coalesced, enveloping her entire face. The erosion of the light chakra upon Anya's countenance accelerated alarmingly, prompting Dora to amplify the green light of her chakra, increasing its potency beyond measure. "Hurry, faster. Time is running out." Gradually, the visage of the dark crow was restored, reverting to its originally enchanting beauty. However, the portion that had been ravaged by the light-based assault from the solitary shadow remained irreparable, despite all efforts by Dora. The woman before me, while extraordinarily beautiful, bore a scar the size of a fist on her right cheek. Yet, in comparison to her appearance immediately following the attack, she looked significantly better. "Has my face been restored?" the solitary shadow inquired. "It is nearly healed, but your right cheek has suffered too much damage with my current abilities. I am unable to mend it," Dora responded. Just as the dark crow was about to voice her thoughts, she shook her head instead. "It matters not. It is of little consequence. At worst, I shall simply wear a veil from now on. It is fine. At worst, I will wear a mask and never remove it." The dark crow stated emotionlessly. Dora then glanced at the solitary shadow lying on the ground, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. Making such remarks sent a chill down her spine. "Rest assured, in a few years, when my healing skills have advanced, I shall surely restore your visage," Dora promised. "No need. Let this scar serve as a mark, a reminder of the calamity that befell us today, ensuring that all remember this day and do not grow complacent." The dark crow replied. "Are you willing to pay the price of your own face for this?" Dora asked. "Indeed," the dark crow affirmed. "Very well," Dora conceded. "Have you finished your pleasantries?" The solitary shadow interjected. "Enough of this. I shall lay waste to this village." "Shameless thief, you shall not." The third generation formed hand seals and invoked the Earth Release, Falling Soil. As the incantation concluded, a vast dimensional space materialized above the solitary figure, a torrent of thick, viscous clay cascading from the skies. Unlike the previous encounter, where the clay failed to ensnare the solitary figure, this time it shimmered with an ethereal glow. Within it resided the Light Release, the chakra of light. Before the solitary figure could react, the Earth Release, falling cover descended, a colossal, copper-green maw, roaring as it plummeted from the heavens, pinning the solitary figure beneath its weight. In frustration, the solitary figure struggled against the binding clay and rock. But alas, the clay swiftly ensnared him, while the light release firmly locked him in place, rendering him immobile, save for his head. Light release. Light explosion. The radiance enveloping the solitary figure surged exponentially. Did you think I would allow you to self-destruct? The third generation formed hand seals once more. Summoning technique. Rashomon. Instantly, a towering gate appeared before the solitary figure, each door adorned with menacing fangs and fierce, enormous eyes that struck terror into the hearts of all who beheld them. They roared and shrieked, encircling the solitary figure. Could this be the ultimate defensive Rashomon? Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Since the first generation's use of it centuries ago, it had seldom been summoned. Its return to the fray was indeed a remarkable honor for the solitary figure, destined to be sealed away. As he spoke, the solitary figure became increasingly resplendent, and the surrounding heat intensified. In the blink of an eye, a tremendous sound erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar and blinding white light that filled the skies above Konoha village. Instantly, thick smoke billowed forth as Dora shielded the grounded Anya with his body, while the third Hokage raised an earthen barrier before him. Once the dust settled, what appeared before the crowd was 5 intact Rashomon gates, still howling, standing guard over Konoha village. At that moment, the third Hokage soared above the Rashomon, peering down below. He observed that the area surrounding the gates had formed a vast, bottomless chasm, devoid of any light. Yet, the third remained uneasy. Such self-destructive techniques bore significant repercussions for the user, and if wielded carelessly, could lead to their own demise. He pondered the fate of the solitary figure, hoping that no innocent child had been harmed. The third Hokage then called to Dora, urging him to descend with him to assess the situation, as he required his healing abilities. Meanwhile, Dora had already launched himself into the moonlit descent, exclaiming, "I am even more concerned for the safety of the solitary figure. Dora, do not rush. We still do not comprehend the nature of this predicament." In truth, as the grandson of the third Hokage, he bore immense pressure. Thus, the third had kept this secret under wraps. When his grandson was still quite young, the third had discreetly settled him in a concealed location, known to very few, where the inhabitants were utterly unacquainted with ninjutsu, neither heard of nor seen. During moments of leisure, the third generation would frequently visit his grandson, bringing along an assortment of toys and treats. Each time the little one spotted his grandfather, he would joyfully rush over, leaping onto the elder's back and embracing his neck with unwavering affection. "Grandpa, you've finally come. What delightful surprises have you brought this time? Come, let us see," he exclaimed, opening his hands to reveal a variety of snacks and toys. "Well, Grandpa, you're amazing." The sight of his grandson's elation brought a warm smile to the third generation's face. Suddenly, the third generation noticed an astonishing radiance emanating from a toy in his grandson's hand. The child quickly discarded the toy, however. The luminous glow was not from the toy, but rather a dazzling chakra radiating from the palm of his hand. The third generation was utterly stunned. Light release. How could this be? At that moment, the grandson seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, proudly showcasing the brilliance in his hand. Grandpa, look. I have light in my hand. What is this?" he joyfully inquired. The third generation's expression shifted from the usual warmth he showed towards his grandson to one of profound concern, his eyes dim and devoid of their customary kindness. "How could this be? How could this happen? I thought I had averted this outcome. Why is this still occurring?" he lamented. "Must I seal my own grandson with my own hands?" At this moment, the third generation was completely flustered, overwhelmed, and at a loss for how to proceed. Grandpa, why are you silent? What's wrong?" the grandson asked, sensing the change in his grandfather's demeanor. At this moment, the third Hokage's chakra had transformed into an eerie shade of green, seemingly intent on obliterating the nascent light release. Yet, as he gazed at his grandson before him, his hands trembled as he gently caressed the child's tender face, who smiled blissfully, a lollipop nestled in his mouth. "I am curious to see how this third Hokage will proceed. Such a spectacle is not something everyone can witness." In the distance, atop the treetops, stood a graceful woman clad in black, adorned with a mask that bore the visage of a smiling fox. "Grandfather, why are you crying?" the grandson asked, wiping away the tears from his grandfather's eyes. The chakra in the third Hokage's hands waned as he embraced his grandson, weeping profusely. How poignant. It is a pity, though, that one cannot ascertain how long this performance will last. The figure in the shadows toyed with a kunai, speaking leisurely. "Come, dear grandson, let us go inside. The rain is about to fall." The third Hokage's expression softened once more, his eyes and tone radiating warmth. It seemed he had chosen to show mercy to his grandson. Indeed, he had grown weaker. The third Hokage of Year was never so indecisive. The tone beneath the mask remained teasingly light. However, your reluctance may force my hand when the time comes. Do not blame me for being less than accommodating then. The third Hokage pushed open the door. Casting a lingering glance at his sleeping grandson, his eyes filled with reluctance, his heart a tumult of emotions. He still could not bring himself to act. Yet the light release. What if? The third Hokage dared not entertain the thought any longer. Having shut the door behind him, he departed. At that moment, Dora swiftly descended, and after an indeterminate passage of time, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. Without pausing for further contemplation, he hastened towards the source. There, he discovered the solitary figure lying on the ground, emanating a faint glow. Unlike the previous divine radiance, this light bore a semblance of exhaustion, flickering weakly as though a mere touch could extinguish it. Instantly, Dora channeled his chakra into his hands, enveloping the cavern in a verdant luminescence, intent on healing the wounded. Cease. Are you attempting to endanger us? Came a stern reprimand from the third Hokage, who had arrived shortly thereafter. By treating him now, do you intend to revive him to eliminate us? Even if your intent is to save your friend, you must consider the circumstances. It was only upon hearing the third's words that Dora comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had seen the solitary figure in disarray, wounds marring its body. The specter was on the brink of death, yet he had overlooked the fact that this solitary being was no longer the same. What then should we do? Dora inquired. It appears the only recourse is to seal the entity within him permanently. Let us hope he never awakens within the solitary figure, replied the third Hokage. Upon hearing this, Dora recognized it as a viable solution and nodded in agreement. Is there anything I can do? You have studied healing techniques for some time. I wonder if you are well versed in hypnosis or similar ninjutsu, asked the third Hokage. Hypnosis, as its name suggests, involves inducing a trance in an individual, commanding their subconscious to inquire or act. It is also possible to induce dreams and erase them within that realm. However, this form of hypnosis is entirely dependent on the comparative magnitude of chakra. The hypnotic chakra of a greater quantity overwhelms that of a lesser amount. Although at this moment, the solitary figure lies in a comatose state, and his body is exceedingly frail. It must be said that Dora is not entirely confident in her ability to manipulate the hypnotic light within this state. Nevertheless, she resolves to attempt it. Gradually, the chakra in Dora's hands transitions from black to green, interspersed with hints of red. The chakra slowly flows into the mind of the unconscious solitary figure. Is this the memory of that person? Dora muses silently with her eyes closed. At this juncture, the third Hokage produces a scroll, invoking a summoning technique. Is this the third Hokage? Where am I now? Dora questions. At this moment, she is experiencing the memories of the third's grandson through his body. The third Hokage, radiating warmth and affection, gently strokes the child as he drifts off to sleep. He then turns and closes the door, taking a seat at its threshold. What is the nature of his relationship with the third Hokage? Dora's mind is inundated with questions. The scene before her is quite disordered. Observing the unfolding tableau, Dora surmises it is a grandfather and grandson moment. Yet why is it so melancholic? Could it be that the third Hokage was aware of his grandson's ability to wield light manipulation from a young age? Perhaps, due to their blood ties, he could not bring himself to seal such a gift? This is a stark contrast to the individuals of the present day. Suddenly, the door opens to reveal a woman clad in a mask, her features obscured. The mask bears the visage of a fox, and Dora has never encountered this individual before. Could she be a mysterious figure? Leave my mind. An irate voice echoed in my ears. Oh, is consciousness beginning to emerge? However, given your current capabilities, what do you believe you can accomplish? Before long, you shall be sealed away. After speaking, Dora withdrew his consciousness from that individual. Seizing the moment, he intensified the hypnosis. For the sealing was imminent. At that moment, he pondered how long it would be before the solitary shadow would awaken within. Yet one thing was certain, even upon awakening, he would be incapable of utilizing light evasion. Dora increased the flow of chakra, while the third Hokage augmented the sealing technique's intensity. Gradually, the radiance emanating from the solitary shadow began to fade. All right, take him away, the third Hokage commanded before soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Dora merely transported the solitary shadow to a location unknown even to himself. It seemed he wished to distance him from this place. After all, the whispers of the masses can be daunting. Presently, outside the grand hall, the solitary shadow stood alone before Minato, Akatsuki, Dora, Tsunade, and the fourth Hokage, still wearing a serene smile. Do many prey upon the few? The solitary shadow fanned the air with his hand, his expression composed. Is this all that Konoha knows how to do? Was this not the very strategy employed over a decade ago? At that moment, Dora shuddered. How could this be? How could he still retain memories from that time? I distinctly erased that segment of memory during the hypnosis. Could it be? Has the individual within him awakened? No, that cannot be. The third Hokage's sealing technique should not have such a brief duration. Logically, it ought to last at least 400 years. Could it be that the solitary shadow has willingly undone the seal? At this juncture, the solitary shadow remained silent. A smile gracing his lips as he gently waved his fan, gazing at the assembled individuals before him. Shall you approach one by one, or collectively? Guing inquired, closing his fan. However, there exists a matter of greater significance than mere combat, if you do not devise a solution for the dwindling chakra. I cannot guarantee the survival of the children within. Furthermore, it would be prudent to refrain from attacking the surface layer of chakra, as it appears to absorb such attempts. While mere absorption poses no grave threat, what is truly alarming is that the more forceful the assault, the more rapidly it contracts. Reflecting upon centuries past, I awoke in an obscure location. Had he not rescued me, I would surely have perished. This, in part, elucidates my reluctance to assume the role of leader of the Umbu. In what place did you awaken? Dora inquired. In an unknown realm, devoid of life and desolation. Guing replied. Why do you ask? Merely curious, Dora responded. It seems the location of the transfer was relatively safe, causing him no harm. Yet, regarding the sealing matter, how might I inquire to glean clarity? After all, I remain uncertain whether he has regained his memories. For him, his recollections are frozen at the moment he joined the Umbu, just prior to his confrontation with the spirit of the third Hokage's grandson. However, should the being within him awaken and his memories return, it would present a formidable dilemma. I say, you must be Anya. Why conceal your beauty? Gu Ying's tone dripped with mockery. Your beauty is renowned in Konoha, yet here you are, wearing that black veil in broad daylight. Is it not stifling? At this moment, Anya gazed at the solitary figure before her, feeling a surge of anger. However, it appeared that he had lost all memory of their past encounters. Could it be the work of Doryman? Does his hypnosis possess such extraordinary capabilities? Could he truly have mastered such a perverse form of hypnosis all those years ago? Anya remained silent, merely turning her head away. Solitary figure, I advise you against speaking so recklessly. Otomio began to convey a thought, only to be halted by Anya's raised hand. Oh, what could be so taboo to discuss? Why the sudden shyness? The solitary figure retorted. It seems he truly does not remember. Perhaps that is for the best. Such memories are better left unexamined. Anya's voice was cold and harsh. At that moment, her eyes were icy and fierce. Though her expression was obscured, it was palpable that she was genuinely furious. It appears he has no recollection, which is fortunate. If his memories remain dormant, it signifies that the being within him has yet to awaken. No one desires to relive the events of centuries past. Yet, if his memories are still sealed, what is his purpose here? Dora squinted, lost in thought. I wonder what is happening outside. Why is there such an eerie silence? Yahiko Yuuma inquired. Moreover, the range of chakra is diminishing. This is not a sustainable situation. I shall venture out to investigate. The solitary figure declared as he joined his hands in a gesture, creating a wave that sent him through the wall. What are they up to? The atmosphere is vibrant, with the fourth Hokage present, along with Doryman, Tsunade, and Akatsuki, not to mention the presence of Otomayo. However, who is that man from the shadow department? The fan at his waist is rather unsightly. We can only see his silhouette, obscuring his true visage. As long as the children there are suffocated by my chakra, my talents shall return. I have devoted considerable time to studying this chakra. This selection tournament boasts numerous contestants with exceptional abilities in terms of system, mentality, and strength. Moreover, if their chakra is amalgamated with my unparalleled chakra, repeatedly absorbed, my gifts will be restored. The solitary figure gazed skyward, proclaiming triumphantly, Alas, this individual intends to strangle us. It seems his hypnosis is merely an attempt to daze us, yet he underestimated our resilience. I am indeed stronger than all of you. Yet, what does he mean by talent? Is there truly such a notion in the ranks of Hokage? All I know is that lineage plays a significant role. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, this man must harbor a grudge against Konoha. The insignia behind him closely resembles that of the third Hokage. Yet why is there a massive cross over it? Wouldn't a middle finger suffice, being more straightforward and expressive of intent? Yuhane's mind pondered. Doryman, upon hearing the solitary figure's words, found it hard to believe. Although I altered his memories, even the most meticulous plans can have their oversights. I neglected to erase the memory of his lost talents. It appears that memory truly inflicted deep wounds upon him. What indeed is this fellow's talent? That he so fervently desires to reclaim it? The Sharingan, or perhaps the Byakugan. In the realm of Naruto, these two talents stand unrivaled. If it is the Sharingan, then unless his eyes have been gouged out, he must now be blind. As for the Byakugan, it should not be so easily taken. Once removed, it becomes utterly unusable. Yet, the one who usurped his talent must be exceedingly cruel. A person's innate abilities hold immense significance for their identity. When the third Hokage forcibly stripped my talent from my being, he ought to have anticipated this day. And today, I shall transform the new generation of Hokage into exquisite offerings for the return of my abilities. Ha! The solitary figure laughed heartily towards the heavens. The third Hokage? What formidable talent warranted his personal intervention for its removal? According to the literature I have studied, talent can be eradicated through physical or chemical means. Yet, he just claimed that it was vivisected by the third Hokage? This must imply a chemical removal. Could it be that chakra was forced into the lower cerebral cortex, shattering the very essence of his talent? How does this differ from the lobotomies of the last century? It is utterly inhumane. Yushin contemplated earnestly. At that moment, a shuriken hurtled swiftly towards the solitary figure. He evaded backward, but just as it was about to strike, he intercepted it, preventing it from splitting into two. Those two then divided into four. It appeared someone had employed a technique of multiplication, and the shuriken behind him suddenly transformed into Minato. It seems Minato had transformed into a shuriken to ambush the solitary figure. The solitary figure failed to escape in time, succumbing to a swift blow from the fourth Hokage, leaving spectators in awe. How exhilarating! This technique, learned from his father, was executed with remarkable finesse, yet the one struck seemed rather feeble. Rendered unconscious in an instant after a lengthy exchange of words, the events unfolded so rapidly that the onlookers were still entranced by the battles of centuries past when the scene shifted to the fourth Hokage swiftly subduing the solitary figure, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Dora, having undergone a transformation, hastened to the hall, attuned to the chakra present. What was this individual up to? Their eccentric behavior was amusingly endearing, plump and squinting, as if inviting a gentle touch. Surely, their belly must be soft and fluffy. Yushin Yuanjin mused. Have you seen enough, little brat? The time limit for the shadow clone is nearly up, Dora remarked. Discovered. Yushin Yuanjin thought. Well, I shall take my leave now. He chuckled before vanishing in a flurry. Why were you gone for so long? What is the situation outside? Kakashi inquired. The chakra in this layer seemed to dwindle, completely isolating external communication. Should it diminish to nothing? Currently, the fourth Hokage, the leader of the Umbu, Anya, the head of the medical department, Dora, Tsunade, and the execution department's Watergate and Urine were present. Outside the grand hall, Yahiko Yuuma lowered his voice and leaned closer to Kakashi's ear. This chakra is intended to strangle us, aimed at restoring an individual's latent abilities. Currently, it is challenging to ascertain this person's talents, as they were rendered unconscious by the fourth Hokage before we could gather any information. However, you need not worry. Dora is outside analyzing the components of the chakra and will likely find a solution in due time. Furthermore, the fourth's agility is quite remarkable. It is evident that he meticulously integrates mechanisms with ninjutsu, distinguishing him from other ninjas who solely rely on techniques. Clearly, the fourth's prowess should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Dora observed the receding chakra, a tumult of emotion swirling within. The title of glutton originated from a time in his youth when he roamed desolate wildernesses, compelled by hunger to consume anything within reach. When faced with a bird, he would devour it. When encountering wood, he would swallow it whole. In moments of extreme hunger, he acted instinctively, consuming whatever he found without a second thought. This was the true origin of the title glutton. Centuries ago, in the wild forests surrounding Konoha, a roar shattered the rare tranquility, sending birds and beasts scattering in fear. What pursued them was a colossal, pale green monstrosity, its eyes hollow and drooling, clawing its way through the forest in pursuit of its prey. In its frenzy, it indiscriminately seized nearby trees, stuffing them whole into its maw, chewing vigorously before swallowing them down. Upon turning around, he spotted other prey and staggered after them with an ominous roar, sending the frightened creatures fleeing in all directions. Dust swirled through the forest, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing down, creating immense voids in the landscape. It was evident that this beast was famished, its insatiable hunger manifesting in its colossal form. It seemed to have lost its sanity from starvation, devouring anything in sight as it pursued its quarry through the woods. However, this relentless chase stirred considerable turmoil, shattering the tranquility of Konohagakure. The fourth Hokage descended from the sky, landing with poise, realizing that this situation could not be ignored. The third Hokage wore a grave expression, forming hand seals. Earth style? Earth prison. It appeared he intended to ensnare this creature with the earth prison technique. Yet, the beast effortlessly dismantled the walls of the prison, devouring them with voracious glee, crunching the stones and soil with an audible crackle. With a guttural sound, the creature swallowed the walls whole, only to express its dissatisfaction with a furious glare and a disgruntled growl. The third Hokage was at a loss. Could this monster truly consume ninjutsu? This was indeed troubling, he mused, for if it continued to gorge itself in such a manner, subduing it would be impossible. The only recourse left was to seal its mouth. Earth style? Falling clay? Upon the crown of this creature, an immense dimensional rift materialized, pulsating with an eerie violet luminescence. Gradually, the clay emerged from this otherworldly space, slithering like a serpentine entity, entwining itself around the monstrous figure of Naruto. The creature began to delicately lift the viscous clay with its plush claws, savoring the texture with a series of slurping sounds. Astonishingly, the green beast commenced devouring the clay, which seemed utterly incapable of restraining this creature. The clay was effortlessly plucked and consumed as the monster opened its cavernous maw, eagerly ingesting the descending substance as if partaking in a porridge-like feast. The third generation was left utterly astonished. Initially intending to utilize the unique properties of the clay to seal the creature's mouth, they were instead witnessing it transform into the monster's meal. This begs the question, from whence did this creature originate? Observing the creature before him, it was evident that it had been some time since its last nourishment. Its previous form and size were clearly not as they appeared now. It seemed that this monster was famished. Should one manage to satiate its hunger through this method, allowing it to regain its former physique, it would indeed prove an ingenious solution. However, the toll it would exact on my chakra was considerable, and my presence would be required throughout the process. Such an endeavor was undeniably laborious and time-consuming. Thus, the third Hokage gazed upon the creature, which resembled a starving infant, incessantly devouring the viscous clay. The alternate dimension was gradually contracting, and it was apparent that the third was beginning to falter. Upon raising his gaze, he realized that dusk had already descended. He had been using his chakra to nourish this creature for an extended period, and he could distinctly feel the diminishing reserves of his energy. Before long, the creature shuffled forward with its hands, patting its distended belly, emitting a contented purr before closing its eyes in serene slumber. At last, the third Hokage sighed, contemplating that if this continued, he would soon be unable to sustain it. Yet, he couldn't help but find the creature rather endearing. Gradually, it reverted to a normal size, transforming into an adorable little bundle standing half a meter tall. As it slept, its nose quivered, remnants of clay clinging to its nostrils, while its long ears drooped down. The tactile sensation of its form would surely be delightful. The third Hokage mused. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, with hands tightly clasped, a steady stream of chakra flowed from within, akin to the onset of a hot spring, ceaseless and abundant. Gradually, the third Hokage opened his eyes, indicating his full recovery. The sky was now dotted with stars, and the cicadas sang their relentless chorus. The small creature had also opened its eyes, glancing about the desolate forest, where the ground was muddied and confusion reigned. The third Hokage spoke slowly. "You did all this. Where do you hail from?" "I do not know," the small creature replied. "Have you been hungry for long?" The third Hokage inquired. "I also do not know. All I can say is that I am very, very hungry," the creature answered, losing control of its faculties. "Come back with me to Konoha. There is plenty of food there, enough to satisfy your hunger," the third Hokage offered. "Is there ramen?" the creature asked. "Indeed, there is," came the reply. And thus the creature accompanied the third Hokage back to the village. However, the tale of the glutton soon spread. Dora reminisced about the past, feeling a tumult of emotions within. "What is the matter? Is there a feasible solution?" the fourth Hokage inquired. "There is, but it might frighten you," Dora replied. "Please, step back," he instructed, and the crowd retreated, granting Dora ample space. Biting into his own hands, blood flowed freely as he invoked the summoning technique. Before their eyes, Dora's once modest stature began to swell, transforming from a height of a mere person to a towering figure, akin to a small mountain, surpassing even the Great Hall. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. The fourth Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief, and Tsunade appeared momentarily bewildered. It was astonishing that this master possessed such formidable abilities. In this moment of complete gigantism, Doraemon felt somewhat disoriented. Slowly, he reached out toward the pulsating mass of chakra, exerting a sudden force to pull it forth. The chakra condensed into a sphere, revolving gently in his grasp, emanating an ominous darkness. Doraemon gazed at the chakra before him, hesitating between the decision to consume it or refrain. Would ingesting it inflict irreversible harm upon himself? Moreover, how could he be certain it was not a part of the shadow plan? If he chose not to consume it, might this chakra lead to an explosion, or serve another ulterior motive? The onlookers below gazed up at Doraemon, observing the sphere of chakra in his hand, pondering his intentions, unable to decipher his purpose. What is happening, Doraemon? The fourth Hokage inquired loudly. I am uncertain about the composition of this chakra and its potential effects, Doraemon replied. Initially, I intended to digest it within my body, but upon reflection, I cannot ascertain that this is not part of the shadow plan. If I do not consume it, I cannot guarantee that nothing adverse will occur if left unchecked. These are my current thoughts. I understand your concerns, the fourth Hokage acknowledged. Considering the utmost safety, it would be prudent to observe this chakra further. If no unforeseen incidents arise, we shall then entrust it to your medical department for mechanical destruction. Dora contemplated the situation as a viable approach, first examining the composition of the chakra. If there were no risks of an explosion, the villagers of Konohagakure would remain unharmed during the mechanical destruction. However, recklessly consuming this chakra could precipitate unforeseen chaos. His physique was indeed quite unique. While he possessed the ability to digest any chakra, could he truly assimilate all forms? Or had he yet to encounter those types of chakra that he could not digest? Faced with the swirling chakra before him, he pondered whether to take the plunge. Ultimately, he decided against taking such a risk. Before the eyes of the onlookers, Dora gradually returned to his normal state, as the chakra he held floated gracefully in the air. The third Hokage had securely encased it within a massive glass container, its surface adorned with protective seals, diligently safeguarding the chakra and the vessel, wary of any unpredictable incidents. The third Hokage's foresight was commendable. In the hall, the fourth Hokage opened the door, revealing himself to a throng of children. Dear students, please remain calm and do not panic. The current crisis has been resolved. Relevant personnel will provide explanations regarding the situation. Now, I ask all students to follow the medical team for necessary examinations. We cannot rule out the possibility of unforeseen effects on your bodies due to the recent incident. Rest assured, the healers of Konohagakure are of the highest caliber. Furthermore, do not be alarmed. As night falls, please complete your checks and take the time to rest in preparation for tomorrow's competition. The evening has drawn to a close. I urge my fellow students to review their work and retire for the night in preparation for tomorrow's competition. Having spoken, the fourth Hokage departed. Dora, gazing at the solitary figure before him, was engulfed by memories of the past, a profound melancholy settling in his heart. Despite the passage of several centuries, he possessed the capability to forcibly restore the latent talents of the solitary figure through elaborate means. However, considering the current predicament of this individual, the restoration of his talents did not seem to be a prudent decision. It would be wiser to observe for a while longer. Master, what shall we do with this person? Tsunade inquired, lifting him from the ground and directing her question towards Dora. First, let us take him to my residence. Tend to his injuries, and confine him there while we observe him gradually, Dora replied. Should we not seek the fourth's approval? Tsunade countered. Do not concern yourself with that. I shall consult the fourth regarding this matter. Your task is merely to escort him to my abode and follow my instructions, Dora stated before setting off to find the fourth. Fourth, I wish to seek your counsel regarding the matter of the solitary figure, Dora began. Enough, the fourth interjected. I have already heard of your affairs. Given your remarkable proficiency in medical techniques, a substantial part of that is indeed attributable to him. You may handle him as you see fit, but ensure that your actions remain within reason and do not exceed the bounds of propriety. At that moment, Dora was utterly taken aback by the fourth's response, feeling somewhat at a loss. The rationale he had just formulated lingered on the tip of his tongue. Yet it was swallowed back in an instant. Dora returned to his abode, gazing upon the solitary figure lying on the bed, observing that his wounds had healed. He was reminded that Tsunade was his most accomplished disciple, well aware of his abilities. Once more, he utilized chakra to scan the condition of the solitary figure, pondering whether even his most trusted apprentice elicited some degree of concern. The solitary figure held significant importance to him, no doubt. He wondered about the state of the third Hokage's seal and decided to investigate further. Having resolved this, he employed a hypnosis technique, transforming his chakra into a crimson hue, which swiftly entered the consciousness of the solitary figure. Relying on his memories, he sought the path to the seal, as fragments of recollections whirled past him, some joyous, others sorrowful. The loudest among them was the fragment that echoed his estrangement from his own talents. Indeed, he had found it, Dora proclaimed. Before him stood a colossal prison, composed of countless barriers resembling wooden rods, stretching upward into the unknown. Was this truly the location of the seal? At the center of the numerous wooden rods was a sheet of paper, boldly inscribed with a character signifying seal. It was evident this was the site of the sealing. Dora circled the seal cautiously, refraining from touching it for fear of disrupting its efficacy. The ramifications of compromising its function could be dire. The resurgence of light release could incite unprecedented chaos. It seemed prudent to depart swiftly. As he prepared to exit, a thought crossed his mind. Should he employ the hypnosis technique once more to seal the memories of the solitary figure? After all, he had come this far. Yet, as Dora pondered, if I were to seal away his painful memories, what would I become? A mere puppet master of his life? Should anything go awry due to my actions, would I then be compelled to bear the consequences? Even as his friend, the notion of manipulating his existence seems utterly absurd. A manifestation of egotism. How could I possibly ascertain that this is what he truly desires? Acting under the pretense of benevolence, I would merely be imposing my own perspective without securing the will of the solitary shadow himself. A singular lie demands a multitude of others to sustain it. I have witnessed far too many instances where a single misstep leads to cascading errors. Dora's consciousness withdrew from the essence of the solitary shadow. When he awakens, how shall I elucidate everything to him? Should I disclose the truth? That is a perilous gamble, for sealing his memories was sanctioned by the third. There must be a rationale behind it. Perhaps it is best to remain silent. Yet, in his current state, his heart brims with vengeance, and neglecting to take some measures would be unwise. It is prudent to implement necessary precautions, but the solitary shadow remains a ticking time bomb, liable to err at any moment. It is advisable to keep him in the hidden leaf village under careful observation. The fourth Hokage has warned against jeopardizing the safety of the villagers. However, if he were to be transported once more to an unknown location, as had occurred centuries ago, he would inevitably return to the hidden leaf village seeking retribution. The most prudent course of action, it seems, is to allow him to remain in slumber. This will prevent him from causing turmoil while simultaneously permitting me to monitor the seal within him, ensuring it is neither dismantled nor compromised. It appears I must delve into the study of sleep-related jutsu once more. Upon concluding his statement, Doraemon activated a technique that deepened his slumber. This would suffice for him to rest for an entire week. Concurrently, I could delve into the research of a lasting sleep-inducing potion, one that would not harm the nervous system while also ensuring that his subconscious remained impervious to external influences. It appears I must once again explore the intricacies of barrier-type ninjutsu. Tell me, am I truly embarking on yet another pursuit of ninjutsu for your sake? For you. It is indeed worthwhile. With that, I seized the tome on medicinal concoctions and began my study on protective ninjutsu. With such a commotion, do the participants still possess the spirit to compete? Yushing remarked. They were merely aware that they had experienced a nightmare, awakening only to be sent for examinations. Oblivious to the grim fate that awaited them, being strangled and utilized as materials for talent restoration. They remained unaware, so what had they to fear? They would likely dismiss this as a mere oversight on the part of Konohagakure and might even lodge complaints behind its back, which would inadvertently fuel their determination rather than induce negativity, Kakashi noted. I shan't continue this conversation. I must prepare for tomorrow's competition. The details and events have already been dispatched to each dormitory. After the health checks, be sure to take a look, he advised. Understood, replied Yushing. Initially, this young man was merely a laggard, incapable of even gathering chakra. However, just moments ago, his shadow clone technique astonishingly maintained the same duration as mine. To what extent has his chakra progressed? In a mere few months, his growth is alarmingly remarkable. If he continues to improve at this rate, what heights will he eventually reach? Yet, he has seldom revealed his true capabilities. This instance of shadow clone must be regarded as a lapse in his discretion, inadvertently exposing his prowess. Why has he concealed his abilities so meticulously? What manner of person are you, Yuhing? Kakashi pondered. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yuhing discovered an envelope on the table, presumably the details of the upcoming competition. This should be the event information, he remarked. As he opened the envelope, He found the description of the competition. The events for tomorrow consist of a singular contest lasting 3 days, with varying rules each day. Detailed explanations of the rules will be provided in this type of envelope to all participants. After each day's competition concludes, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the information will be delivered to the dormitories of the participants. We kindly ask all competitors to read carefully and familiarize themselves with the rules of each event. Before each competition commences, designated personnel will elucidate the regulations, allowing those unfamiliar with them to feel at ease. Now, we announce the events for tomorrow, due to unforeseen circumstances. Tomorrow's competition will serve as a preliminary round and will not contribute to the overall score. The official announcement for the main event is as follows. The competition on the first day will be a 5,000-meter pursuit run, conducted without teams. The first individual to cross the finish line will be declared the champion. The initial 2 kilometers shall be a standard run, devoid of any ninjutsu, relying solely on physical prowess. The subsequent 3 kilometers will permit a free run, allowing the use of any ninjutsu. Note, the following ninjutsu are prohibited. 1. Ninjutsu that enhances the user's speed is forbidden. 2. Ninjutsu that impedes the speed of teammates is not allowed. 3. Ninjutsu that poses a threat to the lives of others is strictly forbidden, particularly if it endangers the life of a teammate. With these stipulations in mind, Yahiko Yuuma reclined on his bed, gazing at the envelope on the table, pondering how one might secure victory. Ultimately, he decided against overthinking it. After all, this was merely a preliminary round not contributing to the overall score. It would be far more prudent to focus on honing his diamond body technique. With that resolve, he began to meditate, his hands pressed together, channeling chakra between his fingers, allowing it to flow throughout his body. Suddenly, a radiant golden light enveloped him, only to vanish in an instant. Could it be that he was on the verge of entering the next stage? Curiously, he reflected on the earlier sensation of his chakra surging, now inexplicably dissipated. Was he encountering a bottleneck? Assistant, come forth. I wish to discuss something. Master, what is it? The assistant inquired. Why did my chakra abruptly vanish? I distinctly felt on the cusp of a breakthrough, yet it ceased so suddenly. Well, this golden finger does not belong to the world of Naruto. It has been adapted through significant modifications to fit within this realm. The variables are too numerous, making it difficult to ascertain the cause, the assistant replied, exasperated. Damn it, Yahiko Yuuma exclaimed. When will I overcome this bottleneck? In the midst of his frustration, he seemed oblivious to the fact that his physical prowess had significantly improved, and the speed at which his chakra gathered had also notably increased. Regrettably, he was overly fixated on his lack of breakthroughs and neglected the subtle enhancements. The following day, Yuhin rose early. Good morning, Master. The system reported automatically. Is there a task to undertake today? Yuhin contemplated accepting a golden finger related to enhancing speed, but recalled that he had previously acquired the Phantom Step, which was intended for appointments. Once, in an effort to avoid being late for Tsunade's class, he had obtained the Phantom Step Golden Finger. This technique, which allowed for rapid movement with simple footwork, was incredibly swift. Had Tsunade not emphasized the importance of refraining from using this ninjutsu in front of others, he would have undoubtedly employed it to secure first place in this sports event. With that thought, he stepped outside. Upon arriving at the competition venue, he noticed the area had been meticulously prepared. What was once an open space had been transformed into a dense forest, leaving him feeling rather disoriented. Just as he was about to leap forward to survey the terrain, he was abruptly pulled back. Turning around, he was surprised to see Kakashi. Why are you pulling me? This is quite bothersome. Yuhin exclaimed. Let me go. If I weren't holding on to you, you would have likely met your demise by now. It would be best for you to remain here. Haven't you noticed that a barrier has been set up all around us? To enter so recklessly could trigger an alarm. Should the Umbu be alerted, they would show no concern for your identities. Entering the arena prematurely during the selection tournament is punishable by execution on the spot. Kakashi remarked. Had I not grasped you in time, you would have met your demise. Do you understand? Kakashi continued. The Umbu's defenses are indeed meticulous. A detail I seem to have overlooked. I have been rather careless. Yushin gasped, thank you. As the time for entry drew near, an increasing number of individuals congregated at the entrance. Yuzin, you arrived quite early. Have you been exerting your youthful spirit? Exclaimed Might Guy. I haven't seen you putting in the effort these past few days. Youth is meant for striving. Indeed, beside Might Guy, he radiates an unyielding vitality. Is it possible that even those engaged in physical training are so singularly focused? It is truly enviable. Regardless of circumstances, they embrace and confront the outcomes. This notion while easy to articulate, is challenging to enact, and it requires individuals of remarkable resolve. Unfettered by the anxieties of gain and loss, they remain perpetually optimistic, shouldering willingly the burdens they bear, confronting the myriad challenges brought forth by their own captivation, such as the trepidation of the future and the regrets of the past. Being able to stand firm amidst fear and remorse is indeed admirable. Yet, Yuxing pondered, does such a person truly possess no worries? When faced with troubles, how do they find solace? Do they immerse themselves in the sweat of their endeavors? Such individuals are truly admirable, possessing the capability to resolve challenges without becoming mired in trivialities. It is indeed detrimental to be overly concerned with matters of little consequence. I simply adore listening to your words, Yuzhen Yuan exclaimed as he shared a high five with Mangekyou. The youth exuded an exuberant vitality. A familiar voice resonated behind Yuan, prompting him to turn and behold a well-known figure, Susano'o. What brings you here, big sister? Yuan inquired. I am here as part of the medical team to attend to you participants, Susano'o replied. Every year, you seem to find ways to injure yourselves inexplicably. Although the competition rules clearly prohibit the use of jutsu that threaten the lives of other competitors, you all appear disinclined to heed these guidelines. However, I must commend your adept use of chakra. You always manage to inflict only superficial injuries, sparing vital areas and avoiding fatal damage. While the wounds may appear distressingly brutal, they heal swiftly, albeit with a certain cruelty in their appearance. With that, Susano'o adjusted her furrowed brow, expressing her hope that you refrain from such recklessness. Please, let the competition proceed smoothly. The image of Susano'o's departing figure lingered in Yuan's mind. This fellow again. It seems you are faring well. We shall have another contest someday, Tianjing Muliang remarked. I wonder if you could withstand a punch from me, he added. Yuan recalled this individual, an heir to the Hokage, surprised by his youth. Being merely a child, he must possess extraordinary talent, perhaps even a remarkable lineage. However, the introduction of Kimura, his position and abilities remain an enigma. I have yet to witness him employing any ninjutsu. It appears he solely relies on physical techniques. Beside him stands a woman of formidable strength whose extraordinary abilities have yet to be revealed. The only instance I have observed her in action was with a small mirror that seemingly appeared out of thin air, accompanied by mysterious seals in her hands, which do not resemble any known ninjutsu. Furthermore, her speed is astonishing. The money and notes that appeared from nowhere serve as evidence of her swiftness. Such a village has never been encountered before, and this is the vital information I should inquire about. It seems I have matters to discuss today. Attention, all participants. The results of this preliminary competition